Have you ever imagined going back to your student days? I swore that I would study hard this time, get admitted to a top university, and then have a passionate love affair with the campus beauty. Or you can travel back to college and, with foresight about the next few decades, seize every opportunity and easily achieve financial freedom. Otherwise, why not just go back to the past, get the World Cup results in advance, make a fortune, and become a leisurely rich man who drinks, goes to bars, collects rent, and counts money every day? Maybe these are just fantasies to you, but I, Meng Bai, am really bound by the system. What's even more outrageous is that this broken system also seriously reminded me, in 1 month, I will travel back to the early days of the founding of Dragon Country. The good news is that the system also packed up all the military-industrial data of the modern Dragon Kingdom and brought it directly to that red era. From then on, Longhua ushered in an unprecedented military-industrial boom. A modern military system? Arranged. Fighter jet? No. An aircraft carrier? No. Mushroom bomb? Even less? I patted my chest and smiled confidently. Don't panic! Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, 6th-generation aircraft, nuclear weapons. Whatever you want, I can build it. Ingjian was anxious. Stop it! Meng Bai! You will be banned if you cheat like this. God will punish you! I shrugged and raised my lips. God? How many divisions does he have? Today's reminder, the remaining time to cross, 25 days, 19 hours, 39 minutes and 12 seconds. Crossing time node, Longhua, 1949, Shandong Province, Jinan. Current storage space capacity, 10 tons, used 0 tons. Please prepare for the crossing. The daily reminder sounded again. I squeezed the physical examination report in my hand and frowned slightly. The brain waves are normal, the blood pressure is normal, and the heart is normal. It is recommended to work less overtime, take more rest, and drink more hot water. I rubbed my aching temples and sighed. This weird notification sound has been going on for 5 days, ringing every hour, keeping me awake at night. The hospital's MRI and brain CT scans revealed nothing wrong. I even doubted whether I should go to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Am I really going to travel through time? I stared at the physical examination report in my hand, and a crazy idea came to my mind uneasily. I looked around the empty room and said tentatively, System, are you there? There was no response in the silent room. I swallowed and continued to ask, How do I use the storage space? Tip: after the traverser touches the item, he can store it using his mind. The storage space is not limited in volume, but the total weight must not exceed 10 tons. Holy shit! I widened my eyes, my palms sweating slightly. Did the system really respond to me? I took a deep breath and tried to put the medical examination report in my hand into the space. With a thought, the paper disappeared instantly and appeared in the virtual list in my mind. It actually worked! I couldn't wait to take out the report again and restored it easily. In addition to the excitement, the first question in my mind also came up. There are still 25 days left, what should I prepare? My thoughts raced, and scenes from the early days of the country emerged in my mind. What impressed me most was the Anti-Eagle War. That was the first tough battle after the founding of the Long Kingdom. In order to stop the Eagle Sauce from threatening the northeastern border, the Long Kingdom deployed more than 2.9 million soldiers and forced the enemy back. But the price was also extremely tragic, with more than 200,000 people sacrificed. Comparing the two sides, the Eagles are well equipped, the trenches are warm, and they eat steak until they get sick of it. However, the Dragon Country soldiers were eating fried noodles and snow fruits in the snow, fighting the enemy to the death with simple weapons. A determined light flashed in my eyes. If I can really go back, I will never let this tragedy happen again. I have 10 tons of storage space, which must be put to good use. Want to equip weapons? The first thought that popped into my mind was instantly rejected. 10 tons of equipment could not support a battalion, and could not change the situation of the war. And modern firearms were simply not available. But what about the gun blueprints? I immediately opened a search engine on Baidu, and saw a sea of gun designs. This thing is too easy to find. After a little research, I figured out why. These weapons are outdated models, and the core technology has long been eliminated. The real threshold is not the manufacturing drawings, but the materials such as steel and gunpowder. But even these outdated weapons were called artifacts in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. However, the drawings were too scattered and mixed with data deviations. If the wrong information was brought back, it would likely mislead the technical staff and affect the development process. It seems I need to find a professional library to organize the information, I decided secretly, but new problems followed. Guns and cannons are important, but wars are not just fought with bullets, but also with food, medicine, and technology. I remember the food shortage in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, when soldiers had to eat snow to fill their stomachs. Backward farming techniques and lack of fertilizers were the reasons for the low grain production. We need to bring agricultural technology too. Then, I thought of nuclear weapons technology, drug reserves, computer basics. For a moment, my mind was in a mess. Professional matters should be left to professionals. But where can I find this information? I held my chin and stared at the computer screen in a daze. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. Yes, Bihu website! How could I forget this place? Without further ado, I opened the website and quickly posted a message. If I could go back to 1949 and had 10 tons of storage space, what would I bring? Urgent, waiting online. I have been scrolling through my phone and waiting for 2 hours, but there is still silence under the post. As the sky darkened, I began to feel a little disappointed. Forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on others, so I might as well do it myself. I sighed and consoled myself. I'll talk about it after I'm full. I'll stay up late tonight and copy all the weapon information to the hard drive and take it away. I rejected the idea of continuing to wait, and simply picked up my phone and went downstairs to buy dinner and midnight snacks. I had just finished eating when my phone finally rang. There was a reply to the post. Secretary of the Director of the Strategic Research Institute, thank you for the invitation. There is no need to hesitate. Just bring a mushroom bomb over and the anti-eagle war will end immediately. Big Tail Wolf, I think the most crucial thing after the founding of the country is the war against the eagle. It would be better to lead the troops to capture the Korean country in advance, and cut off the opportunity for the eagle to land. Northwest Shanxi cooked a pot of porridge. Thanks for the invitation. Isn't the first post idea too outrageous? Mushroom bombs? Where do you get them? I suggest you bring more weapon information. After reading these replies, I was speechless. It's really so. I rubbed my temples, looking helpless. Some of the answers were so ridiculous that they made people laugh. Bring mushroom bombs? Where to find them? Even if you find them, you will probably be shot to pieces as soon as you get close. Some people are suggesting to capture South Korea? Don't even mention the difficulty of the operation. If you just hand the handle of the knife to the eagle sauce, the war may start immediately. As for the last person who said he wanted to bring weapon information, he spoke as if no one would have expected it. I couldn't help but scratch my hair. Is there really no reliable boss? Just then, a prompt popped up in the lower right corner of the computer. Mu Youngli, thanks for the invitation. I was at a bar and sobered up instantly when I saw this question. I am a doctoral student studying historical weapons, so I can answer this question. My eyes lit up and my heart beat faster. What the hell? Big fish! A PhD student studying historical weapons, isn't this a good match for your major? I continued to scroll down excitedly. Shepherdly, let me briefly introduce the situation. At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the domestic industrial foundation was weak, and the military equipment was varied. The captured Type 38 rifles, Mosin-Nagant rifles and carbines were mixed and used, which were called international brands. The logistical pressure is huge, the bullet specifications are complex, and the unified standard weapons are imminent. Therefore, Longwa needs to follow the principles of low cost, simple structure, high stability, and easy production in the selection of standard firearms. Weapon of choice, Type 56 rifle, which is an improvement on the AK-47. It has more stable performance and is easier to manufacture. It is also one of the rifles that has been equipped for the longest time. Shepherdly also attached a detailed drawing, marking the parameters of various parts, and even clearly marking the steel models. My eyes widened. I looked at my own online pictures, and suddenly I felt that the information I had collected was complete garbage. In particular, the rifling parameters key data such as the number of rifling grooves, depth, and twist angle are missing, making it impossible to use them to manufacture qualified firearms. Not to mention the steel of the gun barrel, which must withstand high temperature and high pressure without deforming. The online picture does not mention the material standard at all. If it is produced rashly, it will probably explode. As expected, professional matters should be handled by professionals. I deleted my garbage drawings without hesitation. Then I continued to look down. Separately, in addition to standard rifles, we also need to prepare sniper rifles, pistols, machine guns, and artillery. 2 sniper rifles are recommended, AWM, which is specifically used to kill personnel, and Barrett M82A1, an anti-material weapon that can destroy bunkers and armored vehicles. But please note that these 2 guns are difficult to manufacture and require extremely high accuracy of equipment and bullets. As for pistols, it is recommended to skip the transition stage and directly use the Type 92 pistol, which is lightweight and more suitable for the hand shape of Chinese people. Machine guns and artillery can be flexibly selected according to battlefield needs. Light machine guns are used in street fighting, and heavy machine guns are used to suppress fire points in open areas. It is also necessary to prepare several types of artillery to be prepared. This reply directly opened the door to a new world for me. Fuck, this is professionalism. I quickly took out my notebook and started making a list. But where can I find these detailed information? I had just finished muttering when Bihu's avatar flashed again. I opened the private message and it was from Liang Li. Due to the limited space on the platform, some information cannot be publicly displayed. I recommend you a few professional websites with complete drawings and technical data. But I remind you that privately manufacturing firearms is illegal. According to Article 125 of the Criminal Law, illegal manufacture, sale, transportation, and storage of firearms may result in a minimum sentence of 3 years in prison, or even death penalty. Please read and cherish. Attached website, www. When I read this, I was immediately surprised and delighted. This big guy is definitely a noble person. When I return from my time travel, I will arrange a one-stop service for you. Then, I couldn't wait to open the website link provided by the boss. As expected, these websites include a large number of weapons and equipment manufacturing methods and demonstration videos, and even involve cutting-edge technologies such as tactical equipment, fighter jets and missiles, aircraft carriers and ships, and special operations. It is simply a paradise for military enthusiasts, and it really opened my eyes. However, some websites have strict access permissions and even require a VPN to access. Fortunately, I was once a senior, action movie, connoisseur in the island country, and my skills in climbing over the wall have long been perfected, so I can easily break through the restrictions. Faced with a dazzling array of information, I started the crazy moving mode without hesitation. However, shortly after the download began, the hard drive's red warning light came on. Hiss, it's full so quickly? I stared at the 1 terabyte of learning materials that were packed into the e-drive. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind to click delete. I'm sorry, ladies, I'll come back to relive our past with you when I get back. The system prompts. The file size is too large, do you want to delete it permanently? Yes. With the hard drive space freed up, I continued to fight. This time, I only selected materials related to weapons and equipment and manufacturing processes to move. However, the content is too large, the technical information is secretive and scattered, and the whole process is much more complicated than imagined. Fortunately, these websites are free, and as long as you search patiently, you will eventually be able to get the key information. At dawn, I looked at the hard drive space that was running out again, put down the mouse and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I need to stock up on some hard drives in advance. However, the nearby computer mall was not even within my consideration. After all, the operating philosophy there is, make half the profit for strangers and make the most for acquaintances. And I don't want to be a sucker there. Opening my phone, I quickly placed an order for 10 mechanical hard drives and 10 solid-state drives as backup. Solid-state drives are small in size and fast in speed, making them suitable for efficient data copying. Mechanical hard drives have large capacity and high durability, making them more suitable as long-term storage media, especially those with a 16 terabytes capacity that costs just over 1,000 yuan, which is much cheaper than solid-state drives. After finishing shopping and eating something, I fell straight into sleep. However, my post unexpectedly became popular while I was sleeping. Chichin Menghua. Thanks for the invitation. I just landed in Longwei and got some inspiration after seeing the question from the thread starter. After the anti-eagle war, although we won, the eagles still hold a grudge against us and threaten to use mushroom bombs for surgery to deal with us. Therefore, I think it is necessary to prepare mushroom bomb technology in advance. Zhu Gejie. Don't just focus on the mushroom bomb itself, the core is the technology. Uranium-235 purification must reach more than 90%, and a nuclear reactor must be built to produce plutonium-239. It involves complex processes such as neutron physics, thermal engineering, protection and waste treatment, and core information must be mastered. I have a network disk here. The questioner can send a private message to get it. Zhou Gongjin, who was surviving from his anger, said, in addition to technology, computing power is also the key. Back then, scientists used abacus to calculate the data. Now if we can bring high-performance computers over, it will definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack. Dehai Computer City. The revolutionary improvement of computers cannot be ignored. Today's server-level computers have high integration, strong computing power, excellent stability, and can also form local area networks to process complex data streams. If the questioner needs it, contact me. The price is preferential. I woke up at 2:30 p.m., browsed the comments, and immediately sorted out some practical suggestions. I have to admit that there are many real experts among these netizens. I immediately contacted Zhu Gejie via private message and indeed got a detailed technical document on atomic bomb manufacturing, including uranium-235 purification centrifuge, plutonium-239 nuclear reactor, as well as atomic bomb launch device and safety instructions. Is this guy really planning to build an atomic bomb himself? I couldn't help but complain. As for the suggestion of Dehai Computer City, I just silently clicked a thumbs up and went online to buy servers. After all, since the other party called itself Computer City, it was obviously not a wise move to go there and get ripped off. But when I was excitedly checking out, I was silent when I looked at the bank card balance and the total amount in the shopping cart. Fuck, I forgot the most important thing: I don't have enough money. It has been 5 years since I graduated from college and started working. During this period, I have never been in a relationship, but my daily expenses are quite high. The house was prepared by his parents for him as a wedding house, and the car was also funded by his father. However, my monthly salary of less than 5,000 yuan was almost completely spent, and in 5 years I had saved less than 30,000 yuan. Is my dream of time travel really going to fail just because I have no money? I scratched my head helplessly, and the thought of borrowing money from my parents flashed through my mind. But after thinking about it, I shook my head again. My mother is in poor health and has been taking medication all year round, so she is unable to work. Although my father is a corporate employee who works from 9 to 5, his monthly salary is only 6,000 yuan. After deducting the expenses of a family of 3 and medical costs, there is not much left. Even though my father might have some savings, I didn't want to burden my family with this adventurous crossing plan. Rely on yourself. Even if I fail, I will bear the responsibility alone. I made up my mind and opened Ant Wallet. Huabei and Jiebei became my first stop. After an afternoon of diligent work, and using dozens of online loan software programs, I finally added more than 1 million yuan to my account. Watching the numbers jump, I finally ignited hope, and at the same time I made plans for the worst in case the time travel failed. The house would still be a backup. Next, the question is how to efficiently collect the resources needed for the journey. I thought of those technical experts who can use crawlers to obtain website content in batches, which may save me a lot of time. I opened the 52 Cracking forum and quickly posted a message asking for help. In less than 5 minutes, I received a private message from a netizen named Chinny Network. Brother, do you need to download the entire site's resources? Let's learn about the paid service. The other party listed a detailed list of charges and solemnly guaranteed fast speed, stable technology, and no mistakes. Considering that I don't understand technology and time is tight, I decided to spend money to buy efficiency. I chose the other party's service and tried to download resources from a military forum. After paying the deposit, I closed the window and silently thought about my next plans. In order to cope with possible high-intensity computing in the future, I purchased 3 top-of-the-line servers and 5 second-hand enterprise-level servers, spending a total of 300,000 renminbi. In addition, I bought monitors, network cables, keyboards, mice, and other consumables. After careful consideration, I also ordered several high-performance printers and a large amount of toner to back up data. At the end of this hearty shopping spree, there was only over 800,000 yuan left on my card. I sighed and said, "Spending money like water, that's probably what it feels like." After a short break, I opened the Bihu website to check my post about my preparation for time travel, and unexpectedly found that the post had reached the 5th place on the hot list. A reply caught my attention. Xiaofujian, in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the domestic light and heavy industrial foundation was weak, and the mining and smelting technology of mineral resources was the focus. Equipment manufacturing is inseparable from these foundations. I slapped my forehead suddenly, and suddenly realized. Shit! I actually forgot such an important thing. I was busy researching technology, but ignored the industrial foundation and resource mining issues of Longwa back then. The image of the early days of Dragon Country emerged in my mind, the era when everything was in ruins. After a century of war, the country was devastated, and its industrial base was almost zero. European and American countries have entered the Third Industrial Revolution, while Longwa is still in the First Industrial Revolution stage, especially the development of heavy industry, which is almost blank. My heart sank when I thought that the factories at that time were still using antique equipment from the Qing dynasty. There were only a few basic mining, textile, and simple processing plants in the country, and many key materials were completely dependent on imports. I quickly checked the data, and the result shocked me. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, modern industry accounted for only 17% of the national economy, with iron production of 246,000 tons, steel production of 180,000 tons, coal production of 30.98 million tons, and cotton cloth production of 30.18 million tons. On average, the national steel production could not even meet the demand for each household to make a kitchen knife. Not to mention that the high-precision seamless steel pipe technology required for military manufacturing such as guns, bullet cores, etc. is completely dependent on high-priced imports. I can't help but sigh that it is a miracle that we can defeat the eagle sauce under such basic conditions. Without the bloody battles of the martyrs, how could we have the stable life today? Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth. Now that I can travel through time, I must not repeat the same mistakes in this life. I must start with basic industries and lay a solid foundation. So, I continued to ask for help in the post. The post was very popular, and soon there were responses from enthusiastic netizens. Big Face Cat, the 4 blood vessels of industry: coal, iron, oil, and rubber are indispensable. Especially the steel smelting technology, which must be solved first. Modern steelmaking mainly uses blast furnace iron making, direct reduction, and electric furnace iron making. However, in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, domestic technology was backward, resulting in low output and quality. I suggest that the poster brings some modern steelmaking technology to improve the process and the quality of steel, especially special steel technology, which is the lifeblood of military equipment. Guns, tanks, and fighter planes all rely on high-quality steel. After reading it, I felt like my Rin and Du meridians were opened. Without steel, how can there be industrial development? Without an industrial foundation, even the most advanced technology can only be a pipe dream. What's more, imports are expensive and easily choked. In the early days, Longwa had no spare capacity to rely on imports. The only way out was self-sufficiency. The enthusiasm of netizens continues to rise. Fengma, coal mining is also important. My great-grandfather died in a mining accident. At that time, domestic coal mines were simply piled with lives, and the output was pitifully low. It all depended on people pulling and horses carrying coal. Joker, coal and iron ore mining must be standardized to improve production and safety, otherwise no matter how many technologies are used, they will be useless. Living in the mountains can't afford to eat fine bran, Oil technology is also key. Domestic oil mainly relies on the 3 provinces in the northeast, but there is a serious waste of mining. If modern technology is brought over, the output can at least double. Cars, tanks, and airplanes all rely on oil to drive. Sun Xingzhe, rubber is also an indispensable raw material. The southwest region is rich in rubber trees, but the technology is backward and the product quality is not good. Modern processing technology can greatly improve efficiency and quality. Lao Yu doesn't like to eat fish. I have the latest version of the mineral distribution map, which covers mineral content, mining difficulty, and technical requirements. The questioner can get it from the network disk. I quickly opened Excel and recorded all the requirements one by one. The to-do list in my mind became clearer and clearer. Resources, technology, and industry are closely linked, and a comprehensive layout must be made. But a website that everyone mentioned piqued my interest, Jiwang. It is said that this is the most authoritative paper database in the country, which brings together various technical information, but some downloads require high fees. I immediately opened Jiwang and browsed it, and sure enough, I found a large amount of key information on metallurgy, mining, petroleum, etc. I instantly turned into a moving maniac and started frantically screening and downloading. However, just as I was immersed in the excitement of collecting information, a comment suddenly alerted me. 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of funny things. The author of the question, the anti-eagle war in 1950, is about to begin. Do you have enough time to prepare? By the time the technology is implemented, the war will have ended long ago. My heart was shocked. Yes, I was so busy developing industry that I almost forgot the original goal to reduce casualties in the anti-eagle war. I stared at the computer screen with a frown on my face. In the war against the eagle, the extreme shortage of weapons and resources was the biggest problem. The comparison of the equipment between the two sides can be summarized in 8 words. The enemy has what we don't have, the enemy has more and we have less. At that time, the Eagle Sauce's air force was already strong. According to statistics, they deployed about 1,200 aircraft of various types on the battlefield, including transport planes, fighters, and bombers, which was considered the most advanced air force in the world. The Navy was extremely luxurious, with as many as 300 warships participating in the war, including aircraft carriers, cruisers, battleships, destroyers, landing ships, and minesweepers. The ground forces are fully mechanized, with over 1,000 tanks and more than 300 armored vehicles. Each division alone has 3,800 transport vehicles. With such combat power, it is almost invincible in the world, except for the Russians. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom had just been established at that time and did not even have an air force or a decent navy. The mechanized forces are even more blank, with tanks and armored vehicles completely absent. Each army had only 100 or so old trucks for transportation. As for artillery and individual equipment, the difference was even greater. However, the Dragon Kingdom warriors broke this impossibility with their flesh and blood and indomitable spirit. When I thought of this tragic history, my fighting spirit was ignited. I took a deep breath and typed on the keyboard to search for machine model and price. The result stunned me. A precision CNC machine tool costs over $1 million, which is so expensive that I couldn't even afford it even if I emptied my wallet. I scratched my head anxiously, wondering how to solve the problem with limited funds. Suddenly, I thought of my college roommate Wang Qi, whose family ran a factory specializing in parts processing. With a try-it-out mentality, I sent a message to Wang Qi. Lao Wang, what are you busy with recently? A few minutes later, Wang Qi sent a message back. What else can I be busy with? Just some family matters. How long have you been missing? I'm busy changing jobs. Are you free recently? Let's get together. It's just right. I just met with a client and I'm hungry after 2 meals. Let's meet at the usual place. Okay. I breathed a sigh of relief, packed up quickly and rushed to the familiar food stall. When we arrived at the place, we saw Wang Qi wearing a polo shirt, with a slicked back hair, a cigarette in his mouth, and staring at a beautiful woman on the street. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't look at me, I have a boyfriend. Wang Qi came back to his senses and said righteously. I am observing with a critical eye. Wearing such short clothes these days is too much. Come on, it's okay to just say you're looking at a beautiful woman, but it's really inappropriate to make excuses after you've seen her. The two of them exchanged some familiar banter, then sat down and ordered lamb chops and beer. After bragging for a while, Wang Qi suddenly said seriously, Meng, have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me, do you want to borrow money or help? I put out my cigarette and said directly, I want to get a batch of machine tools, but the price is too expensive. Do you have any way to get them? Wang Qi was stunned for a moment, then looked me up and down. Okay, Lao Meng, you finally got it. If you had told me to work with you earlier, you wouldn't have suffered any loss. But the market is not good right now, and everything you do is risky. How about coming to my factory to be the manager? I shook my head and explained. It has nothing to do with the market. I bought a piece of land in Africa and plan to build a factory, but the machine tools are too expensive. I want to ask if you have a second-hand channel? Africa? Wang Qi widened his eyes, obviously shocked by this sudden news. But soon, he changed into an excited expression, slapped the table, and said, You are really good, go for export business directly. I am the right person for this matter. When talking about machine tools, Wang Qi immediately became professional. There are many types of machine tools. The conditions in Africa are backward. Don't use too advanced CNC machine tools. They can't handle them, and they can't be repaired if they break down. Just get some lathes, drilling machines, and milling machines. They are cheap and easy to use. Second-hand machine tools are cheap, so you can buy new tool heads and other parts at the price of scrap metal. My eyes lit up. As long as the blade is there, other parts are not important. Of course. The blades are expensive and consumable, so you should prepare more. As for other parts, you can buy them at the scrap metal price from the local processing factory. Wang Qi's words were like a bolt of lightning that split my train of thought, and I suddenly realized that the machine tool information I had spent a whole afternoon collecting was actually of no use. The core components of machine tools are really expensive, such as various tool heads and key parts. The remaining support structure is really like what Wang Qi said, it is simply treated as scrap metal. I suddenly realized, and my heart began to beat faster. I traveled back to the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. China certainly did not have the ability to produce high-strength tool heads, but as long as I had the complete drawings of the machine tools, I could have the local factories produce other parts. All I need to do is bring the cutting heads and I can assemble a complete set of machine tool equipment. Thinking of this, I was ecstatic. I took a sip of beer and couldn't wait to continue asking. Ordinary machine tools are definitely not enough. I also want to process precision parts such as gears and threads. Wang Qi raised his eyebrows and took over the conversation. It's simple, just use a precision machine tool, or a high-precision machine tool. However, this type of machine tool has higher requirements for parts precision and is much more complicated to assemble. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and added, You can buy the parts, but if you go to a place like Africa, some precision parts may have to be imported. I nodded and took a bite of the lamb chop, but I always felt like something was missing. I thought of those CNC machine tools worth millions of dollars. Ordinary machine tools not only have slow processing speeds but also poor quality. CNC machine tools can process complex parts and reduce labor costs. The advantages are too obvious. Thinking of this, I simply poured another glass of wine for Wang Qi and asked tentatively, Brother He is notoriously lazy. If the orders can't keep up with the progress, then it's all over. Is there any future for CNC machine tools? Wang Qi looked up at me and asked with a half smile. Dude, you didn't intend to buy CNC machine tools from the beginning, did you? They're too expensive, and second-hand ones aren't cheap either. I was not panicked at all and continued to ask, What if I just bring some precision parts over and have them assembled locally? Wang Qi curled his lips. Are you sure you want to do this? If you lose money, you will really become an unlucky guy stranded overseas. I laughed. What are you afraid of? It will be more fun if you make it bigger. Wang Qi shook his head helplessly, took a sip of wine, and stared at me again and again. Okay, I'll give you a tip. Today's CNC machine tools are expensive because of their high technological content, but the outdated models from 20 or 30 years ago were much cheaper. My eyes lit up and I nodded repeatedly. What if it's cheaper? Wang Qi slammed the table and said, Cheaper? Then you can modify ordinary machine tools and install CNC systems. Although it is more troublesome, it saves money. I grinned. I'm not afraid of trouble. By the way, can you help me get some tool heads and CNC system programs? Wang Qi burped and said with a smile. Just ask me. I'll call and ask right now. After a few phone calls, he hung up the phone and nodded at me proudly. Done. Several factories are preparing to transfer equipment. I'll take you to see them some other day. I was so excited that I slammed the table and said, Whenever you have time, I will have time. Just these 2 days. I'll take care of the things on hand first. I raised my glass. Lao Wang, I toast to you. Get lost, you're still being polite to me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Haha. Then you call me Dad, and we're even. Fuck, damn it. The two of them laughed and joked until late at night. I saw Wang Qi off and walked home alone. My mind was filled with images of machine tools and equipment, and I was so happy that I couldn't stop smiling. I took out my cell phone and quickly wrote down my thoughts, fearing that I would forget them when I woke up the next day. In the next 2 days, I continued to indulge in the internet, constantly improving my time travel plan. The popularity of my post soared, attracting many great people to give me advice. Early on the 3rd day, the ringing of my cell phone woke me up from my sleep. Lao Meng, I'm downstairs, come down quickly. I opened the window and saw Wang Qi standing downstairs. His hair was shiny and he had a cigarette in his mouth, looking like a show-off. He smiled and waved, then quickly washed up and went downstairs. Okay, Boss Wang, the BMW is already in use. Wang Qi rolled his eyes and said, Forget it, my car is just for show. Thank you so much. Go away. If you want to thank me, please really treat me to a meal, don't always pay the bill secretly. I laughed and sat in the passenger seat. Soon, the car drove into a dilapidated factory. The signs outside had been removed, and it looked like a scrapyard. The air was filled with the smell of rust and engine oil, and in the distance, the sound of metal knocking could be heard faintly from the blue-roofed factory building. Wang Qi explained as he walked. The owner's surname is Song. He sells disassembled parts and equipment. We also have complete machines. You can pick whatever you want. I handed over the list I had made in advance. Please help me refer to it. I need all of these. Wang Qi glanced at the list and looked at me in surprise. My goodness, are you going to build a whole production line for our African brothers? I grinned and said, If you want to do it on a big scale. We're going abroad, let's go all out. Wang Qi gave a thumbs up and said, Brother, don't forget your brothers when you get rich. Don't worry, it's worth it for you to call me Dad. Get lost. When did I ever call you Daddy? Hey, look, isn't it yelling? The two chatted all the way and soon arrived at the factory. After a brief exchange with the pot-bellied boss Song, they began to look for the needed parts in the factory. Most of the equipment here are second-hand machine tools discarded by various factories, and their quality varies. However, some of the machines are almost brand new, which makes me sigh at the depressed market, confirming what Wang Qi said before that. The overall environment is not good. Oh my god, this thing is also sold in pieces? I stared at the almost new machine tool with wide eyes, surprise in my tone. Wang Qi shook his head and explained with a smile. Of course not. If this kind of stuff is disassembled and sold, it can only be treated as scrap metal. The boss wants to sell it as a whole. I let out an ow, reluctantly withdrew my gaze, and turned to the old machine tools with piles of parts. With the help of professionals like Wang Qi, the efficiency is much higher. After careful selection and inspection, Wang Qi helped me find all the required parts, and they were all in good condition. These should be able to meet your needs. As for the wearing parts, I suggest you buy new ones. Second-hand ones are not cost-effective. I nodded and said, Okay. Let's do it this way and calculate the price. The bargaining process was naturally handed over to Wang Qi, a tough guy. Boss Song offered 200,000 yuan, but Wang Qi bargained it down to 120,000 yuan, and also included several sets of CNC computers. However, I am not one to take advantage of a bargain. I carefully considered the weight of the parts to ensure that I would not overload them. The weighing results showed that the total weight was a whopping 4 tons, and if I added some bearings or cutter heads, I was afraid that it would be close to the 5-ton limit. I secretly calculated the remaining 10 tons of storage space, and was thankful that the current supplies were heavy but acceptable. Watching the workers loading parts into the truck one by one, I couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. After leaving the factory, I found a secluded place, unloaded all the goods, put them into the storage space when no one was paying attention, and clapped my hands with satisfaction. The machine tool problem was solved, but during the procurement process, I keenly noticed one thing: these devices contain a large number of precision circuit boards. The importance of circuit boards aroused my vigilance. I began to look up relevant information and was surprised to find that the development history of circuit boards is not very long. The earliest circuit boards can be traced back to the mid-1820s, when they were invented by American scientists to simplify the production of electronic components and reduce costs. Early circuit boards were used primarily in military equipment, such as radios during World War II. It was not until 1947 that people began to use epoxy resin to make substrate materials, and circuit boards gradually became popular. I calculated that in the era I traveled to, this technology was just beginning. In that case, we must learn about circuit board technology. Circuit boards have penetrated into every aspect of life. Mobile phones, cars, home appliances, communication equipment, and even military industry and scientific research cannot do without them. After returning home, I searched for circuit board manufacturing technology overnight. Domestic technical information is rich and comprehensive. I downloaded and archived all the relevant content without hesitation, and even collected teaching materials and technical applications. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I nodded secretly. These materials are of great significance in promoting the progress of domestic scientific research and can avoid detours. Not only that, I also compiled circuit diagrams of various devices, from home appliances to automobiles, from communication equipment to precision instruments. I worked until late at night and my head was almost filled with densely packed circuit diagrams. I stretched, stood up to stretch my numb legs, and took some food from the refrigerator to replenish my energy. Just when I was about to take a break, a few updates suddenly popped up on the Bihou account, triggering new thoughts. Xiao Zhang wanted to have a good sleep. You are all discussing oil. I have a global oil distribution map of eagle sauce. The main point is that if you can really travel through time, occupying resources in advance is the key. He went to bed when it got dark. Haha, this is called following the eagle sauce's path and leaving the eagle sauce with nowhere to go. I also have a distribution map of their overseas military bases. Take it, no thanks. 10 points or even 9 points of praise. If I could travel through time, I think Eagle Sauce's secret laboratory would have to be dealt with first. Go back and fight the Japs. Compared to the Eagles, the Japs are more hateful. They have invaded us for so long, we must teach them a lesson. The crooked-mouthed dragon god of war. Just put a chokehold on the oil fields in the Middle East and make them pay back what they owe us. I watched and laughed, and secretly made up my mind. When I go back, I won't let any of them go. However, just as I was about to shut down my phone, a private message popped up. Sister-in-law, I am my brother. Brother, have you forgotten one thing? At that time, the country's power facilities were seriously insufficient. No matter how much you prepare, without electricity, these machines are all scrap metal. Let's solve the problem of electricity first. I woke up instantly and slapped my forehead. Damn! No wonder I always felt something was wrong. It turned out to be electricity. I looked at the computer screen and my thoughts drifted back to my childhood. When I was a child in the county town, power outages were commonplace. There are always candles at home. Whenever dusk falls, my parents urge me to finish my homework quickly, otherwise I have to light candles for lighting. What still remains fresh in my memory is that the power supply in that era was extremely unstable. Once someone used high-power electrical appliances, the entire household on the line would be plunged into darkness. At that time, I was always puzzled there were few electrical appliances at home, so why were we still having power rationing? I even had a hard time watching an entire episode of the cartoon. Now, facing the post-travel situation, I realized that the power system will be the lifeblood of production and development. If you want to manufacture weapons and equipment in batches, the power supply must be stable, otherwise the front will completely collapse. I opened the search engine and looked up historical data. The shocking numbers made him take a breath. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the country's installed capacity was only 4.6 billion kilowatt-hours, almost the level of 2 modern generating units. On the other side of the ocean, the annual power generation of Yingjiang has already reached 388.7 billion kilowatt-hours, a full 84 times ahead. Not only that, the domestic power industry was extremely backward at the time. Most electrical appliances relied on imports, and the power grid architecture was completely blank. Not to mention rural areas, even some third-tier cities find it difficult to achieve full electrification. Most people still use oil lamps at home, and electricity is out of reach for them. The power system is undoubtedly a key factor restricting national development. I knew that if I wanted to build a military production line in that era, I would first have to solve the problem of electricity. I began to analyze various power generation methods, and after some investigation, I finally targeted thermal power plants. Compared with wind, hydro, and solar power generation, thermal power generation has a lower technical threshold and a faster construction speed, which is suitable for the poor basic conditions at that time. Nuclear power plants are technologically complex and require the extraction of uranium, which was simply a fantasy in an era of resource scarcity. However, thermal power plants also have their flaws: backward technology, low efficiency, and serious pollution. I decided to improve the thermal power generation technology first to increase the energy conversion rate, and environmental issues can be gradually optimized later. I immediately logged on to Zhiwang and searched for various power generation materials. Zhiwang has rich resources, including all kinds of power generation facilities, transmission technology, and grid construction materials. I just pack everything up, but not enough storage space on the hard drive. I directly purchased several large-capacity hard drives online and also specially applied for a gigabit optical fiber to ensure unimpeded data downloading. In just one day, I had prepared all the necessary information. While sorting out the information, I browsed the forum posts, where netizens were enthusiastically discussing the direction of power layout and technological improvement. Meichuan Kuji, in the early stage of power construction, thermal power generation will be the main focus, but in the later stage, hydropower projects, especially the Three Gorges project, must be considered and must be included in the plan. Idao Pavilion, the investment in the Three Gorges project is too huge, so it is not necessary in the early stages and may only be implemented in the later stages. Beautiful Girl Warrior, military factories must be equipped with large-scale thermal power stations, and power grid construction must also be promoted simultaneously. 89-year-old charging forward despite illness. If the questioner is mainly engaged in power transmission technology, he can go to Zhiwang to copy high-voltage power transmission data to ensure a stable power supply. Looking at these suggestions, I wrote them down one by one and entered Zhiwang again to screen information, aiming to thoroughly study the transmission network and power technology. In this way, I was busy all day long. I not only packed up the core technologies of thermal power generation and power grid construction and took them away, but also organized the construction issues and development plans of different power generation methods in an orderly manner. I even put the future domestic power grid development map into my pocket. When I checked the list of materials, the word gunpowder suddenly jumped out at me. I immediately thought of ammunition manufacturing. Without the modern gunpowder formula, no matter how powerful the weapon is, it would be useless. I quickly posted a message for help, and the forum became lively again. I have 2 eggs. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the gunpowder technology was crude, and the formula was even a legacy of the Ming dynasty. It had a lot of smoke but little power, which was really terrible. The Gangster Gwidi Gang. The question mainly involves the technology of improving gunpowder. Otherwise, no matter how useful the gun is, it will be useless if the bullet is not powerful. My butt is the reddest among all the monkeys in the mountain. 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, 3 charcoal, and white sugar. It will explode easily. The questioner thanks me for not using too much. Looking at the various replies, I smiled bitterly and shook my head, and opened Zhiwang again. After all, professional matters should be handled by professionals, but I don't know if I can find the formula for gunpowder in Zhiwang. Before I had time to open Zhiwang, I saw that some big guys had already given detailed answers below. Goddesses stalking smelly. If you want to make gunpowder, you must first consider what technologies are involved. The classification of gunpowder mainly includes explosives and application classifications. Explosives are divided into 4 types according to their use: detonator, high explosive, propellant, and pyrotechnics. Explosives, such as fulminate of mercury and lead nitride, which are often used in ignition and detonation equipment to detonate more powerful explosives. High explosives, such as TNT and ammonium nitrate, which have great explosive power and are suitable for military use or engineering blasting. Propellant, gunpowder and bullets, which can burn even in an oxygen-deficient environment, generating high temperature and high pressure to push the bullet out of the barrel. Pyrotechnic agents, such as flares and smoke bombs, used to create special pyrotechnic effects or signal markings. Someone added, according to the information, in the early days of the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, most places used gunpowder technology from the Ming and Qing dynasties, which had low power. The production capacity of modern weapons is extremely limited, and explosives have to be imported. If the author of the question traveled back in time, he would probably have to master basic chemical technology first. A more detailed discussion pointed out that explosives are divided into monomer explosives and composite explosives according to their ingredients. At that time, Longhua's chemical level was even difficult to produce monomer explosives. The key raw materials for monomer explosives: nitroglycerin and TNT. Nitroglycerin, it requires sulfuric acid and nitric acid. It is not only the raw material for explosives, but also can be used to produce nitrocellulose. It is the basic material for bullets and artillery propellants. TNT, trinitrotoluene, stable and powerful, suitable for making high explosives, but the chemical synthesis process is complicated. Composite explosives, suitable for making cutting-edge weapons such as fuel-air explosives and thermobaric bombs, and are indispensable to the future military industry. This answer quickly received hundreds of likes. Wow, this is a great answer, and the answer is so detailed. I saved it, maybe it will come in handy when I travel back in time. I pinched my chin and pondered over it, then opened Jiwang to search for relevant information, and sure enough, I found some gunpowder synthesis technology. But he soon discovered that the basic chemical raw materials that these technologies relied on were almost completely impossible to produce in that era. That means I have to make the chemical raw materials myself? I suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Fortunately, in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, many patriotic overseas intellectuals returned to China to participate in the construction. As long as they showed their skills, there would always be someone to help solve the remaining problems. As long as they could improve their lives and defend the country, they would not worry about lack of support. I immediately downloaded all the relevant technical information. However, after careful study, I found that these technologies involve complex basic chemical systems and also involve the recycling of raw materials. I know that chemical industry is a double-edged sword. If used properly, it can promote industrial development, but if used improperly, it may cause disasters or even pollute the environment. Especially at that time, materials were scarce and chemical raw materials were expensive, so how to improve utilization and reduce waste became the key. While checking out the technology, I also followed relevant news reports and saw many cases of pollution and even death caused by improper handling. At the same time, I also noticed that expensive chemicals can often only be used once, resulting in serious waste due to the lack of recycling technology. This makes me more determined that the development of basic chemical industry must simultaneously solve the problem of resource recycling. It seems that the burden on my shoulders is heavier. I took a deep breath. I quickly organized my thoughts and developed a development framework: mining stage, improved mining technologies for minerals, oil, coal, iron ore, etc. to provide resources for basic chemical industry. Iron making and energy stage, build blast furnaces for iron making, improve thermal power and oil refining technology, and ensure industrial power. Chemical and industrial stage, use minerals to develop basic chemicals, basic military industry, power facilities and manufacturing capabilities. Technological upgrading stage, gradually improve the technological system and continuously catch up with the level of modern industry. I organized my thoughts into a mind map and continued to add details to the plan. Just as I was about to make further improvements, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Meng, your takeaway has arrived." The feeling of hunger suddenly came over me. I opened the door in a hurry, saw the aroma of the takeout, and my thoughts were replaced by food. After eating and drinking, I looked at the lunch box on the table and suddenly fell into deep thought again. Wait! What if I can't eat these good things when I travel back in time? It is said that people were so poor back then that they couldn't even eat leaves. How can we do scientific research without food? It seems that I have to bring food with me. Chapter 11: Agriculture is the priority. As a foodie, what Meng Bai can't accept the most is working on an empty stomach. When I thought about traveling through time, it seemed like I had everything taken care of, but I had neglected eating, which was the biggest mistake. Food is the most important thing for people. Only when people are full can they have the strength to work. This has been a truth since ancient times. You have to know that many feudal dynasties saw many rebellions because the people were not well fed. From the perspective of a latecomer, Meng Bai knows how difficult the early days of the founding of the country were. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom was in a mess from top to bottom. A radical change is needed. It took several decades for this change to lead to the wonderful life we have today. When he was a child, Meng Bai would often hear them talking about the hard times in the past whenever he went back to his hometown to be with his grandparents during the summer vacation. He said that at that time, let alone having enough food, he would be very happy even if he could have a full meal once every 3 days. I barely get to eat meat all year round, and every year I eat so much potatoes and corn that I feel like vomiting. People who don't have enough food to eat still have to grit their teeth and work. Whenever there is a famine, the whole village will go hungry. It is said that in order to have enough food to eat, many people went out to beg for food in other places, and this situation happened too often. Thinking about the hard days during that period, Meng Bai felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. I thought about the development of industry, the development of military industry, and the development of various technologies, but I forgot the biggest difficulties facing the country at that time. The war had just ended and the Dragon Kingdom was officially established. Just 3 years ago, a severe famine in the south directly killed more than 17 million people. The whole country had to tighten its belt and prepare for the anti-Eagle War a year later. One can imagine what kind of hard life the common people lived at that time. With a heavy heart, Meng Bai turned on his computer and searched the country's grain production at that time. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, a statistics was conducted in the country, and the domestic grain yield per mu was only 68.6 kilograms. There were only 13 combine harvesters in the country, and the total grain output was 226.36 billion catties, or 113.18 million tons. At that time, the national population was 542 million. What is this concept? It means that most people in the country are starving. Therefore, we must not only solve the industrial difficulties, but also solve the food difficulties. This is urgent. Meng Bai took a deep breath, opened the smart network, and found various ways to increase food production. After looking around, he also made some conclusions. The first point is to use high-yield and high-quality seeds for sowing. This was also the first solution Meng Bai thought of, because the breeding technology in the country was almost zero at the time and the people had to rely on the weather for their livelihood. The most intuitive effect that high-quality seeds can bring is an increase in yield. The most intuitive feeling is that in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the domestic grain yield per mu was less than 70 kilograms, but now it can reach more than 370 kilograms, which is more than 6 times that of that time. You have to know that there was not much arable land in the country at that time. Most of it was uncultivated wasteland and land waiting to be dealt with after war. If high-yield and high-quality seeds can be used for sowing, people will naturally get higher returns for the same amount of labor. Bringing breeding technology over is one aspect, but the most direct thing is to bring back a batch of seeds for breeding. With the first batch of seeds, it will be much easier to carry out improvements across the country. In addition to changing seeds, improving sowing techniques is also very important. For example, by adopting reasonable field planting or greenhouse planting, higher yields can be achieved and the impact of relying on the weather can be reduced. Another one is pesticides, fertilizers and irrigation. These 3 items are also particularly important. When Meng Bai was looking up information, he found that among the various natural disasters in the country in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, locust plagues were one of the more important impacts. At that time, the main source of income for people across the country was from growing grain. Once a locust plague broke out, a whole year's hard work would be wasted. Therefore, developing pesticides and reducing pests and diseases is a major measure to increase food production, and it is by no means a measure that will destroy soil nutrients as some public intellectuals claim. In addition to pesticides, fertilizers are equally important. In particular, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are the three essential nutrients for plant growth and are also the three most important elements in the chemical industry. This, in turn, involves basic chemical industry, so the chemical industry is an unavoidable part of improving people's quality of life. Irrigation is natural. Needless to say, without water, nothing can grow. This involves another project, Water Conservancy Project. Developing water conservancy is the most important goal of any country's development. The Long Kingdom has two major rivers, the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. Due to the war, many dams in the country were destroyed, so a large amount of money had to be invested in the construction of water conservancy projects. Ensuring water use in the areas where water flows can reduce flooding and increase the planting rate of farmland. There are still some technologies to increase production, such as water-saving irrigation, integrated green and high-yield technology, optimized planting structure, strengthening agricultural science and technology, and other measures that also need to be developed. After finding the information, Meng Bai subconsciously opened his mobile phone and wanted to order these grain varieties online. But he suddenly thought of his grandfather again. The old man is less than 80 years old this year and is very popular in the village. He has been the village party secretary for 30 years and has managed the village in an orderly manner. Although he has a bad temper, everyone respects him very much. So the main reason why he was able to serve as the village party secretary for 30 years was that he went against all odds and led the entire village to grow peaches. Eventually, everyone in the village became rich from selling peaches, so everyone remembered his kindness. If you want to buy seeds, go find Grandpa. He must know someone who works at the seed station, so there will be no problem finding Grandpa. If you buy it online, you may encounter inferior products being sold as good ones. If you don't know much about food, you will have no place to look for help if you get cheated. So Meng Bai put on his slippers again and went straight to the 24-hour supermarket, bought a few bottles of good wine, and then bought some snacks and desserts. Early the next morning, Meng Bai simply washed up and drove to the two-story building more than 1,000 kilometers away. There was a noise outside the door, and then a rough voice came from inside the house. "Old woman, come and see if Jianqing is back? Didn't he say he would come during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Why are you here so early?" Meng Bai opened the trunk and carried the bags. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw his grandmother with a hunched back and a look of surprise on her face. "Whose kid are you?" "Grandma, I'm from the third family, Xiao Bai." The old lady was stunned for several seconds. "Xiao Bai, oh, I remember now, you are from Jianshu family." Seeing that the amnesiac grandma was still trying hard to recall, Meng Bai grinned. "Grandma, you have a really good memory. You can even remember me now." As they were talking, an old man wearing a coat and holding a pure copper pipe in his hand came out from the inner room. "Grandpa, I'm Xiao Bai." "You little brat, I'm not forgetful. I remember you. Why are you here during this unusual time of year?" "What? Can't the grandson come to see Grandpa and Grandma?" The old man grinned and said, "Old woman, go see if there are any cold dishes for sale at the end of the village. Bring some cold dishes and cut more meat." Meng Bai quickly put down his things, pulled his grandparents, and said, "Don't bother, I just need a bowl of porridge." Looking at Meng Bai's eager look, the old man realized something was wrong. "What trouble have you encountered, little brat?" "Grandpa, you really understand me. I want you to introduce me to someone who can purchase grain seeds. So it's just a small matter. You don't have to come all the way here. Can't you just give me a phone call?" "Haha, mainly because I miss you guys. Come, let me drink with you tonight." "Well, okay, you have a conscience." Chapter 12: Developing the Animal Husbandry Industry and Eating Meat. Although the rural environment is not as good as that in the city, it has a different flavor. The cool breeze blows in the autumn morning, bringing with it the fragrance of the rice fields, making people feel instantly relaxed. The smell of cooking smoke drifted in. Meng Bai rubbed his eyes and found that his grandmother had gotten up at some point and was burning firewood in the kitchen to make breakfast. So he quickly washed up and went to help. Grandma sat on a chair nearby, looking at her eldest grandson with a smile on her face. How old is Xiao Bai this year? When will he get married? Meng Bai was burning firewood and turned around and grinned at his grandmother. I'm 24 this year, so I'm in no hurry to get married. That won't do. You're already 24. If you don't get married now, you won't be able to find a wife in the future. Come back and I'll help you find one. Meng Bai could only accept his grandmother's kindness with a silly smile. Because he knew that his grandmother's amnesia was very serious, and she might not know who she was tomorrow. After making breakfast, Meng Bai realized that his grandfather had gone out early in the morning. I had just finished breakfast and was washing my hands when I heard footsteps outside the door. Meng Bai waved his hands and went out, only to see his grandfather with his hands behind his back, and a middle-aged man in his 40s following him, who was talking while smiling. Master Meng, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I promise to do it beautifully for you. That's fine, let my grandson tell you what you want then. As the two were talking, they saw Meng Bai sticking his head out of the door, so the old man waved to Meng Bai. Come here, little brat. Let me introduce you. This is Li Zhong. Just call me brother. Meng Bai quickly shook hands with the other party. Hello, brother Zhong. The middle-aged man grinned. Don't be so polite, we are all family. You must be the top student in the city, right? I really envy you. My son is such a loser, I wish he could be half as good as you. The other person grinned and followed him into the house. Everyone sat around the low table, eating and chatting. What I want is a grain variety that has a relatively high yield per moo and can also be used for breeding. This is a list I made. Brother Zhong, can you help me purchase it? The price and other things are negotiable. Li Zhong picked up the steamed bread and took a bite, then picked up the list and glanced at it, and was stunned. So many? What are you going to do with all these good seeds? I am going to shoot a short video of a planting experiment, mainly to attract traffic to the agricultural sector. Meng Bai also talked a lot of nonsense, just talking nonsense. After listening to this, the other party didn't think much about it, and said after thinking for a moment, You can bring them, but I have to warn you first. Some of the two species are not cheap. If you want to do experiments, buy more. No problem. I know that. That's good. There is another problem. The grain seed station in our town may not be able to purchase such a complete range. We may have to go to the county town or even the city. It doesn't matter. As long as Brother Zhong has time, I'm fine. The main thing is to ensure the quality. The other party patted his chest and said, Don't worry. I can't say anything else, but as for the seeds, there's no problem if you ask me for it. Thank you, Brother Zhong. Haha, it's a small matter. After a simple meal, Meng Bai drove Li Zhong to the grain seed station in the town to purchase a batch of grain seeds, and then came to the county grain seed station again. Meng Bai thought a lot about it. Since he was going to bring everything with him, he would definitely bring more seeds of some daily staple foods such as rice, corn, and wheat. Secondly, you should also bring more seeds of potatoes and various vegetables. Of course, various fruit seeds that are easy to promote on a large scale and inexpensive are also indispensable. And during the purchasing process, Meng Bai realized that good seeds not only have high yields per moo, but are also more resistant to diseases and pests. Of course, good seeds are very expensive, which is indeed a big challenge for Meng Bai. Fortunately, Li Zhong was there, and the other party got a considerable discount by using the name of his own grandfather. After going around several surrounding counties, we finally purchased all the required grain varieties. Looking at the nearly 2 tons of various grains piled up at home, Meng Bai felt very happy. Now we should be able to get through the 3 years of famine. In the evening, after having dinner with his grandparents, Meng Bai embarked on his journey back to the city. He is very pressed for time now, and has some things to purchase. During the process of purchasing grain, Meng Bai felt that in addition to grain, meat must be put on the agenda. After all, eating grains alone is not enough as it will cause unbalanced nutrition. Meat can provide more high-quality protein. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, there were almost no large-scale poultry and livestock farms in the country. The model adopted is basically free-range. An average family can only eat meat a few times a year during the 2 days of the Chinese New Year. The rest of the year they basically live on various wild vegetables and whole grains. He also asked his grandparents and learned that almost every household raised chickens, ducks, and pigs at that time, but they could not get enough to eat all year round. Because chickens and ducks are used to lay eggs, and the eggs are used to sell for money. Pigs are raised to be slaughtered during the Chinese New Year. The family will keep some fat and a few pieces for the Chinese New Year, and the rest will almost always be sold to provide the family with living expenses for the whole year. So Meng Bai threw this question to the netizens and continued driving back. Finally the car arrived home, and Meng Bai was already exhausted. I simply washed up, ate something, opened my phone, and saw a lot of replies to the post. Anonymous netizen, the questioner finally remembered it, agriculture and animal husbandry, I'm almost suffocated by you. The animal husbandry industry can prepare more feed formulas. By the way, don't use clenbuterol, that thing is not good for the human body. Chrysanthemum flower language, the above is really funny, who ate lean meat in those days? Clenbuterol has no market at all. Sugar-free Coke, the best way to develop the breeding industry is to engage in large-scale breeding and form breeding industrialization. Otherwise, it is impossible to form an industrial scale by relying solely on personal ability. William Gabobo, by the way, the questioner can bring things with him when traveling through time. I think he can bring some hormones and drugs. He can cultivate a batch first, and then develop hormones and drugs himself to increase the production. Joku, feed, is there any need to consider this? We must work hard on the feed. Only when the feed is good can the pigs grow fat quickly, increase the market rate, and reduce the breeding time. After taking a look at the answers, Meng Bai wrote down the useful content with great satisfaction. After all, one person's power is limited, and some things require strength in numbers. Chapter 13 Technology is a must. With previous experience in purchasing grain seeds. After sleeping for a few hours, Meng Bai went straight to the feed factory to buy a batch of feed samples as well as various hormones and drugs. It was already noon when we finished shopping. Meng Bai randomly found a restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles. While he was eating, the screen of his cell phone lit up. Seeing that there were new replies to his post, Meng Bai ate while reading the content of the reply. Brother Gu, questioner, you solved the problem of food and meat. Have you ever thought about the ingredients needed for cooking? Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, etc. are not needed? At that time, there were very few monosodium glutamate manufacturers in China. I'm so proud of myself. I have to bring all kinds of snack recipes with me. Hextech works very hard. I have to get the formulas for food additives as well. If you want things to taste good, you have to use technology. Dekeba, good fellow, I'm just saying good fellow, the person above is planning to make the poster a criminal who harms the whole country after he passes away. Really a punishment. Caramel macchiato, actually, the questioner does not need to care so much. Some food additives are within the normal range and are still very beneficial to improving people's lives. It is also good to bring the latest technological innovations to foreign countries for use. King of Whey, yes, it is foolish to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. Technology is very important. It depends on where it is used and the dosage. Sometimes adding a small amount is not only harmless, but can improve the taste. Gijiang Yuchang Hutinghua, that's right. People at that time had limited storage conditions. Some food preservatives can extend the shelf life of food. The questioner can choose some safer preservatives. Ling Yuya, I don't want to be expensive. Yes, without food preservatives, once some foods go bad, the aflatoxin produced is much more toxic than preservatives. By Yunkangu, sugar substitute, this thing must be brought with you. It puts little burden on the human body and tastes good. Of course, the questioner can prepare it later and develop basic agriculture in the early stage. Meng Bai was eating while browsing the posts, and he felt very benefited by reading the various questions raised by everyone. Indeed, preservatives, additives, and various condiments must also be brought with you. After all, we only have salt, pepper, and sugar every day, and these three basic condiments are really tasteless. Therefore, if we make the food for the whole population more abundant, everyone's living standards will be improved and the crime rate in society can be reduced. Especially when thinking of the soldiers on the front line who were eating fried noodles with only a little salt, Meng Bai decided to prepare food, meat, and various condiments to ensure the food supply on the front line. Otherwise, Even if he traveled back in time and won the battle, everyone would still be skinny, and Meng Bai would feel guilty. After eating and drinking, Meng Bai returned home and downloaded a lot of synthesis methods for seasonings and food additives, as well as the necessary basic materials, from the internet. Then I bought a lot of seasonings and food additives online and prepared to take them directly over. As a gourmet, Meng Bai really can't stand the feeling of having no taste in his mouth. In addition to condiments and food additives, Meng Bai also downloaded many recipes and cookbooks from the internet, as well as videos and graphic explanations of how to make snacks. After working for a long time, improving the food and coming up with some new things will always make people feel happy. In this happy mood, work efficiency will definitely be higher. At this moment, an avatar jumped twice. Dust Network, brother, everything you want has been downloaded. I have uploaded it all to the cloud disk. You can check it first. Is there any other information that needs to be downloaded later? After the first attempt, I felt that Dust Network was pretty good. Not only can they crawl out all the information on the website they require, it is even possible to organize the data into different categories and store them in the cloud with very detailed annotations. Meng Bai checked and found no omissions in these documents. Even some damaged pictures were marked. After confirming their abilities, Meng Bai no longer had anything to worry about. I simply gave them the website content that needed to be downloaded and the things I had picked out for them to process. Their efficiency is also very high. Except for some large websites that need to consume more bandwidth to download, the graphic and text materials of general small websites can be organized that evening. In order to process the information, in addition to interacting with netizens every day, Meng Bai's remaining work is to search and complete the damaged files and missing items on the internet. So without saying anything, he sent a few more websites to the other party. After checking it out, the other party gave a quote. Meng Bai did not hesitate and directly transferred the deposit to the other party. Just when he was about to close the chat box, the other party sent another message. Dust Network, boss, I have also read your post. In addition, during the time I have been working for you and looking for information, I always feel that you seem to have overlooked a problem. When Meng Bai saw the other party say this, he instantly became alert and quickly replied. Meng Bai, what was overlooked? Manhwa Network, if you really traveled back to the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the country was poor at that time, what would you use to produce? Those resources cost money, and workers also need money to eat and work. For a moment, Meng Bai felt a buzzing in his head. I had been thinking about how to improve my life at that time, but I hadn't considered what my identity would be after traveling through time. The system only told me the time of the travel, and didn't even tell me the place I traveled to or my identity at that time. If you become a poor beggar after you pass away, the first thing you have to solve is the problem of food. Only if you survive will you have the opportunity to make guns and cannons. What Manhwa Network said was also true. At that time, Longwo was extremely poor and had no extra money to engage in production. If you want to do scientific research, you must first recruit workers, buy various materials and equipment, and purchase factory buildings. The premise of all this is based on having money. So he had to consider the worst-case scenario. I was careless! Fortunately, my brother reminded me, otherwise it would be really bad. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that there were indeed not many ways to make money during that period. Doing scientific research on your own requires a lot of money, especially when some things require finding people through connections, which costs even more money. The general environment at that time was quite chaotic. The origin of one's things was unknown, and it was very likely that one would be treated as an enemy spy before one could even demonstrate his or her usefulness. So he quickly replied, Meng Bai, to be honest with you, brother, do you have any good ideas? Dust Network, when I was collecting information recently, I came up with an idea for you, selling technology. Selling technology. Meng Bai stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Chapter 14. How to make money after traveling through time, really evil. Selling technology is a very good choice. However, there are considerations on who to sell to, how to sell, how much to sell, and what technology to sell. Just as Meng Bai was thinking, Dust Network sent another message. Dust Network, in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, a large amount of wealth was concentrated in the hands of a few people, so there was an urgent need for transformation and some industrial product drawings were sold to them. When he saw this sentence, Meng Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. What the other party said is actually a way to make money, starting with reaping wealth from the wealthy people in the country. When the country was just founded, a large amount of wealth was in the hands of a group of people, but the vast majority of them had already fled overseas. However, there is also a group of people returning from overseas who want to build the country. Many of them only have money but no skills. All you need to do is sell the drawings of these industrial products to them. This way you can quickly earn startup capital and develop basic industries. In addition, the development of technological industry can also solve the problem of surplus labor, which is a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Meng Bai couldn't help but feel satisfied. Meng Bai, brother, your plan is good. I adopted it, thank you. Chenhui Network, you are welcome, boss. If you need any information in the future, please feel free to contact me. The price is negotiable. Meng Bai, no problem. Meng Bai also included this plan in his preparation form. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. The Brothers of Dust Network at least gave themselves a plan to earn their first pot of gold and solved their own problem of lack of money. And after I go back, I have to improve the economy, industry, technology, and other aspects of the entire dragon country. From a higher perspective, the little money I earn is just a drop in the ocean. I have to find a way to make a lot of money, so that I can solve the problem of lack of money in the country. Otherwise, if I rely on my own strength, by the time I make a lot of money, it will be too late. So he threw this question to netizens again. After his first question became popular, every subsequent question would bring him a huge amount of traffic, and more people participated in it. Some of the big guys who have been lurking for many years have also joined in. In their opinion, this issue is very interesting. They are imagining transforming a poor and backward country into a modern one. Skip all the dissonance and detours in between and get there in one step. This kind of question that everyone can discuss together is naturally very attractive. When Meng Bai's question was just raised, it immediately attracted a lot of responses. Main attack, not the latter. The questioner said he wanted to make a lot of money, so how much money do you want? If you want to make millions in one go, my suggestion is to go abroad and resell arms. Flying Bluebird, reselling arms? It's easy as the above said, but it's not that simple. You need to have enough capital to buy arms. Niao, that's right. In addition to capital, you also need channels. Where do you plan to buy from? The bear? I don't think they will trust an Asian face. The Eagle Sauce is planning to start a war against the dragon country, so it's even more impossible to sell. Account has been cancelled. Low-end arms don't make money, high-end arms have no channels. The key is that you don't check the questions. When the questioner traveled back in time, he was penniless, changed to another track. Rainbow Code tracks quiet. If you want to sell technology, how about DVDs? That thing was only used for a few years and was directly replaced by computers. Let the Eagle Sauce develop it first, and we will just use the existing ones. The maggot walking upright. Let me tell you another one. The Challenger space shuttle was built by the Eagle Sauce during the arms race in the 1980s. It cost hundreds of billions of dollars, but it exploded in 73 seconds. Killing fish Lajiao, don't do that. Even though the space shuttle exploded, if its rocket technology was used for missiles, guess what the result would be? Huachuan Tinjumian, what about the border wall built by the Eagle Sauce? Although it doesn't make much money, it can make them spend money. Donkey in circles, why do you always think about selling technology? We can sell something ready-made, such as the coordinates of their military bases. As soon as the post of the spinning donkey came out, it was like a bomb, directly detonating the comment section. When Meng Bai saw this answer, his eyes lit up. I immediately started to complete the plan in my mind. Yes, this plan is quite good and can be said to be almost zero cost. More importantly, the Eagle Sauce and the Russian Bear have been engaged in a Cold War since 1944 to 1997. The two sides were fighting each other to the death. In addition to continuously developing their military strength, they also engaged in various arms races. In order to completely crush each other in all aspects, countless funds were invested between the two major camps. This arms race can be said to have directly accelerated the development of technology around the world several times. The person who answered this question can be called the modern-day Jia Su. He is truly poisonous to the core. You have to know that these secret military bases were originally equipped with various nuclear missile silos or bomber formations. Some places are even supply areas for nuclear submarines. If this information is revealed to the enemy, then once this place is attacked, I am afraid S3 will start fighting immediately. Of course, Meng Bai analyzed the situation at the time and thought that neither side dared to fight. Because they also know that if this war breaks out, all nuclear weapons will be activated. If you defeat it completely, the whole world will be destroyed. They can't afford it, so even if we sell these secret military bases to them, they will only try their best to destroy them. This would require a huge waste of energy for both sides, and he could take the opportunity to rapidly upgrade Longwa's military, technology, industry, and other aspects. By the time they reacted, Long Country already had the strength to contend. Meng Bai slapped his thigh and gave the other party a thumbs up. This brother's brain is really sharp. This point must be adopted. However, he also understood that the method was good, but how to sell these secret military bases at a high price was the top priority. In addition, he also needs to plan carefully and find some special roles to give them the identities to obtain the secrets of these military bases, and then sell them to the enemy. Thinking of this, a grand plan was constantly taking shape in his mind. Then, what Meng Bai didn't expect was that the netizen once again came up with a sinister money-making plan. Donkey spinning in circles. One more thing, have you ever heard of the Ponzi scheme? If you don't understand, I can help explain it to you. When he saw this sentence, Meng Bai couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, this guy is lucky to live in a peaceful era. If he were in the past, he would definitely be a vicious person like Jia Su and Chen Ping. Chapter 15 Crazy Plan, Aircraft and Tanks, No One Can Be Missed. Meng Bai had naturally heard about the Ponzi scheme. The origin of the Ponzi scheme actually appeared as early as the 1810s. The initiator of the scam was even a man who immigrated to the United States and had a very impressive background: human trafficking, check forgery, and financial fraud. At that time, the United States was in the midst of the Great Depression. He created an investment project under a false pretext. As long as you invested in his project, you would get a 40% return after 90 days. He also successfully cashed out to the first few batches of investors in the early stages. With word of mouth from these investors, he instantly attracted more investment. In the end, more and more people joined in, and he seized the opportunity to take away all the funds. This wave of investment directly screwed over all the original investors. Later, this scam was called the Ponzi scheme, which is a very famous scam in history. However, although this kind of thing has happened many times and many people have even heard of this scam, they still cannot resist the temptation of such high returns. Later, this kind of scam emerged one after another, and after various improvements and upgrades, it even happened many times in Longwa. Meng Bai thought of this method, and a smile appeared on his lips. The Eagles were extremely rich back then. If I didn't take advantage of them, I would be doing myself a disservice to my identity as a time traveler. These two plans will allow Meng Bai to make a fortune and also inject funds into the country's initially empty finances. Meng Bai was looking up information on the computer while perfecting his two money-making plans. Netizens are right. In the early stage, you are penniless, and if you want to quickly obtain startup capital, you must do some drastic work. Selling technology to wealthy people in the country can help them quickly get rid of poverty and facilitate the implementation of the second plan. After obtaining the first batch of startup capital, Meng Bai can select suitable intelligence personnel and sell the secret military base to others through them. In this way, if something happens, I will have no worries, and it will not bring any trouble to Longwa. There was also the Ponzi scheme. At that time, the domestic financial system of the United States was relatively complete. At that time, they were in a stage of rapid development, people had money, and various wealthy people emerged in large numbers. Compared to the first person in the Ponzi scheme, Meng Bai's innate conditions are much more luxurious than his, and he has mastered various technologies. By then, we only need to cultivate a group of companies in Europe or other places, develop some technologies in the name of the company, and attract investors to invest. Let them see something real, and then they will throw money at it crazily, so that their Ponzi scheme will have flesh and blood. You just have to wait until you have made a lot of money, then you can easily reap a lot of wealth. In addition to these money-making plans, Meng Bai also thought of a plan. Perhaps he can build up his own power in the United States and other countries and manipulate their ruling classes. The Eagles won the election in the later stages by spending money. You only need to cultivate a group of forces and rely on these forces to train puppets. Then, he would train his puppet to become powerful enough to ascend to the ruling class. At that time, they can spend money like crazy. Once they successfully win the election, it will not be impossible to control the entire Eagle sauce. Of course, this plan was impossible to implement in the early stages, because before the Eagle sauce brought down the Russian bear, their rulers were relatively united. Of course, once the Russian bear collapses, their rule will no longer be as solid as before. We only need to infiltrate a little, and perhaps it will only be a matter of time before we control the Eagle sauce. Meng Bai was immersed in his own crazy plan and kept improving it. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, there are only 10 days left before the crossing. Meng Bai felt that he had prepared almost everything he needed. The basics have been almost prepared, and what remains are some more advanced technologies. Based on some of the situations raised by netizens, and what he had prepared, Meng Bai felt as if he was missing something. Some combat equipment that suits the national conditions at the time. Meng Bai looked up the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom at that time. The first thing that catches your eye is the Dragon Country's air force at that time. In the early days of the founding of the country, Longwa had a total of 202 Air Force pilots, and the various aircraft it owned were from various countries. What's more important is that these aircraft are outdated models, and most of them are no longer usable. If you want to maintain them, you can only find the countries that produced these aircraft at the time. Even for the military parade on the day of the founding ceremony, only 13 aircraft of various types were deployed. In order to make the parade more spectacular, the aircraft formation flew again. Whenever Meng Bai thought of this incident, he felt sad and how difficult it was at that time. If you want to build airplanes, you need a complete aircraft industry. Otherwise, if you buy parts from abroad, you will inevitably be stuck. Meng Bai looked up the relevant domestic aircraft development progress. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, there was no relevant aircraft manufacturing experience in the country, and all that were used were trainer aircraft from other countries or obsolete fighter jets. Later, in order to develop the domestic air force, the United States purchased various aircraft from the Soviet Union, dismantled them, and then modified them. Finally, a few years later, it produced its own jet fighters. Since having its own production capacity, Longwa has been continuously innovating in fighter technology, step by step reaching the world's advanced level. However, during the anti-Eagle War, Dragon Country did not have any air force. This also led to the fact that the Eagle Sauce could use their fighter jets to bomb the Dragon Kingdom's army with impunity. Thinking of those brutal battles, it was because Longwa had no air force protection that led to a large number of troops being separated and killed, and some soldiers even failed to reach the front line. We must concentrate our efforts on the air force, otherwise the Eagle Sauce will bomb us with impunity. After Meng Bai raised the priority of the Air Force development plan, he turned his attention to the tank troops. The tank is known as the king of land warfare, so its importance is self-evident. In some offensive missions, having tanks can greatly reduce casualties. However, the Eagle Sauce also has tanks, so how to avoid tank damage is also a problem that Meng Bai needs to consider. After looking up the manufacturing process of tanks, I found that the difficulty is slightly lower than that of the Air Force. During the anti-Eagle War, the Eagle Sauce's tanks were only equipped with ordinary optical aiming systems. Although the armor was thick, the defense was average, and the power was even worse. Today's tanks not only have powerful fire control systems that are many times more powerful than ordinary optical aiming systems, but also have more powerful armor protection capabilities and even active reactive armor. In terms of power, it crushed the tanks of the time and was even faster than the cars of the time. In particular, various sensor technologies and integrated circuits are used, so tank drivers can use electronic technology for quick aiming when operating the tank. The integrated circuit board technology we brought with us can be used to build our own more powerful tank integrated circuit system. Equipped with a high-performance engine, we're done! Just when Meng Bai was fine-tuning his time travel plan, suddenly, A news headline caught my eye. A certain film and television team launched a small satellite of their own. A personal satellite only costs millions? When Meng Bai saw the content of this title, he was slightly stunned. Can an individual launch a satellite? In an instant, many thoughts came to his mind. Chapter 16. Is there any use for second-hand satellites? For ordinary people, satellites are something they know is in the sky but have never seen. Meng Bai doesn't know much about satellites. It is probably responsible for communication, weather forecast, military and reconnaissance functions. However, when it comes to satellites, Meng Bai feels that this thing is a national treasure and is extremely expensive, and ordinary people simply cannot afford it. However, when he saw this news, it refreshed his understanding of satellites. Although the price of several million was a considerable sum for him, it was much lower than he had expected. I quickly opened my computer and did some research, only to find out that there is already a private satellite industry. Of course, private satellites are also very expensive, with the cheapest costing several million. But a few million is not out of reach for Meng Bai. If we could have a reconnaissance satellite or a communications satellite to bring to the early days of the country. When this idea popped up in Meng Bai's mind, it became out of control in an instant. You have to know that in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, communication equipment were all wired telephones, and there were special communication soldiers on the battlefield to set up telephone lines. When my uncle was young, he was in the communications corps in the army. When I was a child, I often heard him say that his job was to hold a roll of wire and cross various obstacles to lay the wires. Once, in order to complete a training task, I accidentally fell from a height and injured my waist and hips. I still have this problem today, and it hurts whenever it rains. Then Meng Bai looked up the development history of satellites. The first satellite was launched by the Russians in 1957 to monitor changes in air pressure and temperature in space by sending signals to Earth. However, this satellite survived for only 92 days before crashing. Longhua's first satellite, Dongfanghong 1, was launched in the 1970s. Satellite technology was not well developed at that time. Its main purpose was to detect the atmosphere and outer space environment, and it was rarely used for communication and detection. If they could get a satellite for detection and communication, the soldiers would have an eye in the sky and a hearing aid in the anti-eagle war. Xiao Ran just took a look at the balance in his account and finally sighed helplessly. If I want to customize a satellite, the price is too expensive. If I can get a second-hand one. His eyes lit up when he thought about it. He immediately opened his Baihu account and posted a message. Meng Bai, how can I own a personal satellite? A second-hand one is also fine. Is there any channel? Because of the popularity of my previous post, I soon received some replies to the question. The fisherman is not an air force. Currently, there are no relevant channels in China. You can try foreign channels, but be careful of being targeted. As for formal channels, it is more expensive abroad, but the procedures will be very simple. Driving school beginner, is the questioner crazy? You made such a big fuss. If you really traveled through time, you would directly lead the Dragon Kingdom to fly. Don't make your nickname too long or difficult to remember. You can check the external network, but of course you still have to be careful, as criminals have many external channels, but there are even more ways to cheat people. Delay, AI Kin, it is recommended to have domestic professional customization. The current domestic technology is not worse than that of foreign countries. It can be customized according to personal needs. Communication, meteorology, and detection are all possible, but they need to be registered. Flirty Teddy, could the questioner really travel through time? The question is getting more and more complicated. This is really about traveling through time. After reading a long list of answers, all of them are aimed directly at overseas countries. However, Meng Bai thought about it and realized that if he really looked for it abroad, he would have to waste a lot of time just on channels. Secondly, it is difficult to agree on the price. After all, I don't have much money now, and I don't know what else I want to buy. The most important point is the weight of the satellite. I currently have less than 7 tons of space in my space, which means the weight of the satellite I'm looking for cannot exceed 3 tons. When he thought of this question, Meng Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Maybe I'm aiming too high. I just need to get the satellite technology, and then go through it, and then let the technical staff do it. But when they think about the war that is about to break out, if they could have a communication satellite as a relay station, their communication range would be much larger. After all, Meng Bai's idea was to build a communication relay station in the air so that he could report the situation on the front line of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Just burying the wires, assuming a communications network, would cost a huge amount of money. After thinking it over, Meng Bai finally shook his head and gave up the idea. On the one hand, the price is too high. Secondly, the satellite will take up too much storage space. I have to bring some more important things with me. I can't use all the space weight on the satellite. Just when Meng Bai was about to give up this idea, his avatar jumped twice. Delay AI can, buddy, seeing how persistent you are, you don't really want to buy a second-hand satellite, do you? When Meng Bai saw the message sent by the other party, he was suddenly stunned. He thought about it, and quickly sent a message. Meng Bai, do you have channels? Delay, I love to watch. I have a friend abroad who has a second-hand one. If you want it, I can help you get it. Meng Bai, okay, please ask for the price. If it's too high, forget it. I just want to have some fun. By the way, what type of satellite is it? How damaged is it? Can it be used? After about 10 minutes, the avatar jumped again. Delay, loves to watch. He wants $50,000. The satellite is not damaged. If you want to buy it, he can give you a set of lenses, but you have to install it yourself. He said it is usable, but he lacks money to send it up. He has played with it for a while, so it is considered second-hand. When seeing the news, Meng Bai took a look at his account, which still had 350,000 yuan in it. Oh my god, $50,000 is almost $300,000. Damn it, could it be that the hacker knows my balance? Is he targeting my small amount of capital? After thinking for a moment, Meng Bai sent a message to the other party. Meng Bai, the price is a bit expensive, and it's a second-hand one and has not been launched yet. Forget it, I'll think about it again. After sending this message, he no longer took the matter to heart. After all, to be honest, satellites were not particularly helpful in the early days of the founding of the country, so it would be better to bring something else. Who knows what you will need to buy next and how much it will cost? Leaving 300,000 yuan will be enough for emergencies. Chapter 17 Dream Sky Number 1. In an office building in Yanjing, Qihong, who was wearing glasses, sent several messages in succession, but all of them fell on deaf ears and received no response. He sighed and turned to look at the people sitting on the sofa behind him. No, this kid won't take the bait. Most of the people on the sofa were wearing plaid shirts and looked shy. Not far from them, there stood a dusty sign that read, Mengtian Aerospace Technology Company, Limited. A young man in a plaid shirt sitting at the side pushed his glasses. What should we do? Without this startup capital, the company will be completely finished. The others looked frustrated after hearing this. We've wasted 2 years here and we can't even sell our first product? If it doesn't work, please lower the price. I think 300,000 is a bit too much. The key is to lie. I think we should tell the truth to each other. Listening to the complaints of several people, Qihong couldn't help but stand up and take a look at them. Dude, are you kidding me? We have invested nearly $1 million in research and development alone. Is selling it for 300,000 too much? Seeing Qihong's angry look, several men with glasses shrugged their shoulders and looked helpless. But we have no other choice. If we can't sell the items and keep them in our hands, they will only get older and older. If you could launch this thing, the output would be more than $1 million, but you don't have the money. We have the technology for this satellite. Its value lies in the technology. We only need 50,000 to build it. Yes, this thing can only generate revenue when it is launched into space, not when it stays in an office. The researchers were all honest people with no ulterior motives. Every word they spoke was true, but they did not care about the feelings of their boss Qihong at all. Qihong raised her arms and wanted to get angry, but finally gave up. There was no point getting angry with these guys, as it would only make her die of anger. He patted his chest and spoke to the other person. Use a different account to send him a message saying it's cheaper, it's a domestic product, 95% new, it hasn't been launched into space, and there's a product certificate, be sincere. Several people raised their heads and looked at Chi Hong. What's the price? I want 350,000 first, and then I can bargain. Several people looked at each other, and finally a skinny guy next to them took out his laptop, opened Bihoo, and sent a private message directly to Meng Bai. Four Eyes, boss, we have a multifunctional near-Earth satellite, 95% new, not launched yet, with product certificate, 350,000, but the price is negotiable. After sending this message, he looked up at Chi Hong. Boss, it's all delivered. Chi Hong closed her eyes and nodded. Read it once. So the other party read it again, and when he got to the part where he said, price is negotiable, Chi Hong almost had a heart attack. Fuck, what did I do wrong in my previous life to deserve to know you guys? Suddenly I feel that the world is not worth it. At this moment, Four Eyes raised his head and looked at Chi Hong. Boss, he said 150,000. If we can negotiate, then we can. If we can't, then don't contact us anymore. For a moment, the room was in deep thought. After a moment, Chi Hong said with a look of despair. Sell it. But you have to pick it up yourself. I won't pay for the shipping. Okay, boss, I'll send him the original message. Chi Hong vomiting blood. Meng Bai couldn't help but frown when he saw the message sent by the bespectacled guy. Fuck, I'm selling it, why are you swearing? Seriously. After asking for the address and contact information, Meng Bai turned off the computer. I made a phone call and the other party's attitude was quite good, but he sounded a little weak. Meng Bai didn't ask any more questions. He suspected that the other party might be sick, so he said take care of yourself and hung up the phone. After a night's rest, Meng Bai went straight to the high-speed rail station the next morning and bought the earliest ticket to Yanjing. After a simple breakfast, he got on the car. 5 hours later, Meng Bai landed in Yanjing. Originally, Meng Bai wanted the other party to pick him up. As a result, the boss of that company seemed quite rude. He said that the company did not provide a car, gave an address, and hung up the phone in a hurry. If it weren't for the cheap price of the second-hand satellite, Meng Bai would not have suffered this injustice. After asking around and going around in circles, I finally found the company. Mengtian Aerospace Technology Company, Limited, in a rundown suburban office building. As soon as he entered the office, Meng Bai smelled the smell of instant noodles that had gone a bit rotten. Looking at the old desk and several listless technicians, Meng Bai even thought he had been fooled and turned around to leave. However, a thin young man wearing glasses lifted the cloth at the corner in front of him. When Meng Bai saw the round satellite covered by the cloth with a pair of retractable solar panel wings, he was stunned. Is this the satellite? Chi Hong nodded. Yes, Mengtian number 1. Well, the name sounds good, I just want to ask, is it really possible? This sentence seemed to stimulate everyone in the office. As if asking the other party whether it was possible, a group of thin and weak technicians wearing glasses immediately dragged Meng Bai to the desk. Look! These are our test data. This is the official inspection report of Mengtian number 1. This is the data communication license for Mengtian number 1. This is the filing information of Mengtian number 1. A pile of documents were taken out and placed right in front of Meng Bai's eyes, making him feel a little overwhelmed. He quickly stood up and asked them to put down these so-called documents. I don't look at the documents, I look at the actual test. When he came, he had already learned some relevant knowledge that certificates can be forged, but the test results are what he wants. Since the other party said that there is no problem with communication, then let's test the communication. This thing does not need to be launched into the sky, it can be tested on the ground. There is also solar power supply from solar panels, which can also be tested on the spot. Without saying a word, several technicians took out various testing equipment and handed them over to Meng Bai one by one, including how to use, how to detect, and how to test the data results. In order to verify what they said, Meng Bai went online to look up relevant information to make sure they were not lying to him, so he began to test it. In order to test the communication distance, they even chartered a special car to transport the communication equipment to a mountain in the wild, and then conducted tests at the foot of the mountain. The final test result was passed, but Meng Bai also spent a few $100 more for it. But for Meng Bai, these few $100 are really worth it. Because he has already confirmed that there is indeed no problem with the Mengtian number 1. Chi-hong looked at the sky, which was about to get dark, and finally couldn't help asking. The test is over, don't you think? Meng Bai raised his hand. Wait a minute, I have one last question. Since you have finished the test, why don't you launch it? This question hit the key point, Chi-hong said with a look of grief and indignation. If I hadn't run out of money, you definitely wouldn't have been able to buy this satellite for 150,000. Then can't I take out an online loan? Oh, do you think I didn't use online loans? Okay, no wonder you're so anxious. Well, I'll give you an extra 30,000 and you can tell me the launch technology. How about that? Chi-hong hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but when she thought about her money that was about to mature, she immediately nodded in agreement. Make a deal! Chapter 18 Hello, Zhou Ya. For Chi-hong, the launch technology is almost a semi-open secret. As long as it's a spacecraft company like theirs, almost anything can be obtained. But for an ordinary person like Meng Bai, if he wants to get rocket launch technology, it really requires a lot of energy and connections. Meng Bai didn't have that much time to waste, so he chose to spend money to buy technology. As for whether he would be taken advantage of, he didn't care. After all, things on satellites are only valuable in the sky. Sitting on the high-speed rail, Meng Bai looked at the scenery outside the window moving backwards rapidly, and couldn't help but wonder if he had forgotten something. Opening the storage space, he looked at the dazzling array of neatly arranged computers, servers, monitors, circuit boards, various types of machine tool blades, various grain seeds, and the satellite. Current storage space capacity, 1.2 tons, used, 8.8 tons. There's still 1.2 tons of capacity left. Do you want to buy anything else? Meng Bai thought about it, and decided to stock up on more machine tool heads of various models. However, we have already stocked all types of tool heads for the machine tools, and have prepared about 10 of each set. In addition, he only had a few $100,000 on hand, so it seemed that he was not short of blades. How about putting some more seeds? Meng Bai finally shook his head. When he was at the grain seed station, he had already stockpiled enough seeds of wheat, rice, and corn. Some other seeds are only reserved for seed production. The quantity has already been calculated and there is no need to increase it. Isn't it time to think about yourself and bring something else? Meng Bai thought about the things he could still bring with him, but none of them were suitable at the right time. After thinking about it, I realized there was nothing I needed to bring, so I took out my phone and checked my account out of boredom. My question is still on the hot list, and everyone is still speaking up and offering their suggestions. However, most of them are supplements to the previous answers, and Meng Bai has already prepared these supplements. Some of the most recent questions I've answered have been about satellites. It can be seen that everyone attaches great importance to satellites, but one of the answers caught his attention. After drinking, I killed Yui Nozomi alone. I think the questioner actually doesn't need to prepare satellites. With your current combat power, you can definitely fight against the Eagle Sauce. It's a bit of a waste to use satellites only to detect the enemy. If I had known that only schools have chalk, I would have studied for a few more years. What the above person said is right. I suggest that the questioner prepare more information on astronomy, meteorology, and geology in the later period, and also global disaster information. Start to be self-disciplined. The idea above is really outrageous, but what he said is really true. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, there have been many natural disasters in the country. Taking precautions in advance can reduce casualties and economic losses. Nasus is really cool, that's right. In addition to prevention, we also need to build new water conservancy projects to prevent large-scale droughts, and afforestation is also essential. Qingwagang Minyuang, I have also seen some old photos. At that time, there were almost no green mountains in the country. Everything was bare. When it was windy and rainy, there was mud and sand everywhere. There was no water retention capacity, which easily led to floods. You are the foundation. Build the Three Gorges project and various dams early, prepare the relevant information, and start excavation and construction directly when the time comes. Otherwise, it will take many years to conduct a survey, which is a waste of time. I'm Thresh in your Dalmatia. I found this post ID is really amazing. When Meng Bai saw the last comment, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I often feel out of tune with you guys because I'm not good enough. There are so many talented people in this building. But what they said is indeed right. In addition to reconnaissance, the function of satellites is also to monitor meteorology and geology. There were indeed many natural disasters in the country after the founding of the People's Republic of China. He still remembered the 3-year famine, which caused many deaths in the country. Later, Longwa learned from its mistakes and worked hard to reform its domestic agriculture, and at one point it became the country in the world that had least to worry about food. In addition to natural disasters, the causes of food shortages and famines also include underdeveloped agriculture and war. This time when he returns, he must solve this problem no matter what and not let such tragedy happen again. However, the problem he could solve right now was to record the time, location, scope and impact of various natural disasters that occurred in the country after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Take precautions in advance to reduce casualties. So he quickly sent another message to Dust Network. After seeing it, the other party immediately responded with an OK gesture. Now the cooperation between the two sides is very tacit. As long as Meng Bai needs it, they can solve it quickly. Sometimes Meng Bai only needs to provide a solution. They can even develop multiple solutions based on the solution provided by Meng Bai and send the solutions to him at the same time. This saved him a lot of time, and sometimes there were even things he had not thought of, and they were able to fill in the gaps. Things are almost done, and there are only 5 days left before the time of crossing. Meng Bai decided to give himself some buffer time for the time travel, to have a good rest, and to go back and see his parents. Meng Bai has always been worried about his mother's condition. He can't even remember how long it has been since he went back. It was already past 2 in the morning when I got home. Meng Bai simply washed up and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Meng Bai had a simple breakfast and went straight to his hometown. Since graduation, he has rarely gone home. Although it is only a 2 or 3 hour drive, the number of times he has been home in the past few years can be counted on one hand. I made a phone call on the way. My dad was still at work and my mom was still getting an injection in the hospital. This is what type 1 diabetes is like. Patients need to go to the hospital every day to inject various types of insulin to maintain their body needs. Ever since I was diagnosed with the disease, my family's expenses have been very tight. At that time, Meng Bai earned his living expenses for college by working part-time. Every time my mother sees Meng Bai, she says she owes him. This made Meng Bai feel very uncomfortable. He always dreamed of making a fortune one day so that his mother would no longer have to worry about money. When he arrived at the hospital and saw his mother sitting in the corner with her eyes closed, Meng Bai put on a smile and walked over. "Mom!" Hearing Meng Bai's voice, Qin Yun was immediately surprised. "Son, why are you here?" Meng Bai put down the fruit in his hand and hugged her gently. "I miss you. Besides, can I come to see you?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "How could that be possible? I was thinking that National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival would coincide with each other, so I would go to your place with your dad to find you. Who knew you would come?" As she said this, she looked at the fruits that Meng Bai brought and couldn't help but complain. "Just come if you want to. Bring fruit with you. What a waste of money!" "Don't waste it. We still have this little money." Just at this moment, a tall girl in a nurse's uniform came over with a tray in her hand. "Aunt Qin, it's time to change your medicine." After hearing this, Qin Yun remembered and quickly smiled at the nurse. "Xiaoya is really responsible, otherwise I would have forgotten everything we were talking about." Meng Bai also smiled at the other party, and the little nurse blinked her big eyes and looked at Meng Bai. "You are Aunt Qin's son, Meng Bai?" Meng Bai was slightly stunned, then nodded. The other party smiled and said, "I've always heard Aunt Qin bragging about you, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Being praised like this in person, even Meng Bai, who was thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed. Then, the other party stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou. Meng Bai was a little confused and couldn't help but turn his head to look at his mother. It was the first time I met the young nurse, and she seemed to have known me for many years. Qin Yun secretly kicked Meng Bai. Meng Bai could only shake hands with the other party. "Hello, Zhou." Chapter 19. You are my 3-life lover. After Zhou changed the medicine for Qin Yun, she smiled sweetly at Meng Bai. "I'm going to be busy now, I'll find you later." Looking at Zhou leaving back, Meng Bai couldn't help but turn his head to look at his mother. What's going on? Mom? How does she know me, and what have you done? Look at you, what are you in such a hurry for? I'll tell you slowly. Qin Yun glanced around and then whispered to Meng Bai. Let me ask you first, what do you think of this girl? She is pretty and gentle, but… That's enough. To be honest, your father and I also like this girl. No, Mom, I haven't decided to find a partner yet, so please don't try to match me up with someone else. Meng Bai felt a little panicked. He was about to travel through time. If he found a partner for himself and immediately disappeared, he would end up betraying the girl. He decisively rejected his parents' idea of finding a partner for him. Qin Yun smiled, then whispered in his ear. Actually, it wasn't your father and I who brought you together, but Zhou wanted your father and I to take the initiative to bring you and her together. What? When hearing this, Meng Bai felt it was extremely outrageous. Everyone knows that it's easy for a man to pursue a woman, but it's easy for a woman to pursue a man. Although Zhou was wearing a mask, it could be seen from her figure and eyes that she was definitely a great beauty. Meng Bai thought that he was quite handsome, but not to the extent that even beautiful women would fall in love with him at first sight. However, the other party has never even met me, but I want my parents to take the initiative to match them up. It's really sci-fi. Mom, stop teasing me. I've never been in a relationship, but I also know that girls are not that easy to chase. Why don't you trust me? I'm a mother, how can I lie to you? But how is this possible? What do you like about me? I calculated that your birth date and horoscope are a perfect match for hers. You will be lovers for 3 lifetimes. Even your zodiac signs are the most compatible, so… So she's into me? The more Meng Bai listened, the more outrageous it seemed. Good guy. Calculate the horoscope and then fall in love with yourself. Meng Bai didn't know how to describe his luck. First, he obtained the time travel system, and now his girlfriend came to him. How could he have gotten all these good things? Meng Bai sat on a seat nearby, unable to figure out what was going on no matter how hard he tried. Qin Yun, however, smiled gently. I think Shoya is a pretty good girl. She has a good temper and is pretty. More importantly, she likes you. Yes, your father and I also care about her. What else are you picking on? But there is no emotional basis. Your father and I met through a blind date. We didn't have any emotional foundation, but we got along fine later on, like we were one person. It's different. In fact, what Meng Bai wanted to say was that he really lacked a partner, and Zhou Yu's appearance did meet his aesthetic standards. As a loser, it is my blessing that a beautiful woman likes me. It is not my turn to choose. His main worry was what would happen to this relationship if he traveled through time. He was restless all afternoon. When Qin Yun finished administering the medicine, Zhou Yu appeared at the door just in time. Hi. See you again, Meng Bai. We meet again. To be honest, Meng Bai really couldn't accept seeing the other party greeting him like a good friend he had known for many years. Then Zhou Yu stepped forward and supported Qin Yun, smiling. Auntie, I'll take you home first, and then you can lend me your son, okay? Qin Yun laughed. Of course, but don't forget to return it to me. Don't worry, I'm just inviting him to dinner, just to get to know him. Okay, drop me off at the hospital entrance and you two can go. No, I have to take you home myself. As she spoke, Zhou Yu turned her head to look at Meng Bai, showing a few white teeth, and asked, Your car or mine? Either is fine. Then I'll take your car. Then the 3 of them came to the parking lot. Meng Bai helped his mother get into the car, while Zhou Yu sat in the passenger seat and took out a sticker from her bag. You don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Not yet. Then I'll occupy it first. Zhou Yu tore off the sticker and put the one that said, Girlfriend seat, on the center console of the passenger seat. Meng Bai stared at everything he did with his eyes wide open, and he didn't know how to describe the confusion in his heart. He couldn't help but secretly look at Zhou Yu along the way, but each time he found that she had been staring at him with her head tilted, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. Finally, I sent my mother back home. Meng Bai drove the car to an empty space on the side of the road, stopped the car, and turned to look at Zhou Yu. Tell me what you intend to do to me. Didn't Auntie tell you? We are lovers of 3 lives. This is the 3rd life. What's wrong? Impossible, don't use this as an excuse, tell the truth. Everything I said is true. Joya seemed a little angry about Meng Bai's suspicion. She opened her bag and took out a small notebook, which recorded various birth dates and research on constellations and blood types. Here, you see, we really are lovers for 3 lifetimes. Meng Bai watched him flipping through the detailed information recorded in the booklet, which made his brain overwhelmed. This is too sci-fi. He quickly shook his head to sober himself up. No, we're not suitable. How do you know if it's suitable if you don't try it? Joya was a little stubborn. She stared at Meng Bai and asked, I'm a girl and I'm not afraid. Why are you, a grown man, afraid? I'm afraid you'll hit my waist. Puff! Ha 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 ha! Joya laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She reached out and punched Meng Bai. You are too funny. Don't worry, your kidneys have other uses. I won't make trouble. Seeing Joya laughing like this, Meng Bai actually looked a little dazed. To be honest, if you don't seize the opportunity with a girl like this, you may never have another chance in your life. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. If I hadn't traveled through time, it might have been nice to have such an interesting girlfriend. He thought about it and didn't want to miss this good opportunity, so he looked up at Joya. How about this, you wait for me for 4 days? Joya was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Don't even mention 4 days, 40 days, 4 months will be no problem. Okay, it's settled then. Wait, can I ask why? This? Meng Bai hesitated for a moment. He really wanted to tell the other party that he was about to travel through time. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that maybe it wouldn't be a big deal to tell the other party. If I really traveled through time, it would be a way of giving an explanation to the other party, and my travel through time would not have any impact on her. And if I hadn't traveled through time, this incident would at most be just a spice of life and a joke in the future. You can also save a girlfriend, or even a future wife. Thinking of this, Meng Bai looked at Joya solemnly. To tell you the truth, I will cross over in 5 days. Chapter 20 Ordering Penicillin. Joya laughed in the car for a full 10 minutes before finally stopping. She looked at Meng Bai and couldn't help laughing again. Can you please stop being so funny? It's really going to make people laugh to death. I'm telling the truth, of course, but there's someone in my head who keeps saying it to me. Meng Bai confessed, but not everything. He did not tell the other party that he could still carry things. After all, if this ability was accidentally passed on, and I failed to travel through time successfully, I would probably be carried onto the laboratory table and sliced up for research. Is this true? When did you travel to? In the early days of the country. Ah? Joya was suddenly stunned, then took out her mobile phone and found her Bihoo account. You didn't post this, did you? Meng Bai nodded. Yes, it's me. The other party slapped his forehead and said, I should have thought it was you from this ID name. Oh my god, it's really you. Joya felt a little excited, then she held her chin and stared at Meng Bai carefully. To be honest, this post is quite interesting. I followed it for a long time. Did they really prepare those things? Well, yes. Meng Bai took out his mobile phone, opened the cloud disk and showed the other party the data he had stored. After reading it, Joya couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That's great. Let's find a place to eat and chat? Okay. Meng Bai discovered that he and Joya did have a lot of common topics. The other party almost never stopped along the way, constantly raising new questions to discuss with Meng Bai. Every time Meng Bai proposed a solution, the other party would exclaim in amazement. It can be said that Meng Bai was given enough emotional value. The other party didn't seem to care much about Meng Bai's travel through time and space, and seemed to treat the matter as a joke. The two went to a restaurant and ordered some dishes. Even while the dishes were being served, Joya was still discussing with Meng Bai about what to bring with them after the time travel. By the way, have you prepared the medicine? Joya was picking up some food when she suddenly thought of something. She looked up and asked Meng Bai. Meng Bai was also slightly stunned. Medicine? Yes, have you forgotten? The most scarce medicine during the war was penicillin. During the Liberation War, So many people died in order to transport penicillin to the front line. Meng Bai suddenly remembered something. Oh my god, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about this. Haha. What do you think? Why don't you praise me? Well, Joya is the best. Asterisk intersection underscore intersection asterisk, hee hee. Then Joya put down her chopsticks and fell into deep thought again. Meng Bai looked at Joya in a daze, picked up a piece of beef for her and asked, What are you thinking about? Come and eat. I was wondering, can't you bring something over? Why don't you buy some penicillin? As soon as he said this, Meng Bai almost spit out what was in his mouth. I was worried that the other party would ask me how I carry 10 tons of things, but it turned out that the other party had always remembered this matter but just didn't mention it. Seeing Meng Bai's nervous look, Joya was stunned. What's wrong with you? Meng Bai waved his hands quickly. It's okay, let's talk about penicillin. Do you have any channels to buy penicillin? I don't know either, but I have a classmate who works in a pharmaceutical factory. Let's see if they can get some penicillin. Then she took out her phone and searched for a while. When she finally found the person, she happily pulled Meng Bai and said, Look, I found him. Seeing that Joya seemed to care more about this than himself, Meng Bai suddenly had an idea. It would be great if I could take him with me. At least I won't be so bored. However, the system stipulated that the things he could carry must be non-living things, so he had to give up this idea. After that, Joya sent a few messages and then said happily to Meng Bai. I asked, and they said their pharmaceutical factory doesn't produce it, but he has a friend whose pharmaceutical factory produces penicillin. It depends on how much you need. If the quantity is small, they can ship it immediately. If the quantity is large, you need to order it in advance. Is there a price list? He was asking, let's eat first, he said it will take a while. Meng Bai nodded and started eating with Joya. It can be seen that Joya really likes me. After thinking for a moment, Meng Bai couldn't help but ask. By the way, let me ask you a question. If we were really together, and one day I suddenly traveled through time, what would you do? When hearing this question, Joya thought for a moment, put down her chopsticks and smiled. What else can I do? Just treat it as a dream. Well, I'm just afraid that you'll get stuck in a rut. Haha, don't worry, I won't. Joya said as she picked up a piece of food for Meng Bai, but she added in her heart, then we are lovers for 4 lifetimes. So excited. The two chatted while eating until Joya's phone screen lit up again. The price list has been sent. The minimum order is 100,000. A bottle of 400,000 units is 3 yuan, 800,000 units is 5 yuan, and a bottle of 1 million units is 8 yuan. If the order exceeds 500,000, the price can be discounted. Then Joya looked at Meng Bai and said, In fact, I think that ordering 400,000 units is completely sufficient. I just checked the information, and 200,000 units was already quite good in the early days of the founding of the country. Meng Bai nodded and did some calculations. I still have about 150,000 on hand, so I can buy 50,000 units of 400,000. Although these 50,000 bottles of penicillin are not a lot, it was definitely a huge sum of money in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. You must know that in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the domestic industrial and medical industries were quite backward, and it was basically impossible to produce penicillin in large quantities. At that time, a 200,000 unit penicillin weighed only 0.12 grams, but it was 6 times more expensive than the same weight of gold, which shows how rare it was. Now, the most common penicillin ampoule contains 400,000 units, but the price is only 3 yuan, which is simply a bargain. He immediately said to Joya, Then order 150,000. Can you tell me how long it will take to produce it? Pick up the goods in 3 days. Okay, 3 days is enough. Then, Joya looked at Meng Bai and said, By the way, I think you have overlooked one thing. What is it? Except for penicillin, there were no vaccines at the time. Smallpox, whooping cough, tetanus were all fatal. Oh, and there was also polio. Joya's words reminded Meng Bai again. He looked at Joya and wanted to hug her and kiss her. He vaguely remembered that the reason why Lian Lai became the leader of the 4 heavenly kings was because he had always been committed to charity. He donated tens of millions of dollars, allowing tens of millions of children across the country to eat sugar pills and saving countless families. Of course, we also have to thank the sugar pill grandpa. If it weren't for him, how many more polio patients would have appeared in Longwa at that time? Chapter 21. A sudden inspiration came to me, and I found a solution. Just when Meng Bai was excitedly thinking that he could get the penicillin soon, Joya suddenly received another message on her mobile phone. Which pharmacy does your friend own? Ask him to send us his business license and medical license. I'll notify the factory now. When they saw the message, Meng Bai and Joya, who had been smiling just now, were stunned. Joya slapped her head fiercely and said with some annoyance, "Really? How could I forget this at the critical moment?" She turned to look at Meng Bai, her face full of apology. "I'm sorry, I was really too happy. This matter is my fault." Meng Bai was completely confused at this moment. He did not expect that he would encounter such a problem at the last minute. He also did not expect that he would need a business license and a medical license to buy penicillin. He waved his hand gently. "It's okay. I don't blame you. I didn't think it through. What should we do? We can't just give up like this." At this time, Joya was more eager to complete the task than Meng Bai. Looking at Joya's appearance, Meng Bai really wanted to take her with him. "Of course we can't give up. There must be other ways." Meng Bai took the initiative to comfort Joya, thought for a moment and said to Joya, "Ask your friend if he can buy it in his private name?" Joya shook her head. "Penicillin is a prescription drug. Even if it is used in a pharmacy, a record of its use must be kept, not to mention buying in large quantities like this." Hearing Joya's answer, Meng Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Having money but not being able to spend it really gives him a headache. Seeing that he couldn't get his most important material, Meng Bai couldn't help but think about the production process of penicillin. But after he searched the production process requirements of penicillin, he was dumbfounded. The production process of penicillin mainly includes fermentation, filtration, extraction, crystallization, drying, and other steps. Each of these steps must meet extremely high environmental and technical requirements. For example, bacterial fermentation is to inoculate yellow mold penicillium onto a solid culture medium, culture it at 25 degrees Celsius for 7 to 10 days, and obtain a penicillium spore culture. Then, a suspension is made and inoculated into a sterilized culture medium in a seed tank, and then, after a series of operations, is inoculated into a sterilized culture medium containing a phenylacetic acid precursor in a fermentation tank for further cultivation. The sterilization technology of the fermentation tank and the culture medium technology of phenylacetic acid precursor alone require more technical requirements. If they are to be accomplished, many related chemical and biological technologies will be involved. This is just the first step. The following steps, such as filtration, extraction, crystallization, and drying, also require very strict technical requirements. There must be no mistakes in any step, otherwise penicillin cannot be produced smoothly. Of course, it can be prepared in a laboratory environment. But how can the small amount of production from the laboratory be used by the troops on the front line? So, the final question comes back to reality, and we still have to buy a batch of penicillin first. Meng Bai was scratching his hair in worry, while Joya was communicating with her friends, trying to find a purchasing channel. However, Meng Bai couldn't think of any solution, and Joya's attempt ultimately ended in failure. The two left the restaurant. Joya looked at Meng Bai and whispered to him, "I'm sorry I couldn't help you." Meng Bai smiled nonchalantly. "Haha, it doesn't matter, maybe. God doesn't want me to continue wasting money." He then sent Joya to the gate of the community before returning home. As soon as I got home, my parents immediately surrounded me. "Son, you're finally back. By the way, how are you and Xiaya getting along?" "That's right, I think that girl is nice. And you don't have a girlfriend, so let's get along with her." Seeing his parents gossiping, Meng Bai felt helpless. "Just date for now. As for whether it will work out, don't hold out too much hope." Upon hearing this, the couple looked at each other and showed satisfied expressions. "That stupid guy has finally come to his senses. Haha, it looks like he's getting along well with Xia. Now we can both rest assured. My son is coming home today, so I'll cook 2 more dishes. Lao Meng, go out and buy some soy sauce, and also some roast goose, which is my son's favorite. Meng Siyuan was also very happy. He patted Meng Bai on the shoulder and said, "Let's have a drink together later. You can sit down and have a rest. The roast goose shop has moved to a new location." Seeing his parents so happy, Meng Bai could only help his mother at home. Unable to find any work, he simply cleaned up the garbage in the room and went out to throw it away. As soon as he walked out the door, Meng Bai subconsciously put all the garbage into the storage space. He often did this when he rented out his own house. After all, you have storage space so you don't have to carry the trash. You can just throw it away when you get there. It's very convenient and doesn't require you to waste time playing with your phone. Just when he had walked up a few steps, Meng Bai's footsteps suddenly stopped. He thought about it, and the garbage bag appeared in his hand again. With another thought, the garbage bag disappeared from his hand again. Then Meng Bai laughed at himself. "I'm so stupid! The system has given me a cheat code, but I still want to get it through the formal channels." In an instant, an idea was born in my mind. Storage space seems to be one ability, but it is actually two. In addition to storage, the remaining one is to store the non-living objects that you touch into the storage space. When he first acquired this ability, he also thought about using this method to make money through illegal channels. But when I thought about how long it would take for me to travel through time, if I was caught, I would have to spend time in the detention center. After all, this is an era where cameras are everywhere, and the chance of being photographed is quite high. Being caught is actually a small matter. Anyway, I can travel back to the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. But if you delayed preparing the things you need for the time travel, that would be a real problem. But there is no problem now. I have prepared everything I need. The only thing left is the penicillin. In the last 4 days, you don't need to worry about anything, just get started. A dangerous plan gradually took shape in Meng Bai's mind. I had dinner with my father, and he was so happy that he chatted with Meng Bai for half the night. In the end, somehow, they talked about their old man again. He said that he secretly went to see his grandparents last time and made the old couple very happy. "You don't know that your grandfather was a sniper in the reconnaissance company during the Anti-Eagle War. He stayed in a snow cave for more than 10 days just to snipe a small commander of the Eagle Sauce. Later, he developed a bad problem. Whenever he was alone for a long time, he would have some hallucinations. So, there must be someone around him. If you have time, you can go back to see him more often. The old man is good in every way except that he is stubborn and hard-mouthed. He always says that he doesn't want anyone to visit him, but in fact, what he wants most is for people to spend more time with him." Meng Bai had heard a lot about his grandfather's stories when he was a child. Now that his father told him the story again, Meng Bai did not find it boring. Instead, he wanted to listen more. "Dad, did my grandfather tell me how he spent his time alone in the snow cave? What did he eat and drink? Was he cold?" "Haha, when you're hungry, you can eat tree roots and tree bark. When you're thirsty, you can drink some snow water. As for whether it's cold or not, it's more than 30 degrees below zero on the mountain. What do you think? What kind of gun did he use? How far away was the commander killed? It seems that most of our snipers at that time used Mosin-Nagant M1944 rifles, and some used Type 38 modified sniper rifles. As for the distance at which they killed, I forgot. My grandpa was really fierce then. By the way, was he injured?" "He was shot in the lower back, shoulder, and thigh. There are still bullets inside that haven't been taken out yet. Oh, if only I were there at that time." "Uh-huh. Meng Siyuan, am I drunk?" Chapter 22. I'll find you in the next life. The next morning, Meng Bai set out for a pharmaceutical factory several hundred kilometers away. When he came, he pretended to be the owner of a new drugstore and was here to inquire about prices. The pharmaceutical factory salesperson was naturally very happy at the time and planned to go to Meng Bai in person to discuss prices and other matters. But Meng Bai disagreed and said he wanted to visit their pharmaceutical factory. After all, the quality and output of the drugs were quite important, and he must ensure that there would be no problems with the drugs after the new pharmacy opened. After listening to it, the other party also felt that it made sense, so he made an appointment with Meng Bai to meet directly at the pharmaceutical factory. After arriving at the place, the two first chatted in each other's office about the types of drugs and purchasing prices in the pharmaceutical factory. Afterwards, Meng Bai was led by the other party to the sterile workshop to visit the production workshops of antibacterial and anti-inflammatory drugs such as penicillin, amoxicillin, and ibuprofen. After the other party's introduction, Meng Bai also learned about the various aspects of production, sales, and transportation in their factory. How long does it take for a general domestic pharmacy to prepare the stock? Hearing Meng Bai's question, Qinshu laughed. Brother, don't worry about this. Our pharmaceutical factory reserves various strains and culture media all year round. If we really encounter a large order, we can also ship it in the shortest time. Looking at Qinshu's serious expression, Meng Bai was overjoyed. If I could get a bacterial fermentation tank and some culture medium, I would be able to synthesize penicillin continuously. After all, the most important step in penicillin production is the bacterial fermentation tank. As long as you have this device, you can cultivate the fermentation liquid by yourself, and then carry out the subsequent filtration, extraction, crystallization, and drying steps. Thinking of this, Meng Bai immediately asked, Brother Qin, I haven't seen the penicillin fermentation tank yet. Can you take me to visit it? Haha, of course, no problem. It just so happens that our factory just received a few new fermentation tanks a while ago. Let me take you to have a look. Thank you very much. It's okay. You'll get used to it after you come a few more times. Even if you didn't mention it, I was planning to take you there after we have lunch together. So Meng Bai and the other party went to another factory together, and then they saw a new factory. In this factory, there are rows of metal tanks and various pipes. These are penicillin culture tanks, ranging from 30 cubic meters to 300 cubic meters. The fermentation process is at the highest level in the country, and each milliliter of fermentation liquid can produce 70,000 to 80,000 units. Our culture tanks are strictly temperature controlled to ensure that the temperature inside is at the optimal state. They are also equipped with power-off emergency devices to ensure that the normal temperature can be maintained even if the power is cut off for 10 hours. Qinshu talked endlessly to Meng Bai about their technical advantages. Meng Bai remained in a state of deep thought, but he was not thinking about the fermentation techniques, but how to take the whole set away without being discovered. Then he noticed that several people came in with tablet computers and started to compile statistics on the computer information of each fermentation tank. Qinshu pointed at them and said, This is the factory inspection. We inspect every 3 hours to make sure there are no problems with our strains. I see. Meng Bai immediately understood what he should do next. Afterwards, the two of them strolled around the factory, and Meng Bai also learned about the process technology of penicillin extraction and purification. Holding the plate, Meng Bai asked while eating a chicken leg, Brother Qin, do you know how heavy a set of penicillin culture tanks with a computer are? After hearing this, Qinshu was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. No, Xiao Meng, you don't want to develop penicillin technology yourself, do you? Come on, this technology is public, but if you can really do it, you must obtain a legal production license from the country. Haha, I know, I was just asking casually. At this time, an enthusiast came over with a plate and said, A 50 cubic meter small tank with a computer weighs about a ton. Is there anyone sitting here? Meng Bai's eyes lit up and he nodded at the other party. Of course. After lunch, Meng Bai declined Qinshu's invitation to go for a foot wash and left the pharmaceutical factory. Afterwards, he went to a chain hotel in the city and booked a room. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, he climbed out of the hotel window and took a taxi to a food stall near a nearby pharmaceutical factory. The reason why Meng Bai made so much trouble was that he mainly wanted to give himself an alibi. What if I failed to travel through time and end up in jail because of this incident? That would be so painful. Everything is ready, the shift change will take place at 9:30 p.m. Like everyone else, Meng Bai slipped into the factory wearing a mask. Then, he slipped into the culture tank area while the inspectors were changing shifts. He found the 50 cubic meter tank, unplugged the power source, and put it into his own storage space. Everything went smoothly. Seeing the alarm sound, Meng Bai calmly slipped out of the pharmaceutical factory without anyone noticing. When he returned to the hotel again, Meng Bai found that his back was wet with cold sweat. Wow! So exciting! After taking a shower, Meng Bai lay on the bed. He opened his mobile phone and found a laboratory equipment manufacturer. After booking a set of purification equipment, he fell asleep peacefully. That evening, the pharmaceutical factory checked the lost equipment. However, after looking at the surveillance video of the most suspicious man wearing a black hoodie and a mask, they finally gave up his suspicion. He went in empty-handed, came out empty-handed, and then went to the toilet. It looked like he was from another factory using the toilet. Starting tomorrow, not only the lab but also the main gate will be equipped with an access control system. No one without a card will be allowed to enter the factory. Call the police and file a case as soon as possible. The next morning, after getting up, Meng Bai went straight to the experimental equipment manufacturing factory. After some bargaining, he finally spent 30,000 yuan to buy a bunch of experimental equipment, making full use of his last bit of space. On the way back, Meng Bai felt extremely relaxed, just waiting for the time travel in 2 days. Time remaining to cross, 0 hours, 35 minutes, 22 seconds. Meng Bai sat in the car, set up a scheduled transfer for his bank account, and attached a message, then nervously took out his cell phone and called Zhou. "Hey, are you off work?" "Zhou has gone to the operating room." "Are you Meng Bai?" Meng Bai listened to the voice on the phone and was slightly surprised. Yes, I'm Meng Bai." "Oh, Zhou said that if you call her, let me tell you something." What?" "Don't forget, we will meet again in the next life. Remember to look for me." "Well, that's all. It's a little weird, but she said you can understand it." Meng Bai looked at the hospital and suddenly smiled. "Thank you, I understand." After saying that, he looked towards the flower shop not far away and ran straight over. "Boss, make me a bouquet with baby's breath and roses." "Okay." Soon, Meng Bai rushed to the hospital front desk holding flowers, braving the sudden rainstorm. "Please pass it to Zhou in the Department of Surgery. By the way, can you lend me a piece of paper?" Amid the envy of the young nurses at the front desk, Meng Bai quickly wrote a sentence. "If I'm still here, I'll look for you after get off work. If you don't come, I'll look for you in my next life. Meng Bai." After writing this sentence, Meng Bai once again walked through the rainstorm. Snap! A flash of lightning split the sky, and Meng Bai disappeared in the rain. Chapter 23: Time Travel, Early Years of the Founding of the People's Republic of China, Pengcheng. When Meng Bai opened his eyes again, it was pitch black all around. His first reaction was, "I wouldn't be a blind person when I traveled through time, right?" For a moment, Meng Bai was scared to death. If he becomes blind, won't everything he has traveled through be ruined? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my ears. The host has traveled to the Blue Star Dragon Country, Pengcheng, Su Province. Current time, October 1st, 1949 night. When he heard the prompt tone, Meng Bai was slightly stunned. "At night? Doesn't that mean?" Before he could finish his words, he heard hurried footsteps outside. "Boss! I just asked, and they said the boiler at the power plant exploded. I'm afraid there won't be electricity for a while. What should we do?" As he was talking, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside, and a rough voice sounded from outside. "Boss, there is no electricity. What should we do with the wheat in our warehouse?" Only then did Meng Bai feel that there were more memories of his identity in his mind. He traveled through time and space to a person with the same name and surname, who was the son of a wealthy local tycoon before the war. After the war broke out, in order to protect his safety, his family sent him to a foreign public school in the Shanghai concession. Later, my parents died on the battlefield. After investigation, my predecessor learned that my parents had been secretly delivering supplies to the front line of Longwood during the War of Resistance. In order to carry on his parents' last wish, his predecessor returned to his hometown in Pengcheng and came to his parents' old house. He spent all his family wealth and made a living by operating a few flour mills. He used his daily money to help the poor in the village. Although life was not very good, at least I was not hungry. The strong man who called him boss outside was actually his servant, but also his brother who grew up with him, Meng Hu. Meng Hu was adopted by his parents since he was a child and named Meng Hu. He is 5 years older than himself. He ate a lot and grew strong. He practiced martial arts since he was a child. Because he didn't like studying, he was later responsible for protecting Meng Bai's safety. However, Meng Bai and Meng Hu have been calling each other brothers since a long time ago, but the other party has called his predecessor, boss, for more than 20 years, so he also applied the habit to himself. Meng Bai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the shadow of the torch outside the door. "It's good that you're not blind, it's good that you're not blind." As he spoke, he stood up and opened the door, and saw Meng Hu standing outside in a short shirt, holding a kerosene lamp in his hand, his shadow swaying on the ground. Although he had the appearance of Meng Hu in his memory, when Meng Bai, who had traveled through time, saw the other party, he only felt that the other party was, as his name suggested, really as tall and strong as a tiger, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "He's a good candidate for war." Hearing Meng Bai's sigh, Meng Hu was stunned. "Boss, what did you say?" Meng Bai waved his hand casually, his eyes swept across the dilapidated courtyard in front of him, and he sorted out the slightly unfamiliar memories in his mind. This place is located in Pengcheng, which has been a place of strategic importance since ancient times. The people here are tough, and a large number of troops and arsenals were left here during the several years of the War of Resistance against Japan. Just over 30 miles away from Meng Bai's home, there is a red flag arsenal. It is not large in scale, but it provided a lot of valuable weapons and equipment to the guerrillas during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. Many people from nearby villages had worked in that arsenal, mainly making homemade guns and cannons. But to be honest, the homemade guns and cannons they made were really useless, and explosions and other injuries occurred frequently. Meng Bai understood that given the situation of the Red Flag arsenal, it would probably be closed down soon. After all, Longwo was officially established, and various reforms had to be carried out throughout the country. It is definitely impossible for a crude arsenal like this to continue. Meng Bai's first thought was to go to the Red Flag arsenal as a technician. But on second thought, he felt that this idea was not feasible. First of all, he didn't know much about technology, he was just a data porter. If I were really asked to make guns and cannons, I would be exposed as soon as I made a move. Secondly, even if others really don't care about these things, Meng Bai would be too restricted in an arsenal. What he needs to do is not only to improve the military achievements of the Dragon Kingdom, but to make progress and surpass in all aspects. If you want to be unrestricted, you cannot enter any unit. Then I can only be a businessman. But once you become a businessman, you no longer have any rights. Sometimes having skills does not mean you will be valued. It is necessary to support it with power in order to promote one's technology faster, and without wasting any time. But the key point is that there is only one of you, and it is really unrealistic to be in business and politics at the same time. How can I find someone who is reliable, obedient and powerful? Meng Bai couldn't help but look at Meng Hu, but finally gave up. Meng Hu is loyal and powerful, but he is not smart enough and cannot read. For this reason alone, he cannot have much power. Apart from that, he was a bit old-fashioned. He had been trying to change the way he addressed himself over the years but hadn't changed it yet, so he was definitely not suitable. However, there is no need to rush this matter. Meng Bai can make money first and then look for a suitable candidate. So he said to Meng Hu, "Brother Hu, let's go to the power station and see what's going on." Meng Hu didn't say anything, he went to get his bicycle and took Meng Bai straight to the power station. Yango Power Station is located more than 20 kilometers east of Mingzhuang, where the power station supplies all the electricity for more than a dozen surrounding villages. So, once the transformer on their side broke down, the surrounding area became completely dark. Meng Bai glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Almost everyone was asleep at this time. When they arrived at the power station, they could faintly see some flashlights and the sounds of quarreling inside. When they reached the door, the people from the power plant's security department saw the two and immediately stopped them. "What do you do?" Meng Bai smiled and walked over to hand over a cigarette. "We are from Mingzhuang Mill. There is a power outage and our flour mill can't work, so we came to take a look." The other person took the cigarette, and his tone became much better. "Oh, it's still the same as always. The power consumption is high and the transformer has burned out again. I estimate that there will be no electricity for 10 days or half a month." When Meng Hu heard this, he became a little anxious. "What should we do? We still have more than 20,000 kilograms of wheat in our warehouse." The man from the security department glanced at Meng Hu and said, "You are the only one who is anxious. The people at the Red Flag Arsenal are even more anxious than you. What can we do?" Hearing this, Meng Bai was stunned. "People from the Red Flag Arsenal are here too?" "Yeah. They are arguing inside. They said that they can't complete the task assigned by the higher-ups, and their arsenal will be closed down. Their director, Lao Lin, was so anxious that he almost brought people and guns here." Meng Bai was overjoyed. Here came the opportunity. "I just need to help fix the transformer, and then I can connect to the arsenal. As long as I can get in touch with the arsenal, can I start my first step?" So he immediately said to the security officer, "Can you let me in and take a look?" The other party glanced at Meng Bai and said, "No, this is the important area of the power plant. No outsiders are allowed to enter." "What if I say I can fix it?" The other party was stunned. "Can you repair it?" Meng Hu said with pride. "What? Are you looking down on anyone? My boss is a college student." Seeing the security officer looking at him in astonishment, Meng Bai smiled and nodded. "Yes, I know a little bit about this technology." Chapter 24: Replacing the Transformer and Meeting Director Lin. Led by several people from the security department, Meng Bai and Meng Hu came all the way to the interior of the power plant. In the bright light not far away, a middle-aged man wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and covered in oil and mud looked at the people under the transformer with a worried look on his face and asked, "Shuhua, is there really nothing we can do? We can only wait for the parts to arrive from Shanghai." He pointed at the man with a black eye in front of him and cursed him angrily. "Lin Feng, you bastard! I'm not anxious anymore because you're anxious, but you can't hit anyone. I've told you 800 times that without the spare parts, this transformer can't be fixed." The middle-aged man named Lin Feng was somewhat helpless. "I am anxious now, right? Please bear with me. I have a bad temper. Why don't you beat me up?" As he said this, he stiffened his neck and walked up to the other person, as if he really wanted the other person to beat him up. But Meng Shuhua didn't appreciate it. "I won't argue with you. Just go now. I'll tell you when the electricity is turned on." When he heard this, Lin Feng suddenly felt helpless. He squatted aside, smoking a pipe. "What should we do? What should we do? If there is no electricity, we can't complete the mission and the Red Flag Arsenal will have to disband." As he said this, he stood up again and paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. "Shuhua, even if I beg you, can you think of a way to restore my electricity first and save the Red Flag Arsenal? I'm kneeling for you." Lin Feng walked up to Meng Shuhua and knelt on the ground with a plop. When everyone present saw this, they quickly stepped forward to stop it. Meng Shuhua was also stunned. He didn't expect that this strong man would actually kneel down to him. The anger in his heart dissipated and he quickly helped the other person up. "Lao Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that we don't have the parts. I can't just make a transformer for you with nothing." Look at Lin Feng, a middle-aged man in his 50s, who was so anxious about the electricity that he almost cried. The people around him were helpless and could only comfort him in various ways. And at this moment, a voice sounded from not far away. "Why don't you let me try it?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and turned to look in the direction of Meng Bai. The security officer who was following Meng Bai immediately explained, "This young man is a college student from Mingzhuang. He said he knows a little about electricity, so I let him in." After hearing these words, Lin Feng immediately wiped his tears and rushed over as if he had seen a savior. "Really? Do you really know anything about electricity? Young man, please help us." Meng Shuhua was also a little surprised. He didn't have much knowledge and had only attended a private school for a few days. During the anti-Japanese war, I worked for a foreign power plant for a period of time. I was the only person in the power plant who understood how a thermal power plant operated. Now when he heard that a college student appeared, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. "Are you sure?" Meng Bai walked over and nodded amid everyone's expectant eyes. "I'll give it a try." As soon as he said this, everyone came, and the Interest Alliance surrounded him and came to the burnt transformer. The transformers at that time were very large, and the coils they were wound on were all old items from decades ago. They could not withstand some high-voltage currents at all, and it was common for them to burn out. This has a lot to do with the power generation technology and the materials used. Meng Bai pointed at the transformer and said, "Unload the stuff first, and I'll see if I can fix it." Without saying a word, Lin Feng took a few people to drag the transformer down, and a bunch of flashlights and kerosene lamps were shining in front of it. Meng Bai took various tools and began to disassemble the transformer. The various parts inside were almost burned out, and basically all the parts that could be broken were broken. No wonder Meng Shuhua said it couldn't be repaired. After confirming that this thing was basically no longer worth repairing, Meng Bai stood up and spoke to everyone. "Wait a moment, I'm going to go back and get something." Meng Hu also wanted to leave, but Meng Bai refused. "I can go back by myself. It's too slow for two people to ride a bike." Meng Bai was not going back to the village, but planned to find a deserted place to get a transformer from the storage space and replace it. He rode his bike back all the way. When he passed a dirt slope, he stopped the bike, opened the storage space, and took out a transformer. After a simple disguise, Meng Bai found a piece of newspaper to wrap it up. After resting for more than 10 minutes, he rode his bike back to the thermal power plant again. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Meng Bai took out the disguised transformer from the newspaper. "I happen to have a transformer here that you can use to help with this." Meng Shuhua was slightly stunned. He glanced at the transformer in Meng Bai's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Can such a small transformer really work?" The people around were also a little surprised, because the transformer in Meng Bai's hand is only as big as a computer case. The transformer they had before weighed more than 1 ton and required several strong men to lift it. Comparing these two types of transformers, it is hard to imagine that such a small thing could be a transformer. The transformer that Meng Bai now has is actually a relatively easy-to-use portable industrial-grade transformer. It can carry currents of dozens of kilovolts, and if it encounters an overload, it will automatically cut off the power to prevent burning. Seeing everyone having questioning expressions, Meng Bai smiled. "Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem." As he spoke, he climbed up the ladder, connected the positive and negative poles, and shouted at Meng Shuhua. "Let's connect the wire over there and see if it works." Meng Shuhua hesitated for a moment, and finally shouted towards the distance. With the sound of a circuit breaker closing, a small green light lit up in the transformer. A searchlight in the center of the power plant suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. The world, which was just pitch black, suddenly became bright. Then the lights in every room lit up and there was cheering. Meng Bai stood on the ladder and looked at the people below applauding him, with a smile on his face. "Hey boy, where did you get this? It looks really weird." Meng Shuhua stood below and stared at the transformer, looking at it again and again, his eyes full of questions. Meng Bai smiled and said, "I bought it from Shanghai." "That's a lot of money, isn't it?" At this time, Lin Feng came over with a smile on his face and shook hands with Meng Bai. "Young man, do you know that you are my savior?" Meng Bai pretended to be surprised. Meng Shuhua on the side laughed and explained. "Let me introduce you. This is the director of our Red Flag Arsenal, Lin Feng. His factory is in trouble. If it's because of a power outage, his factory will be dismantled." "I see. Hello, Director Lin. My name is Meng Bai, and this is my brother, Meng Hu." Lin Feng smiled and shook hands with the two of them. "Thank you so much. How about this? I don't have any money on hand right now. Why don't you two come back with me? I'll get the money for you and have someone drive you back early tomorrow morning." Meng Bai hesitated for a moment, and Meng Shuhua on the side also spoke repeatedly. "That's right. Go ahead. This transformer doesn't look cheap. We can't just use it for free. Let Lao Lin make you 2 side dishes and have a couple of drinks to show our appreciation." Lin Feng also nodded immediately. "That's right. I'll have someone kill a chicken and ask Shuhua to go along. I'll be here to apologize and thank you." Meng Bai finally nodded. "Sorry to bother you then." Chapter 25, Gunsmithing Taught in School. Sitting in an old Jiafeng truck, a few people arrived at a village after a bumpy ride. After all, the arsenal is an important military location, and Lin Feng certainly would not take Meng Bai and the others to the arsenal. As soon as the car stopped, several people came to the yard and shouted excitedly. "Director, you are amazing! Others couldn't get electricity when they went there, but you got it right away. Lin Feng kicked open the car door and got out, pointing at Meng Bai in the back and said, "It's not that I'm so good. If she wasn't a college student, it would probably take her half a month to get the call." As he said that, he stretched his neck and shouted from inside, "Oldly kill a chicken. I want to be good today. Thank you, little brother Meng Bai." Led by Lin Feng, several people entered a small room. The room was brightly lit and had no extra furniture, only a table and a few benches. Because the electricity had just been restored, the neighbors around were also busy. Soon, the sound of chickens being slaughtered outside was heard. Lin Feng went to the next room and came in with 2 unpackaged bottles of wine. 2 bottles of authentic homemade sorghum wine. "You're finally here!" Meng Shuhua took off his glasses, took the wine, opened it, put it to his nose and smelled it, and immediately showed an intoxicated expression. "Okay, just for these 2 bottles of sorghum wine, I'll forgive you for that punch." Hearing this, several people in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just now on the road, we chatted for a while and got a general understanding of the Meng Bai brothers. When they learned that Meng Bai's parents also sacrificed their lives for the cause of building the country, they immediately won the favor of veteran soldiers such as Lin Feng and Meng Shuhua. A plate of peanuts was brought up, and everyone drank sorghum wine with the peanuts. Their faces turned red, and they started talking more. However, everyone's conversation topic was still focused on Meng Bai, and they praised him for his identity as a college student. Meng Bai saw that the opportunity was almost right, so he put down his chopsticks and said, "By the way, when I entered the factory just now, I heard that Uncle Lin's arsenal was in trouble. It seemed that there was no electricity and the factory would have to stop working, and then it would be disbanded. Is that true?" When hearing this topic, no one reacted too much. Although Meng Shuhua is a drunkard, he can't drink much. His face turned red after 2 glasses of wine, and his speech became lisp after 4 people drank a bottle of sorghum wine. Almost everyone around here knows about this. The higher-ups are saying they want to rectify the military industry, especially the arsenals. Those kinds of workshops must be banned and production must be carried out according to standardized procedures. Seeing that Meng Shuhua was stammering, Lin Feng interrupted her and spoke. "Yes, that's exactly what Lao Meng said. All arsenals must undergo inspections, and those that fail will have to be closed down. Oh, this worries me to death." Getting back to the point, Meng Bai poured the other party a glass of wine and continued asking, "What are the standards?" "Generally, there are several standards. Our red flag arsenal can only be considered the lowest level. At most, we can only produce some bullets and explosive packs. These bullets and explosive packs don't seem to be that difficult, right? It's not difficult to make explosive packs. We have many masters who are good at making gunpowder here. The key is this new type of bullet." "A new type of bullet? A Soviet-style 7.62mm caliber bullet?" Hearing Meng Bai's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "I didn't expect that, Xiao Meng, you even understand this." "Haha! I learned that in school." Lin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, with an envious look on his face. "Not bad. I didn't expect that your university not only teaches foreign languages and electrical appliances, but even firearms." Meng Bai laughed and continued to ask casually, "Now that we have electricity, shouldn't it be easy to pass the inspection? If it was really easy to pass, I wouldn't be so anxious to get people electrified." Then Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and drank it all. He seemed to be thinking of something sad and turned to look at Meng Bai. "To be honest, our product line is still handmade so far, and the few machines we have are not up to standard at all." Then Lin Feng told Meng Bai about all the problems they were facing. "To be honest, everything about the arsenal is top secret. But now is the early days of the founding of the country, and many confidentiality regulations have not yet been strictly regulated. For example, this small arsenal was previously a small workshop run by a master with several apprentices. As for the confidentiality regulations, they are basically meaningless and it all depends on one's mood. At most, there are higher fire protection requirements." Meng Bai also heard from Lin Feng's words the trouble they were facing. Although their mechanical equipment has been electrified. But there was only one bullet shell punching machine, and as for other machines, there were none at all. Moreover, this stamping machine has been in use for nearly 50 years. Many parts have been repaired and replaced. It is fortunate that it can currently stamp normally. As for achieving the accuracy of standard parts, it all depends on luck. Meng Bai nodded thoughtfully, then spoke. To be honest, I have visited some underground arsenals in Shanghai and witnessed some of the craftsmanship there. I think if you need it, Uncle Lin, I can provide some help. When he heard this, Lin Feng, who had been a little worried just now, looked at Meng Bai as if he had found a life-saving straw. What? Are you sure? Yes, you can give it a try. Of course, if you don't meet the standards, just treat me as a joke. Seeing Meng Bai's calm look, Lin Feng couldn't help but start to hesitate. To be honest, the arsenal is under the control of the military. If their technology is rashly handed over to ordinary people outside, it may cause some trouble. But now, if their technical problems are not solved quickly, the arsenal may go bankrupt. After thinking about it for a long time, just when he was frowning, Meng Bai suddenly spoke again. I'm still missing some parts. If Uncle Lin can help me, I can make a whole bullet production line with all these parts. When he heard this, Lin Feng was a little confused. He thought he was drunk. He scratched his ears and looked at Meng Bai again. What did you say? A whole bullet production line? Yes, a bullet production line actually doesn't have high technical difficulty. What I'm lacking now are parts. If Uncle Lin needs them, I can give you the drawings. In an instant, Lin Feng was sure that he was sober. He glanced at Meng Shuhua, who was snoring on the table, then looked at Meng Hu, who was sitting upright, and finally looked intently at Meng Bai. We can't lie, this matter is of great importance. Uncle Lin, if you are worried, you can supervise it personally. Anyway, you have your own formulas for gunpowder and primers. I will only provide the production technology of the shells. Haha, no need, I believe you. Okay, can you prepare a room for me later? I'll get the drawings of the parts one need. Xiao Zhao, come in for a moment. A strong man walked in from outside the door with a gun on his back. Director Lin, are you looking for me? Lin Feng's face flushed, and he pointed at Meng Bai, who was standing beside him, and said, This is Meng Bai, a great benefactor of our red flag arsenal. Find him a room immediately, with electricity and paper. Yes. Director. I'll arrange it right away. Just at this moment, a strong fragrance came from outside. Chicken is coming. Meng Shuhua, who was lying on the table, woke up immediately. Finally, it's here, come on, keep drinking. Chapter 26 Bullet Production Line Drawings. After eating and drinking, Meng Bai washed his face to make himself more awake, then took out his laptop, hard drive and printer and connected them to the power supply. I started the computer and searched for some information related to bullet manufacturing. After finding the corresponding information, I connected the printer and started printing. Sizzle! Soon, all the parts drawings needed for the bullet production line were printed out. Meng Bai checked the contents of the drawing and made sure it was correct before putting away his computer and printer. By the time everything was done, less than half an hour had passed. I yawned and felt a little sleepy. Meng Bai secretly took out his cell phone, read a novel for a while and then fell asleep. The next morning, the roosters crowed a few times. Most people in the village got up and started to work. Lin Feng drank a lot last night, but he was worried about the bullet production line and hardly slept. He got up impatiently after the rooster crowed a few times, but stopped when he reached Meng Bai's room. Only a few hours have passed. I'm afraid the drawing won't be finished. Wait a little longer. As he said this, he took out his pipe, squatted on a rock beside him, and waited while smoking. Time passed minute by minute. At 9:30, the sun was already high in the sky, but Meng Bai showed no sign of getting up. Lin Feng finally couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up and walked towards Meng Bai's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it creaked open. Looking at Meng Bai's refreshed look, Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao Meng, I made some breakfast for you. I was afraid it would get cold, so I came to call you. Did you rest well last night? As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked into the room, but found nothing. Meng Bai looked at Lin Feng's strange expression and probably guessed what he was going to do, so he just replied with a smile. I had a good rest, thank you, Uncle Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I'm afraid I didn't get the blueprints last night. However, he definitely couldn't finish something as important as the bullet production line drawings in just one night. Besides, it was late at night, and I had drunk quite a bit of wine. It was time to go to bed. I was too impatient and couldn't blame Meng Bai. And at this moment, a roll of drawings was suddenly handed to him. Uncle Lin, this is the blueprint of the bullet production line. I have marked all the parts on it. However, there are some quality requirements for these parts. I want to go there in person and go to the steel mill with you. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. He looked at the thick stack of drawings in his hand and blinked hard. You finished it in one night? Well, I started working on it when I got home last night, and I just finished it this morning. Meng Bai talked nonsense with his eyes open, but the other party did not doubt him. There was only surprise and gratitude on his face. Lin Feng was looking through the drawings while sighing. Oh, she is a college student after all. The drawings are drawn more neatly than printed ones. You can tell she is a professional at first glance. Afterwards, he carefully returned the drawings to Meng Bai. You'd better keep these drawings. People like us don't even look at these things. We rely on a ruler and a pair of hands to do everything. After saying that, Lin Feng stared at Meng Bai again and again. Xiao Meng, thank you so much this time. If the Red Flag Arsenal is saved, all of us will have to thank you. Meng Bai waved his hand and said, Lin Shu, you are too polite. This is what I should do. At this time, Meng Hu was standing aside, his eyes full of pride. Boss, you are awesome! Meng Bai saw the other party's eyes full of envy and the anticipation of staring at the blueprint, so he smiled and asked, Brother Hu, do you want to learn? The other party was stunned at first, then nodded awkwardly. I want to learn, but I can't read. Haha, it doesn't matter. When the literacy class starts, you can go there and study. Literacy class? What is a literacy class? Lin Feng on the side couldn't help but ask. Meng Bai then realized that at this time, Long Kingdom was in a state of disrepair and had not yet solved its current economic and people's livelihood problems. Literacy classes were not proposed until 1952, when the first pilot literacy program was carried out. The results were very good, so several more literacy education programs were carried out a few years later. So he smiled and said, It's a new type of education class, specially prepared for adults who don't have the opportunity to go to school. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was immediately surprised. I didn't expect that big cities have started to implement universal education. I'm really envious. When will we be able to promote it? Almost there. Almost there. After they had some breakfast together, Lin Feng personally drove Meng Bai and Meng Hu to the steel plant. Pengcheng produces coal and iron ore. There is a steel plant near Mingzhuang, which not only produces steel but is also responsible for forging. After showing his ID, Lin Feng took the Meng Bai brothers to find the factory director Wu Xiangang without any hindrance. After he stated his demands, the other party stared at Meng Bai with a look of disdain. Young man, are you doubting the skills of our workers? Meng Bai looked at the other party's unhappy expression and immediately said with a smile. No, Director Wu, you are joking. I just want to try it myself. After all, this is my first time at the steel mill and I have a lot of skills to learn. I haven't had time to apply them yet, so I just want to take this opportunity to learn from you. After Wu Xiangang stated his request in a different way than Lin Feng, his attitude obviously improved a lot. You are an intellectual after all. It makes me feel comfortable when I hear you say that. Okay, since you said so, I agree. Thank you, Director Wu. Seeing how easy it was for Meng Bai to deal with others, Lin Feng on the side couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Indeed, educated people talk differently from us roughnecks. Okay, I'll let the college students stay with you, but you must not treat them unfairly. Don't worry, I will treat you Lao Lin's people well. Just go and do whatever you need. Okay. Then Lin Feng looked at Meng Bai, and picked up a cloth bag from the cave and walked over. He doesn't know how much the transformer costs. He collected this money on his own. You can keep it for now. If you don't have enough, I'll get you more. Meng Bai waved his hand. No need, Uncle Lin. I only have one request. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. What do you think? I want my brother to join the arsenal. When they heard what Meng Bai said, Lin Feng and Meng Hu were stunned. Your brother? I? Then Meng Hu quickly waved his hands. No, I can't read. How can I go to the arsenal? Boss, please don't make things difficult for me. Lin Feng stared at Meng Bai and said, Let me tell you the truth. I actually want you to join my arsenal, but I have never been able to say this before. However, Meng Bai smiled indifferently. Forget it. I don't like being constrained. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the arsenal for 2 days. But my brother is patient and has a strong learning ability. If Uncle Lin doesn't mind, I will improve my brother's education level and let him join the arsenal. Do you think it's okay? Lin Feng looked at Meng Bai carefully, then stared at the tiger from head to toe. You're a good candidate, but I really want you to join. Would you consider it? Haha, I'll come find you when I figure it out. Meng Bai did not refuse directly, but Lin Feng nodded in agreement. But Meng Hu was a little nervous, and he whispered to Meng Bai secretly. Boss, I really can't do this. How can a man say no? You want to be a soldier, and you also want to learn about mechanical equipment. If you go to the arsenal, both can be achieved. Listen to me, go. I fought hard for you. Meng Hu looked at the expectation in Meng Bai's eyes and finally nodded. Okay, I'll try. Chapter 27 Steelmaking. After saying hello to Meng Bai, Lin Feng stuffed the money into his pocket and left in a flash. Meng Bai had no choice but to take Meng Hu and Director Wu around the workshop. After briefly familiarizing himself with their processes, Meng Bai had a general understanding of the steel plant that integrated steelmaking and casting. However, during the visit, he also discovered that there were many problems here. Although they also use blast furnaces to make steel, their technology is obviously much cruder and is developed from small workshops. The steelmaking masters here have almost no safety measures and rely entirely on experience. When Meng Bai heard them say that several people died in the factory every year, he felt horrified. It seems that this time we have come to the right place. We must start with the reform of this steel mill. Meng Bai made up his mind to start the reform from the steel plant. After all, the quality of the technology here directly affects the quality of various parts and other workpieces that will be produced later, so we cannot be careless. The only difference is that this time his identity is just a trainee technician of Lin Feng. Although he has Lin Feng as his background, it is obvious that Director Wu doesn't care much. After Lin Feng left, Director Wu took the two of them for a tour and then handed them over to a master craftsman named Su Meng. This master craftsman named Su Meng was once a native of Northeast China, but after the fall of Northeast China, he participated in the War of Resistance against Japan. Later, after being injured, he stayed in a steel plant in Pingcheng as a worker, and worked there for more than 10 years. From an ordinary worker at the beginning, he became a master craftsman, and his skills are among the best in the factory. But he has a bad habit, which is that he must drink 2 cups before working, otherwise he will not have the energy to work. Seeing that he had 2 new apprentices, Su Meng burped and waved his hand. I'm not feeling well today. Please go around the various factory areas first. Don't bother me if you have nothing else to do. After saying that, he lay down on the bed beside him, pulled the quilt over himself, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing him like this, Meng Hu on the side became a little angry. Just as he was about to go over, he was grabbed by Meng Bai. Let the master sleep first, we can just go. Then he took a look at the bunch of keys on the shelf, picked them up, winked at Meng Hu, and walked out. The Meng Hu people were dumbfounded. If they were discovered, they would probably be shot if they took the master chef's keys in the steel mill. However, after he reminded him, Meng Bai smiled slightly. Don't worry, once they see the product, they won't do anything to us and may even be grateful to us. Ah? Meng Hu was dumbfounded, but seeing that his boss didn't care, he just went for it. There is no steelmaking task today, so most people are staying in their rooms playing cards. Meng Bai walked to the next door with his hands behind his back. From the room came the sounds of various people playing cards and shouting. Meng Bai kicked the door open with a bang. The people in the room were scared out of their wits and were collecting their cards and money. But when they saw that it was Meng Bai standing at the door, they became extremely angry. Who are you? Don't you know how to knock before coming in? Meng Bai glanced at them, then looked at the scattered cards on the table. I'll let you know when I come back alive. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Come to work, who are you? What do you mean come to work? We only listen to the master. Oh, forget it. Since you guys don't want to do it, I'll just tell the factory manager. By the way, does your factory have any rules regarding playing cards? As Meng Bai spoke, he took out the letter of introduction issued by the arsenal from his pocket. When they saw the letter of introduction, everyone in the room immediately realized that this guy might really be related to the factory director. Everyone looked at each other, put on a smiling face, and passed cigarettes and candies to each other. Brother, we were just joking just now, don't take it seriously. Smoke, smoke. Yes, it's all a joke. Have some candy. There are also sunflower seeds here. Meng Bai waved his hand to reject their kindness, then raised his wrist to reveal his Swiss watch. Dinner is about to start in less than an hour. Can we not delay today's work? Now that Meng Bai has the upper hand, everyone can only nod in agreement. When they arrived at the factory, everyone was planning to start making steel directly, but Meng Bai suddenly stopped. Let's try a different approach today. Do it my way! Meng Bai then checked their materials and reproportioned them. Let's get started. Everyone gritted their teeth, but didn't dare to say anything more and just started working. While they were transporting iron ore and coke, Meng Bai directly adjusted the blower and blast furnace. Seeing his professional appearance, those people could only talk in low voices. What's going on? Could this person be the technician hired by the factory director? It looks like there's something interesting. I just saw the blueprint, and the drawings there are much better than those of our master. Looking at his fair and clean appearance, he must be an intellectual. Everyone was whispering, but no one tried to stop it. According to what Meng Bai said, several people began to practice steel. Meng Bai also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were able to smelt furnace after furnace of molten steel according to his requirements. As the last few billets were worked out, Meng Bai and Meng Hu came in with some food boxes. Let's not go to the cafeteria tonight. Let's do it in the workshop. After dinner, let's all work hard and try to get everything done before night. As he spoke, he opened the food boxes one by one, and immediately a burst of delicious fragrance wafted over. Looking at the food box filled with various meats, several people were already becoming greedy. So everyone gathered together and finished all the food in no time. Meng Hu felt a little distressed. He always felt that his current boss was much more generous than before and seemed to be better at handling things. It's just that he was not good at speaking and couldn't put it into words. He could only watch those people lick the plates and bowls clean and mutter to himself. The boss spent a lot of money on this. Meng Bai took out a bag from his pocket and handed it over. It's a small amount of money to achieve a big result. Don't you see that it's worth the money? They work harder than before. Meng Hu took the bag and found that it contained some beef jerky. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. Boss, you eat. I saw you weren't full just now, so I saved some for you. As he spoke, Meng Bai took out the drawings, spread them out and began to explain them to Meng Hu. The other party stuffed the beef jerky into his pocket, listened to the explanation carefully, and raised any difficulties he encountered in a low voice. Meng Bai also explained them one by one. The workers on the production line poured the boiling molten steel into the molds under temperatures of thousands of degrees. When the materials were removed from the mold and cooled down, everyone was surprised to find that they were not ordinary cast iron, but steel. At this time, Su Meng had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes and shouted to the next room. Where are you? Bring me a cup of tea. Then after shouting for a long time, there was no response. Su Meng had no choice but to stand up and curse, then he picked up his pipe, lit it, and walked towards the next room. When I got to the next room, I found it was empty, with no one in it. These brats, are they going out to play around with their money again? Su Meng rubbed his eyes and suddenly heard a rhythmic forging sound coming from outside. He shuddered all over and quickly put on his shoes while cursing. You bastard, I've told you so many times that you are not allowed to work when I'm not here. Why the hell don't you learn your lesson? As he spoke, he came to the forging workshop at the back, but he was stunned when he saw the pieces of steel that had been forged into rough shapes. Is this steel? Several disciples quickly gathered around and said with a look of surprise. Master, Our factory can now produce steel! Chapter 28. Transformation of the steel plant. Stainless steel is coming out? After hearing his apprentice's words, Su-Meng thought he was still drunk, so he rubbed his eyes and scratched his ears. What is this? Steel making? Yes, master, look! These are all steel! Su-Meng immediately pushed his apprentice away and squatted in front of the pieces of steel that had not yet completely cooled down, examining them carefully. There is basically no obvious granularity in the cuts on the surface of the steel. From this point alone, it can be seen that this is not cast iron, but steel. In this era, there is no professional instrument to distinguish iron from steel. Experienced masters can distinguish them through their own methods. The first step is to see if there is any noticeable grit in the notched areas of the material. If there is a sandy feeling, it means that the material has a relatively high carbon content. The more obvious the particles are, the higher the carbon content is. If it is cast iron, the color of the notch will be dark, which is completely different from steel. If it can meet the steel standards, there will be basically no granularity. The notches will be flat and smooth, and the color of the notches will be silvery white, which is completely different from cast iron and pig iron. Then Su-Meng turned his head and looked around, then found a small hammer and tapped lightly on the steel. The steel immediately made a crisp sound, which was very pleasant to the ear, and he took the hammer and knocked on the iron plate they had produced before, and the sound was obviously dull. There was a gleam in Su-Meng's eyes. He then found a piece of cut waste and went to a simple work frame nearby to conduct a bending test. Several disciples standing by couldn't help scratching their heads as they watched. Master, what are you doing? I'm checking to see if what's produced is steel. As he spoke, he exerted force with his hands, and the piece of steel was bent into an arc, but it bounced back a little due to its toughness. Su-Meng looked at the piece of steel in his hand, his face full of excitement. It's really steel! It's really steel! Then he looked at Meng Bai, who was teaching Meng Hu how to cut steel not far away, and turned to ask his apprentice. That boy asked you to do it? When the disciples heard this, they were so frightened that they dared not say a word. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to the one who has eaten the food, and one should be merciful to the one who has received the gift. After having a big meal hosted by Meng Bai at noon, they felt embarrassed to betray each other. But now that the perpetrator has been caught red-handed, he has to admit it even if he doesn't want to. Seeing everyone silent, Su-Meng kicked everyone on the butt. You are all bastards, you want to rebel! You are secretly learning new techniques. What's wrong? Do you think highly of me, your master? The disciples waved their hands hurriedly. If we weren't master, how could we dare to betray you? Yes, let alone learning new technology, we can't understand what he said. We still have to rely on you, the master. Yes, they talked about blast furnace steelmaking, carbon content, oxygen addition, etc. I have never heard of them, and I can't understand them at all. Yes, master, please tell us what carbon content is, and what about adding oxygen and raising the temperature? What is oxygen? It seems like you have never talked about it before. Su-Meng also looked embarrassed. He used all the traditional methods, so he didn't know anything about the carbon content, oxygen, temperature, etc. that they talked about. But now is not the time to talk about this. He immediately turned his head and pointed in the direction of Meng Bai and said, Did that young man teach you? Yes. It is said that he is a top student, very good. Okay, I get it. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go over to meet him. After saying that, Su-Meng put his hands behind his back and walked towards Meng Bai and the others. Meng, who was operating an electric saw to cut the steel. After Meng Bai's guidance, he gradually mastered some methods and techniques of cutting. The noise around them was quite loud at this time, and the two of them could not hear the voices of the people around them at all. It wasn't until Meng Bai felt someone tapping him on the back that he reacted. Oh, Master Su, you're awake! Su-Meng coughed awkwardly, then pointed around. Aren't you going to explain it to me? Meng Bai had actually noticed Su-Meng's reaction a long time ago, and knew that he had been shocked by the steelmaking technology. In addition, when he was working with other workers just now, he also realized that the factory is now extremely urgent for steelmaking technology. It's a pity that steelmaking technology has extremely high requirements for equipment, which is not something that their steel plant can handle. The best they can do now is produce some cast iron parts that barely meet the standards. Currently, there are only 2 steel mills in Pengcheng that can produce steel, and their output is terribly low, basically only supplying some special departments. So when Su Meng saw this batch of steel, he couldn't fake his reaction at all. So he smiled at Su Meng. "Master Su, do you want me to explain something?" "Ahem. Using things in the workshop without my permission is a serious crime. If I say that I am willing to provide a plan to improve the workshop and the technology for blast furnace steelmaking, I wonder if Master Su is willing to cooperate with me?" After hearing this, Su Meng, who had been putting on airs just now, was suddenly dumbfounded. "What the hell? You just said you would provide blast furnace steelmaking technology?" "Yes, but you must follow my plan and improve the workshop. Otherwise, I will never give you this technology." "It's a deal. I'll do whatever you say, as long as you teach us the blast furnace steelmaking technology." "Haha, what about using things from the workshop without permission? If any idiot dares to spread rumors, Old Su, will chop off his mouth today. Besides, it was me who asked you to do this today, and I will take the responsibility if anything goes wrong." Old Su is also a smart man, and he immediately seized the opportunity. The 2 sides hit it off immediately, and Meng Bai used the evening to start working on his plan. In order to prevent them from forgetting it, he also found an opportunity to print out the things that needed to be paid attention to during the construction, and had people paint them on the wall, requiring all the workers to memorize them. Then came the transformation of the blast furnace. Almost everyone in the workshop did not sleep that night, but they were more energetic than after a night of sleep. The next day, when Wu Xiangang, who had just returned from the county town, was preparing to hold a meeting as usual, he found that there was no one in the entire factory. He was so scared that he ran to the guard to ask, and found out that everyone was in the workshop. Without saying a word, he trotted to the workshop. When he saw everyone holding small stools in unison and watching Meng Bai explaining on the big blackboard in front, he couldn't help but move a small stool and sit at the back. At this time, Meng Bai was explaining how to use a blast furnace to refine different types of steel. Wu Xiangang was stunned at that time. "Wait a minute, what are we talking about?" After hearing his words, everyone turned around and glared at him. "Director, listen carefully and ask after class if you don't understand." "That's right, this lesson is so vivid that even I, who has never been to school, can understand it." Meng Bai, standing on the stage, smiled. "Director Wu, we are now talking about the technology of using blast furnaces to refine stainless steel. If you are interested, you can listen for a while." When Wu Xiangan heard the word stainless steel, he was a little confused. "What? Stainless steel?" Chapter 29: The First Batch of Bullets. One class lasted from midnight yesterday to 10 o'clock the next morning. Everyone in the steel plant was fascinated by what they heard. They had never thought that making steel could be so simple. Although there are some things that are difficult for them to understand even if the most normal vernacular is used, this does not affect their ability to understand after studying for a period of time. The ones who benefited the most were Su Meng and his disciples. There are more than a dozen of them, but the total number of characters they know may be less than 1,000. The most painful thing for them is that after the class, they can't even take notes. It's bad. I've listened to so many things and I feel like I've forgotten some things. What should I do? I can't write, and it would be troublesome if I forget this thing. If I had known that my teacher would ask me to go to a private school, I would have gone there. Only then did I realize the importance of knowledge. Can we ask Teacher Meng for a record? Then we can find someone who can read and copy the record a few times. Then we can learn all the characters by now." Su Meng and his group all looked worried. Meng Bai has already confessed everything about the transformation to Wu Xiangang. When Wu Xiangang heard that their factory could actually produce different types of steel and stainless steel, he laughed so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears. Okay. I'll listen to you. Just tell me what kind of transformation the factory needs. Funding is not a problem." Meng Bai nodded, then looked in the direction of the workshop. "I guess you didn't remember much from your studies tonight. When I get back, I'll give you a copy of all the relevant notes." "Thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you for your help." Wu Xiangang was so excited that he could hardly speak clearly. He kept rubbing his hands and fantasizing about the future. However, Meng Bai reminded him, "The technology is given to you for free, but you must remember to keep it secret and not pass it on to others. Don't worry, this technology is only allowed to be circulated among us. We guarantee it won't be stolen by spies." "That's good. It just so happens that everything I need is already ready. Can you give me a place so I can get all these things out?" "Of course, it's no problem. You've helped me so much. Even if I give you the entire factory, I won't say a word." Afterwards, Director Wu immediately found an empty factory building for Meng Bai to install his equipment. Because many parts still need to be adjusted, Meng Bai does not plan to send these parts directly to the arsenal. After a simple lunch and a short nap, Meng Bai and Meng Hu started to work. It is said to be a bullet production line, but in fact it is just a bullet conveyor belt, equipped with a cartridge case stamping machine, an ammunition loader, and a steel bullet cutting machine. Such a production line can be linked together through a few simple circuit boards. Originally, Meng Bai planned to cancel the bullet cutting equipment. After all, the bullets used in the army now are all made of lead. Lead is very harmful to the human body and can be easily inhaled into the body during the production process. So he added a steel bullet cutting machine and replaced the lead bullet with a steel bullet. However, steel bullets have relatively high requirements for steel materials, and stainless steel must be used as bullets. After all, bullets are consumables and must be durable in storage during non-war periods. If ordinary steel is used as the warhead, it cannot be preserved for a long time. Once rusted, a batch of bullets will be completely useless. Stainless steel does not have this problem. More importantly, stainless steel is easier to obtain than lead. After all, they have mastered the method of refining stainless steel. We were busy like this until midnight, and finally completed the entire production line. Meng Bai got a piece of copper strip from the factory to make the bullet casing. As soon as the power button is pressed, 50 bullet shells are produced in 1 minute. Looking at the bullet shells shining with metallic luster, Meng Bai took a vernier caliper to measure each bullet shell. The measurement results completely exceeded Lin Feng and his team's testing requirements, and even reached the highest international standards. Meng Bai was very satisfied, and then he took out a piece of stainless steel used to cut bullets and stuffed it into the machine. Along with a sharp friction sound, the stainless steel curls cut off by the blade reflected colorful light under the light, which was very beautiful. 50 warheads were produced, and Meng Bai picked up the vernier caliper and made some careful measurements. All warheads met the standards. "Phew, it's finally done!" Then he put the bullet and shell together in a box and handed it to Meng Hu, who was studying. "Brother Hu, go to Lin Shu tomorrow morning and tell him that this is our sample and let them take a look." Meng Hu immediately took the box and nodded. "Okay. I got it." After a busy day and night, Meng Bai felt exhausted and went back to his room and fell asleep. And at the same time, inside the director's office of the Red Flag Arsenal, Lin Feng sat in his seat, puffing on his cigarette. Opposite him were several other leaders of the arsenal. The atmosphere in the room was depressing, and everyone was staring at the telegram on the table. After a long while, Lin Feng knocked off the ash from his cigarette, sighed, and asked everyone, "The inspection will be moved up a week earlier than before. The inspection team will be here tomorrow afternoon. Does anyone have anything to say?" It was the deputy factory director Zhou Yangming who was sitting diagonally opposite him who thought for a while and spoke. "The higher-ups probably know that we have no hope, so they should issue a verdict to us as soon as possible. I think we should ask Master Chen for help." After these words were spoken, the others nodded. "That's right. Our machines are outdated and the bullets we process have no chance of passing the test. We have to intervene manually and perform secondary processing. Although Master Chen is old, his skills are still there. I think it's okay to let Master Chen give it a try. We have no choice but to give it our all. We have no way out. This is the only solution." Seeing that everyone had the same attitude, Lin Feng had no choice but to nod. In fact, he originally planned to tell everyone that he had found a college student named Meng Bai, who might be able to help them solve their urgent problems. However, they received this bad news right after returning, which directly disrupted all their plans. Judging from his understanding of the steel plant's production speed, he was afraid that by the time the inspection team arrived, the equipment might not be produced, and the problem would not be solved at all. He could only keep these words in his stomach. Okay, then go find Master Chin. Chapter 30. Wait for the notification. The next morning, it was dawn. Meng Hu was worried that he would delay Meng Bai's business, so he got up early, put the bag of bullet cores and shells in his arms, and rode his bicycle straight to Nanjia Bay. By the way, the Hongqi Arsenal, Mingzhuang, and Nanjia Bay all belonged to Shueisha County under Pengcheng City. Meng Bai and his family now live in a steel plant in the county seat of Shui City. It is about 20 kilometers away from Nanjia Bay. There are basically no roads here, only dirt roads, which make riding quite bumpy. However, Meng Hu was young and strong, and he rode his bike very fast, reaching Nanjia Bay in less than half an hour. It was only 6:30 in the morning and almost no one in Nanjia Bay was awake. Meng Hu's mind is now full of all kinds of mechanical knowledge. He wants to deliver the things quickly and then go back to continue learning with Meng Bai. After 2 days of study, he finally understood how big the gap is between having knowledge and having no knowledge. He has made up his mind to study hard and become a person like his boss. With the shells and cores in his arms, Meng Hu came to the yard where they lived that day. As soon as I arrived, I saw a young man standing guard with a gun on his back. Why are you back? The other party was slightly stunned when he saw Meng Hu. Meng Hu scratched his head naively and took out the paper box containing the shells and cores. My boss got the samples and said he would give them to Director Lin. The young soldier with the gun on his back glanced at the crumpled box and couldn't help but smile. Director Lin went back to the factory yesterday. He said that inspectors from the county will come today. You are responsible for entertaining them. I guess they can't come today. Upon hearing this, Meng Hu suddenly became anxious. What should I do? I still have something to give him. How about this? You give me the things and I'll ask someone to bring them to you. What do you think? This? Meng Hu was a little at a loss. His boss had instructed him to hand the things over to Director Lin personally. It would be troublesome if he failed to do so. But he couldn't get close to such a private place as the arsenal. He couldn't see Director Lin and still had to go through others. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Please make sure to hand these things over to Director Lin. Don't worry, I remember it. After saying thank you, Meng Hu rode his bicycle back to the county town, looking back every few steps. After returning, Meng Hu told Meng Bai what happened. Meng Bai couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Brother Hu, you are just too honest. Sometimes you should learn to be flexible and give the things to their young soldiers as well. Don't put so much psychological pressure on yourself. Well, I got it, boss. Hearing that the other party still addressed him the same way, Meng Bai felt that if this continued, he would probably have trouble entering the arsenal. After all, the word dongjia was the name used by tenants or servants to address the wealthy landlords before the founding of the People's Republic of China. It sounds fine now, but once you get used to it, you might suffer. So he stared at Meng Hu seriously. Brother Hu, from now on you can no longer call me boss. Why? I've been calling you that for so many years, so what else should I call you other than the boss? You can call me Meng Bai or Xiao Bai, but you can't call me Dong Jia. This is a new society. Dong Jia is the name for landlords. Do you want to see me get arrested? After hearing this, Meng Hu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and shook his head quickly. Of course I don't want you to get caught. Then I'll just call you by your full name. I feel like calling you Xiao Bai is superior to you. Seeing that Meng Hu was still worried, Meng Bai was speechless. You should just call me Xiao Bai. I've already told you that everyone is equal now, and there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. If you still have this kind of thinking, you won't be able to learn a lot of new knowledge in the future. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Then, isn't it offensive if I call you Xiao Bai? How can it be offensive? You are my brother and I am your brother. It is only natural for you to call me by my nickname. Okay, then I'll call you Xiao Bai. Yeah, okay, Tiger. The other party smiled innocently and then asked. Dong, Xiao Bai, didn't you say yesterday that we were going to make machine tools today? Is there anything you need me to do? Seeing Meng Hu being a studious baby, Meng Bai felt very happy. Yes, you haven't entered the arsenal yet. I will teach you some skills. Then you can go in and become a master craftsman. You don't have to start as an apprentice anymore. Ah? Is this really appropriate? Of course it's appropriate. This is not the old society. Those with ability will be promoted. You must remember this principle. Meng Bai then took out a thick mechanical equipment introductory manual and handed it to the other party. I will explain it to you according to the contents above, but you have to learn to read from now on. Okay. I will definitely study hard. Meng Bai then began to explain to Meng Hu how to use various machine tools while assembling various machine tool parts. These things are all good treasures, and each one will be of great help in the future. Su Meng and his disciples have now become Meng Bai's diehard fans. Like Meng Hu, they have to study every day. The strong learning atmosphere in the entire steel plant is simply amazing. At the same time, the office of the director of the Red Flag Arsenal. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, and then the office door was pushed open. Lin Feng, who was writing a report, was slightly stunned when he saw someone coming outside the door. Why are you back alone? Where's Master Chen? Zhou Yangming shook his head bitterly. Master Chen can't come. What? Lin Feng immediately slammed the table and stood up. Why can't you come? I went to the mountains to cut firewood a few days ago and fell. My arm was broken. Hiss. Damn, is it this small? Lin Feng suddenly despaired. The last plan failed. God really didn't want to give them any chance at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scratch his hair, and looking at the report he was writing, he didn't feel like continuing. Lao Lin, what should we do? Zhou Yangming looked at Lin Feng's expression and couldn't help but said, How about, treating him for dinner and we can try again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was rejected by Lin Feng. Absolutely impossible. Treating people to a meal and giving them gifts is a crooked way? You think I'm not dying fast enough, right? But if we can't get through this stage, the Red Flag Arsenal will be completely gone. It's God's will. Lin Feng slowly stood up, holding his pipe, and said to Zhou Yangming, You take care of the reception then, I'll go out and relax. Lao Lin, the leaders above are here to check, and you are missing? No need to see you. I get upset when we meet and we quarrel when we meet. I'll be back in the evening. After saying this, he ignored the other party's objections, took out a small cloth bag from the drawer, put it in his pocket, and rode away from the arsenal on his bicycle. At noon, 2 green military vehicles arrived at the Hongqi arsenal. Deputy Factory Director Zhou Yangming and several others warmly welcomed the technicians from the Pengcheng military region. Secretary Wu, you've worked hard on the journey. It's almost noon now, let's have some lunch together. However, Wu Xing, who was in the lead and was wearing a green military uniform, waved his hand to reject the other party's kindness. Time is short and the task is heavy. We still have to go to several other arsenals for inspection this afternoon. Let's get started right away. Seeing them get straight to the point, Zhou Yangming knew he couldn't delay any longer. He could only grit his teeth and take a few people to the production workshop of the arsenal. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, several people had already made plans after the tour. Deputy Director Zhou, the production technology of the Red Flag Arsenal is outdated and may need to be reorganized. Just wait for the notice from above. This? Zhou Yangming felt bitter and was about to say something, but several people got in the car and prepared to leave. But when the car was halfway there, it met a young soldier carrying a gun. The other person was standing on the side of the road waving. The car stopped, and Wu Xing leaned out to look at the other person. What can I do for you, young man? The young soldier carrying a gun handed over a paper bag that was soaked with sweat, panting. Newly produced shells and cores from our factory. Wu Xing was slightly stunned. When he took the paper bag, opened it, and took a look, he was immediately shocked. Steel core warhead? Is this produced by you? Right. Wu Xing was ecstatic. He had been a soldier for more than 10 years. Just by looking at the bullet, he understood what it meant. The shiny yellow bullet shell shows that the processing technology has reached a very high standard. What was more important was the flashing silver bullet that shocked him even more. Stainless steel. Yes, stainless steel. Get in the car, young man, and take me to where you got the bullets. Chapter 31. The Red Flag Arsenal Cannot Fail. Shueisha County Steel Plant. Meng Bai had just finished explaining the names of some materials needed to refine stainless steel and how to refine them, and it was already noon. He touched his stomach and said to the crowd who were still unsatisfied, "Okay, everyone go back and digest it well, and continue with class tomorrow. The steel mill is of top priority. Meng Bai plans to stay here for a few more days to let them thoroughly understand the refining techniques of various steels. In this way, I won't have to worry about the materials for the various military equipment that will follow." He was holding his bowl and was about to go to the cafeteria when he saw a familiar figure. "Director Lin, why are you here?" At this time, Lin Feng was leaning against the wall, smoking his pipe, and looked very depressed. Hearing Meng Bai's voice, he raised his head and took out a cloth bag from his arms. "Here, this is all the money I have left. I wonder if it's enough to buy the transformer." Meng Bai smiled and then stuffed the cloth bag back into the other person's hand. "Didn't we agree that if you let my brother go to the arsenal, the money for the transformer will be ignored?" However, the other party smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't go." "What's the meaning?" Meng Bai's heart tightened. If Meng Hu couldn't get into the arsenal, it would take a lot of effort for all his knowledge to be popularized. His original plan was to let Meng Hu enter the arsenal, and then give the technology to Meng Hu so that Meng Hu could produce various guns and artillery. In this way, you can make a lot of money and do more things without worries. But I didn't expect that there would be a problem with my first step. "Oh no! The technicians from the Pengcheng military region arrived ahead of schedule. Our plans were completely disrupted. The Red Flag Arsenal is gone." When he heard this, Meng Bai's eyes widened. "When did you come?" "Today." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took out his broken watch and checked the time. At this point, the inspection team may have already left. Meng Bai was slightly stunned. "No, if I'm not mistaken, the Red Flag Arsenal should still be there." "Ah? What do you mean?" When Lin Feng heard this, he was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise on his face. "The bullet production line has been completed. This morning I asked my brother to go to Nanjia Bay to deliver a batch of samples. If they were delivered to the arsenal, the inspection team would have seen them." "What?" Lin Feng stood up suddenly. It seemed that his legs were numb from squatting for too long. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Meng Bai stared at the other party very seriously and said, "I said that the bullet production line has been completed. The first batch of samples was produced last night." However, Lin Feng suddenly laughed and pointed at Meng Bai and said, "You little brat, this joke is not funny at all. I may be a rough guy, but I also know that it would take at least half a month or even longer to make such a sophisticated device. And it's a production line. Impossible, absolutely impossible." "Impossible, seeing is believing, just follow me." Meng Bai put the rice bowl in his hand aside, took the other person and walked towards another factory building. Seeing Meng Bai walking so firmly, Lin Feng's smile suddenly disappeared, and he asked Meng Bai in disbelief, "It can't be true?" Meng Bai did not answer him, but went straight to the door of the factory, took out the key and opened the door. When looking at the somewhat crude production line in the factory, Lin Feng thought he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes, and after making sure that everything he saw was real, he immediately pounced over and carefully touched the equipment that had not yet been trimmed of the burrs. Is this the bullet production line?" "Yes." As Meng Bai spoke, he picked up the remaining piece of copper tape from the side and placed it on the machine. Click! The machine starts working instantly when the power is turned on. With the sound of stamping, a brass bullet casing rolled around in the machine and fell into an iron bucket next to it. When Lin Feng tremblingly took out the yellow, metallic bullet shell from the iron bucket, he was stunned. Is this true?" As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Bai handed the vernier caliper to the other party. "Measure it yourself." However, when Lin Feng saw the vernier caliper, he couldn't help but be shocked. "What is this?" Meng Bai then remembered that precision gadgets like vernier calipers had not yet appeared in this era, but that did not prevent him from introducing them. "The measuring tools at the university are a more precise ruler that can measure down to 1 micron. Then he introduced the usage to the other party, and Lin Feng measured it with great interest. It completely meets or even exceeds the standard. Then he raised his head and looked at Meng Bai. Are the bullet shells you had someone send over this morning also of this type? The error of something coming out of a production line will not exceed 5 microns. Ha! Ha! Lin Feng was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and then he saw another machine. What is that? Oh, I made some adjustments to the core of the bullet. I used lead core bullets before, but lead is not good for the human body to process, and its hardness is too low, not as good as steel core. So, you use steel as the core? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. You know, steel cannot be produced in the entire Shuixizi County, and the annual steel output of the entire Longwei is also ridiculously low. Using steel as bullet core is simply a waste of resources. Another point is that steel will rust and cannot be preserved for a long time. Just when he was about to speak, Meng Bai took out an extra stainless steel bullet core and handed it to him. Here, it's made of stainless steel. It won't rust. Huh! No stainless steel? Where did you get these? The steel mill. Are you kidding me? A steel mill can produce this? They can't even produce steel, let alone stainless steel. That was the day before yesterday, and since yesterday, they have the ability to produce both regular and stainless steel. Just at this moment, Wu Xiangang, the director of the steel plant, walked in with wine and food. Hey Lao Lin, how come you are so free today? It's just right that you can catch up. I specially prepared some delicious food for Xiaomeng. Let's eat while we talk about how to increase the production capacity of stainless steel. Lin Feng was stunned and stared at Wu Xiangang again and again. What's going on? Wu Xiangang laughed, moved a table and chairs from the side, and while eating peanuts, he told Lin Feng what had happened in the past 2 days. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer describe the shock in his heart with words. For the first time, he felt that he was knowledgeable and awesome. Suddenly he thought of something and quickly stood up. No, I have to tell the inspection team about this immediately. The Red Flag Arsenal cannot go bankrupt. Just when he was about to stand up, a boss from the message room also ran over. Oh, Director Lin, you are here. Someone from the Pengcheng military region asked you to go over and explain to him where the bullets came from. Go ahead. Lin Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face and immediately said to Meng Bai. Let's go together. There are some things I really don't know how to explain to them. Okay. No problem. Chapter 32. I learned a little bit by myself. The steel plant workshop is bustling with activity. Wu Xing and several others were standing on the side of the road near the steel plant waiting. Suddenly I saw several workers pushing carts carrying out steel plates, and I was stunned. He could tell from the luster of the steel plate that it was definitely not an ordinary iron plate, but a real steel plate. So he immediately walked over and asked, Hello, may I ask, when did Zheishur County acquire the technology to produce steel? The workers in the workshop saw that Wu Xing and his men were wearing military uniforms and knew that they were important people. They did not hide it and spoke up immediately. Oh, 2 days ago, it was Master Meng who renovated our workshop and handed over the steelmaking technology to us. Today is the first batch of steel. What? The day before yesterday? Wu Xing was surprised, then he knocked on the steel plate in front of him, and then looked at it again, and couldn't help but sigh. Great, great, your Master Meng is amazing. The quality of this steel is much better than that of Pengcheng No. 1 steel plant. Seeing such a good piece of steel being transported away, Wu Xing couldn't help but ask. By the way, where is your Master Meng? Can you take me to see him? Although he was very eager to see Lin Feng now, he wanted to see Master Meng even more. After all, bullets can only be used in wars, but steel has a wide range of uses. Machinery, bridges, construction, military industry. Which industry can do without steel? Especially since he had just carefully looked at the quality of the steel. To be honest, steel of such good quality was really rare, far exceeding the domestically produced steel he had seen. Most of the high-quality steel in the country is imported from abroad, and many technologies are in the hands of the United States and Russia. Every year, a lot of money is wasted just on purchasing steel. If we can master these technologies and solve the domestic steel problem, how much money will it save the country? At this moment, the worker pointed at Meng Bai and Lin Feng not far away and said, Here, that's Master Meng. Wu Xing turned his head and immediately saw Lin Feng and a young man beside him. But when Wu Xing saw Meng Bai, he was slightly stunned, and then asked the worker, "That Master Meng is that young man?" The worker immediately showed an admiring expression and nodded. "That's right, although Master Meng is not very old, he is a top student who has been to university. He knows everything." Hearing this, Wu Xing couldn't help but ask subconsciously, "Then he also made the bullet?" "Yes. It is said that there is a big machine in his workshop. It is very powerful. It is said to be fully automatic. When you put things in it, bullets will pop out with a click." The workers became more and more excited as they spoke, and Wu Xing and several technicians around him were dumbfounded. At this time, Lin Feng brought Meng Bai to the front. "Hello, Technician Wu. I have something to do today, so..." Originally thinking that the arsenal was going to be finished, Lin Feng was in no mood to receive guests in the morning and ran away early. He didn't expect this result. Now seeing Wu Xing, he felt a little embarrassed. But Wu Xing waved his hand, took out the shell and core and handed them over. "Are these from your factory?" Lin Feng was still a little embarrassed to admit it, and turned to look at Meng Bai. Meng Bai nodded and said, "It's from the Red Flag Arsenal. I'm ready to send the equipment to Uncle Lin. I'm going to dismantle the parts and load them onto the truck." Wu Xing looked Meng Bai up and down, his eyes full of satisfaction. "I just heard the workers praising you, saying that you are a knowledgeable college student, very capable. Not only can you make bullet assembly lines, but you can also improve blast furnaces and produce steel. Where did you learn these skills?" Hearing this, Lin Feng on the side immediately interrupted. "I'm a college student in Shanghai, and my teacher taught me this stuff." However, his words immediately shocked Wu Xing and several technicians around him. "Ah? Young man, what university did you go to?" People like Lin Feng, who had not received much education, naturally did not know what universities there were in Shanghai, let alone who were the professors in those universities. Meng Bai had evaded them before and they completely believed it, but the people in front of them were not easy to fool. So Meng Bai coughed awkwardly and said, "Richard University in Shanghai." When hearing this name, a technician next to Wu Xing showed a look of surprise. "Richard University, isn't that a church school?" Yes. It seems that the church school only teaches English and the Bible?" When Wu Xing heard the words of the technician next to him, a hint of vigilance immediately flashed in his eyes. Meng Bai shrugged helplessly. "Yes, that's all they teach in school, but I went to a foreign friend's military library and learned a little bit by myself from what I saw in the library." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Wu Xing didn't receive much education and didn't know much about what happened in college. So he asked the technician next to him, "Look how good they are, how come you can't do it after going to college?" The young technician looked depressed. "Are you just going to get caught in the crossfire? What do you mean you only learned a little bit? How can you call all these techniques just a little bit?" At this time, Meng Bai smiled and said, "Different majors are different in college. Maybe this brother didn't study that major in college, right?" The young technician nodded immediately, and looked at Meng Bai with a look that said, "You have a conscience." Afterwards, the group went straight to the factory building next door without any further ado. When Wu Xing saw the assembly line where several devices were assembled together, he was also stunned. "Although it looks a bit crude, these things give me a sense of precision. By the way, can you demonstrate it to me?" As he spoke, he and several technicians looked around the assembly line again and again, their eyes unable to hide their admiration. Lin Xing immediately volunteered and nodded. "No problem. I'll do it." As he spoke, he picked up the copper tape beside him and placed it at the entrance of the machine, then pressed the start button. As a mechanical sound rang out, a brass bullet shell prototype was pressed out, and then went through subsequent processes such as flattening and polishing, and finally fell into an iron bucket on the side. Several people picked up the bullet shells, and then looked at the data obtained by Lin Xing after measuring with a vernier caliper, and were shocked on the spot. "Oh my God! It's completely up to standard, even exceeding the bullet shell standards of the Russian Bear's factory." Wu Xing was overjoyed and immediately looked at Meng Bai. Okay. Young man, I will report these skills of yours to my superiors, and you will be rewarded." Meng Bai smiled repeatedly. Thank you, leader! The other party waved his hand, unable to hide his love for talent. Young man, would you like to go to our city's arsenal? Seeing Wu Xing poaching people right in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore. No, Technician Wu, we finally found such a good seedling. Don't just dig it away like this. However, Wu Xing laughed. Director Lin, I know what you are worried about, but a talent like Meng Bai must go to a better place to develop. Lin Feng felt a little helpless, but he also knew that what the other party said made sense. A small arsenal of his own cannot keep a big Buddha like Meng Bai. However, Meng Bai smiled calmly. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no plans to do so for the time being. After hearing this, Wu Xing showed a hint of surprise. You know, if you can enter the arsenal of the municipal military district, your future prospects will be limitless, and it is a place that many people dream of. However, Meng Bai refused so bluntly. Why? Because I want to do more. Like what? Open a chemical plant that belongs to Longhua. Chapter 33 Gunpowder is not worthy of bullets. Chemical plant. Wu Xing repeated the word several times in his mouth, his heart still full of admiration. Okay, in that case, I won't say any more, but I can promise you that if you need it in the future or change your mind, you can always come to me. Thank you, leader. Then, Wu Xing immediately pointed to the stainless steel core cutting equipment next to him and asked, What is this? Stainless steel core cutting machine, capable of producing 7.62 mm caliber bullets. Is this the kind? Wu Xing once again took out the stainless steel bullet that was emitting colorful luster. Yes, that's it. Show me a demonstration. Lin Feng had just learned it once, and this time he took the initiative to try it out. In less than 2 seconds, a stainless steel bullet was cut and then sent to a grinding machine nearby for grinding. A shiny stainless steel bullet instantly made Wu Xing and his companions overjoyed. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately became nervous and said quickly, Technician Wu, this equipment belongs to our red flag arsenal. You can't take it away from someone else. The other party was also a little embarrassed after hearing this. To be honest, he did have that thought. However, he felt a little embarrassed when Lin Feng said that to his face, and could only look at Meng Bai. Meng Bai, the technology of this equipment. Meng Bai naturally understood what he meant, and the reason why he did this in such a high-profile manner was actually to promote this technology. Let all arsenals across the country use this fully automatic bullet production line to improve combat capabilities. I have already handed over the technology of this equipment to my brother. If the leader needs it, my brother can go with me. Wu Xing was extremely excited when he heard this. Okay, then let's make it a deal. At this time, Wu Xing was already fantasizing that all the arsenals in the country had this technology. By then, after modifying the equipment, wouldn't the bullets and artillery shells be unlimited? By then, even if a war breaks out again, they will no longer have to worry about insufficient ammunition supply when fighting on the front line. At this time, a technician suddenly asked, By the way, I want to ask, what is the output of our production line? According to the current speed of the assembly line I have set, without considering supply and mechanical damage, the daily output can reach 30,000 shells, and the warheads are estimated to be only 10,000. What? 30,000? Several people were stunned after hearing this. Even Lin Feng was stunned. Our largest arsenal doesn't seem to produce this much every day, right? Is this true? 30,000 shells a day? If you do this for a year, wouldn't that be tens of millions? Meng Bai coughed and said, This is an ideal situation. When we talk about output, we also have to consider wear and tear, machine damage, and so on. The actual performance cannot reach this standard. However, his words did not seem to be taken seriously by everyone. Everyone stared at the machine in front of them with shining eyes. We must step up production and popularize these technologies throughout the country, eliminate those outdated processes, and reduce the waste of resources. Thinking of this, Wu Xing couldn't wait to test the gun, but unfortunately, this was not an arsenal, so he couldn't load bullets, let alone test the gun here. So, after a discussion, they decided to dismantle the parts and take them back to the arsenal, then load and test the gun. Meng Bai glanced at Meng Hu. Brother, I leave it to you. You should be able to do it, right? Meng Hu nodded confidently and began to dismantle the equipment. In the past 2 days, in addition to instructing the steel plant on steelmaking technology, Meng Bai also provided technical guidance to Meng Hu. It is mainly about the loading and unloading steps of this assembly line, and how to deal with problems encountered during production. He was still a little unfamiliar with the tools at first, but after mastering the use of various tools, Meng Hu became faster and faster in dismantling things. In less than 2 hours, the entire small assembly line was dismantled into a pile of parts. Everyone was stunned, and Wu Xing kept giving thumbs up. You two brothers are both rare talents. It's a pity that you have greater ambitions. But it's worth a trip to get this young man. Meng Bai didn't expect that his technical display would actually create even more favorable conditions for Meng Hu. After all, the Red Flag Arsenal was just a converted local workshop, while the Pengcheng Military Regions Research Institute is a military regions research institute, and cannot be compared with a small workshop at all. Then the group placed these parts on the car and padded them with various blankets like treasures to prevent them from getting damaged, especially the circuit board that no one could understand. They wanted to treat it as a sacrifice. The car raised a cloud of dust and went straight to the Red Flag Arsenal. After arriving at the place, Meng Hu brought a group of people to assemble the bullet assembly line. The others went to another factory to load ammunition in preparation for the test firing. But when Meng Bai saw the black gunpowder, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Up to now, the Red Flag Arsenal is still using the most common black gunpowder. To be honest, this kind of black powder has basically no killing power, and cannot perform particularly well when used as gunpowder for bullets. However, he did not say anything, but followed along to complete the tour of the entire arsenal. After the visit, Meng Bai had only 2 words in his mind to describe it: old and dilapidated. It is unknown how many years ago the house was built, and it does not provide a dry environment at all. As for storing gunpowder, they could only use the most primitive method. As for the safety measures here, there is only one, that is, no open flames are allowed in the work area. Meng Bai sighed. Perhaps this place needs some renovation. At this time, all 50 rounds of bullets had been loaded. Everyone in the arsenal came to the test firing site to observe the power of the bullets produced on the assembly line. Wu Xing picked up the rifle without hesitation, checked it, and after forcibly confirming that it was correct, he aimed at the target 50 meters away and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of gunfire, the target reporter in front announced the results. When everyone saw the result, they couldn't help but applaud. Wu Xing also took out the magazine with satisfaction and looked at the yellow bullets. Not bad, but this gun is a bit inferior. If we can use the Mosin Nagant rifle made in Russia, we can achieve better results. This bullet completely meets the standards. Everyone present cheered, and his words announced that the Red Flag Arsenal had met the standards and could be retained. However, Meng Bai was supporting his arm and resting his chin on his hand, looking at the target in the distance. Lin Feng immediately noticed his situation and asked immediately, "What's wrong? Xiao Meng, there's something wrong with you." Meng Bai didn't hide anything and spoke straight to the point. "It can hit 100 meters, but we can only hit 50 meters. The power of gunpowder is too weak." After saying this, Wu Sheng on the side handed the gun to others and walked over and said, "We can't do anything about it. Ordinary black powder only has this much power. If you're beyond 50 meters, you basically can't hit it accurately. The imported gunpowder can only be used for those artillery shells. We can only make do with our rifles for now." Meng Bai nodded and said nothing, but he had already decided in his heart that he would produce new type of gunpowder as soon as he returned. At this time, other people also started to test the guns, and Wu Xing asked Meng Bai, "By the way, I haven't asked yet, what is your chemical plant going to produce?" "Sulfuric acid and nitric acid. At least we can get the gunpowder technology that our army lacks the most." "What? Sulfuric acid and nitric acid?" Wu Xing was stunned again. Chapter 34: Production of Sulfuric Acid. Although Wu Xing did not receive much education, he did study at the Yanjing Arsenal for a period of time during the war. At that time, many technical leaders said that in order to solve the problem of ammunition, we must first solve the problem of gunpowder. The solution to the gunpowder problem is to improve their chemical technology so that they can independently produce chemicals such as nitroglycerin and TNT. It's a pity that without a complete set of basic industries, it is really difficult to accomplish these things. At present, this thing can only be manufactured in the laboratory in China, and it uses some expensive experimental materials. There is no ability for mass production. The homemade workshops in China all use the black powder formula from 100 years ago, which is roughly composed of 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, and 3 charcoal. This type of gunpowder is not powerful enough and will produce a lot of smoke and burning materials when it explodes. If bullets made of this kind of gunpowder are used, it will cause great damage to the gun barrel. After hearing what Meng Bai said, Wu Xing just smiled. Then I wish you success. After a burst of gunfire, the gun testing phase was over, and Meng Bai's bullet production line received unanimous praise. The red flag arsenal was saved, and Meng Bai was notified to wait for commendation. Wu Xing said that this kind of merit is at least a first-class merit, and may even be a special merit. You have to know that Longwa has just ended the war. There are quite a few people who have won military merits, but most of them are in the army. However, if you want to gain military merit, there are probably 2 ways. Either you participate in battles and have significant performance, which can be obtained, or one can be rewarded with military merit if he has made outstanding contributions to the country. Comparing these 2 methods, the latter is obviously much more difficult. Basically, very few people in the country receive military awards for this. Meng Bai was also looking forward to the day when he could receive the medal. After all, before he traveled through time, whenever he saw those soldiers with various medals hanging on their chests, his heart was filled with respect. Then, Meng Bai took Wu Xing to visit the new technology of the steel plant, and said that the new blast furnace steelmaking technology, like the bullet production line, was unconditionally donated to the country. All of a sudden, Meng Bai's behavior immediately won the respect of all the staff. No more words, Comrade Meng Bai, don't worry, the country will never let you down. As Wu Xing spoke, he saluted Meng Bai, and then everyone else, including everyone in the arsenal, also saluted him. Meng Bai was extremely excited, as their military salute represented their highest respect. So he followed suit and saluted, not sure whether it was a standard military salute or not. And Lin Feng was even more excited. Meng Bai, you saved the red flag arsenal. How can we thank you? Uncle Lin, I already call you uncle. Do I need to say thank you for this relationship? Besides, I give you the equipment and technology, and you produce bullets and serve the country. Isn't this equivalent to me serving the country? Haha, yes, we are all serving our country. Meng Hu temporarily stayed in the arsenal to provide them with technical guidance. Meng Bai took a special car back to the old house in Ningzhuang. It was approaching evening and sporadic lights were lit in the village. The big stone mill at the entrance of the village was still grinding wheat, trying to grind it into flour as quickly as possible. Seeing how busy they were, Meng Bai directly greeted an old man with a white towel wrapped around his head. Third Grandpa, I'm busy. His greeting immediately attracted the attention of people around him. However, when they saw Meng Bai, they turned their heads away helplessly. Only the old man wearing a white towel on his head walked towards Meng Bai with his pipe on his back. The old man wearing a white towel is the village chief of Ningzhuang village, Meng Guangyuan, who is also a distant relative of Meng Bai. According to seniority, Meng Bai calls him third uncle. Xiao Bai, what have you been busy with these past 2 days? Everyone in the village is waiting for your machine to start working. This guy is using a donkey to grind the mill, which is really inefficient. The other party said as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. Meng Bai took the cigarette and took a look at it. Dakianman, what a great thing! In that era, cigarettes were a very luxurious item. Ordinary people could not afford to buy them, and almost all of them smoked dry tobacco. If someone takes out a cigarette, it either means that the other person must be of very noble status, or he or she has something to ask for. The situation that allowed the village chief to personally hand over the cigarette was probably related to the people in the village. Meng Bai naturally understood what they wanted to do, so he took the cigarette directly. I've been busy in the county town these past 2 days. As he spoke, he took out his lighter and prepared to light the other person's cigarette. However, When Meng Yuan saw the lighter in the other person's hand, his eyes lit up. You have all these good things. It looks like you have made a fortune, Xiao Bai. Meng Bai laughed, then lit the cigarette for the other person and then lit one for himself, took a light puff and replied. No way, you're just fooling around. Meng Yuan stared at the lighter with envy, took 2 puffs of the cigarette, put it out and put it in his pocket, then lit his own cigarette. Looking at the other person's frowning face, Meng Bai naturally understood what his third master was thinking, but he didn't know how to start the conversation. So he smiled and said, The third master came back this time to ask you to do something. After hearing this, the other party's eyes lit up, and then he turned his head to look at the other party and asked, What's the matter? Isn't there a piece of land in the east of our village? Can you rent it to me? Rent it to you? What do you want to do? I want to start a business, build a factory, and deal in some chemicals. But don't worry, the emissions will be safe and will not affect everyone's lives. When he came here, Meng Bai had already thought about it. If he wanted to build a chemical plant, he must have a place. This place must have access to water and electricity, and it is best if it is close to home. So he thought of the place at the east end of the village. That area has been plowed so many times by artillery shells that the original soil fertility has long been lost, and it has been left idle. The village tried several times to divide this land among the villagers, but no one agreed. After all, if that piece of land was divided, the good land would not be available. Unexpectedly, Meng Bai helped him solve the problem as soon as he opened his mouth, and Meng Yuan was overjoyed. Of course, no problem. How do you want to rent it? Then I want the whole place. How about renting it for a year for 100 yuan a month? If you want to renew the lease after a year, we can negotiate the price then. When these words were spoken, Meng Yuan was stunned. No one would want that piece of land even if it was given away for free. As a result, Meng Bai still wants to rent it today, and the price is even higher than the best farmland in the village. This is simply providing welfare to the village. For a moment, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. Then Meng Bai continued. By the way, my flour mill is no longer of much use, why not leave it to the village as a public facility? Ah? Meng Yuan stared at Meng Bai again and again, then reached out and touched his forehead. Baby, are you okay? Why are you talking nonsense? Haha, Master-san, I'm telling the truth. After saying that, Meng Bai spoke to the villagers who were secretly staring at him in the distance. Everyone, please stop for a moment and lend a hand to get my flour mill out. Let's finish the work quickly, or the wheat will get damp and sprout, which will be troublesome. Chapter 35 to First Class Merits. When Meng Bai said that he wanted to give the flour mill to the village, everyone present thought he was crazy. So he said that he wanted to do business and couldn't take care of those things. This reason immediately received unanimous and enthusiastic responses from everyone. I've watched Meng Bai since he was little. It turns out that he cares about us villagers. He is an educated man after all. He is so much better at doing business than farming. I support him. As expected of the descendants of martyrs, their ideological awareness is really too high. Meng Bai smiled and took a group of people to the house to get the flour mill out. A burst of loud noise was heard at the entrance of the village again. Meng Bai went to the village office with Meng Yuan and found the branch secretary and several other elderly people in the village. With everyone witnessing, he handed over the money and signed the contract, and took over the piece of wasteland at the east end of the village. Meng Yuan held the few banknotes in his hand and always felt guilty. Kid, why don't we return the money to you? The village will give you the land for free. The other elders and the branch secretary all nodded. Yes, it costs money to do business. If you give all the money to the village, how can you do business? You gave away your most valuable flour mill. How are you going to survive if you don't have a way to make money in the future? Take the money back quickly, and consider it as the rent for the land in the East End. Yes, we all know your intentions, but this is too expensive. Almost everyone felt that Meng Bai's actions were too outrageous and that he was simply cutting off his own path. However, Meng Bai just smiled. The contract has been signed and the fingerprints have been pressed, so there is no regret. Uncles and uncles, I hope you will forgive me if I do something in the village in the future. Meng Guangyuan looked at Meng Bai like this and felt deeply moved. Just because of what happened today, I will support you even if you want to sell my old bones in the future. Ha ha ha, third master, what are you talking about? How can I do such a thing? I mean, if I want the villagers to make money with me in the future, I still need your support. Of course. How can we object to such a good thing as making money together and improving our lives? Others followed suit. Meng Bai chatted with everyone for a while and then left the village office. Meng Bai had already made plans to develop various domestic technologies and industries when he came here. The best way to develop is to rely on a small place first, a place that can support you from top to bottom. After all, some industries are so appalling that if you rashly report them, it may take a long time just to get approval. Meng Bai can wait that long, but war cannot. The Anti-Ga War will break out in about a year. He must do his best to quickly transform various domestic industries. If you want to realize this grand idea, you can only rely on Mingzhuang and show your own results. One of his plans was to speak directly with facts and silence those questioning voices. After returning home, Meng Bai cleaned the room and then placed the experimental equipment he had purchased in the room one by one. Then he went to another room, took out his computer, opened it, and searched for the method to prepare sulfuric acid and nitric acid. There are many ways to make sulfuric acid, but the industrial sulfuric acid preparation method used in factories almost always adopts the contact method. The benefits of this production method mainly include high efficiency, environmental protection, economy, and strong adaptability, and it is suitable for mass production. Some traditional methods in rural areas can also produce it, but the efficiency is too low and large-scale production is not possible. The high efficiency of the contact process is mainly reflected in the fact that it has 3 production stages: gasification, contact oxidation, and absorption of sulfur trioxide. During the gasification process, pyrite or sulfur needs to be placed in a boiling furnace for heating to produce sulfur dioxide. The sulfur dioxide is then catalyzed in a catalytic furnace to form sulfur trioxide. Finally, sulfur trioxide is absorbed in the absorption tower and eventually forms sulfuric acid. This series of reaction steps are closely linked, enabling large-scale industrial production, and is also the main production method adopted by most factories later on. In addition, the waste gas, waste water, and waste residue produced by the reaction can be treated and utilized. Waste gas can be absorbed by ammonia water, waste water can be treated with lime milk, and waste residue can be used as raw material for making cement or bricks. It not only realizes the utilization rate of resources, but also protects the surrounding environment, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, around Pengcheng, there are not only coal mines, but also many iron mines. Even if the raw materials are available, what remains is the construction of boiling furnace, catalytic furnace, absorption tower, and waste disposal. As for the preparation method of nitric acid, it is much more difficult than that of sulfuric acid. If you want to achieve large-scale production, you need to use the ammonia oxidation method. This method is much more difficult to prepare than sulfuric acid. This is mainly because ammonia is needed in the ammonia oxidation method. Ammonia is a substance that is harmful to the human body and requires natural gas to synthesize. Meng Bai checked the map at that time and actually found a natural gas production plant. With natural gas, ammonia can be obtained through chemical reactions, and then nitric acid can be made through the ammonia oxidation method. After memorizing all the technical information, Meng Bai immediately rode his bicycle to the county town. I first went to the iron ore factory, inquired about the price, and then bought a batch of iron ore and other materials. Then he went to the natural gas company, asked about the price, and then returned to the village. We found some skilled bricklayers and started working on the plan of building the laboratory building. Because a lot of manpower was needed and most people in the village were still busy with farming, Meng Bai had to visit the surrounding villages. Finally, he found all the bricklayers he could find, and most of his money was spent. On this morning, Meng Bai got up and was washing up when he suddenly heard the sound of a car outside. Then the door was opened, and Meng Hu's excited voice was heard. "Dong, Xiaobai, I'm back! And Staff Officer Chen is here too!" After hearing the voice, Meng Bai quickly put down what he was holding and followed him out. Then he saw a group of people coming into the yard. Meng Bai wiped his face with his sleeve, a little surprised. At this time, Meng Hu walked in excitedly and looked at Meng Bai with excitement. Xiao Bai, this is great news! This is a huge good news! Meng Bai was slightly stunned looking at Meng Hu's excitement, then he looked at Wu Xing and others who came with him, and immediately guessed something. At this time, Wu Xing came over with a man of medium build, but with the temperament of a veteran soldier. The other person, wearing a gray military uniform, looked Meng Bai up and down with a satisfied smile on his face. The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared, Wu Xing introduced with a smile on his face. Meng Bai, this is our Pengcheng Military Region's Chief of Staff, Comrade Qinzhong. I heard that you invented the arsenal's bullet production line and improved the blast furnace steelmaking technology. I'm praising you highly. Meng Bai quickly saluted the other party. Qinzhong also returned a military salute, and then handed over 2 shining medals. Come here! Little comrade, this is your honor. You have won 2 first-class merits in one go. You are the pride of our Pengcheng. When the villagers outside the door heard this, their eyes widened. What? 2 first-class merits. Did I hear that correctly? This is not a joke, right? My goodness, what did he do? He only won 2 first-class merits? Could it be that he got the credit for giving us the flour mill? How is that possible? If that were the case, the homes of those local rich people in the village would be filled with medals of honor. What could that be? Could it be that he caught some spy? The villagers didn't know the truth and were talking about it. Village Chief Meng Guangyuan also showed a gratified expression. If Meng Bai's parents knew how powerful he was, they would probably rest in peace. Chapter 36. I want to do an experiment to synthesize a new type of explosive. Amid the envy of the villagers, Meng Bai received 2 bronze medals. Thank you, Chief. Qinzhong laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, good job. Longwei is in need of patriotic talents like you. I don't deserve it, Chief. This is what I should do. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm rooting for you. Meng Bai finally reacted and quickly pointed in the direction of the house and said, Everyone, stop standing there and go inside to chat. Brother Hu will help pour some tea. Okay. Meng Hu immediately went to make tea. However, Qinzhong waved his hands, his eyes full of anticipation. No need to bother. I came here mainly to visit the Red Flag Arsenal to see your new invention. By the way, I heard that the bullet production line can produce 30,000 bullets a day. Is that true? It's true, but there are prerequisites. We must ensure the supply of copper strips and the maintenance of the equipment. TSK, this is equivalent to the output of several arsenals. I am so jealous. How about you come with me? When Meng Bai heard the other party say that he would take him to the Red Flag Arsenal, he hesitated for a moment. He has been busy these days and has just prepared all the experimental materials. If we could take advantage of this opportunity to make nitroglycerin, it would be more exciting than producing a few more bullet production lines. He was eager to complete the experiment. As for the produced equipment, it would be a pure waste of time to go there again. It takes a whole day to complete the production of a complete set of nitroglycerin. If I were to go to the arsenal with them, I'm afraid I would waste the whole day outside. So he looked at Qinzhong embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, Chief. I have an important experiment to do today, so I'm afraid I can't go. Hearing this, everyone present was slightly stunned. My goodness, he even rejected the invitation from the Chief of Staff of the Pengcheng Military Region? You're really arrogant. Wu Xing coughed slightly and said to Meng Bai, Little comrade, you don't know that Chief of Staff Qin is very busy. He made a special trip just for you. You know how many people wanted to have a cup of tea with him but couldn't find him. Qinzhong laughed and waved his hand slightly, looking at Meng Bai. Doing an experiment? Can you tell me what the experiment is? Produce sulfuric acid and nitric acid, and then synthesize new types of explosives. As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles on the faces of everyone around them suddenly froze. Perhaps many of them don't know what sulfuric acid and nitric acid are, but they know what explosives are. In this small courtyard, except Meng Bai and Meng Hu who have never served in the army, the rest are all from a military background. Explosives and ammunition can be said to be a pain for every dragon country warrior. During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, they were forced to speed up and rush to the front line to engage in hand-to-hand combat due to lack of ammunition, resulting in the sacrifice of too many comrades in vain. At that time, each person could only get about 5 bullets on the battlefield, and if the wealthier ones were given 10, it would be considered good. In addition to the shortage of ammunition, another problem is the poor quality of the ammunition. There are no large chemical plants in Longwa, so it is impossible to produce ammunition on a large scale. Although the black powder bullets produced in some homemade workshops can be used, a large amount of residue will remain in the gun barrel after the explosion of the black powder, affecting the use of the gun. In serious cases, jamming or even explosion of the barrel is common. When everyone present heard Meng Bai say that he wanted to improve gunpowder, how could they not be surprised? What? Synthesize a new type of explosive? Qinzhong looked around the yard, his face full of surprise. Right here? Yes, it's right here. All the experimental equipment is in the room. As he spoke, Meng Bai led everyone to the laboratory that was converted from the flour mill. Looking at the dazzling array of experimental equipment inside, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Most of the people present had never seen these things. However, when Wu Xing and other technicians saw it, they immediately showed envious expressions on their faces. Meng Bai, the experimental equipment in your room is not cheap, right? Meng Bai smiled, which was considered as his agreement. After all, with current technology, if one wants to produce some of the utensils in this house, probably only the eagle sauce or the Russian bear can do it. Qinzhong looked at the various experimental equipment in the room and was very satisfied. Young comrade, if you need anything, just let me know. I can help you without hesitation. Seeing Qinzhong say this, Meng Bai immediately thought of something and said with a smile, Commander, I want to open a chemical manufacturing company, but there are some difficult procedures to go through, you see. After hearing this, the other party burst into laughter. Good boy, so you were waiting for me here. Then he spoke to an officer beside him. You've heard it all, right? This is our great hero, a scientist who has brought glory to our country. I'll leave this to you to handle. Don't delay his experiment. Yes, Chief of Staff. Meng Bai didn't expect that the problem could be solved so easily. I thought I would have to run around a lot, but I didn't expect that the Chief of Staff would come and solve the problem with just one sentence. It really is good to have connections after all. Of course, it was entirely because of my own strength that I won their trust, otherwise ordinary people would probably not even be able to see me. Then Qinzhong patted Meng Bai on the shoulder. Since that's the case, young comrade, we won't bother you anymore. You must pay attention to safety when doing the experiment. We'll leave first. Thank you, Chief. I'll see you off. After seeing everyone off, Meng Bai let out a long sigh and looked at Meng Hu's smiling face and couldn't help asking. How is it? How is the arsenal in Pengcheng military region? Yeah, that's great. They all respect me, calling me master all the time. I feel a little embarrassed to call them master. Haha. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Once you get used to it, I'll give you a few more books when you've finished learning everything in those books. Oh, okay. Then Meng Hu looked at the various experimental equipment in the room and said, Dong, Xiao Bai, I'm afraid I can't help you anymore. It's okay. You don't need any help with this little experiment. I can handle it on my own. Just focus on teaching them the techniques I gave you. Meng Hu nodded, and suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, Xiao Bai, is your gunpowder really okay? Haha, what? You doubt my ability too? No, how could I doubt you? Meng Hu quickly waved his hands and explained nervously. It's mainly because someone in my team said that gunpowder is different from bullet shells. It uses some kind of chemistry or something. I don't understand it, but I heard that this technology is in the hands of foreigners. If you can do it, it would be amazing. Don't worry. Just wait for my good news in a few days. Meng Bai checked the time and said, Since you are here, come and help me. Okay. Grind the ore over there and send it to me. Make sure it's finely ground. Then, the two brothers began the preparations before the experiment. At this moment, Chen Zhong was sitting in the car, and asked Wu Xing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Xiao Wu, do you think that young comrade Meng Bai can make a new type of gunpowder? Wu Xing thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps it can be produced through laboratory methods, but if you want to produce it on a large scale, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult." "Even you don't have confidence in him?" "Well, it's not that I don't have confidence in him, but it's that these technologies are all in foreign countries. The Eagle Sauce and the Russian Bear are extremely confidential about these technologies. I'm afraid he won't be able to get the relevant technologies in school." "I see. But I like this boy very much. Please take good care of him in the future." "Yes, Chief." Chapter 37 Zhouya appears, hallucination? With Meng Hu's participation, the experiments in the laboratory went more smoothly than before. "Xiaobai, what are you doing? What we need to do now is to boil the iron ore and burn it to obtain sulfur dioxide gas." "So what are these little pipes for?" "This is the contact chamber stage. Through these places, the gases inside can react and produce sulfur trioxide." "What's the purpose of adding water?" "Add water to absorb the sulfur trioxide in the gas to obtain fuming sulfuric acid." "Where are these papers?" "This thing is called test paper. It can measure the concentration of sulfuric acid. Of course, we need to make it more precise." While doing the experiment, Meng Bai answered Meng Hu's questions. After these few days of contact and learning, Meng Hu's desire to study is particularly high. In the past, he was a young man who only knew how to do farm work and had no ambitions. But after these few days, he finally realized the importance of learning. Meng Bai also wanted to teach him his skills. After all, his own strength was limited. If he could use Meng Hu to help promote his skills, the effect would be much better. After a whole day of busy work, Meng Bai finally obtained sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Looking at the 2 bottles of liquid in the reagent bottles, Meng Hu's eyes were shining. "Are these 2 liquids used to make explosives?" "Yes, there are some other reactions that need to be done besides this, but it's late today, we'll do it tomorrow." "Great! After learning from you, I feel like I have become a cultured person." "Haha! That's right. If you study hard, you will become a cultured person in the future." "Hey, I know learning isn't easy, but I'll try my best. By the way, can we take the test tomorrow?" "You can do the test tomorrow. When will you leave tomorrow?" "What a pity. I have to leave tomorrow morning. I probably won't be able to see the experiment." "It doesn't matter. Once it's produced, you can use it any time in the arsenal." Night is approaching. Inside the Pengcheng military region compound. As soon as Qinzhong returned home, he saw his wife coming to greet him. "Old Chen, why are you back so late?" Seeing his wife Li Yulin coming over, Chen Zhong laughed and looked at her with a smug look on his face. "I went to visit a treasure today. You didn't come with me. What a great loss." "What treasure?" "Haha, bullet production line." "Ah? Bullet production line? Did the higher-ups approve our previous approval and send us this?" "No, it's a brand new bullet production line. It's more efficient than the one we bought from Russia. It can produce 30,000 bullet shells a day." "Ah? So high?" Li Yulin couldn't help but rubbed her hands after hearing this, and her smile became even stronger. "That's great, then go and tell your niece." Hearing this, Qin Zhong was slightly stunned and looked into the house and asked in a low voice, "That girl is back?" When he heard that it was his niece who came back, Qin Zhong couldn't help but think of that quirky girl. That was the daughter of his old comrade-in-arms. He and his comrade-in-arms had been through life and death countless times and were closer than brothers. So his daughter is like his own daughter. But when he thought of that girl who had so many tricks up her sleeve and always liked to cause trouble for him, he felt overwhelmed. Seeing her husband's reaction, Li Yulin couldn't help but touch her with her shoulder. "Yes, I just came back, but I'm afraid I'll be staying for a long time this time. You better not be so stubborn." Qin Zhong felt something was wrong, took another look inside, and pulled his wife to ask in a low voice, "She won't stay with us, will she?" Seeing her husband's reaction, Li Yulin couldn't help but roll her eyes. "That's your niece, are you so afraid of her?" "Oh, how can I not be afraid? If she were a boy, she would probably be a troublemaker. Why did she want to stay with us? Isn't her father in Jinling?" "She said she didn't want to be controlled by her father, so she came here to get some peace and quiet." "Oh, and she became a reporter for Pengcheng newspaper. Reporter. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver bell-like laughter came from inside. A girl with a ponytail, wearing a men's white shirt, men's trousers and suspenders, ran out with a camera in her hand. Uncle, you're back. I missed you so much. Seeing that the girl was about to give him a warm hug, Qin quickly dodged and pretended to be angry and scolded. You are so grown up, why are you making trouble? The girl pouted, but soon became happy and came closer and asked in a low voice. Uncle, I just heard from your guard that you went to the countryside to inspect the arsenal and met a great scientist. Is that true? Qin nodded and described it as he walked into the house. After hearing this, the other party's eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. The newspaper wants me to interview someone. I think the scientist you mentioned is very good. We don't have such a person in Pengcheng yet. When Qin heard this, he couldn't help but stare at the other person with his eyes wide open. You little bitch, I'm telling you, don't disturb me. Auntie, look at Uncle. I went there with good intentions to interview him. Why is he like this? Seeing her niece acting coquettishly towards her, Li Yulin couldn't resist and immediately said to Qin, the girl has good intentions. Just tell her the address and let her go for the interview. At worst, you can ask Xiaowang to follow her. Qin smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked at his niece with a stern expression. Let Xiaowang take you there tomorrow, but let me make it clear first, if you make trouble, I'll put you in solitary confinement. The other party was overjoyed after hearing this, and immediately imitated the guards and saluted Qin. Yes, Chief. The next morning, Meng Bai got up early and saw Meng, who had already prepared breakfast, and placed it on the table in the main room. Dong, Xiao Bai, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself from now on. Don't worry, brother Hu. Just go with peace of mind. I'll visit you at the arsenal when I have time. Yeah. Be safe. After watching Meng Hu leave, Meng Bai had a simple breakfast and went into the laboratory. Nitroglycerin is a very unstable compound and can cause an explosion if handled carelessly. In order to ensure the safety of the experiment, he placed the experiment in the yard to prevent an explosion from destroying the entire laboratory. Time passed little by little, and finally, his hard work paid off. Meng Bai finally used sulfuric acid and nitric acid to synthesize some light yellow, oily nitroglycerin. Phew! Finally succeeded! Meng Bai looked at the liquid and felt ecstatic. However, he did not dare to be careless now, because this thing was extremely unstable and it might decompose and explode with the slightest vibration and high temperature. He carefully took out the reagent tube and placed it in a sealed container, preparing for the blasting test. After ensuring the safe distance, Meng Bai was about to turn around when the brick placed above the container suddenly tilted down. Seeing this scene, Meng Bai's pupils shrank in fear. Grass! After saying that, he just lay down on the ground. The brick fell down and hit the container of nitroglycerin, causing a violent vibration. The nitroglycerin in the container reacted instantly. Boom! Meng Bai only felt a powerful shock wave that overturned everything in the yard, including himself. While being blown away, Meng Bai only felt severe pain all over his body, but he was extremely happy. Success! When he fell to the ground, he felt a little blurry. In a trance, I watched the gate of the courtyard open and a young man in a green military uniform and a girl with a ponytail ran towards me. When the girl came up to him, opened her eyes and called him, Meng Bai was surprised. Zhou? Is it really her? Or am I hallucinating? Chapter 38 Zhou Little Secrets. Pengcheng Military Region Headquarters. Meng Bai lay on the hospital bed, feeling like he was dreaming. There were some voices constantly coming from his ears. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he felt like he was sleep paralyzed. He felt weak all over and couldn't open his eyes at all. Finally, he heard a conversation. Doctor, is this man okay? Comrade Zhou, don't worry, he just suffered a concussion and is in a coma. He will wake up soon. That's good, thank you, doctor. You're welcome. If the injured person wakes up, you can press the bell at the head of the bed and our nurse will come right over. Okay. Then there was the sound of footsteps leaving. Meng Bai was lying on the bed at this time, and he was ecstatic when he heard this familiar name. He originally thought that he would have to serve the country while looking for Zhou for the rest of his life. He was even worried that by the time he found Zhouye, she would be too old to survive. However, he didn't expect that he would meet her just a few days after traveling through time. The last face he saw before he passed out in the explosion, Meng Bai knew it was hers. He was now struggling hard to wake up, but his body was completely out of control and he couldn't use any strength at all. At this moment, Meng Bai suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance again, and then Zhouye's voice sounded in his ears. You better wake up soon, my first manuscript depends on you. If the manuscript is not well written, you will be fully responsible if the president of the newspaper fires you. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Bai heard a faint breathing sound. This quiet atmosphere made him feel extremely peaceful. Suddenly, he felt some strength in his fingers. He tried to move, and then his strength began to slowly recover, and his eyes opened a crack. I saw an old-fashioned ceiling fan hanging on the ceiling, and the room was filled with the smell of disinfectant mixed with some body odor from the people around me. Meng Bai tried hard to twist his neck, and finally, when he saw the familiar figure beside him out of the corner of his eye, he was extremely surprised. That's right, it's Zhouye. From his previous life to now, Meng Bai has always considered himself a materialist, and never believed in supernatural powers. However, he unexpectedly got the opportunity to travel through time, which shook his faith slightly. Later, he met Zhouye again and heard her talk about the lovers of 3 lives and the 4-life agreement before parting. Meng Bai felt that perhaps there really was a magical reincarnation in the world that could allow him to meet her. Just quietly watching Zhouye sleeping on the head of the bed, Meng Bai wanted to freeze this moment. After all his strength was restored, Meng Bai slowly stretched out his hand and lifted the other person's hair behind his ear. Looking at the rosy face, Meng Bai leaned over unconsciously. Just when he was about to touch it, suddenly he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Eyes met. The eyes of both sides were filled with shock, anger, joy, admiration, and other emotions. At this moment, Meng Bai was less than 1 centimeter away from Zhouye. With a little more effort, he would be able to get close to her. And at this moment, a strong feeling of suffocation came from my neck. Then Xiao Ran saw anger in Zhouye's eyes. She pinched his neck and pressed him on the bed. At this moment he realized a problem. Zhouye did not know him, let alone the 4-life agreement. He patted the other person's arm, indicating that he was about to die, and the other person finally let go. You bastard! I'm going to get someone to arrest you right now! Zhouye reached out to press the bell, but Meng Bai stopped her. Wait a minute, I have something to say! Zhouye stood aside and took out a pair of surgical scissors from somewhere and pointed them at Meng Bai. Stop using sweet words here! Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything. Just listen to me, okay? Zhouye didn't answer, so Meng Bai Quan took it as her agreement and spoke. Do you believe in fate? The other party looked at Meng Bai warily and said fiercely. Don't tell me about these nihilisms, I don't believe them. Then I'll tell you something. Humph! Don't try to fool me. Zhouye still looked alert, but seeing that Meng Bai was sitting on the bed and did not make any moves to threaten her, she slowly put down the hand holding the scissors. The premise is that Meng Bai and Zhouye have not been together for a long time, but the other party has told him a lot about her. The other person said that if they met again in the next life, if he didn't recognize him, he would tell him some of his little unknown habits. Meng Bai remembered these things clearly, even clearer than some other information. You actually prefer to use a spoon instead of chopsticks because you think a spoon won't fall out of the bowl easily, but chopsticks won't. When you walk, you always like to follow the stones along the curb and always count the steps in your mind. You are very afraid of thunder. Every time it thunders, you always hide yourself in a corner. You look for the Big Dipper every night. While Meng Bai was speaking, he carefully observed Zhouye every time he said something. There will be some shock and less vigilance on the other person's face. Well, there is one more thing. Sometimes, when you take a shower, you pee while standing, ahem? After these words were spoken, Zhouye, who had just been shocked, instantly blushed. You're talking nonsense, I didn't! She tried her best to defend herself, but her expression betrayed her inner feelings. It seems, she really likes to pee secretly while standing. But after she finished speaking, her expression turned panic-stricken. You, who are you? Meng Bai shrugged slightly. I am Meng Bai, your lover from 3 previous lives. You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Don't worry, I promise I won't say anything nonsense. When Zhouya heard Meng Bai agree to her, she was immediately relieved, but she still couldn't understand why this guy knew so many of her secrets. So she held the scissors and approached Meng Bai, then lowered her voice and said, "How do you know these secrets?" Seeing the other person's nervous look, Meng Bai couldn't help but smile. He knew that the other party really didn't know him, and if he told him about his time travel, it might be too shocking. Now is a sensitive period, and he doesn't want to bring trouble to himself and Zhouya because of this matter. So he smiled and made up a reason. "I've been dreaming. What I dreamed about couldn't be real, could it?" Zhouya quickly shook her head. "Fake, all of it is fake." Meng Bai laughed, and continued. "By the way, when I was unconscious, I heard you wanted to interview me?" Zhouya finally reacted and immediately took out her camera and shook it. "That's right. I originally planned to interview you at your home, but I didn't expect an explosion to happen right before we got to your door. Then Brother Wang and I sent you to the hospital. Come to think of it, you should thank me. So it's for saving my life. How about I treat you to a meal?" "That won't do. How can you repay me for saving your life with a meal? How about this? Promise me a few things." "Good. First, you are not allowed to tell anyone my secret." It's not a secret, it's your dream. Don't tell it to anyone." "No problem. Promise." "The second thing is to accept my interview and follow my instructions." "All right." "The third thing is to treat me to a big meal as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." "Good." Chapter 39 Test Success. Unconsciously, Meng Bai and Zhouya had been chatting for more than half an hour. The relationship between the two people suddenly changed from strangers to good friends. Zhouya had no resistance to Meng Bai. Instead, she felt a sense of mutual admiration, as if they were best friends from childhood. "You mean you managed to get the nitroglycerin by yourself?" When Zhouya heard that Meng Bai was knocked unconscious because the new type of gunpowder he configured was too powerful, and he failed to control it properly, she was stunned. "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have so many scientists who have put in so much effort, and many raw materials have to be imported from abroad, before we can prepare nitroglycerin in the laboratory. You can do it all by yourself?" "Yes, as long as you master the chemical formula, you can deduce the result. It's not that difficult." "You must be lying to me. You are addicted to bragging." Looking at Zhouya's face full of disbelief, Meng Bai shrugged helplessly. "You don't believe me when I explain it to you, so how about I demonstrate it to you in person the next time you come to my house?" "Okay. That's what you said." "Yeah, I said it." At this moment, Meng Bai was trying his best to create every opportunity to contact Zhouya, trying to defeat her as soon as possible. However, Zhouya didn't know that she was thinking about Meng Bai's little experiment, while the other party was thinking about her. Just at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside, and then the door of the ward was opened. Wu Xing, who was wearing a military uniform, saw Meng Bai sitting on the bed and chatting with Zhouya, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I was so scared. I thought something happened to you." Zhouya on the side grinned, stood up and greeted Wu Xing. "Uncle Wu, long time no see." Wu Xing nodded, his face full of smiles. "Xiaoya is back. This time it's all thanks to you, otherwise we probably wouldn't know what happened to Meng Bai." "Hee hee, you're welcome. This guy is very tough and nothing will happen to him." Meng Bai also planned to get off the bed to say hello, but Wu Xing came forward and pressed him down on the bed. You did an experiment without informing anyone. Do you know how much noise that made? Luckily you're fine. You just came back from the Chief of Staff, but you got scolded pretty badly." Meng Bai was a little surprised when he saw Wu Xing's sighing expression. He then realized that he had made such a big noise at home that he might have alarmed even the armed team in the village. Although Longvoie has just been established, some armed forces in the village have not yet been disbanded. So he asked quickly, Leader, there weren't any other casualties, right?" The other party waved his hand. "Of course not. The explosive you made at home was very powerful, but it was in an open area after all. It only collapsed a wall in your house." That's good. A wall collapsed? Meng Bai was a little shocked. You have to know that my yard is also an old house, and it was built with the best craftsmen and bricks at that time, so it is quite solid. And the place I chose was an open space, at least 10 meters away from the wall. I only used a bottle of less than 200 milliliters of nitroglycerin, but it had such great power. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to go back and study it. Seeing Meng Bai was about to get up silently, he quickly held him down. You're not in good health right now, take some rest. Meng Bai shook his head. It's ready now. I want to go back and check on my lab and the things inside. Don't worry, someone has been assigned to guard your house. No one has entered. Your experimental equipment is still in place. Phew, that's good. That's good. Then, Wuxing looked at Meng Bai seriously. Tell me the truth. You said yesterday that you were going to make a new type of explosive. This explosion couldn't be. Yes, nitroglycerin. I used an industrial-grade process to make it. This experiment was a success. We can synthesize it ourselves. When this sentence was finished, the whole room was silent. Zhouye took out a camera at some point and took a few photos. Wuxing swallowed, then looked Meng Bai up and down, his eyes already filled with impatience. Are you really okay? I'm sure everything is fine. I want to go back and synthesize it again. Meng Bai was also extremely looking forward to it at this time. After all, the nitroglycerin synthesized by myself has not been tested for residue. Only by soaking the nitroglycerin into cotton and making it into nitrocellulose can it be used as propellant for bullets. In this way, the gunpowder technology bottleneck in the country was completely solved. So Wu Xing immediately shouted outside the door. Doctor, come and check Meng Bai to see if he has any other problems. Then several people in white coats came into the room and conducted a physical examination on Meng Bai. After confirming that everything was normal, the group couldn't wait to drive to Meng Bai's old courtyard. The yard wall has been rebuilt, and there are armed soldiers guarding the entrance, the yard, and the door of the laboratory. Meng Bai came to the laboratory and looked at the bottle of unused nitroglycerin placed in the safe. A smile appeared on his face. This is nitroglycerin! When looking at the bottle of yellow oily liquid, several technicians in the Pengcheng arsenal were all excited. I never thought I would see such a good thing in my lifetime. This is our treasure. If we had something like this, we could have killed so many more devils on the battlefield. Oh, Meng Bai, it would have been great if you were born 20 years earlier. When Meng Bai carefully brought out the bottle of yellow oily liquid, everyone present couldn't help but feel nervous. Wuxing took a deep breath and whispered to Meng Bai. Be careful. Safety first. Don't worry. At this moment, Zhouye, who was standing not far away with a camera, asked, Will taking photos have any impact? It won't affect you. Very good. As she spoke, she adjusted the camera position and waited for the test. For this test, Xiao Ran didn't dare to take out more than 100 milliliters of nitroglycerin at once as he did before. He sucked out some nitroglycerin with a dropper and placed it in a professional testing instrument nearby for an explosion test. The moment of starting. There was a loud bang. The iron test container exploded instantly. Everyone immediately came over to check it out, their eyes filled with shock and joy. No residue, powerful enough. The smoke volume is less than the test standard, it meets the standard. Haha, we succeeded, we have our own gunpowder. Wuxing was so excited that he patted Meng Bai's shoulder with tears in his eyes. Great, really great. If you report this to Yanjing, you will probably get another special merit. You are the pride of Pengcheng. Meng Bai smiled and said, Don't worry, nitroglycerin is too unstable. We must synthesize nitrocellulose and more stable gunpowder so that we can produce it in large quantities. It's okay. You should have a good rest first. There's no rush for the nitrocellulose and other explosives. Just one nitroglycerin is enough for you to get the special merit. Wuxing was filled with excitement and turned to look at Meng Bai. I've only known you for 2 days, and you've already received 3 military merits. To be honest, I'm so envious. Chapter 40 I will teach you how to write news. When Zhouye heard that Meng Bai had won 2 first-class merits in a row, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. Ah? Really? You already have 2 first-class merits? Meng Bai turned to look at Zhou Ye and nodded slightly. Yes, learning the domestic steelmaking technology and the military's ammunition problem, it is reasonable to get 2 first-class merits. Zhou Ye showed a bit of envy and admiration, and then looked at the explosion area in the distance. With this first-class merit, wow, 3 first-class merits. And they are all for personal scientific research? Too impressive! It seems that there will be no problem with this interview. As she spoke, she held up a small notebook and wrote down some of the things she thought about and heard. Meng Bai couldn't help but smile when he saw how serious she was. This is just the beginning, and this is still taking into account that I have just crossed over and am in the adaptation stage. Once I have laid a solid foundation, I will be able to obtain first-class merit and special merit. At this time, Wu Xing was already getting impatient. It's getting late. We have to go back and report this great news to the Chief of Staff and the Commander-in-Chief. I guess they will be so excited after knowing it that they won't be able to sleep all night. Then he said to Meng Bai, if the chemical production plant encounters any problems, please report it to us as soon as possible. We will do our best to help you solve it. Okay, leader, I got it. Hey! Calling me leader is really too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Wu. Okay, Uncle Wu, then you walk slowly. Then Meng Bai sent everyone to the car, but before getting in, Zhou Ye suddenly thought of something, opened the door and ran over again. Don't forget about the interview. Don't worry, I remember our agreement. Speaking of the agreement, Zhou Ye's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Meng Bai, then got into the car, closed the door, and waved goodbye. Meng Bai watched everyone leave until the light of the car lights disappeared from his sight. Then he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Looks like I have to speed up. However, when he thought of the day he spent with Zhou Ye, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although some ridiculous things happened when we first met, at least it's stable. Fortunately, the other person feels pretty good about me and isn't so wary, so pursuing her seems to become a lot easier. At this moment, a smell of smoke wafted from behind. Meng Guangyuan walked over with a tattered cotton jacket draped over his shoulders and a pure copper pipe in his hand. Are you interested in that girl? Yeah? It was already the founding period of the People's Republic of China, and there were no class barriers anymore. Although the relationship between men and women was still in a relatively conservative stage, it was at least much better than before. Meng Bai did not hide it. After all, the village chief was his distant third uncle, so it would be okay to talk to him. The other person smiled, then took out a large front door from his pocket and handed it to him. That girl is Chief of Staff Chen's niece. She is the daughter of his comrade in arms. She is almost equivalent to Chief of Staff Chen's daughter. So if you want to pursue her, it will be difficult. What I'm least afraid of is facing challenges head-on. Well, only those with this kind of tenacity can be called Mingzhuang people. I support you. Haha, third grandpa, why don't you go back to rest so late? People sleep less as they get older, so they come out for a walk. I just went to the east for a walk. Your chemical production plant needs to start operations as soon as possible. Meng Bai heard the expectations in the other party's words and nodded with a smile. Meng Guangyuan was a soldier who participated in countless battles. Later, he was injured and stayed in the village to serve as the village chief after demobilization. He had always been looking forward to the day when the arsenal could produce its own bullets. In this way, soldiers fighting on the front line will not rush to the front and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy due to lack of ammunition. Today he has been standing outside Meng Bai's house. Although he has not been able to go in, he can tell from the 2 explosions how powerful this new type of explosives is. Later, he asked Wu Xing privately. When he learned that Meng Bai had developed a new type of explosive, and the army would soon be able to use the explosives they produced themselves, he was extremely excited. So when the crowd dispersed, he did not go home, but wandered around the village, and finally came to the wasteland in the east and looked around for a long time before he found Meng Bai again. Then Meng Guangyuan sighed and patted him on the shoulder. If the lab is out of money, tell me and I'll help you find a solution. Well, thank you, third grandpa. You're still being polite to me, you little brat. It's getting late, go back and get some rest. Then the 2 parted ways, but Meng Bai did not sleep after returning. Instead, he sorted out the steps on how to further produce nitroglycerin into nitrocellulose. After all, if I produce sulfuric acid and nitric acid, it is understandable. After all, they are conventional chemicals. But if nitroglycerin is produced, the properties are completely different. That thing is a state-controlled substance and individuals and units are not allowed to produce it. Therefore, the nitroglycerin was produced by the arsenal itself, and we only needed to provide basic chemicals and technology. However, the country had just been founded at that time and many legal provisions were not yet perfect, so Wu Xing and his colleagues did not restrict themselves from producing nitroglycerin. But Meng Bai knew that there would soon be relevant provisions restricting him, and he was only doing this as a precaution in advance to avoid affecting his subsequent actions. The next morning, while he was still asleep, he heard a knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes, put on his clothes, and went out, when he saw Zhou Ye's familiar face. "You're here so early?" Zhou Ye smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples, and shook the camera in her hand. "I found the editor-in-chief of the newspaper overnight, and told her about your story. She was so happy after hearing it and asked me to write a good article. So I came here early in the morning. How is it? Do I look like a reporter?" Then she turned around in front of Meng Bai and showed off her outfit. Looking at her lively appearance, Meng Bai liked her from the bottom of his heart. "Yeah, it looks good. It would look even better if it had a linen vest and a microphone. The newspaper doesn't have these things yet. This camera is my own." Then she walked into the room on her own and was a little surprised when she found the book on the table. "Is this your own book?" "Yes, about how to make gunpowder and the technology of using sulfuric acid and nitric acid to produce nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose." After listening to me, the other party's eyes were full of admiration. He opened the book, took a look at it twice, and then gave up. "Okay, I'm not really suited to looking at this kind of densely packed symbols. When are you free today? I want to interview you." "Anytime. Why don't we start this morning?" Start now? How?" Seeing Zhou Ye's confused look, Meng Bai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yes, she was a novice and didn't know anything about the industry. She just read a few reports and knew how to write the content. But as a time traveler who has experienced a period of information explosion, he also knows how to create a hit video or report. "Yes, start now. It's very simple. Just listen to me and I'll teach you." As expected, Zhou Ye didn't think much about it and came over immediately. Meng Bai started by talking about how to shoot. Soon, the two had 3 meals together and visited the chemical factory which had not yet started construction. During this period, Meng Bai taught the other party how to use shocking style to create news. Then he taught the other party some of the shooting processes for biographies. Finally, by the evening, Zhou Ye had become proficient in writing news headlines using shocking style. "Shocking! A man from Pengcheng won 2 first-class merits in one day. The result will affect the fate of the entire dragon country. How about this? How about this title?" Meng Bai gave a thumbs up and said, "Well, you are ready to start your career. It would be even more convincing if you could insert a photo of your uncle in the news." "Got it. I'll go find him to take the photo when I get back." Zhou Ye was extremely happy. After closing the notebook, she suddenly thought of something. "By the way, you still owe me a meal. You didn't forget it, did you?" "Don't worry, I won't forget it. After you publish this article, how about I treat you to a meal to celebrate?" "Great! Don't forget to buy the newspaper." "Well, where is your newspaper office?" "Let me leave you an address." Chapter 41 Headlines. The next morning, Meng Bai was awakened by a loud noise. When I opened the door, I saw Meng Guangyuan and a group of people standing outside. "Xiao Bai, are you up yet? I called all the guys over for you." Meng Bailian hadn't even washed his face yet. He looked at the people outside the door without rubbing their eyes and looked at Meng Guangyuan with a puzzled expression. "Third Grandpa, what's going on?" "Build your factory. You want to build a chemical production plant. I have found the most professional people for you." As he spoke, he reached out and patted the not very tall man with a beard next to him. "This is my old comrade, Wang Shun. During the battle, he was not only in charge of the front line, but also served as an engineer. He is definitely an expert at building houses." Hearing this, Meng Bai was suddenly surprised. Wow! They even called in the most professional engineers in the army. The so-called engineering troops refer to engineers, a special type of troops mainly responsible for military engineering support tasks. During the war, there were basically very few engineers in the domestic troops, and most of them were trained bit by bit in actual combat. It can be said that those who can become engineers and retire are all talents with rich experience in actual combat. Wang Shun grinned and pointed at the people around him. To be honest, as soon as I heard from an old friend that you were going to build a chemical plant, I immediately called people over for you. I can't say anything else, but I will definitely ensure the highest level of safety for you. Meng Bai was overjoyed and quickly walked up to the other party and shook hands with him. Uncle Wang, thank you so much! Then he called everyone into the house and started busying himself serving tea and water. However, Wang Shun and his friends were not in the mood to chat about trivial matters today. After drinking a cup of tea, they got straight to the point. What type of chemicals are you dealing with? If they are toxic, we have to make the blueprints according to the toxic chemical plants. If it is a normal chemical plant, then we have to make the blueprints according to the normal ones. Meng Bai didn't waste any time and immediately took out several drawings that he had prepared long ago and handed them over. These drawings were drawings of some chemical plants that he found on the internet at the time, and he was not very clear about the specific details. The reason why no construction has started recently is because of concerns about polluting the surrounding environment and affecting the villagers. But as soon as we look at Wang Shun and his group, we know that they are definitely professional engineers. Wang Shun and his team took a look at the blueprint and immediately showed satisfied expressions. Not bad, not bad. This blueprint is really detailed and much better than our craftsmanship. Several people spread out the drawings and checked them over and over again, then made modifications. They then went to the site to check the nearby water and electricity problems and finalized the plan. Meng Bai looked at everyone's serious expressions, so he asked in a low voice. The wages here. After listening to this, Wang Shun showed a dissatisfied expression. What? Do you still think I'm here to earn your wages? No, Meng Bai didn't know how to explain it, so he looked to Meng Guangyuan for help. Meng Guangyuan grinned and tapped the pipe in his hand. Xiao Bai, your Uncle Wang came here for your reputation and to serve the country. Just buy a meal for him. Ah? Meng Bai was dumbfounded after hearing this. These dozens of people built a factory for him for nothing? At this time, he still didn't understand that those who could retire from the army in this era all had extremely high awareness and patriotism. Then Meng Guangyuan walked up to him and whispered, Don't worry about it. I'll make the arrangements after it's done. Meng Bai finally nodded, and after confirming the construction period with everyone, he began to purchase various building materials and facilities. After running around the county town for a whole day, I finally contacted all the building materials and facilities. But after coming back, Meng Bai discovered that his pockets were almost cleaner than his face. We have to find a way to make money as soon as possible. Meng Bai glanced at the time on his watch, and then wondered when he could find time to go to Shanghai. After all, it is the richest place in Longhua, and there will be a lot of people spending money to buy any simple equipment there. In the evening, I printed out some technical information I needed and put it in the bookcase, waiting to take it directly to the Shanghai Stock Exchange one day. Soon the night passed, and Meng Bai rode his bicycle to the county town again. Because the village newspaper deliver man would not arrive until at least the afternoon, he came early in the morning in order to confirm whether the shocking news he gave to Zhouya the day before was published and to book a place to eat. During these 2 days, Meng Bai felt that he had exhausted all his strength just by riding his bicycle to travel, and the desire to build a car became stronger and stronger. When he arrived at the newsstand, Meng Bai saw a close-up of his own profile at a glance and was surprised. Wow, it's on the front page. Such a big deal. It seems that the shock method is really useful. Afterwards, he spent 20 cents to buy a newspaper, went to a mutton restaurant nearby, ordered a bowl of mutton soup and a plate of steamed bun, and ate while reading. At first glance, the content of the news was obviously polished by veteran journalists, and it didn't feel like something a junior journalist could write. But in general, everything is arranged according to the ideas he mentioned before. Yes, it's on the front page, which shows that the shocking style is indeed effective. After eating and drinking, just as he was about to pay, he found that the owner of the mutton restaurant was holding the same newspaper in his hand and was staring at him up and down. You look alike to this scientist Meng Bai. Meng Bai grinned. Is there a possibility that I am him? The mutton restaurant owner laughed. You must be kidding me. How could a great scientist like that come to a small restaurant like mine to drink mutton soup? They are all working day and night in the lab doing research. Meng Bai was a little surprised at the other party's words, but finally he laughed, paid the money, and got on his bicycle and drove towards the Pengcheng newspaper office. However, I did meet quite a few people along the way who were secretly comparing themselves with what was in the newspaper, and they all had surprised expressions on their faces. When he arrived downstairs at the Pengcheng newspaper office, he met several hurried reporters, but they turned back when they passed by him. Hey! Aren't you the Meng Bai who won 2 first-class merits? Wow, what a great scientist! I saw a living one! Can we take a picture together? Meng Bai didn't expect that this group of people could actually call out his name so accurately. It seems that this shocking body is really powerful. After taking the photo, he pointed upstairs and asked, Can I ask if Shoya is working at the newspaper office now? Several people looked at each other, as if they were unfamiliar with the name. Meng Bai suddenly felt a little funny. He didn't expect that they remembered his name but didn't recognize his new colleague. So he described Zhou Ya's appearance, and several people immediately reacted. So you're looking for the new reporter? She's here. Okay, thank you. Having said that, Meng Bai walked upstairs. As soon as he entered the lobby of the newspaper office, he saw Zhou Ya, who was holding a newspaper in her hand with a happy expression on her face. When the other party saw Meng Bai, he ran over without saying a word. Thank you. You don't know, the president really liked what I wrote and praised me like a flower. I will be promoted to a regular employee immediately. Haha, then how are you going to thank me? Well, how about I treat you to a meal? Okay, it's worth my long trip. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. A man in military uniform walked towards Zhou Ya with a smile on his face. Zhou Ya, I didn't expect you to come to the newspaper office. I have been looking for you for a long time. When she saw the other person, the smile on Zhou Ya's face disappeared in an instant. Who asked you to look for me? I already told you, I don't like you. After saying that, Zhou Ya grabbed Meng Bai's hand and said, Ignore him, let's go downstairs. At this moment, the smile on the man in military uniform's face flashed, and he grabbed Meng Bai. Who are you? Meng Bai grinned brightly, then took out a newspaper from the table beside him and handed it to the other party. My profile is on it, take a look for yourself. Chapter 42, A Man's Competition, a Gunfight. Meng Bai and Zhou Ya went downstairs together. When they arrived outside the newspaper office, Zhou Ya suddenly stopped and turned to look at Meng Bai. Aren't you curious about who he is? Meng Bai smiled. Do I even need to ask? He's your suitor, but it looks like you don't like him very much, which means my chances are pretty high. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Ya's face turned red. Don't be so frivolous. Actually, Zhao Lin is the son of my father's comrade in arms. He and I grew up together. Oh, childhood sweetheart. What childhood sweethearts? Zhao Lin and I have no feelings for each other at all. My father and his father arranged the marriage for us on the battlefield. What era is this? I don't agree with it. So you ran from Jinling to Pengcheng? Well, that's one thing. In fact, I also want to leave my comfort zone and develop myself somewhere else. Very nice! Seeing that Meng Bai had always maintained a calm attitude and matched his emotions, Zhou Ya couldn't help but look at him. Why do you agree with everything I say? Because what you said is quite right. If you hadn't come all the way from Jinling, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. You forget it, I won't talk to you anymore, that guy is here again, let's run. Having said that, Zhou Ya ignored the taboos between men and women and directly grabbed Meng Bai's hand and ran away. When Zhao Lin, who was following behind, saw the two holding hands, he was so angry that he immediately chased after them. Wait a minute! Zhou Ya, I have something to say. There are still a lot of people on the street at this moment. However, seeing that the 2 men and 1 woman were so young and good-looking, I couldn't help but stop and start eating melons. Oh? Something's going on here. Two men fighting for one woman? I love this plot. TSK, these two men look quite talented. That man seems to be the scientist on the front page of the newspaper. The other one is not bad either. The military uniform he's wearing must be the son of a high-ranking official in the military region. This girl is quite charming. Yes, this girl is so stylish and pretty, even prettier than some big stars. If I were this woman, I would definitely choose that scientist. I'm different. Good looks don't necessarily mean good family background. The sons of high-ranking officials are wealthy sons-in-law. Hey, what's going on? You just want to watch the fun, why did you pick on him? Amid the crowd, Zhou seemed a little embarrassed, stamping her feet and glaring at Zhao Lin. What on earth do you want to do? I've clearly told you that I don't like you, why are you still pestering me? Xia, it's okay if you don't like me, but we should at least follow the principle of first come first served, right? How come you're hanging out with him when you've only been here for a short time? This isn't fair. When he heard this, Meng Bai couldn't help it and said immediately, No, buddy, your values are a little wrong. Do you still have to follow the first come first served rule when it comes to relationships? We have already established a country, and we can't keep the old ideas. When Zhao Lin heard the other party pointing at him, he immediately became angry. Who do you think you are? You just made two inventions. Why do you think you can monopolize the person I like? Haha, what you said is wrong. Relationships are not decided by one person, but by two people. Zhou has clearly said that she doesn't like you anymore, but you are still pestering her. This is wrong of you. I've been with him for more than 10 years. What kind of girl is Zhou? I know very well that she has never met anyone outside. She must have been deceived by your sweet words. Good fellow, are you starting to make personal attacks? The people around also understood what was said and couldn't help but start acting as commentators. Love is something that only two people can do. It's a different era now, and this isn't an arranged marriage, so how can we say who comes first? If there is no engagement, then it doesn't matter. This is the truth no matter how hard you try. Your little comrade has a low level of ideological awareness. No, they have only been together for a few days. This is a problem. I am afraid this female comrade has been bewitched by something. It's hard to tell now. One is love at first sight, and the other is a childhood sweetheart. Alas, it's hard for an honest judge to judge family affairs. Let the young people make the decision themselves. Zhou, who was the center of attention, was both angry and embarrassed. It's so embarrassing that things like feelings are discussed in the street. Those who don't know would think that you are playing two-timing and ruining your reputation. This Zhao Lin is such a bastard and an idiot. Meng Bai had been keeping an eye on Zhou, and when he noticed something was wrong with her, he immediately understood what was going on. So he immediately spoke to Zhao Lin. Your name is Zhao Lin, right? Let me clarify one thing first. Comrade Zhou and I are just friends for now. We only met when he came to interview me. However, the other party became even more furious after hearing this. You don't even dare to admit it. I despise irresponsible men like this the most. Meng Bai looked at the other party, who seemed to be being unreasonable, and couldn't help but feel angry, but he still suppressed his anger. What I just said is that we are just friends for now. As for whether I will pursue her later or whether she will like me, that is a matter for the future and has nothing to do with now. Do you understand? Haha, okay, if that's the case, then please stop harassing her. Sorry, I think it's you who is harassing Comrade Zhou. Zhou expression looked better now and she looked at Zhao Lin. I have made it clear to you before that there is no possibility for you and me. Go back. Zhao Lin was rejected again, feeling extremely heartbroken. He immediately asked, Why? Do you really like him? Zhou was so angry. Who I like has nothing to do with you. Please leave immediately. Seeing that the other party had issued an ultimatum, Zhao Lin felt unwilling to give in. He came all the way from Jinling just to see her, but after meeting her, he saw this result. He couldn't accept it. So he was so angry that he decided to vent his anger on Meng Bai. You can let me go, but before I leave I want to compete with him in shooting. When Zhou heard that they were going to compete in marksmanship, she became even more dissatisfied. Like a little kid? Don't you think you're childish? He's a researcher, and you're from the military, so there's some comparison between you. But at this moment, Xiao Lin was not afraid at all. After all, they were almost at odds with each other, so he didn't mind a final shudder. It doesn't matter. I'm just a kid. I want to compete with him. Your father said that he would find you a partner in the army in the future. How can he defend the country if he can't even shoot well? Seeing Xiao Lin pointing his spearhead at him, Meng Bai smiled indifferently. Okay, you can't compete with me, but I have a request. When Xiao Lin heard Meng Bai accept the challenge, he was immediately overjoyed, but worried that he would go back on his word, he agreed immediately. Okay, you go ahead. If you want to compare marksmanship, then compare your own guns. Haha, you said it, and so many people are watching. I won't go back on my word. Of course, we'll see you at the shooting range in 3 days. It's a deal. Chapter 43. Which is better, 30 rings at 1,000 meters or 50 rings at 800 meters? Xiao Lin looked at Zhou Ye again before leaving. Xie, I will use my own strength to prove to you that that guy has no ability to protect you at all. Zhou Ye was so angry that before she could say anything, the other party turned and left. Xiao Lin got into the car with a hearty laugh, as if he had already won the game. There were many retired soldiers among the onlookers. When they heard Meng Bai accept the challenge, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This guy is too young. Impulse is the devil. He was fooled by that kid. Using his own gun, good man. I thought he would make some favorable demands, but it turned out to be beneficial to the other party. I don't know what to say. When the crowd dispersed, Zhou Ye was so angry that she pinched Meng Bai's arm hard. Who asked you to agree to this? Aren't you asking for trouble? Meng Bai took a breath and touched the place on his arm where he was pinched, feeling a little confused. What do you mean by creating trouble for yourself? Am I not solving the trouble for you? He came here for me. If I ignore him, he will leave in a few days. Why did you agree to compete with him? Doesn't this ensure that he can go faster? Naive! You don't think he's competing with you in shooting in a fair way, do you? Is he cheating in the shooting competition? Zhou Ye covered her forehead and looked at Meng Bai's innocent expression, and suddenly felt a little desperate. My God, even if you don't know how good he is at shooting, you should know he is the son of a high-ranking official just by looking at the military uniform he wears. I know he's the son of a high-ranking official, but what does that have to do with his marksmanship? Hey, I'm really impressed by you. Okay, then I'll give you some information about the children of high-ranking officials. At this moment, Zhou Ye finally understood why Meng Bai was able to win 2 first-class merits within 2 days. This means that you spend all your time and energy on studying and don't care about anything else. First of all, the children of high-ranking officials were born in the army. Since they were young, they have been trained by many veterans who have served in the battlefield. In particular, their marksmanship is something that every one of them must meet. Secondly, Xiao Lin's father is a major general and staff officer of the Jinling military region. Do you think he has fewer resources in this area? Finally, Xiao Lin participated in the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and was a well-known sharpshooter. Although he only participated for 1 year, he killed more than 30 enemies during that year and was awarded first-class merit. After saying that, Zhou Ye slowed down her pace and turned to look at Meng Bai beside her. So do you know the gap between yourself and him? But Meng Bai just smiled lightly. Then do you know why I made that condition? However, Meng Bai's confidence fell in Zhou Ye's eyes, which made the other party feel that he was a little too naive. It's actually nothing that you agreed to have a marksmanship test with him, but you put forward the condition of using your own strength. I even doubt whether you want to create conditions for me and him. How could that happen? Why not? Do you know what an old gun and a new gun mean to a soldier who has been on the battlefield? When the old gun is in their hands, it is as familiar as their own hands. I think you will definitely lose this game. That's not necessarily the case. Meng Bai still looked calm. However, his calmness seemed like a joke in Zhou Ye's eyes. Forget it, I won't say any more. Zhou Ye dropped her arms in frustration and glanced at the deserted street. I'm lost. Meng Bai laughed and pointed forward according to the direction he remembered. Although there's not much to eat here, I know a pretty good restaurant. Come on, I'll take you there. So the two of them came to a pretty good restaurant. Since it was the early days of the founding of the country, all kinds of supplies were extremely scarce. In the morning, when Meng Bai arrived in the county town, he drank a bowl of mutton soup. Although it was called mutton soup, it was actually just a clear soup with some mutton fat and chopped green onions. It was estimated that the meat had been stewed at least dozens of times and had melted into the soup. It had only been 2 hours and my stomach was already rumbling like an empty city stratagem. There aren't many dishes in the restaurant, almost nothing to choose from. Joya looked at the menu and the prices on it, hesitated for a moment, and ordered 3 dishes and a soup. That's all. My current salary is not much, so I can only treat you to these meals. I will treat you to a good meal next time I get paid. Haha. Okay, but I still owe you a meal. How about I treat you this time? No, this time is different. I have to treat you. Okay, then you go. After a while, a braised fish, a steamed pork with rice flour, a stir-fried chicken and a bowl of egg drop soup were served. This was also the first time Meng Bai had a proper meal in a restaurant in this era. After taking the first bite, he was immediately amazed by the taste and quality of the dish. There were no additives, all he could eat was the taste of the ingredients and the chef's craftsmanship, which really shocked him. Yes, this tastes really good. Joya also nodded repeatedly, eating the dishes in small bites, and was full in just a few bites. Meng Bai, on the other hand, didn't have so many concerns and ate the meat and rice in big mouthfuls. In a short while, he had finished 3 dishes and a soup. After eating and drinking, the two sat and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Joya felt a little shy when she was seen, so she waved her hand and asked, "You're not really planning to challenge him to a shooting contest, are you? So many people are watching here. I am now considered a well-known celebrity. If I don't accept the challenge, it will be embarrassing if people tell others about it later." "Oh my God, you're crazy. Well, anyway, I feel I need to help you win this game. Of course, for myself as well." How can you help me?" "Nonsense, of course I'm practicing my marksmanship. Today the president gave me a few days off to find some inspiration and write another report, so why don't you go somewhere with me today?" "Where?" "Of course it's the shooting range. I'm afraid you can't get in with your current status, but I'm fine." As she spoke, she walked outside and looked around, and immediately found a soldier in green military uniform. "Brother Xiao Wang, take us to the shooting range." Meng Bai was a little surprised. "So we have always been protected by someone?" "Well, you'll get used to it. After all, my uncle doesn't want me to get into trouble on his territory." "Okay. But it's really nice to have this privilege." Then the two of them went to the shooting range again. At the shooting range, Meng Bai suddenly discovered that this seemingly harmless and somewhat mischievous little girl in front of him was actually an expert in shooting. His score for ordinary rifle shooting at a distance of 100 meters was no less than 90 rings each time, which was considered a very good result even in the military. Although it was not the first time that Meng Bai touched a gun, it was his first time to shoot with live ammunition, so his technique was still a little unfamiliar. After seeing his shooting results, Joya shook her head helplessly. "It's over, we're definitely going to lose this time." However, Meng Bai smiled indifferently, stroked the Mosin Nagant sniper rifle equipped with a 3.5x optical scope in his hand and asked, "The maximum range of this gun is 1,000 meters, and the effective range is 500 to 600 meters. What is Zhao Lin's highest record?" Hearing Meng Bai's question, Joya spoke. 800 meters, 50 rings. "So which one is better, my 30 rings in the 1,000 meters or his 50 rings in the 800 meters? Joya stared at Meng Bai for a long time and said, "Are you crazy? The maximum range is 1,000 meters. I don't even know if I can hit the target at that time, but how can I hit it at 1,000 meters? I just want to ask if this result can beat his 850 rings." "You're awesome! Hitting the target 3 times counts as a win." "That's it." After saying that, Meng Bai glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back first. See you in 3 days." Joya saw Meng Bai was about to leave and hurried over. "Are you sure you want to accept the challenge?" "Of course. I will prove that I can protect you." Hearing the inexplicable words Meng Bai left before he left, Joya's little face suddenly turned red. "Who is protecting whom? Relying on your accuracy that missed the target 5 out of 10 times? Chapter 44 Technology Dividends of Steel Plant. After returning to the county town, Meng Bai found his bicycle and rode all the way to the steel plant again. At this time, a piece of vacant land next to the steel plant was contracted again, and the courtyard wall was being built in full swing, and it seemed that they were planning to continue expanding. When he saw Meng Bai riding his bicycle over, the security guard at the message room came out with a smile on his face. "Master Meng is here!" Meng Bai got off the bike and grinned. "Uncle Lee is busy. I'll come and process some parts. Has the workshop closed yet? I'm afraid I won't be able to get off work soon." What's going on?" "You don't know. Ever since our Shueisha County steel plant received your guidance, we have received orders from the military region and various processing plants. That's a constant flow, so we have to work overtime." As he spoke, Uncle Lee pointed to the empty space behind him that was being expanded and said, "We are planning to set aside a new factory here to separate steelmaking and forging." Meng Bai was very satisfied and nodded. Director Wu is a man who listens to advice. He didn't tell them at the beginning that if they wanted to increase production, they had to separate steelmaking and forging, otherwise the efficiency would be reduced due to the chaos. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, they had already started to make their efficiency higher than that of their own chemical plant. However, Meng Bai was not here to listen to Uncle Lee's report today. After quickly saying a few words, he went into the factory director's office. When Wu Xiangang saw Meng Bai coming over, his old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He served him tea and water, and handed him cigarettes and lit them. "Xiao Meng, are you here today to inspect the work situation? Don't worry, the safety regulations are all in accordance with your regulations at the time, and we dare not be careless at all." The city and provincial leaders praised us by name, and said they would send people from other factories to learn from us. We have become an advanced unit this year. This is all thanks to your guidance. Meng Bai took a sip of tea to calm himself down before getting straight to the point. "Director, you misunderstood. I don't have the authority to inspect. I came here today mainly to process something in your factory." Processing things? No problem. I just got a few sets of machine tools and equipment, and I just want you to help check if there are any problems." "Okay, then let's not waste time, just take me there." Wu Xiangang then took Meng Bai to a new factory. When he arrived at the new factory, Meng Bai saw piles of parts with numbers written on them waiting to be assembled. When seeing this scene, Meng Bai was stunned. "Are these all orders?" "Yes, you don't know. We have already ordered hundreds of sets of machine tools. We must strictly control production now, otherwise the quality will not be up to standard." "Have you also found the blade materials from before?" You should know that a machine tool equipment mainly includes the spindle box, feed box, tool holder, tailstock, bed, and cooling device. But these things can be easily solved, and the only difficult thing is the material of the blade. After all, a blade that does not meet the hardness standard cannot cut the material. The blade heads are generally made of various high-hardness alloys, and it is quite difficult to refine them. Meng Bai had thought of this before traveling through time, so he asked his childhood friend to get a lot of blade heads from a second-hand equipment factory. But Director Wu just said that they had ordered hundreds of sets of machine tools, while he had only received less than 100 sets of various tool heads. Obviously, they already have the ability to independently refine alloy steel, otherwise it would be impossible for them to accept so many orders. Wu Xiangang raised the corner of his mouth and revealed an excited smile. "Thanks to the information you left behind, we tried many different methods overnight, and were able to produce some alloys. The quantity is small, but the quality is up to standard." As he spoke, he excitedly took out some blade parts from a box beside him and showed them to Meng Bai. Meng Bai took the knife and took a look at it, and was even more shocked. It cannot be said that it is exactly the same as the products decades later, but it does look similar. "Have you tested the hardness and everything?" "It has been sent to the province. If the product is qualified, it should be ready for mass production. We are still doing it on a small scale now." "Well, that's good. If the product meets the standards, we can open a branch factory to specialize in making blades for sale." "Yes, that's what we mean in our factory. Oh, I almost forgot something very important." Wu Xiangang ran outside as he spoke. About a minute later, he ran back with a thick package in his hand. Here, take it. When Meng Bai saw the shape of the package, he vaguely guessed what was inside. What's in here? Haha, of course it's your technical dividend. What? Technology dividends? Yes, if you don't teach us this technology, our factory will probably be eliminated in a few years. You are the savior of our factory, how can you not give you dividends? As he said that, the other party stuffed the package into Meng Bai's hands. Meng Bai was a little stunned. After opening the package and seeing the heavy stack of money, he was completely stunned. So much? Not much, not much, a total of 30,000 yuan. You have to know that this money is only worth a few machines. If they were imported from Russia, this one would cost more than 100,000 yuan. Looking at the other person's happy face, Meng Bai hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to accept it. Then Director Wu, I will respectfully obey your orders. It should be so, it should be so. Meng Bai felt excited. He is indeed facing some financial difficulties now, and needs more money to set up a factory. Just building a factory has already drained all his savings, and now he has no time to sell the technology to the Shanghai Stock Exchange. When thinking of this, Meng Bai suddenly had an idea. Maybe he could find an agent to help him sell the technology, so that he wouldn't have to run back and forth. However, when it comes to choosing an agent, you still have to look carefully for someone who is trustworthy and has an active mind. Although Meng Hu is trustworthy, he is too honest. If he goes to a big city like Shanghai, he will probably be swindled by the scammers there, and won't be able to find his home. But now that he has this money, it can help him get through some financial crises. Maybe selling technology is not even necessary, so they can just find a way to sell the information of the secret military bases of the United States and the Russians and make a big profit. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Meng Bai assembled all the equipment he needed, had a simple lunch, and began to work all night. Basically, as long as he brings them to the workshop, they can produce them immediately, with high efficiency. Turning on the computer, Meng Bai found the drawings of the Barrett sniper rifle and printed them out directly. Then come to the workshop to process the prepared steel. This time, he will rely on this sniper rifle to protect his lover for lifetimes. Chapter 45 Barrett Sniper Rifle, released. Busy all night and early the next morning. Meng Bai processed all the parts of the gun. What remains is calibration and the production of the scope. Calibration is easy to handle, but the scope needs to be done by a professional. Fortunately, Meng Bai had a good network of contacts, so he immediately came to Nanjia Bay with his ideas and found Lin Feng. When Lin Feng heard that Xiao Ran had developed a new weapon, he was so excited. Without saying a word, he took Xiao Ran back to the Red Flag Arsenal. When he arrived at the Red Flag Arsenal, Meng Bai couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm and could only assemble the Barrett sniper rifle in advance. Everyone present was stunned when seeing the sniper rifle that was missing a scope. Oh my god, is this a sniper rifle? It looks a bit weird. It's quite big and heavy to carry. If we take it to the battlefield, won't it be exhausting to run? Why is there a big iron lump at the muzzle of the gun? Won't this thing affect shooting? What a long barrel! It must have taken a lot of effort to make the rifling. Everyone was observing this anti-material sniper rifle that would only appear decades in the future with today's eyes, and they all had strange expressions on their faces. Especially among them, many people who had served as snipers before immediately shook their heads when they picked up this sniper rifle. It's too heavy, not suitable for long-distance running. If the enemy gunner locks on it, it will probably be blown up before it can even run. That's right, this thing is too big and inconvenient to carry. The key is that the caliber is so large, and we don't have such a large bullet. The magazine capacity is also very small. I have to reload bullets after firing a few rounds, which greatly affects my efficiency. Almost everyone thinks that this Barrett sniper rifle is completely unsuitable for the battlefield. However, Meng Bai smiled indifferently. That's right, they have pointed out all the shortcomings of this sniper rifle. However, one problem was overlooked, that is, this sniper rifle is an anti-material weapon. It was designed to deal with tanks, armored vehicles and armed helicopters. You must know that since World War II, all countries have begun to work hard to develop their own military industry, especially tanks have emerged in endlessly. After all, wars of this era are still mainly land warfare, and tanks, as the king of land warfare, determine the outcome of the entire battlefield to a large extent. The Barrett anti-material sniper rifle appeared, which can be used to snipe some important targets and important members riding in armored equipment from a very long distance. However, Lin Feng saw the confidence in Meng Bai's eyes and immediately realized that something was wrong. "Xiao Meng, tell me the truth, what is this sniper rifle used for?" Meng Bai gently stroked the sniper rifle. "The sniper rifle I developed is an anti-material weapon specifically designed to attack tanks. If the caliber is small, how can it possibly destroy the tank's armor?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who had just looked disdainful were suddenly stunned. "What? Attack tanks? Did I hear you right? Good boy? Using a gun to shoot down a tank, Xiao Meng, you are not talking nonsense, right? Not to mention a gun, even a cannon may not be able to penetrate the tank's armor. Yeah, you haven't been to the battlefield, so you probably don't know how thick the tank armor is. It's such a thick layer of iron that even a cannon can't penetrate it from a distance. Yeah, this gun is so small, it's far inferior to a cannon, how can it possibly penetrate a tank?" After seeing everyone's reactions, Meng Bai just smiled slightly. "Cannon? Yes, in the game, the Barrett sniper rifle is called a cannon. It doesn't matter. After I finish the competition, you will know about this gun. Maybe you will even receive a production order for this gun." As he spoke, he took out the drawings and production process of the scope. "I want to find a skilled optometrist to help me make this 10x telescope. I wonder if there is such a skilled optometrist in our red flag arsenal?" As soon as these words were spoken, several people nearby came forward and looked at the drawing of the scope in amazement. 10 times scope? Xiao Meng, how far do you plan to shoot? My goodness, the scope of the Mosin Nagant sniper rifle is only 3.5 times, but you directly increased it to 10 times. This shot will be deflected hundreds of meters away. This technique is too difficult. It may be difficult to find a master like this." Everyone shook their heads after hearing this, but Lin Feng smiled. "You're right. If you go to other arsenals, you really won't be able to find one. But I can find such a technician for you." "Really? That's great." Meng Bai was excited because he didn't have professional optometry skills, and it was almost impossible for him to make a 10x telescope with normal magnification. What's more important is that the technology of the scope is very advanced, and the slightest carelessness may affect the shooting accuracy, so a master craftsman who can produce scopes is really important. What he didn't expect was that there was such a person in this small village. His luck was really incredible. So he followed Lin Feng to find the optometrist. After hearing Meng Bai's request, the other party didn't waste any words and started building directly. Because the materials used for the magnifying mirror are all high-specification glass, rather than resin materials. Because the light transmittance of resin materials is not as good as that of glass, and the glass used here is not ordinary glass, but more professional high-definition glass. Fortunately, Meng Bai brought the relevant technology with him when he came. When the optometrist saw this technology, he was greatly shocked and took him directly to the glass factory. After a whole day of hard work, I finally got all the lenses I needed. While the other party was making the lens, Meng Bai also got the tube for the zoom lens. Holding this 10x scope, Meng Bai installed it on the Barrett sniper rifle, which instantly enhanced the appearance of this anti-material sniper rifle. After getting everything he needed, he produced hundreds of 12.7mm special sniper rifle bullets in the arsenal overnight. The next morning, Meng Bai found Lin Feng and applied for the shooting test range in the back mountain. He brought his heavy rifle and bullets to the shooting range and began to calibrate the gun. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening gunshots continued to ring out. Based on the trajectory and test results, Meng Bai finally controlled the accuracy of the sniper rifle to within the size of a coin. There is no way, anti-material sniper rifles are different from ordinary sniper rifles. The caliber alone is much larger than the others. Being able to control it within the size of a coin is already Meng Bai's limit. When he went back to sleep in the evening, Meng Bai finally experienced what it felt like a heart-wrenching pain. After testing the gun for a whole day and firing hundreds of bullets, he felt that his right shoulder was almost shattered. If he hadn't installed a muzzle brake, he would probably be lying in the hospital now. Early the next morning, Meng Bai took Lin Feng's special car directly to Pengcheng military region. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Zhao Lin, wearing a green military uniform and holding a box in his hand, staring at him. Of course, I thought you were too scared to come. Meng Bai smiled. Why don't you dare to come? I'm here today just to torture you. Ha! Okay, then today I'll open your eyes to what a top-level sniper is. Just then, another car stopped in front of the military district. Zhou Ye got out of the car wearing a white floral dress and a hat on her head. She looked at Zhao Lin, then at Meng Bai, and finally sighed. Come on, let's go in. Chapter 46. The Pressure of the Sharpshooter. Pengcheng Military Region Shooting Range. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out, and there were many people practicing shooting around. The three of them found a shooting position, put their things away, and agreed on the rules before the game. According to the rules of our compound, each person fires 5 shots, and the number of rings is the score. A ring at a 200-meter target is worth 1 point, a ring at a 500-meter target is worth 5 points, a ring at an 800-meter target is worth 10 points, and a ring at a 1,000-meter target is worth 50 points. After Zhao Lin finished speaking, he turned and glanced at Meng Bai. How about this rule? Do you think it's okay? Meng Bai stared at the small white dot on the farthest hilltop and asked, How many meters is that target? After hearing his question, Zhao Lin and Zhou Ye stared for a long time before they finally saw the target Meng Bai pointed at. They said speechlessly, That's a 1,500-meter artillery target. Not a rifle target. Then Zhao Lin looked at Meng Bai with a hint of teasing. You don't mean to say you're going to shoot at the target with your rifle? We can give it a try. According to our previous scoring method, 1,500 meters is worth 100 points. Sure, as long as you can hit it. Zhou Ye quickly pulled Meng Bai and said in a low voice. You're crazy! He's trying to provoke you on purpose. At 1,500 meters, I don't know where the bullet went. Don't even try. If you want to shoot, shoot at a distance you're sure of success. Yeah, I got it. Meng Bai responded casually, then opened the gun box. When Zhou Ye saw the various unassembled gun parts that had not yet been painted and were shining with the luster of stainless steel, she was stunned. What kind of rifle is this? Cannon sniper. Ah? A cannon sniper? How come I've never seen this kind of gun before? Haha, of course you've never seen it, because I made it myself. Huh? You made your own gun? Yes, I made it myself. What's wrong? When Zhao Lin heard Meng Bai say that he had made a gun, he, who had just assembled his Mosin Nagant sniper rifle, couldn't help but look back. When he saw Meng Bai take out those gun parts shining with metallic luster, a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. Making his own gun? What on earth is this guy doing? After saying that, he put the gun aside and leaned over to take a look. When he saw Meng Bai skillfully assembling the parts into a sniper rifle with an exaggerated shape, in addition to shock, there was also a bit of envy in his eyes. Especially when he saw the caliber of the sniper rifle's barrel, his pupils shrank. Is this a rifle? How come the caliber is bigger than that of a machine gun? The officers who were practicing shooting around were also attracted by Meng Bai's gun. Hey boy, what kind of gun do you have? It looks huge. It hasn't been painted yet. Is this a test gun? My goodness, what's the caliber of this? Can an egg fit in this caliber? What magnification is this? 5x or 8x? What? 10x? There were constant sounds of shock, and this gun was undoubtedly the envy of everyone. Regardless of the power and accuracy of this gun, its exaggerated shape alone is enough to make anyone who has served in the military want to try it out. Seeing everyone focusing their attention on Meng Bai, Zhao Lin stood aside feeling sour and uncomfortable. Okay, what are you looking at? It's an experimental gun. Whether it can fire a bullet successfully is another matter. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, everyone around him couldn't help but look at him, and soon someone recognized his identity. Hey, isn't this Zhao Lin, the sharpshooter from the Jinling military region last year? I was wondering why he looked so familiar. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Lin again. Zhao Lin was immediately satisfied and straightened his back. Today I am here to compete with others in shooting skills. Let's all go about our business. Having said that, when the people around heard that the sharpshooter from the Jinling military region was coming to compete with others in shooting, they no longer had the heart to practice shooting. They all gathered around and vying to watch this hard-won competition. Zhouya stood aside and stared at Meng Bai's sniper rifle for a long time before asking in a low voice. "Are you sure you want to use this gun? I actually brought a better gun for you." As she spoke, she looked towards the guard who was carrying a rifle bag not far away. Meng Bai smiled slightly. "I've already tested the gun, it's fine." "Well, okay, the rules of the game don't say you can't change guns. If your gun doesn't work, feel free to tell me. Don't worry. If I'm not sure, there's no way I'll come over. Just watch me torture him." Looking at Meng Bai's confident look, Zhouya couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. When it comes to doing other experimental projects and scientific research, she absolutely trusts Meng Bai 100%. She was too familiar with guns. Zhouya knew very well that a good gun was definitely not as simple as assembling a few parts together. That's because all the parts of the gun can fit together perfectly, so it can shoot accurately and far. But it is difficult to do this. A good gun requires a long time of running in. Meng Bai took out a handful of experimental products he had just made and came out to compete. He really couldn't see any hope of winning. Especially today, Zhao Lin used his manhwaedit sniper rifle, which is definitely a magic gun. "Well, good luck to you then." The game officially began, and Zhao Lin fired the first shot. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, they specially invited a shooting coach from the military region to act as a referee. "I haven't practiced shooting for a long time, so I'll warm up with the 500-meter target first." Then everyone picked up their telescopes and looked at the 500-meter target in the distance. Zhao Lin was seen lying on the ground, holding the gun with his left hand, his right index finger lightly on the trigger, and his right eye on the sight taking a light aim. With a bang, the bullet fired out quickly and hit the target 500 meters away in an instant. When everyone saw a hole in the center of the target, they were stunned. "Wow, 10 rings in the 500-meter warm-up? That's amazing! As expected of a sharpshooter, he doesn't give anyone a chance once he makes a move. Amazing, really amazing. I don't even have the courage to compete with him." There were voices of envy all around. Even the referee couldn't help but show some surprise when he saw the result. "No wonder he can be called a sharpshooter. He can hit the 10 rings with one shot at 500 meters. He is definitely a sharpshooter." You should know that the effective range of the manhwaedit sniper rifle is only 600 meters, but being able to hit the 10 rings at 500 meters is definitely not luck. Zhao Lin looked at Meng Bai with a bit of pride in his eyes. That look seemed to be telling him, "You're doomed to fail." The referee picked up the binoculars and took a look at the area where the hit occurred. "Zhao Lin, 10 rings, 50 points. Then the referee looked at Meng Bai. "It's your turn." Chapter 47, 800 meters, one shot through. Everyone was staring at the sniper rifle in Meng Bai's hand. They all wanted to see what kind of results this sniper rifle with exaggerated shape and caliber could achieve. Meng Bai glanced at several targets at different distances and pointed in the direction of the 500-meter target. "I'll also do a 500-meter warm-up." When Zhouya, who was standing nearby, heard that Meng Bai wanted to try the 500-meter target, she was stunned for a moment and quickly pulled him. "Are you crazy? The 500-meter target is almost invisible. I have a 10-fold scope, I'm not afraid." "Can?" Just when she was about to continue dissuading him, Zhao Lin looked unhappy. "Xiaoya, isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to always help him? Are you competing with me in shooting skills or him?" Zhouya glared at Zhao Lin fiercely, then pinched Meng Bai lightly on the lower back without saying anything else. Meng Bai rubbed his lower back, then carried his Barrett sniper rifle to the shooting position in front and laid down, supported the 2 gun racks, and then adjusted the scope. Then he slowly calmed his breathing to make sure the sound of his breathing would not affect his aiming. When the crosshairs in the scope were aimed at the center of the target, Meng Bai pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. I instantly felt an exaggerated pain in my shoulder. When everyone present heard the gunshot, they were all startled. "My goodness, is that a gun? Why does it sound like a cannon? No wonder it's called a sniper, it's so loud. It's so scary, the caliber is really exaggerated, and the sound is also quite exaggerated. Zhao Lin, who had been staring at the target in front of him, was also startled, but he just shook his body and then looked at the 500-meter target again. However, he looked again and again, and found that there was only a dot in the center of the target, which was the one he had hit. At this time, others also picked up their telescopes, somewhat puzzled. "Hey, that's strange, why is there no mark on the target? Good boy, did you miss the target? Off target?" Then when everyone looked at the sniper rifle in Meng Bai's hand, they immediately showed an expression of, "It's nothing special." Zhao Lin immediately laughed and mocked. "Oh my god, I thought you could get a perfect score, but you missed the target. It's so funny. I suggest you start with the 200-meter mark." Zhou looked through the telescope for a long time and confirmed that she had missed the target. She immediately walked up to Meng Bai and said angrily, "If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. What did I say? I told you to show off your ability." Meng Bai was also a little puzzled at this time. "No, I clearly saw it hit, and it was a 10-ring hit." "You must be joking. I've been looking at it through a telescope. Just look for yourself." Meng Bai was stunned when he saw Zhou handing him the telescope and then pointing in the distance. He looked down at his gun, then at the target in the distance, then patted his head in frustration. It turned out that the shot he had just fired hit someone else's target. No wonder he hit the 10-ring but ended up missing the target. Meng Bai was just about to explain the situation when Zhao Lin had already taken up the shooting position with his gun, ready to fire the second shot. Zhao Lin's shooting performance seemed to have become the focus of everyone's attention. If the first shot was due to luck, then the second shot could still achieve similar results, which means that Zhao Lin did not rely on luck, but really had the ability. Zhou, who was standing aside, seemed to have known the ending. She couldn't help but sigh and whispered in Meng Bai's ear, "He's too strong. There's no way you can beat him. Try fighting him at 200 meters next time." After hearing Zhou suggestion, Meng Bai laughed. "If I get 10 rings in all the 200-meter races, that's only 100 points. He got 50 points with one shot, so he can surpass me with 2 shots. I might as well take a big chance. If I hit the target, I might even surpass him." What do you want to do? "Next time, let's hit 800 meters. "What?" Zhou was shocked, and then a gunshot interrupted her words. Then everyone was envious again. "My goodness, another 10 rings, are you giving me any chance?" A sharpshooter is a sharpshooter. Every shot he makes hits the mark. It's not something that ordinary people can do. The pressure now goes directly to the other guy. It depends on whether he can hit the target next time. Zhao Lin came back with a gun and looked at Meng Bai with a smug look on his face. "How's it going? My shot was okay, wasn't it?" Meng Bai curled his lips. "That's great. Haha, you're quite arrogant. I hope you can hit the target this time. Otherwise, it will be really difficult for you to beat me." At this time, the referee read out the score and looked at Meng Bai. "It's your turn, young man. Do you want to choose the 200-meter race or the 500-meter race?" "I choose the 800-meter target." When these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Just as Zhou was about to remind Zhao Lin, she stood in front of her. "Xiuya, please don't break the rules again. I've let him do it many times." "Humph, if you don't want to remind me, then don't remind me." She pouted, but felt like she was about to lose. The referee looked at Meng Bai and asked again in an inquiring tone. "Are you sure?" "Confirmed, it's 800 meters." The other party nodded and watched Meng Bai come to the shooting position and set up his gun, while the onlookers all shook their heads. "This kid must be so frustrated with losing that he wants to try to get away with it. After all, if he hits the target, he gets 10 points. If he hits the target with 5 rings, he gets 50 points. The score is high, but being able to hit the target is also a technical issue. He missed the target at 500 meters, and it is impossible for him to hit the target at 800 meters. It's meaningless. There's absolutely no chance of winning against a sharpshooter. This gun is no good either. It looks so fancy." Almost everyone was pessimistic about Meng Bai. Zhou could feel Zhao Lin's high-spirited look, and she was very angry. "This guy just likes to brag. Now he has completely lost face. However, despite her complaints, Joya still picked up the telescope and looked at the target 800 meters away. Meng Bai adjusted his breathing, observed carefully, confirmed his target, and then waited for his breathing to stabilize before pulling the trigger. There was a loud bang. Meng Bai only felt another sharp pain in his shoulder. The target in the sight was instantly penetrated. You have to know that this is an iron target. Ordinary rifle bullets can only leave a mark on it at most. There was complete silence after the gunshot, and everyone was stunned when they saw the bullet hole in the center. This? 10 rings 800 meters away? Just shoot through the target, is that okay? It's so powerful. If this gun hits someone, wouldn't it make a big hole in their body? If I remember correctly, the iron plate of the target was as thick as a finger. Can you penetrate it? Chapter 48, 1000 meters, 7 rings. After seeing the power of Meng Bai's gun, everyone who had previously sneered at him instantly regained their interest. In order to see the specific power of this gun, someone immediately stepped forward and brought back the 800-meter target. When everyone saw the round hole on the target, they were stunned. Oh my god, is this lethality so terrifying? This is at least a 2-centimeter thick iron target. How could it be penetrated just like that? So powerful, what kind of warhead is this? The warhead you see seems to be different from the one we use. Those who can practice shooting here are basically old soldiers who have been on the battlefield. They have absolute say when it comes to guns. Seeing the target being shot through, everyone began to analyze it. Everyone looked at the bullets in Meng Bai's gun again and again, and each of them showed an excited expression. Zhao Lin, who was left aside, also showed a surprised expression at this time. I had just mocked the other party, but Meng Bai slapped me in the face on the spot. He stared at the target again and again, then looked at the bullet in the gun, and the envy in his eyes could not be hidden. At this time, Joya excitedly hit Meng Bai's shoulder as if she had won. You're really good! Have you been practicing shooting secretly? You're such a good shooter! Meng Bai smiled slightly and said in a very pretentious manner. This is called talent! In fact, this cannot be called talent, but I have trained the gun well. In addition, the gun has been adjusted in terms of propellant and bullet, and it uses a 12.7 mm caliber sniper bullet. The trajectory of a sniper rifle of this specification will only deviate slightly at around 1000 meters. The effective range can reach 1500 meters, and the maximum range is 2000 meters. It can be said that this large caliber anti-material sniper rifle is designed for ultra-long range and superpower. And a distance of 800 meters is not even enough for a warm-up for the Barrett sniper rifle. The real warm-up probably requires running 1000 meters. To be honest, if Meng Bai's skills were more professional, this result could be further improved. You should know that the effective range of the real Barrett sniper rifle in later generations is 1800 meters, and the maximum range can reach 6800 meters. The longest kill using this rifle is a world record of 2400 meters. There are countless records exceeding 2000 meters. This achievement even exceeds the range of some artillery in this era. In order to save face, Zhao Lin picked up the gun and said to the referee, "This time, I will also try the 800 meters." After hearing this, everyone's attention finally returned to him. It is true that Zhao Lin is a sharpshooter, but the maximum range of the Mosin-Nagant rifle is only 1000 meters. Although there are many records on the battlefield of snipers using Mosin-Nagant rifles to kill enemy targets at a distance of 800 meters. However, it is very difficult to achieve this, and there are many factors to consider, such as wind direction, wind speed, temperature, etc., among which luck plays a larger role. When they heard that Zhao Lin was going to challenge the 800 meters, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. This sharpshooter must have been stimulated. At 800 meters, I wonder where the bullet went. Who says it's not true? That shot just now was so shocking. I have to say that a larger caliber is king. I take back what I just said. Who says large caliber guns have no future? If possible, I would also like to get one if this gun is mass-produced. That's right. If this rifle can be used against a tank, does it have a chance? At this moment, Zhao Lin had already arrived at the shooting position with a gun. However, he did not pull the trigger immediately this time. Instead, he tested the wind direction and the distance. It took him a long time before he finally pulled the trigger. With a bang, the gun went off. Meng Bai was looking at the target 800 meters away through a telescope, and a smile suddenly broke out on his face. I'm anxious. I'm really anxious this time. Zhou on the side couldn't help but sigh. 1 ring in the 800-meter race is pretty good. Although the gap between him and you is a bit large, you should not be too happy too soon. His score has already surpassed yours. Don't worry, I'll let him know what despair is with my next shot. Zhao Lin held his gun with a smug look on his face. I'm getting the feel for it. Even though it's only 1 ring, I can definitely hit 5 or more rings with my next shot. But can you hit 10 rings with your next shot? Faced with the other party's provocation, Meng Bai just smiled indifferently. The 800-meter mark is just a warm-up. I'm going to challenge the 1,000-meter mark next. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. What? Challenging a 1,000-meter race? You're crazy! He only hit the target once at 800 meters, and he wants to challenge 1,000 meters directly. This kid is quite arrogant. It's quite interesting. I'm actually looking forward to it. His gun has a larger caliber, and the initial velocity of the bullet is higher. Maybe there is a chance to hit the target at 1,000 meters. Yes, his scopes are all 10x, so maybe he can really stand a chance at 1,000 meters. Are you kidding me? I don't know where the bullet went after it was 1,000 meters long. Let's see how this shot goes. Everyone was watching a show, some were expecting it while others were skeptical. When Zhou heard Meng Bai say that he wanted to challenge the 1,000-meter race, she couldn't hold herself back anymore. She immediately grabbed him and urged him. You can obviously win the 800-meter race. Why are you making trouble for yourself? Change it back quickly. I'm a man, so many people are watching me. If you asked me to change, wouldn't that be embarrassing? But his score is higher than yours now. If he hits the 10 rings again next time, how can you be sure that you can win back? Don't worry, I'm confident. I'm a strong player. Looking at Meng Bai's confident look, Zhou could only stamp her feet in anger. When Zhao Lin heard this, he was overjoyed. The most taboo thing in a competition is to get carried away. I didn't expect this guy would really get carried away. If you can hit the target at 1,000 meters, I, the battalion commander Zhao Lin, will give it to you. However, he didn't say this out loud. Who knows if this guy will have such good luck? Under the gaze of everyone, Meng Bai came to the shooting position in front with a gun, pulled the bolt, and aimed. At the same time, a man in military uniform and with silver hair got out of a car not far away. The other party looked at a shooting position in the distance that was crowded with people and couldn't help but ask. Xiao Song, go over and ask what's going on over there. The guard standing next to him saluted immediately. Yes, Commander. A moment later the guard ran over and said excitedly. Commander, there's a shooting competition going on over there. Someone wants to challenge me with a new gun to shoot at 1,000 meters. As soon as these words came out, Duan Wuxiang immediately showed a surprised expression. 1,000 meters shooting? And they are using a new gun? Let's go and take a look. Afterwards, the two came to the crowd, picked up the telescope and looked at the 1,000-meter target in the distance. Bang! After a gunshot, Duan Wuxiang trembled all over. What a big noise! Then he saw that there was a hole on the target. What? I scored 7 rings on a 1,000-meter target. What kind of gun is this? Chapter 49. Alarming the commander, Zhao Lin admits defeat. When the gunshots died down, there was a sound of people gasping for air. Wow, 7 rings in 1,000 meters, this accuracy is too scary. Oh my god, this directly broke the record, and it looks like it's quite powerful. Oh my god! This gun is so powerful. It can still have such great lethality at a distance of 1,000 meters. The performance of this gun is simply terrifying. If this gun had been used in the war, wouldn't the Japanese tanks have exploded easily? It's outrageous. If this gun had been available during the anti-Japanese war, the Japanese headquarters would have been overthrown long ago. I want to know who made this gun. I must get one. The eyes of everyone present have turned into extreme envy. One by one, the truths surrounded Meng Bai, crowding him in the crowd and asking him all kinds of questions while pointing their guns at him. Who made this gun, young man? Can it be mass-produced? Yeah, this gun is amazing. If it could be equipped to a sniper, it would kill so many enemies. Have you tried it? Can this gun penetrate the armor of a tank? How far can this gun shoot? Can it reach more than 1,500 meters? Faced with everyone's questions, Meng Bai tried his best to answer them. I made this gun. Currently, there is only one. As for whether it can be mass-produced, it depends on the arsenal. As for whether it can penetrate the tank's armor, we haven't tried it yet, but based on the current thickness of tank armor, it should be possible to penetrate it. As for the maximum range of this gun, it should be over 3,000 meters, but if we only talk about its effective range, it should be able to reach 1,500 meters. Every answer from Meng Bai amazed everyone present. When Duan Guixiang, who was standing behind the crowd, heard Meng Bai's answer, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He joined the team right from the beginning of the War of Resistance against Japan and fought in at least hundreds of battles, big and small. It was because of his military achievements that he became the commander. When looking at the gun, he was extremely excited. If this had happened during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, how many brothers would have died? The guard Xiao Song, who was standing next to him, immediately saw what the commander was thinking and asked in a low voice. Commander, would you like to call this young comrade over? Duan Guixiang waved his hand. Don't worry, take another look. Doesn't he still have 2 bullets left? Let me see if he's lucky or if this gun is good. At this time, Zhao Lin in the crowd was confused. He didn't expect that Meng Bai could still hit the 7 rings in the 1,000 meters. At this moment, Meng Bai's results have far surpassed his own. Even if he hits all 10 rings in the 800-meter race, he probably won't be able to beat the opponent. When he thought that the other party was about to win him, he suddenly felt unwilling, said Meng Bai. You're just lucky. Just because you hit the target with one shot doesn't mean you can hit the target with the next shot. If you have the ability, shoot another 1,000 meters and show me how. Meng Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, patting the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand. Of course, I will shoot you at a distance of 1,000 meters after this one, so that you will completely give up. But according to the rules, you have to go first. Seeing that Meng Bai had been fooled, Zhao Lin immediately nodded and took his Mosin-Nagant rifle to the shooting position. After adjusting the direction of his breathing and finding the feeling just now, Zhao Lin fired again. There was a loud bang of a gunshot. Another mark was scratched in the hole of the 10 ring on the 800-meter target. The referee immediately said, Zhao Lin, 800 meters, 10 rings. Although Zhao Lin scored 10 rings with this shot thanks to his excellent marksmanship, it was considered quite explosive in the entire shooting world. However, today he was facing a cheating Meng Bai. It could only be said that he was very unlucky. The total score of the 4 times is 210 points. Meng Bai only fired 3 shots, the first shot missed the target, and the total score of the remaining 2 shots reached 450 points. With this result, even if Zhao Lin did the 800-meter 10 rings again, he could only get 310 points. Meng Bai can already declare victory. But Zhao Lin was just a little angry, and he wanted everyone to understand that this guy just relied on luck and that he was the real sharpshooter. Meng Bai smiled, carried his gun to the shooting position, pulled the bolt, and then aimed at the target at 1,000 meters. Bang! A huge gunshot rang out, and a hole was instantly punched in the 10 ring of the 1,000-meter target. This time there was a round of warm applause. Awesome! Awesome! Well deserved, the shooting skills are great and the gun is even better, it's really an eye-opener. It's too powerful. This gun must be produced by the arsenal. If the arsenal does not produce it, I will have to make one at my own expense. Yes, this gun is so good, I instantly felt that the gun in my hand was like a fire stick. Can you let me experience it, bro? Looking at Meng Bai, who was surrounded by the crowd, Zhao Lin sat slumped aside with dull eyes. He really couldn't believe that he lost so badly, but he was holding his best gun. In an instant his mentality collapsed. Duan Guixiang, commander-in-chief of the Pengcheng military region, who was not far away, couldn't help but nod. What a nice gun, Xiao Song! If it were you, how far could you shoot with that gun? Upon hearing this, the guard next to him rubbed his hands excitedly. If I go, hitting the target at 1,500 meters should be no problem. Well, ask that fellow volunteer later if he doesn't want you to try the gun. Thank you, Commander. At this time, the crowd dispersed and Meng Bai looked at Zhao Lin. If we continue to compete, it will be meaningless. What do you think? Zhao Lin raised his head, his eyes were red, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I don't accept it. Your gun is too cheating. Let's try again with the same gun. I can definitely beat you. At this moment, a cough suddenly came from a distance. After everyone forgot about it, they made way for him, stood up straight, and saluted. Hello, Chief! Hello, Chief! Seeing everyone having the same reaction, Zhao Lin, Meng Bai and Zhou Ye also stood up and saluted. Duan Guoxiang laughed and saluted in return. Don't be nervous, I just came over to take a look. By the way, comrade, can I borrow your gun to take a look? At this time Zhou Ye whispered in Meng Bai's ear. This is the Commander-in-Chief of the Pengcheng military region. Meng Bai was shocked and nodded immediately. No problem, Commander-in-Chief. Duan Guoxiang held the gun and gently stroked the gun body, unable to hide the love in his eyes. It's a really good gun. You can tell from the rifling that it's not something that an average person can make. Did you make this yourself? What's the name? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, this gun has no name yet, I will call it the artillery sniper for now. Cannon sniper. Haha, really good, it sounds like a cannon, and its power is as strong as a cannon, it really can be called a cannon sniper. Then he looked at Meng Bai again. Can you let me fire 2 shots? No problem, Commander-in-Chief, you can shoot as you like. Duan Guoxiang nodded, and under Meng Bai's guidance, he opened the magazine. When he saw the 12.7mm bullets, his eyes were full of surprise. What a big bullet! Then he pulled the bolt and took aim. There was a loud bang. Duan Guoxiang only felt his shoulders shake, and there was another hole on the target 1,000 meters away. Everyone present applauded. Duan Guoxiang was overjoyed and pulled the bolt to fire 2 more shots. After firing a few shots, Duan Guoxiang couldn't let go of the gun. What a good gun! It's a good gun! If this kind of gun is not equipped to the troops, it would be a waste of resources. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around started to applaud, and even Zhao Lin's eyes flashed with excitement. At this time, Duan Guoxiang looked at Zhao Lin, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Your shooting skills are pretty good. You are the youngest and the best shooter among all the snipers I have ever seen. Zhao Lin scratched his head and spoke modestly. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. Duan Guoxiang nodded, then asked Meng Bai. I want him to run a 1,500-meter race. Do you agree? Meng Bai smiled and said, Of course, a good gun is for a good shooter. I have no grudge against him, so of course I can use it. In one word, the pattern is instantly complete. Zhao Lin looked at Meng Bai with a red face. There was no jealousy in his eyes anymore. He immediately bowed to Meng Bai. I give up. I promise I will never harass Zhou Ye again. Meng Bai smiled and said, Then I'll thank you on behalf of Zhou Ye. Go test the gun. Okay. Thank you. Duan Guoxiang's 2 sentences instantly resolved the knot in Zhao Lin's heart. It was truly the charm of a leader. Meng Bai couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Chapter 50. After testing the normal bullets, there are also armor-piercing bullets. Zhao Lin excitedly took the gun, then lay down on the shooting position and aimed at the target at 1,500 meters. Everyone present was very much looking forward to it, and Zhou Ye nudged Meng Bai. What's wrong? You are so generous. What do you mean? I mean, if Zhao Lin was your love rival, would you still do this? When he heard this question, Meng Bai smiled. He looked down at Zhou Ye and found that her face was flushed. She must have used up all her courage to say that. The reason I let him try the gun is because I don't want to waste a good sniper. I think it's worth using a gun to exchange for you. Zhou Ye finally understood what he said. She looked up at Meng Bai and saw his eyes full of love. Her heart was beating like a deer. Don't talk nonsense. It will be bad if someone hears you. Meng Bai chuckled, then whispered, I'll tell you secretly later. Zhou Yaqiao's face turned even redder, and she secretly pinched Meng Bai's waist. I'll settle the score with you later. Take good care of the gun. Meng Bai rubbed the soft flesh on his waist, picked up the telescope and looked at the target at 1,500 meters. With a bang, the Barrett sniper rifle made a loud noise. A cloud of dust was raised near the shooting position. Even though Zhao Lin was prepared, he still felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He looked through the sight and saw the marks left on the target at a distance of 1,500 meters, and was immediately excited. Oh my God! The first time I used this gun, I was able to get a 7-ring score. At this time, there was a burst of applause behind him. Duan Wuxiang put down the telescope and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. As expected of a sharpshooter from the Jinling military region, a good gun goes well with a good soldier. The others also showed envious expressions and stared at the sniper rifle. What a great gun! It can hit the target easily at 1,500 meters. That's amazing! If we take this to the battlefield, the enemy probably won't know where it came from. The effective range is too far. It's longer than the range of ordinary cannons. I want to know what the maximum range of this gun is. At this time, Zhao Lin came to Meng Bai with a rifle. I finally realized that it was impossible for me to defeat you from the beginning. This gun is so good that it can turn an ordinary person into a sharpshooter. I admit defeat sincerely. Meng Bai smiled. He could clearly see the respect for himself from the other person's eyes. Then Zhao Lin looked at Zhouya again and scratched his head embarrassedly. Well, Zhouya, can I ask you for a favor? When Zhouya heard this, she suddenly became nervous. It's not okay to go too far. This? Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment, then whispered to Zhouya. Since we've been neighbors for so many years, can you let Meng Bai give me a gun? After hearing this, Zhouya was stunned for a moment, then kicked the other person with red cheeks. What are you talking about? If you want a gun, just ask Meng Bai to give it to you. Why are you begging me? Meng Bai grinned. Zhao Lin had given up so completely that he even went so far as to match him up with Zhouya. So he cleared his throat and spoke to Zhouya. You decide. How could Zhouya not understand Meng Bai's thoughts? She glared at him fiercely and said, I agree. I'll settle the score with you later. Everyone present burst into laughter. Duan Wuxiang suddenly spoke at this time. Comrade Xiao Meng, you said before that this gun also has the ability of an anti-material weapon. What is an anti-material weapon? Then everyone looked confused, and Meng Bai laughed and explained. Anti-material rifles are sniper rifles designed to destroy military equipment and supplies. Their destructive effect is higher than that of ordinary sniper rifles. They not only have a large caliber, but also a variety of bullets. It can use different types of bullets such as armor-piercing bullets, explosive bullets, and high-explosive bullets. Its main combat targets are high-value targets with certain protective capabilities such as enemy tanks, aircraft, fortifications, and ships. It can also be used to kill enemy combatants and high-value targets at long distances, making it very suitable for special operations. When Meng Bai finished his explanation, everyone present showed surprised expressions. Duan Wuxiang's eyes widened. What? There are so many kinds of bullets? Are you saying that this gun can penetrate enemy tanks, planes, and military bunkers? Yes, this gun was born for this kind of situation. If we had this gun, we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many people when we attacked the enemy's bunkers. When talking about this, not only all the veterans around Duan Wuxiang were moved, but also thought of the sadness when they encountered bunkers when fighting the Japanese. Duan Wuxiang looked around and immediately spoke to the guard beside him. Xiao Song, go find some steel plates and put them at 1,500 meters. Let's test it. Everyone had been looking forward to this session for a long time, rubbing their hands excitedly, waiting for the test results. If the test results this time are up to standard, then this gun may really be able to be equipped in some special forces of the entire army. Zhao Lin was even more excited. He was ready to give up his position as battalion commander. For the sake of the gun, he had to join the special forces no matter what. Soon, a military green truck drove up, with several iron plates in the back of the truck. Xiao Song got out of the car and pointed at the iron plates and said, There are only so many iron plates we can find. There are 3 millimeters, 5 millimeters, 8 millimeters, 11 millimeters, and 20 millimeters. Duan Guixiang looked at Meng Bai. You are the designer of this gun, you make the arrangements. Meng Bai was not polite either. He walked up to the iron plates and looked at them one by one, then pointed to the 5mm ones and said, Let's test 500 meters first, using a 5mm iron plate. After all, it was his first time making a gun, and Meng Bai was not very confident in his skills, so he chose a distance and iron plate thickness that would make it easier to achieve results. However, even at this distance, everyone still felt very shocked. Ordinary guns cannot penetrate even thicker wooden boards, let alone iron plates. Meng Bai directly chose a distance of 500 meters for the test, which has exceeded the maximum shooting distance of ordinary rifles, and only a few sniper rifles can hit it. After Xiao Song was busy for a while, he naturally got the first shooting opportunity. A police officer who can become the commander-in-chief is naturally very good at shooting. He first familiarized himself with the action of pulling the bolt, then tried the sight, and reluctantly brought the gun to the shooting position, aimed at the iron plate in the distance, and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang of a gunshot. Everyone immediately saw a clear hole appearing on the iron plate through the telescope. It's penetrated! Everyone applauded. Then we started testing the 8mm steel plate at a distance of 500 meters. After another gunshot, the 8mm steel plate was pierced as expected, and the crowd applauded and cheered again. However, when it came to the 11mm steel plate, the bullet failed to penetrate it. But this result still makes everyone very satisfied. Duan Guixiang patted Meng Bai's shoulder excitedly. Comrade Xiao Meng, this time, you will probably get another first-class merit. With this equipment, we won't be afraid of enemy tanks anymore. However, Meng Bai smiled. Commander, we haven't finished the test yet. If ordinary bullets can't penetrate it, then let's try the power of tungsten steel armor-piercing bullets. As he spoke, Meng Bai opened the gun box and took out a box of special bullets. Use this to directly test the 20mm iron plate. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. And armor-piercing bullets? Chapter 51, Drawing Promises for the Commander? Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Meng Bai took out a few more boxes. Oh, and high-explosive shells, armor-piercing incendiary shells, and tracer armor-piercing incendiary shells. Everyone present was stunned. When they saw Meng Bai take out box after box and display the warheads of different colors, they couldn't help but be surprised. Duan Guixiang looked at the bullets of different colors, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The colors represent the different functions of the bullets. Yes, this is a good idea. But you just mentioned that there is also a tracer armor-piercing bullet. What is the function of this armor-piercing bullet? In some night combat situations, this type of bullet can be used to guide the target area and prevent others from hitting the wrong target. Then Meng Bai loaded a luminous armor-piercing bullet into the magazine and fired at the steel plate in the distance. With a bang. After the gunshot, the tracer armor-piercing bullet left a light green light in the air, and the 20mm steel plate 500 meters away was directly pierced. Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. One bullet showed two different effects, which was completely beyond their imagination. In the eyes of everyone, the function of bullets is nothing more than to kill the enemy, but they have never thought that bullets have so many uses. In the crowd, the veterans looked at the green band of light, which finally dissipated after a few seconds, with surprise in their eyes. With this thing to guide the trajectory, we don't have to fire randomly when shooting at the enemy. Yes, with this ballistic guidance, we can directly cover the target area with firepower, which can save a lot of ammunition. Yes, there are some places with poor visibility. If there is such ballistic guidance, it can indeed reduce a lot of casualties. Afterwards, Meng Bai demonstrated the effects of the other two types of bullets to everyone. When they saw that a bullet would explode a second time when hitting the target, and that the high-explosive bomb would cause shrapnel damage, everyone's expressions were shocked again. It was even more amazing to see that the armor-piercing incendiary bomb could cause a burning effect on the area behind the target when hitting the target. My goodness, if there was something like this during the anti-Japanese war, the Japanese would have been driven out long ago. It's a pity that Comrade Xiao Meng was born too late. If he had been born a few years earlier, it wouldn't be a dream for us to counterattack the chicken in the foot basin now. Too powerful! Armor-piercing incendiary bombs are simply a special weapon for attacking tanks. At that time, I thought that even if this bullet penetrated the tank but couldn't hit the people inside, it would be useless. In the end, it was solved. Awesome! Too long. Tracer bullets can guide the trajectory. High explosive bullets are like super long range grenades. Armor-piercing incendiary bullets are the nemesis of tanks. I can't think of any other bullets. For a while, the praises from the crowd were endless, and Meng Bai was almost deified. Duan Guoxiang was extremely excited and said, "Good," several times. Great, great! Originally I thought snipers could only kill targets one by one, but I didn't expect Comrade Xiao Meng to teach me a lesson today. This kind of sniper rifle is a waste if it is not equipped to the troops. Then he walked up and patted Meng Bai on the shoulder. Do you know that this weapon of yours can change the situation on the battlefield? Meng Bai smiled. That was the point when we designed it. Okay. Do you have time now? Come to my office, let's have some tea and have a good chat, how about that? Thank you very much, Chief. Ha ha! Then Meng Bai came to the Commander-in-Chief's office amid everyone's envy. Guard Xiao Song personally served tea and water, his eyes revealing joy. After a few people sat on the sofa and chatted for a while, Duan Wuxiang suddenly sighed. Our dragon country has been weak for too long, and all weapons and ammunition are imported from abroad. Domestic production is in chaos, and the imitation guns we make are too bad. Your gun brings a glimmer of hope to our dragon country's military factories. Meng Bai nodded, put down the teacup, looked up at Duan Wuxiang and asked, Commander, there is something I am not sure whether I should say or not. The other party laughed after hearing this. Just say whatever you want to say. Feel free to speak to me. Okay, then I won't be polite. What I want to say is that even if I take this sniper rifle out, I'm afraid there won't be many arsenals that can produce it. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Duan Guoxiang's face disappeared immediately. He lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs and sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, what you said is true. Your gun has too many parts, and many of them are probably not produced in China. After saying that, he looked up at Meng Bai. So, are you willing to come to the arsenal and take charge? After these words were spoken, even the guard standing by was stunned. Commander Duan's words were not simple. He directly wanted to arrange Meng Bai to be the director of the arsenal. You have to know that many people may struggle in an arsenal for decades and still not be able to become the factory director, but Commander Duan is willing to promote Meng Bai directly to the position of factory director. For a moment, he was more or less envious, but he also felt that Meng Bai was worthy of the position of the director of the arsenal. But Meng Bai made a decision that surprised both of them. Thank you for your kindness, Commander, but I don't think I have the energy to be the director of an arsenal. Why? Because I also run a chemical factory that produces sulfuric acid and nitric acid for ammunition. Duan Guoxiang was stunned for a moment, then he sighed. Well, I just feel it's a pity. If you could become the director of the arsenal, you would produce so many advanced weapons. Meng Bai smiled. To be honest, I still have several sets of weapon equipment drawings. If the commander needs them, I can provide them as well. What? How many sets? Duan Guoxiang suddenly lost his composure. He was already very shocked that Meng Bai had made such a Barrett sniper rifle. He didn't expect that the other party had more, and several sets at that. Meng Bai just nodded and said, Yes, after all, the production process of this sniper rifle is complicated and expensive. It is probably unrealistic to equip all the snipers in the army with it, and it is not suitable for everyone. Moreover, this sniper rifle is only useful when performing special tasks. In ordinary combat situations, a normal sniper rifle is enough. In addition to sniper rifles, assault rifles and pistols are the most commonly used weapons in normal combat. As far as I know, the equipment of our dragon army is purchased from abroad. The price is high, and many of them are not suitable for us. It is not cost-effective. It is time for us to make our own guns. When he said this, Duan Guoxiang's eyes turned red, and he slammed his seat and stood up. That's right, it's time we built our own guns. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Meng Bai. Where are your guns? It's still on the drawing board. The room suddenly became quiet, and the guard Xiao Song who was holding the teacup was a little confused. Good man, are you making big promises for the commander? Is it convenient for you to go back and get it now? It's convenient, but I have to use the commander's car. Xiao Song. Guard Xiao Song immediately put down his teacup. Here. You drive Comrade Xiao Meng home to get the blueprints yourself. Yes. Duan Guixiang stood up and looked at Meng Bai seriously. Go ahead. I'll wait for you no matter how late you come. Don't leave tonight. I'll make you a good meal. Thank you, Chief. Chapter 52 Type 81 Gun Family. Anyone who can sit in the commander's special seat is definitely not an ordinary person. However, even though it was the commander's special seat, Meng Bai was still very upset. This car from Germany has been around for who knows how many years. The seats are hard and have almost no shock absorption. Driving on this country road, the dust was flying and the car was bumpy. As soon as he got home, Meng Bai felt like his butt was no longer his own. Next time I'll apply to ride in a truck. Guard Xiao Song scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, it's dark now, and I was in a hurry to come here. Why don't you take a rest first? Meng Bai grinned and waved his hand, rejecting the other party's kindness. It's okay. You'll get used to it once you go back. Wait for me at the door. I'll go in and get my things and come back. Okay, no rush. Where is your toilet? It's on the left. There's no light inside. Be careful. Meng Bai limped as he spoke and entered the lab, quickly taking out the printer and computer. After connecting the power supply and operating for a while, the drawings of various individual equipment needed were quickly printed out. Of course, in addition to these, Meng Bai also took out a booklet he had printed long ago from the shelf. After turning off the computer and printer and putting them into the storage space, Meng Bai went outside the door with the things he had brought. Guard Xiao Song was smoking during the break, but when he saw Meng Bai coming over, he quickly put out the cigarette. Meng Bai couldn't help but smile after seeing this. It's okay, I smoke too. As he said this, he casually took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one and handed it to the other person. Xiao Song grinned, then was stunned after taking the cigarette. This cigarette? Oh, this is a new type of cigarette. You don't cough when you smoke it. Try it. So the two of them leaned against the car, smoking and chatting for a while. Xiao Song was satisfied. He put out the last of his cigarette, then opened the car door, turned around, and drove all the way with Meng Bai, and finally arrived at the commander's office of the Pengcheng military region. As soon as we arrived, a strong aroma of rice wafted over. Meng Bai just felt his stomach growling. At this time, Duan Guixiang came down from upstairs with clothes draped over his shoulders. When he saw what Meng Bai was holding, he immediately became excited. Ha ha ha, you must be hungry. Come upstairs quickly, we can eat and talk at the same time. Good. Meng Bai didn't hesitate and followed the other party upstairs to put a few cold dishes and a plate of freshly stewed chicken on the table. In these days, even for the commander-in-chief of a military region, eating a chicken was considered a luxury. Moreover, these are chickens raised by the military district commander-in-chief himself, which shows how much Duan Guixiang values himself. Then Duan Guixiang took out a bottle of old wine without any packaging from the cabinet, poured a bowl of it into the bowl in front of Meng Bai, and poured half a bowl for himself. In an instant, the room was filled with the aroma of wine, which made Meng Bai swallow his saliva. This wine is old, it's Jiangnan Osmanthus wine, how is it? Smells good. It smells really good. Even Meng Bai, who had traveled through time from his previous life, had never smelled such fragrant wine. Then Duan Guixiang picked up the bowl and said, Come on, Xiao Meng, since you have contributed so much to our army, I toast you. Meng Bai quickly picked up the wine bowl and said, Captain, you are too kind. This is what I should do. Haha, I like you as a junior. Calling you the chief is too distant. How about this? I am older than your father, so you can just call me uncle. Thank you, sir. Haha, come on, do it. Duan Guixiang picked up the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp, smacked his lips, his face flushed. Meng Bai also held the wine bowl with both hands and drank it all. The sweet wine takes a sip, with the fragrance of osmanthus and the sweetness of the wine, leaving you wanting more. What a great wine! Haha, drink if it's not enough, there's more. After 3 glasses of wine, they started talking. Meng Bai drank to his heart's content, but he did not forget the purpose of this trip. Before he got drunk, he quickly took out the drawings of all the equipment and handed them over. This is the Type 81 family of guns, which consists of the Type 81 rifle, the Type 81 light machine gun, and the Type 81-1 automatic rifle. The main structures of these three weapons are the same. The automatic mechanism, recoil mechanism, firing mechanism, gas system, and ammunition feeder can all be used interchangeably in each gun family. Together with other parts, the universality rate reaches 70%, which greatly reduces the production of parts. Recently, Meng Bai has actually been studying domestic standard weapons. According to the plan before the time travel, his goal was to use the Type 56 rifle as the standard rifle. However, during this period of time he discovered a problem, that is, because of his appearance, steel-making technology and steel processing technology developed very rapidly. If the Type 56 rifle is used as the standard rifle of Longwa, it will not be long before this gun will be replaced by the Type 81 rifle. Instead of wasting this resource, it would be better to just go ahead and make the Type 81 rifle the standard rifle of Longwa. Especially since there is only one Type 56 rifle, but if you choose the Type 81 family, you can own 3 guns at the same time. Although the Type 81 gun family has many more parts than the Type 56 rifle, and the process is more difficult. But Meng Bai believed that with his intervention, he could definitely get it done. Duan Guoxiang looked at the contents on the drawing and listened to Meng Bai's introduction, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Okay, that's great. 3 consecutive, good, words can show how excited Duan Guoxiang is at this moment. He slammed the table, picked up the wine bowl and drank it all, his face as red as Guangong. With these 3 guns, we don't have to spend a lot of money to buy those crappy guns from the Russians. Meng Bai smiled and took out some more drawings and handed them over. In addition to these, there is also this QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol and individual grenade. Duan Guoxiang looked at every part on the drawing carefully. After he finished reading, he looked up at Meng Bai. Xiao Meng, tell me, where did you get your skills from? Meng Bai was stunned when he suddenly heard this question. As a commander, he must be very vigilant. But Meng Bai had already thought of an excuse. I learned it by myself in the library when I was studying in Shanghai. There may be some problems with the design, so I have to find a professional to test it. Not bad. You have been able to teach yourself to this level. It shows that your talent is incomparable to ordinary people. You were born for war. Duan Guoxiang didn't think much about it and put the drawings away carefully in his cabinet. Don't worry, I will ask the people in the arsenal to carefully forge these drawings. After they are made, you have to come and conduct the experiments in person. However, Meng Bai shook his head and said, Master, to be honest, there is something I need to tell you in advance. Duan Guoxiang was stunned when he saw Meng Bai suddenly become serious. Tell me, what's the matter? The parts of these guns are very sophisticated. I'm afraid we can't produce them with the capabilities of our current arsenal. How is that possible? There are drawings and markings, how can it not be produced? This brings us to the issue of standard parts. Standard parts? Duan Guoxiang was confused. Chapter 53 Recommendations for Domestic Standard Parts. Guoxiang is familiar with these 3 fields of standard parts. But he didn't quite understand the meaning of these 3 words. But seeing Meng Bai's serious look, he felt that perhaps this was related to solving the next production problem, so he immediately asked seriously. Don't hide anything from me, just say whatever you want to say. Okay, but before that, I have to do an experiment. Meng Bai said this and took out a screw from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Uncle, can you take a look at this screw? What size is it? Duan Guoxiang was stunned. He took the screw and placed it in front of his eyes, looking at it again and again. Isn't this just the most common 20mm M3 screw? It's something that's often used on cars. What's wrong with that? Meng Bai smiled, took out a screw from his pocket, and handed it to the other party. Then take a look at this. Duan Guoxiang didn't know what Meng Bai was doing. He took the screw, took a look at it, and was stunned. Isn't this still a 20mm M3 screw? It's the same as before. What do these weird questions have to do with the experiment? Haha, uncle, take a closer look. Are you sure these are the same screws? There are numbers written on them, how can they be different? Seeing Meng Bai's mysterious look, Duan Guixiang was a little puzzled, so he took the screw to compare them. As a result, when he put it in front of him, he realized something was wrong, because the two screws not only had different heights, but also had different thicknesses in the middle and the gaps between the threads. Duan Guixiang thought he had drunk too much and his eyes were blurry, so he rubbed his eyes quickly and checked again, but the result was still different. Xiao Song, come in! Police officer Xiao Song hurried in. Duan Guixiang handed the two screws to the other party. Compare these screws and see if they are the same. Xiao Song nodded, picked up the screw, compared it under the light, and finally shook his head. Commander, these two screws are different. Duan Guixiang sobered up instantly and looked at Meng Bai. I see. You mean that the difference in parts will cause many factories to be unable to produce this weapon? Is that what you mean? That's right. So what I mean is that we must unify our standard parts and establish a specification standard, such as screws and nails, as well as standards for various tools. This way, we can ensure that the products produced by each factory are the same. Meng Bai said as he took out the booklet and handed it over. This is the plan I wrote for the formulation of standard parts. It is also based on the sizes of various parts we have, and the drawings of the guns are also made according to the sizes above. Duan Guixiang took the booklet, flipped through it, and came to his senses completely. I see, ha ha ha, no wonder the craftsmanship levels in our country are so uneven, it turns out it's a problem with standard parts. Then he flipped through the booklet again, his eyes filled with excitement. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups immediately and must be taken seriously. While the country has just been founded, if we unify the standards, we can mass-produce our own weapons. After expressing his emotion, Duan Guixiang immediately looked at Xiao Song. Send a telegram to the headquarters immediately and tell them that there is an important situation to report. Leave early tomorrow morning and ask the relevant departments over there to prepare for the response. Yes, Commander. At this moment there was a sudden bang. Duan Guixiang turned his head and found that Meng Bai could no longer hold on and fell asleep on the table. Ha ha ha, this kid can't drink much. Then he immediately shouted outside again, and two guards sent Meng Bai directly to the guest room. He was holding a cigarette in his mouth while reading Meng Bai's proposal on unifying domestic standard parts. The next morning, the sound of rhythmic running exercises began. Meng Bai slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his swollen temples, only to find that he was lying on the bed. He slowly sat up and took a look at the simple dress in the room and was stunned. Where am I? At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wake up, lazy bastard! Meng Bai was slightly stunned and quickly got off the bed. When I opened the door, I saw Zhouya wearing a blue suit, with her hands behind her back, smiling at me. You lazy idiot, the sun is already shining on your butt, and you still don't know how to get up. Meng Bai smiled and looked around the room. Why did you send me to your house? The other person's pretty face turned red and she kicked Meng Bai. Nonsense! You want to go to my house, you want beauty, this is Commander Duan's house. Meng Bai finally reacted and patted his head. Oh, I almost forgot what happened last night. I didn't expect that I slept at the commander's house. This is really wrong. At this time, a hearty laughter came from outside. What do you mean it's too bad? It's too good to be true. This is the most worthwhile drink I've ever had. Duan Guixiang was seen walking in from outside, wearing a brand new military uniform. I took a look at the standard parts proposal you wrote last night. It was so well written. This proposal must be promoted. Otherwise, not only would the military industry not be able to develop, but even the industry would be affected. Your foresight has saved our domestic industry. Seeing the commander-in-chief praising him so much, Meng Bai felt a little embarrassed by the praise. Then, Duan Guixiang said, I received a telegram this morning, asking me to take a car to Yanjing to make a report. I will bring this document and the blueprints back with me. Just wait to be commended. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Zhouya. Girl Zhou, you have to seize this opportunity. This kid has a bright future. Uncle Duan! You are making fun of me again. Ha ha ha, alright, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some breakfast. Xiao Meng, you can eat with Miss Zhou, I won't accompany you. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Uncle Duan. Seeing Duan Guixiang leave, Zhouya looked at Meng Bai with surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect you to know so many advanced things. Tell me the truth, where did you learn them? The library. Is this true? I also go to school in Shanghai. Why don't we have this kind of thing in our library? How can a women's university have these things? Meng Bai smiled and changed the subject, saying, I'll go wash my face first. Let's have breakfast together. Zhouya nodded and looked at Meng Bai's back, her eyes flashing with admiration but also a little shyness. After breakfast, Meng Bai and Zhouya stayed for a while and then returned to their hometown. With the participation of retired engineer Wang Shun, the chemical plant at the east end of the village progressed rapidly. In just 2 days, the ground has been leveled and the foundation has been planned. Now we are pouring cement on the base layer and laying pipes. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. And on the 3rd day, Zhouya suddenly came to visit, but she also brought another piece of news. Uncle Duan said that you should leave for Shanghai tomorrow. He wants to take you to visit the arsenal in Shanghai. Meng Bai was stunned when he heard the news. Then he was overjoyed. Wow, I was just dozing off and here comes the pillow. The Shanghai Stock Exchange is the economic center of Dragon Country, where businessmen and intelligence dealers from all over the world gather. It seems that my plan to earn the first pot of gold for the country can now begin. Chapter 54, Zhongshan's Suit and Photo. Zhouya looked at Meng Bai's excited expression and couldn't help but look sideways. Why are you so happy? Isn't it just going to Shanghai? Besides, didn't you go to school in Shanghai before? Meng Bai smiled. You don't understand, the Shanghai Stock Exchange is a great place to make money. To make money? You're going to visit the arsenal this time, not to make money. Are you mistaken? It's not like I'm only going to the arsenal and not going anywhere else. After visiting the arsenal, I have to go see some old classmates or something, right? Oh, that's right, no wonder you're so happy. But what does this have to do with making money? Aren't all your classmates foreigners? Yes, they are all rich people. It would be so fun to make money from them. Seeing Meng Bai's eyes light up when he talked about money, Zhouya couldn't help but complain. You really look a bit mercenary. After hearing the other party's description of himself, Meng Bai couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I am a mercenary businessman. Otherwise, why wouldn't I go to the arsenal? Right? You have such thoughts, they are not good, they are too dangerous, don't say them anymore in the future. Yes, I know. Meng Bai knew that Zhouya was worried about him. After all, the country had just been founded and the landlords and wealthy people were being suppressed severely. What he is going to do next is not just to make money for himself, but to make money for the country. At this time, Zhouya looked Meng Bai up and down and shook her head slightly. No, this outfit won't work if you're going to meet your old classmates. Meng Bai looked at his clothes from top to bottom and felt that they were not in good condition. That seems to be the case, but I don't know if there is any tailor-made suits in Pengcheng. It would be even better if there are Zhongshan suits. Zhouya smiled. I don't know if they have custom-made suits, but I know about Zhongshan suits. I have nothing to do today, so you can accompany me to an interview. After the interview, I'll take you there. Okay, then I'll be your little follower today. Reporter Zhou, tell me, any heavy work today will be left to me. Zhouya covered her mouth and smiled, and suddenly she looked charming. Hate it, there is no such thing as dirty and tiring work. Besides, I'm just a young reporter who just got a full-time job. After packing up his things and giving some instructions at the chemical plant, Meng Bai got in the car with Zhouya and headed for Pengcheng City. After arriving in Pengcheng, Meng Bai followed Zhouya to interview some veterans of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. As a result, when these veterans heard that Meng Bai was the designer of the Cannon Sniper, they were all very excited. A good interview was turned into a fan meeting, which made Meng Bai feel quite sorry for Zhouya. I'm sorry to have delayed your interview. However, Zhouya enjoyed it. I love watching them adore you. Meng Bai discovered that when Zhouya said this, her eyes were full of admiration for him. It seems that among his many fans, this one is the most diehard one. As she spoke, Zhouya carefully placed her camera in a cowhide bag, then unconsciously pulled Meng Bai's hand and said, Let's go, I'll take you to that mysterious place. Meng Bai was a little surprised when he felt the warmth coming from the other person's little hand. In this era, the relationship between men and women is still very conservative. On the street, couples would walk as far apart as possible from each other, and would never see them holding hands. Especially, there are very few women who actively pull men. In the eyes of others, such behavior may be regarded as indecent. However, Meng Bai's tall and handsome figure and Zhou Ya's gentleness and generosity complement each other. When they are together, it makes people feel very comfortable, giving the feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman. When everyone looked at the close relationship between the two, instead of looking down on it, they felt a little envious. Meng Bai knew that the reason why Zhou Ya was so open-minded was that she had received new-style education. If it were traditional Chinese education, let alone holding hands, it would probably be impossible for me to go out with you. At this time, Pengcheng City was not as prosperous as it would be decades later. Except for a few main streets, the rest of the place is dilapidated. Zhou Ya dragged Meng Bai through the streets and alleys, and came to a very remote alley, pointing to the front where Sue's tailor shop was hung and said, "We're here, there it is." When they arrived at the tailor shop, a man wearing glasses, a dirty apron and a tape measure around his shoulder smiled at Zhou Ya. "Comrade Zhou Ya is here again. I have made the Zhongshan suit you ordered last time." As he spoke, the other person walked into the house, picked up a pole, accurately picked out a black Zhongshan suit from a pile of clothes and handed it to Zhou Ya. Zhou Ya pulled the collar of the suit and put it on Meng Bai. After comparing them, she showed a satisfied expression on her face. "Master Su's cooking skills are still so good. Go and try it." Meng Bai was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the Zhongshan suit in the other person's hand. "For me?" "Yes. Otherwise, seeing you wearing this old coat every day, I feel that it is not worthy of your status as a great scientist. Go and try it." Master Su, who was wearing glasses, was surprised when he heard that Meng Bai was the great scientist. "Is this the scientist who improved the steel mill?" "Yes." "Oh, nice to meet you. I only saw him in newspapers before, but today I finally saw him alive." Looking at the hand extended by Master Su, Meng Bai shook hands with him reluctantly, then turned to look at Zhou Ya. This girl seems to be constantly promoting her identity to the outside world, as if everyone in the world wants to know her and become her fan. So he shook hands with Master Su, and after being a little humble, Meng Bai went into the fitting room and changed into the Zhongshan suit. When he came out of the fitting room, Zhou Ya and Master Su's eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, what a handsome man! His figure is comparable to that of a model. I never thought that it was the clothes that hid your figure. I should have bought you this dress earlier." Zhou Ya smiled, then pulled her black dress and stood in front of Meng Bai, then handed the camera in her hand to Master Su. "Master Su, could you please take a photo for us?" Master Su nodded immediately. After mastering the photography skills under Zhou Ya's guidance, he took a small photo of Meng Bai and Zhou Ya in his own small tailor shop. Before leaving, Meng Bai tried hard to pay for the dress, but Master Su said he didn't want anything. According to him, he had customized Zhongshan suits for many bosses, such as Meng Bai and those who had made contributions, and he did not take a penny. In desperation, Meng Bai could only secretly put 50 yuan under the other person's teacup before leaving in a hurry. The next morning, Meng Bai woke up in the hotel. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he saw Zhou Ya, with her hands behind her back, staring at him with a smile on her face. "You're here so early? Are you going to Shanghai too?" "I have an interview today, and I'm here to give you something. Give me your wallet." Meng Bai said nothing and handed over the wallet. Zhou Ya smiled, took out a photo from her pocket and stuffed it into the compartment of his wallet. "You must keep this photo. I will check it when I come back." After saying that, she smiled and turned back to get in the car. Meng Bai was stunned. He picked up the wallet, took a look at the photo in the interlayer, and immediately smiled knowingly. In the photo, he tilted his head and tried to get closer to Zhou Ya, while Zhou Ya playfully poked his cheek with his hand. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match. Chapter 55 3 Special Merits. Taking a train is a luxury these days. Some military trains are an unattainable dream for ordinary people. This time, I was able to take the military train thanks to Duan Guixiang. On the train, Duan Guixiang said excitedly while holding the Recommendations for Domestic Standard Parts, written by Meng Bai. Xiao Meng, you don't know that I have received more praise in Yanjing in the past 2 days than in my entire life. You don't know how strong the reaction of the people at the scene was when I took out this proposal. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and recounted what had happened in Yanjing over the past few days. The result is that the above suggestions for the unification of standard parts are taken very seriously, and it is stated that they will be put forward at the next National Congress. When he heard the news, Meng Bai finally felt relieved. You must know that once the standard recommendations are unified nationwide, it means that all kinds of parts across the country can be interoperable. There will no longer be a situation where parts produced in two adjacent areas have different specifications, sizes, and cannot be used interchangeably. Such a move will undoubtedly have a huge impact on industrial development, and is an important reform that some backward countries will experience. According to the normal process, this reform in Longwa will not be implemented nationwide until more than 10 years later. During the past decade or so, the industry of the entire dragon country has been in a stage of slow development. Meng Bai's proposal can be said to have directly accelerated the industrial progress of Longwa. Then Duan Guixiang said to Xiao Song, who was standing beside him, "There are some important things left. I almost forgot about it." Guard Xiao Song smiled and took out a long box and placed it in front of Meng Bai. Meng Bai was slightly stunned and turned to look at Xiao Song, who looked mysterious. Duan Guixiang pointed at the box and said, "Everything inside is yours. They were specially brought back for you when I went to Yanjing this time." Meng Bai picked up the box and opened it gently. There were 3 golden medals placed horizontally inside. 3 special medals of honor? Duan Guixiang nodded. Yes. 3. You got 3 special merit medals in one go. Throughout the history of the founding of the country, you are the first person to get 3 special merit medals in one go. Meng Bai was a little confused. During this period, Longwa had not yet cancelled the rewards for special merit. However, there are only a handful of people in the entire army who can obtain special merits. Later, because there was no war in the country, the special merit was cancelled. After the special merit was cancelled, a saying emerged among the people. The third-class merit is received while standing, the second-class merit is received while lying down, and the first-class merit is received by family members. Although it is not very appropriate, it also indirectly illustrates how difficult it is to obtain first-class merit. If first-class merit is so difficult to obtain, then special merit is even more extraordinary. Only those who have made extremely high contributions to the entire army and have influenced a certain battle are eligible to obtain it. Meng Bai was really surprised that he got 3 in one go. Seeing Meng Bai's surprised expression, Duan Guixiang patted his shoulder with a cigarette in his hand. "Don't worry. It's not that the higher-ups won't mistreat anyone who has made contributions, but they will definitely not give out merits indiscriminately. You are qualified to receive these 3 military medals." Xiao Song on the side also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, you invented the anti-material sniper rifle, which can be said to be a weapon that will change the situation of war in the future. It is not an exaggeration to give you a special merit. Secondly, you also developed the Type 81 gun family, which will provide a guarantee for the standard weapons of our dragon country's army in the future and save the country a lot of money. This special merit is no problem. Also, the proposal you put forward for standard parts is a proposal that could change the entire country's industrial process. This deserves a special merit." Xiao Song's eyes were full of admiration and respect. In his eyes, scientists like Meng Bai, although they do not need to go to the battlefield to fight, are just like soldiers fighting on the battlefield. Meng Bai nodded and carefully put the 3 military medals into his handbag as if they were treasures. The military train enjoyed the highest railway rights, so they had almost no obstructions along the way and arrived in Shanghai in the evening. As soon as I got off the train, someone came to pick me up. When everyone learned that Duan Guixiang had called all the designers of the sniper rifles, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially when Meng Bai took out the sniper rifle and showed it to everyone. Everyone was very much looking forward to it, and said that they would not miss testing it even in the middle of the night. So a group of people came to the military area again, and went directly to the shooting range to start testing the power of the sniper rifle. When the 500-meter test was over, everyone's expressions were still normal. When we got 10 rings in the 800 meters, everyone's expressions started to look a little surprised. When he got 10 rings at a distance of 1,000 meters, everyone was shocked and their eyes were filled with shock. When he still scored 10 rings in the last 1,500 meters, everyone present couldn't help but cheer. Then came Duan Guixiang's personal show-off stage, and what he showed off was not only his sniper rifle, but also Meng Bai's skills. When people learned that a sniper rifle was no longer a weapon for shooting single targets, everyone was still confused. When they saw the armor-piercing shells, armor-piercing incendiary shells, high-explosive shells and tracer armor-piercing shells, everyone at the scene applauded. With these good things, everyone on the scene started to test fire. In a short while, many sharpshooters emerged on the scene, making many people from military regions who came to visit envy them. Meng Bai once again became the focus of everyone, but he earned a lot of face for Duan Guixiang. When the two returned to the military district guest house, Duan Guixiang's face was beaming. "You made me so proud today! Didn't you see the envious looks on those old guys' faces? They almost didn't snatch the person away." Meng Bai grinned, then looked at the time and said, "Uncle, after visiting the arsenal tomorrow, can you give me half a day off?" "Of course. What are you going to do?" "I finally made it to Shanghai, and I want to see my old classmates." "Sure. Just go ahead. I'll wait for you here and we'll go back together." After getting a positive answer, Meng Bai breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the room and packing up his things, he followed everyone to visit the arsenal in Shanghai early the next morning. It has to be said that, after all, this is the richest city in Dragon Country, and the arsenals here all use weapons production equipment imported from abroad. It's a pity that in his eyes, their things are all backward stuff. Meng Bai knows that Meng Hu is now popularizing the application of machine tools one by one. Once that thing becomes popular, these weapons production equipment purchased at high prices will become a pile of scrap metal and will be recycled. After lunch, Meng Bai took the tram alone to a cafe on the bank of the Huangpu River. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, several blonde and blue-eyed men walked in from outside. When Meng Bai saw them, he quickly stood up and greeted them. "Hey Pete, I'm here!" When a few people saw Meng Bai, they immediately walked over. Chapter 56: Bait in the Water. Although his memory was very vague, Meng Bai still recognized them at a glance. Especially the leader, Pitt, who looked like an ordinary American, was still fresh in his memory. When Meng Bai traveled through time, he immediately made a portrait of his classmates from his previous life when he was studying in Shanghai. Then, based on their identities, he searched through some of the information he had found about intelligence personnel lurking in Dragon Country that was revealed by Eagle Sauce. The most certain person among them is Pete. The other party had a good relationship with the ex in school. The reason for this was that I had a good family background and was the other party's focus. Otherwise, I would be so mediocre that I would never attract Pete's attention. As for the other few people, they were just there to cover up the fact that he had invited Pete alone. However, when they saw Meng Bai, they were a little surprised at first, and couldn't even remember his name. But only Pete called out Meng Bai's name immediately. "Meng Bai! It's you!" As he said that, the other person walked forward and gave Meng Bai a tight hug. "Oh my God, I never thought we would meet again. When we parted that day, I thought we would never see each other again." Faced with the other party's enthusiastic hug, Meng Bai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Now, it is confirmed without a doubt that the other party is an intelligence officer of the United States. The reason why Meng Bai was so sure was that it was obviously a bit outrageous that the other party could still call out his name all of a sudden after 3 years. If you want to know my relationship with him back then, it could be considered that we were just acquaintances at best. If the other person doesn't deliberately get to know you, it's probably impossible for him to remember you. Meng Bai smiled and shook hands with the other people. Everyone sat down, and Meng Bai talked about the past events, which immediately brought back everyone's memories. Everyone was chatting happily at the dinner table. Many people had returned to their home country that year, while some stayed behind to continue making a living in Longhua. These foreigners have various skills and a wealthy family background, and they are doing very well in Long Country. It's really great. Later, when everyone asked about Meng Bai smiled indifferently. "I can't compare with you big bosses. I'm just making some experimental technology and selling it for money. Fortunately, you guys were able to lend me more books, otherwise I wouldn't have achieved what I have now." When everyone heard this, they were all confused except Pete, who looked surprised. I've heard people mention you. Could you be the inventor mentioned in the Pengcheng Daily? Meng Bai waved his hand modestly. No, he's just an inventor who invents and sells technology. He can't be called an inventor. The others all showed surprised expressions and asked quickly. What kind of invention could be published in the newspaper? Pete smiled as he took a sip of his coffee. That's not just a small invention. It produces sulfuric acid and improves steel-making technology. It's a technology that benefits mankind. After these words were spoken, several people nearby showed shocked expressions. Oh my God! It turned out to be such an invention. Meng, you are so amazing! I was almost fooled by you, Meng. You must have made a lot of money from these two inventions, right? We can produce sulfuric acid. If that's the case, maybe we can have some cooperation. Several foreign students' eyes immediately lit up, smelling a business opportunity. Meng Bai laughed. To be honest, I came here today to borrow your connections to help me. I have a chemical factory that produces sulfuric acid and nitric acid. I can provide the products here at an affordable price. Then he looked at Pete not far away with a grateful expression, while the other party smiled indifferently. Afterwards, they had a simple afternoon tea, exchanged contact information with each other, and then left. After seeing everyone off, Pete glanced at the time. Time flies. It's time for dinner. I know a good Western restaurant. You probably haven't had authentic Western food for a long time. How about we go together? Of course, no problem. To be honest, I miss that taste, but there is no authentic Western food in Pengcheng. Haha, my car is right in front. Let's go together. Good. As they were talking, Meng Bai got into Pete's car. The other party sat in the car and chatted about the international situation and some business that could help Meng Bai. While the two were chatting, Pete asked casually, I heard that if you want to leave the province, you should need a letter of introduction, right? Hearing the other party testing him, Meng Bai smiled indifferently. To be honest, I have a relative who is in the army, and I came here with his car. I see. As he spoke, the other party glanced at the bag that Meng Bai had been holding in his arms, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Soon the other car turned a corner and came to a luxuriously decorated Western restaurant. They found a secluded corner and sat down. Pete picked up the menu and skillfully ordered a few dishes, then pointed to several special dishes on the menu. The brandy here is authentic, I suggest you try it. Sirloin is also their chef's specialty, trust me. Haha, then I'll listen to you. The two chatted while waiting. After a while, Meng Baijio had already drunk several glasses of wine, and his face turned slightly red. He rubbed his temple and made an embarrassed gesture. Sorry, I had too much coffee this afternoon, I'm afraid I need to go to the bathroom. It's okay. I'll wait for you here. The steak may take a while. If it's slow, I can ask the chef to make some later for you. Then I'd be grateful. Having said that, Meng Bai stood up and left the table, then went straight to the bathroom. Looking at Meng Bai's departing figure, Pete coughed slightly. At this time, a man from Dragon Country who was sitting diagonally opposite him straightened his clothes slightly, stood up and went straight to the bathroom. Pete then reached out for the bag on the opposite side, pulled it over and quickly opened it, and found a file bag with confidential documents inside. When he saw the confidential document bag, a hint of shock flashed in Pete's eyes. He clearly recognized the stamp on it. He glanced around to make sure there was no one around, then immediately took out a bottle of spray from his bag and sprayed some liquid on the seal of the file bag. Soon the liquid seeped into the seal of the file bag and the glue inside dissolved immediately. Pete pulled the contents out of the briefcase, took a quick glance, and was immediately shocked. Photos of the Russian Bear's secret military base? In a moment, Pete felt his back was wet with sweat. He immediately winked in the direction beside him. A woman in a black dress also stood up and walked towards the restroom. Without saying a word, Pete took out a miniature camera from his pocket and started taking pictures of the contents in the letter. At this moment, Meng Bai, who had just filled the bathroom with clean water, came to the sink to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he walked towards his seat without saying a word, and a woman in a black dress, holding a glass of red wine, bumped into him with a bang. Oops! Meng Bai subconsciously supported the other person. The woman looked at Meng Bai's white shirt, which was stained with red wine, and immediately showed an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, I was walking just now and didn't notice you. I stained your clothes. How about I ask someone to help you change? Meng Bai looked down at his clothes and said, It's okay. I'll just wipe it with a tissue later. But the woman shook her head. Oh, it's okay, go ahead. I know the manager of this hotel. I feel really bad for making you like this. It will only take a minute. Having said that, she dragged Meng Bai away without further ado. Her movements were very intimate, and she looked no different from those women who were fishing for rich men. At this moment, Meng Bai looked towards his seat and happened to meet Pete's eyes. The other party was sitting in his seat with a hint of envy on his face. Chapter 57. The Fish is Hooked. After changing her clothes, the woman still wanted to delay a few more minutes. But Meng Bai firmly stated that he had important things to return to, so he rejected the other party's invitation. Returning to his seat, Meng Bai looked at the briefcase on his seat and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry, I just bumped into a lady by accident and made a fool of myself. Pete glanced in the woman's direction with envy. She's a beautiful woman. You are so lucky. I envy you. Meng Bai waved his hand in self-deprecation and glanced at his bag casually. Finding that the envelope was intact, he laughed and changed the subject. Has our steak not arrived yet? I'm already starving. Pete snapped his fingers and nodded to the waiter in the distance, who immediately brought the freshly fried steak from the kitchen. Sirloin is the most delicious at this time. Eat it while it is still warm. It is guaranteed to be very delicious. Meng Bai didn't waste any words. He picked up the knife and fork, skillfully cut the steak and put it into his mouth. A rich aroma of meat and milk lingered between his lips and teeth, and he immediately felt the difference between their different lives. You know, after traveling here, although he has no problem eating and dressing warmly every day, it is still difficult for him to eat well. Even if I had money, I couldn't buy anything to eat in Mengzhuang. Over the past few days, he has adapted to meals without any additives and the habit of not eating meat. This steak meal instantly reminded him of the life he had traveled through time and space. Meng Bai finished a large piece of steak in less than 5 minutes. Looking at Meng Bai wolfing down the food, Pete couldn't help but laugh. It seems like you haven't eaten it for a long time. I'll ask the kitchen to make you another portion. As Pete was about to raise his hand, Meng Bai shook his head. Forget it, I have things to do and can't stay too long today. As he spoke, he raised his wrist and looked at the time. I'm sorry, the time my relative told me is up, I have to go back immediately. Seeing Meng Bai looking so anxious, Pete pretended to try to keep him. Seeing that the other party had no intention of staying any longer, he took the initiative to send him to the door and even called a taxi for him. It was not until Meng Bai left that the smile on Pete's face disappeared. Without saying a word, he got into the car and spoke to the driver. Take me back immediately. Yes. The car sped all the way to a newspaper office run by an American. Pete rushed to his office, slammed the door, locked himself in the darkroom, and started developing film. After about half an hour, several photos that had not yet dried appeared on the table. Pete was in the room, staring at the contents of the photo again and again under the red light, his eyes full of shock. Then he immediately walked out of the room, picked up the phone and dialed a number that he hadn't called for a long time. I have important information to report to the commander. An address was quickly given over the phone, and then Pete looked at the time and directly picked up the dryer to quickly dry the photos that were hung out to dry. After a while, all the photos were dried. Pete picked up a file bag, put it in it, went downstairs and took a car to the dock. There were quite a few ships at the dock. After taking a look, Pete found the target ship and immediately bought a ticket to board. I had been sitting in the private box for less than 10 minutes when a European man carrying a bag walked in. After the other party sat down, he first raised his wrist to check the time. The ship will leave in 5 minutes. You have 3 minutes. Without saying a word, Pete handed over the file bag. Important intelligence. Longhua may be negotiating with Mao Xiong right now. I saw information about Mao Xiong's military base in their documents. Here are the photos. The European man frowned slightly, pulled out the photo, looked at it carefully, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Where did you get it from? A Dragon Country scientist. He is currently working with senior military officials. This time he was even able to visit the Dragon Country's arsenal. I have something. How do you know him? My former classmate wants to open a chemical factory now, and he wants us to help him find a way, so he invited us to dinner. Confirm his identity? This information may be false information. So I want to find a supervisor to analyze the authenticity of this information. Well, if you can, develop it. Yes. Then the European man picked up all the photos and stuffed them into his briefcase, put on his hat, and left the box and got off the boat. Meanwhile, on the bus, only after Meng Bai confirmed that no one was following him did he breathe a sigh of relief. He looked down at the dried glue on the envelope, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They really were fooled. I don't know if they will believe the contents inside. Anyway, people of this era probably don't know about Photoshop. He had prepared those things long ago, and the photos were made using Photoshop technology from the internet. There was absolutely no problem in fooling people of this era by making them look real. Of course, the content in the photo is indeed real. It is a new fighter jet at an Air Force base and some missile silos. These photos are just some of the photos released after the collapse of the Soviet Union. However, due to their age, the photos found on the internet are blurry. Before traveling through time, Meng Bai asked a professional expert to make it clear using PS technology. The envelope also contained the content he had learned during the later decryption, and then it was printed out using a professional printer based on what he saw now. As for the seal, it is applied with special seal oil, and the seal oil can only be identified through professional appraisal. In such a short period of time, Pete simply could not spare enough time to verify the authenticity of the seal. Meng Bai could only hope that the other party would not work hard on the seal, but on the content. Now all that's left is to wait. As long as they believe in me, they will probably contact me soon. After all, the Cold War between the Eagle Sauce and the Russian Bear has already begun. For 2 years, the two sides have been fighting each other openly and secretly, each trying to control the other's vital point. A secret military base is definitely a trump card. He believed that if the people at the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Center confirmed the authenticity of the photo, they would probably find him soon. Now we just have to wait for the Eagle Sauce to send money, and at this critical moment, we have to appear calmer. Chapter 58 Closing Time. Shanghai Railway Station. Meng Bai ran over in a hurry. Duan Guixiang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw him gasping for breath. What's going on? Is it necessary to be so exhausted just from eating a meal? It's mainly because I ran a little far, haha. It seems that it would be more convenient for you to have a car in the future, otherwise running back and forth would be a waste of time. Hearing Duan Guixiang say this, Meng Bai once again thought of his old car and immediately suffered from PTSD. He thought to himself that he must find time to build a car. The train arrived and everyone got on. On the train, Duan Guixiang was in a meeting while Meng Bai was leaning back in his seat, bored, reading the book he brought with him. To be honest, Meng Bai's biggest impression of this visit to the Shanghai arsenal can be summed up in just a few words. Backward few varieties. First of all, the weapons they produce are equipment that have been eliminated by various countries for who knows how long, and there are even some production lines left over from the Qing dynasty with low technical content. The second problem is that there are few varieties. In this arsenal, which is said to be the most advanced in Longhua, there are no more than 10 kinds of weapons that can be produced. Moreover, most of them are imitations of weapons from other countries, and neither their shooting accuracy nor their power can compare with the originals. This visit made Meng Bai realize that Dragon Country's weapons were backward and in urgent need of reform. Although he had already produced the Type 81 rifle family, the Shanghai arsenal, which used the most advanced production line in the country, was still unable to produce it. Therefore, the reform of standard parts, technological innovation of steel mills, promotion of machine tools and equipment, and the application of new gunpowder are all closely linked. Only after you have accomplished these can you move forward. And Meng Bai has already implemented his initial plan. Now it depends on how quickly the work can be carried out. However, what made him feel that the trip was worthwhile was the Arsenal exhibition in Shanghai, where he also saw many advanced talents. They are very interested in their own firearms and are willing to join in and do scientific research. This gave Meng Bai hope, and he felt that the plan he was implementing would soon be promoted nationwide. The next wave of nationwide reform will give birth to a large number of new factories. At this time, the country needs a large amount of funds to promote and support people and groups who have no money to update their technology. If we wait until the country gets the money before promoting new technologies, it will be too late. The war is just around the corner. The war that cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers just after the founding of Longwa will not give Longwa so much time. Therefore, he had to find a way to quickly get money for the country, and this money had to be taken from the country that started the war. Compared with its northern neighbor, the Russian Bear, the United States, which benefited from both World War I and World War II, can be said to have made a fortune. Therefore, Meng Bai would rather take advantage of eagle sauce. After all, eagle sauce is extremely rich. Although the Russians are not poor either, they are still far behind the Americans. After returning, I met Joya. Joya was so happy when she saw the scarf that Meng Bai gave her. Wearing the scarf, she turned around several times in front of Meng Bai, unable to suppress the smile on her face. "I didn't expect you to be so romantic. I really like this scarf." Meng Bai grinned. "As long as you like it." The two had dinner together, and before parting, Meng Bai looked up at Joya. "I may not have time to visit you recently. There are a lot of things to do at the factory. I will come after I am done with my work." "Well, go ahead and do your work. I'll come see you when I have time." "Good." Meng Bai got in the car and looked at Joya standing on the side of the road happily, pulling her scarf, and couldn't help but smile. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the village, and it was already pitch dark. Meng Bai came to the east end of the village with a flashlight. Looking at the wall that was already more than one person high, Meng Bai couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't this too fast? It's only been 2 days and the completion rate is already like this." After looking around the periphery, just when Meng Bai was about to leave, a man suddenly walked out of the factory. The other person also had a flashlight in his hand. After the two compared them, Meng Bai could see clearly that the other person was actually the foreman Wang Shun. Wang Shun rubbed his eyes, obviously just waking up, and holding a gun in his hand. When Meng Bai saw it clearly, he was immediately scared. "Uncle Wang, why are you here? Isn't the house finished yet? I have to keep an eye on it to prevent anyone from stealing bricks and cement at night." Meng Bai suddenly realized that the country was still relatively chaotic during this era. There are all kinds of hooligans and thieves everywhere. He didn't remember seeing such people in Mingzhuang, but Wang Shun was still watching here, which was extremely reliable. "Uncle Wang, you've worked so hard. It's so cold, you should go back to sleep." Meng Bai was touched and thought to himself that he must compensate them well when he got back. The other party just laughed. "We are all from farming families. We are strong and tough, we won't get cold. But you, it's cold at night, you should go back and rest early. We promise that we won't delay the progress of the project." Hearing the other party's words, Meng Bai quickly waved his hands. Don't worry. Safety and quality are the most important. You must pay attention to safety." "Haha, don't worry, we have been building houses for many years, there will be no problems." Meng Bai took out a cigarette from his pocket, and the two of them toured the factory area with flashlights. I have to say, after all, he was an engineer in the army, so his skills are definitely quite good. The house was built very flat, all water supply and drainage had been reserved, and the cable boxes and other things were also built according to Meng Bai's requirements. Based on this skill, Meng Bai felt that even if he were placed in the future, he would definitely be considered a master-level figure. After saying goodbye to the other party, Meng Bai went back and felt that at this rate, the factory should be able to open soon. Chief of Staff Qin Zhong has already helped me get the qualification certificate for my chemical plant. All that remains is the procurement of raw materials. As for orders, Meng Bai has no shortage of orders at all. He can't even take all the orders to supply various arsenals across the country. He felt that the next step should be to build a larger chemical plant for large-scale production of sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and some commonly used chemical products. He has already made up his mind that when the time comes, he will let Wang Shun serve as the chief designer and be responsible for the construction of the new factory. Just like that, the peaceful days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The construction of the new factory has been completed, and what remains is the construction and production of various equipment. As for the various equipment for producing sulfuric acid and nitric acid, Meng Bai has already handed over the equipment drawings to the steel plant, and Master Su Meng will personally lead the team to make them. Meng Bai is very confident about this. On that day, Meng Bai had just come out of the steel factory when he saw a black car parked at the entrance of the factory. Then the car door opened and a middle-aged foreigner in a suit and tie opened his arms towards Meng Bai. "Meng, we meet again!" Seeing Pete's smiling face, Meng Bai felt excited. The eagle sauce finally couldn't sit still anymore. It's time to close the net. Chapter 59, Foresight Threat. "Pete? How did you find me?" Meng Bai walked over with a surprised expression on his face, and they hugged each other. Pete laughed, then made a surprised expression at Meng Bai. "Oh, really? You won't forget what you said at the last meal?" Seeing the other party's exaggerated look, Meng Bai immediately slapped his forehead. "Oh damn, I actually forgot such an important thing. I'm sorry, I'm really too busy, forgive me." As a person who traveled from the future, although Meng Bai has never acted before, he can easily express various expressions because of what he has seen and heard in TV dramas and movies. Of course he knew what the other party was talking about. It was nothing more than finding a reason to start a conversation with him, and then talk about important intelligence issues. Pete waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, as long as you admit it. I'll help you contact a business in Shanghai. The boss is very particular, and the price he offers is the market price. As long as you produce it, he will buy it." "Thank you so much. You know I'm not good at socializing. It's great to have your help." "Oh, we are all brothers, there is no need to be so polite. By the way, it is noon now, how about we go have a meal together?" "Of course, no problem. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have invited you to dinner. It just so happens that this place is not far from Pengcheng. I know a pretty good restaurant there." "Okay, do you have a car? Or take mine?" "That's great. I haven't had time to buy a car yet. I have to trouble you again today." "Haha, you are so polite that I don't know how to respond." Then Pete opened the car door and got in, while Meng Bai looked around and found that no one noticed that he also got in the car. The car sped all the way to the city. After a simple meal, Pete took Meng Bai to another place on the pretext of taking him to meet a partner. Meng Bai could see that Pete was a little anxious. It must be the photos I got that caused the other party to have a stress reaction. I haven't seen him for a few days, so he probably went to verify the authenticity of the photos. Now the other party can come to me to explain, and the authenticity of the photo has been verified. To put it bluntly, the partner is actually an intelligence spy they have planted in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. The business talks in the afternoon went very smoothly. After the talks, the other party invited me to attend an upper-class dance party. If it were any other day, Meng Bai would definitely refuse, but today was different. At the party, he would definitely have to drink, and after drinking, he would probably get down to business. The dancers in high-end costumes at the cocktail party were dancing in exciting moves, and some of them even came up to invite Meng Bai. Most of them just squeeze out a little cleavage or show off their thighs, but for Meng Bai, these are simply child's play. Then, after experiencing the baptism of information explosion in the era of short videos, they can even be considered conservative. But today Meng Bai knew what he was here for, so he did not refuse the woman that Pete forced into his arms. This woman was also eager for information and was very willing to do anything. She kept rubbing her body against Meng Bai, which made him very annoyed. But in order to sell the information, Meng Bai could only pretend to cooperate and was forced to take advantage of the situation. After 3 rounds of drinks, Meng Bai felt that the time was almost right, so he tilted his head and fell into the woman's arms. "Mr. Meng? Mr. Meng, what's wrong with you? Mr. Meng? Are you drunk? Should I take you to your room to rest for a while? Mr. Meng? He's drunk." Pete immediately put away his smile, walked up to Meng Bai, and whispered in his ear. "Meng, we should go back. Wake up." However, Meng Bai still did not react. Then he picked up the flashlight, lifted Meng Bai's eyelids and shone it. Looking at Meng Bai, who rolled his eyes, Pete was slightly stunned, then nodded to the others. Then Meng Bai allowed himself to be carried away by them. To be honest, this is a very dangerous time. If these people imprison him and use torture to force him to give them information, then he would be pushing himself into a fire pit. But Meng Bai is still willing to give it a try. After all, the technology he mastered was not just a little bit, and he didn't believe that these people would do something to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, this is also the territory of Dragon Kingdom, and it is a newly established country, so the activities to suppress spies are very intense. If they really get themselves into trouble, I'm afraid their entire line will be exposed after they get into trouble. In addition, there are many forces behind him, including the military, the arsenal, and the chemical plant that supplies the arsenal. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible for these people to do anything out of the ordinary to you. What Meng Bai didn't expect was that he was soon taken into a room, stripped and thrown on the bed. Then the woman got into her bed, and after a burst of flashes, everyone retreated. After doing all this, about an hour later, Meng Bai was put into clothes, then taken to the car and driven to another place. When Meng Bai felt that he had entered a room, he felt that the time was almost ripe and slowly opened his eyes. At this time, sitting opposite him was a blond and blue-eyed man with a cigar in his hand and a stack of photos in his hand. "Mr. Meng, you finally woke up. Did you know that I almost fell asleep waiting for you?" Meng Bai pretended to be sober, rubbed his temples, and glanced at the room. "What do you mean? Where am I? Where did you send me? Where's Pete?" He asked a lot of questions in a row, stood up and was about to open the door to go out, but found that the door was locked. He slammed the table and shouted angrily at the other person. "Who the hell are you? Is this Peter's doing?" However, the other party sneered. "Pete? He's just one of our agents. You can call me Mr. A. I'll be your liaison officer from now on." As soon as these words came out, a cold light flashed in Meng Bai's eyes. "Who are you? I'm telling you it's impossible for me to be a spy." The other party curled his lips and showed a sarcastic smile. "Sorry, this is no longer up to you." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the photo in his hand and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Mr. Meng to have such good skin care. Much better than Mr. Lu's wife." As he said that, he threw the photo in his hand in front of Meng Bai. Meng Bai pretended to be wrong, picked up the photo and took a look at it, then he was immediately shocked. "Where did you get these photos?" "Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, these are just some photos of artistic performances. We won't tell anyone else. Of course, the premise is that you have to cooperate with us." "Damn it, tell me, what are you going to do? Give me the film." It seems that Mr. Meng is still a person who cares a lot about his reputation. "Don't worry, we won't show the photos to others casually. Let's talk about other things first." After saying that, he took out another envelope and handed it to Meng Bai. "Where is the military base in the photo?" After Meng Bai looked at the photo, he immediately showed an expression as if he had dealt with a hot potato and threw the photo away. "Where did you get these photos? Have you forgotten? Last time you and Duan Guoxiang went to the Shanghai arsenal together and brought back some documents. Do you need me to remind you again? You bunch of damn spies! Let me tell you, I will not sell any information, absolutely not." Mr. A laughed. "I'm sorry, but I think your photo will be published on the front page tomorrow. I believe everyone will be interested, including Duan Guoxiang. What do you think?" Looking at the other party's arrogant look, Meng Bai sighed, and finally lowered himself and stared at the other party. "I was just responsible for keeping these photos for him. I don't know what they are at all. Of course I know you don't know where these photos were taken, but I believe you must be able to get the address of these photos. It's very simple, just a place name. This is hard. If it were simple, I wouldn't bother you. Then name your price. I'm a businessman. This information is enough to buy my life. I must ensure that my life is worth this price." After hearing Meng Bai propose his price, Mr. A couldn't help laughing. "That's great. I like to work with smart people like you. Name a price." 50 million. After hearing this, Mr. A stopped laughing. "You are making fun of me." Meng Bai stared at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Whatever you want to think, and I'm talking about US dollars. This is my fee for joining you. Who knows, I might be able to help you get more valuable clues in the future. 50 million, you won't lose anything." Mr. A hesitated for a long time and finally stood up. Make a deal! Chapter 60 Meng Who Resigned. Eagle Sauce Pentagon Intelligence Center. George looked at the president sitting in his seat with a determined expression. Yes, Mr. President, we have already asked the most professional analysts to analyze the photos. There is no possibility of forgery. Longwa really has some information about the military bases of the Russian Bear. The American president, wearing a white shirt, looked a little solemn. $50 million US, huh? What a profiteer! He stood up and walked a few steps in the room and said again. However, at least we can be sure that this guy can access those confidential information. This is his value. Although it is a bit expensive, but we must prepare for the Third World War that may come at any time. Sitting by the window was the newly appointed Army Commander-in-Chief, General Clark. When he heard the president's words implying that he wanted to give money, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Mr. President, our military budget has been increasing year by year. 50 million is too much. Haha, Mr. Clark, you have to think about it this way. If we go to war with the Russians and we have a clue of their secret military base, is this clue worth 50 million? Clark shrugged helplessly. Yes, if a war really breaks out, a secret military base is indeed worth 50 million. After all, this military base not only has an airport, but also a missile silo. What does this mean? This means that this place is very close to them and can reach their territory. Then the president turned to George. We'll pay for this. But we must ensure that this guy can continue to provide us with information. Yes, Mr. President. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Meng Bai has been living in the early days of the founding of the country for almost 2 months. At the end of November, the temperature dropped sharply and all the people in Dragon Country began to prepare food for the winter. What made Meng Bai feel very happy was that everything needed by the chemical plant had been prepared, and all the equipment and pipelines had been inspected and found to have no problems. After several days of inspection and personnel recruitment, the chemical plant finally opened for business. Meng Bai did not like to make a big fanfare and did not announce the opening time. He just quietly transported a truckload of sulfuric acid and nitric acid to the Pengcheng arsenal. With this first batch of nitric acid and sulfuric acid, the bullet production of all arsenals in Pengcheng city increased tenfold. More importantly, this batch of bullets used new gunpowder, and no imported gunpowder was used. In this way, the financial pressure required for the arsenal to purchase goods will be much less. It can be said that the birth of Meng Bai's chemical plant immediately alleviated the financial pressure of all arsenals in Pengcheng city. Although Meng Bai made some money, it was still not enough for him to expand his production line. Meng Bai was busy until midnight last night. He came back from the chemical factory and was about to go home when he saw that the lights were on in the house and there was a scent coming from the kitchen. What's going on? Could it be that Zhou Ye is here? When did this girl learn to cook? Meng Bai was a little surprised. The relationship between him and Zhou Ye has been relatively stable during this period. Although they haven't officially confessed their love yet, in everyone's eyes, the two of them are already considered a young couple. Meng Bai didn't mention it, and Zhou Ye didn't ask either. The two of them were so close that they seemed like one person. When Zhou Ye has nothing to do, she likes to come to Meng Bai and accompany him. Even if she doesn't do anything, she is very happy. When he opened the door, Meng Bai was slightly stunned when he saw a brand new bicycle placed under the tree in the yard. Not Zhou Ye? Then who is it? Just at this moment, a burly figure walked out of the kitchen. When he saw the familiar figure, Meng Bai was stunned at first, then his face was full of surprise. Brother Hu, when did you come back? Meng Hu grinned. I just came back this afternoon. I heard that you were busy at the chemical factory. I don't have the credentials to get in, so I came home to clean up and cook a meal while waiting for you to come back. Hearing the other party say this, Meng Bai couldn't help but raise his wrist to check the time. Hey, it's already 11 o'clock at night. You haven't been waiting for me to come back for dinner, have you? It's okay. Xiao Bai, I'm not hungry. As he said that, Meng Hu walked up and pulled Meng Bai into the house. Come on, Xiao Bai, sit down and eat something. Seeing Meng Hu's look, Meng Bai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, he had a vague feeling that something must have happened when he saw Meng Hu's look. So he put his things down, washed his hands, went back into the house and sat down. Looking at the 4 dishes, 1 soup, and rice on the table, he was stunned. Such a sumptuous feast? Is this the new year? Meng Hu stood aside and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Xiao Bai, I came back today to talk to you about a few things. Seeing the other party's nervous look, Meng Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brother Hu, we are brothers. You make me nervous. Please sit down and talk. As he spoke, Meng Bai took out the old wine that Zhou Ye had brought from Chief of Staff Chen Zhong's home from the cabinet beside him and poured a glass for the other party. Meng Hu sat down, then looked up at Meng Bai. Well, I have trained more than 100 technicians. The assembly and use of machine tools and some detailed techniques have been popularized. I have completed all the tasks you assigned to me. Meng Bai nodded, raised his glass and clinked it with the other party. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Tiger. Seeing Meng Bai drink it all in one gulp, Meng Hu felt a little embarrassed, and then he drank it all as well. The wine immediately gave him some courage, so Meng Hu continued speaking while he was still drunk. That's Xiao Bai, I don't work in the arsenal anymore. When he said this, Meng Hu was ready to stand up and be scolded. However, Meng Bai did not react at all, as if he did not hear it. He just hummed and picked up a piece of pork chop and started to chew it. These fried pork ribs are so delicious. I didn't expect that Brother Hu's cooking skills are so good. After watching Meng Bai eat several ribs in a row, Meng Hu finally couldn't help it anymore. Xiao Bai, you can scold me or beat me up. Meng Bai suddenly laughed, put down the ribs in his hand and looked at Meng Hu. Brother Hu, why should I hit you and scold you? Because of what you asked me to do, I didn't continue. You did it, and you did it well. But you let me stay in the arsenal. Haha, then why don't you stay in the arsenal? I want to be a soldier. Chapter 61 I lied to you too. Meng Hu stood up, with a bit of stubbornness and apology in his eyes. It can be seen that during this period of time, he is no longer as submissive and has no stance in the arsenal as before. To be honest, when Meng Bai heard Meng Hu say this, he felt happy. Because Meng Hu has freed himself from his shackles. Then go for it. I can help you choose which team to join. Ah? Meng Hu people were dumbfounded. Xiao Bai, are you really not angry? Angry? I'm so happy that you want to serve the country instead of staying by my side to protect me. This is what I want to see in you, a tiger brother with his own thoughts. As he spoke, Meng Bai picked up the wine glass in his hand. Come on, I'll toast to you, to Brother Tiger who has ideas. Meng Hu blushed, and then he was also infected by Meng Bai's emotions. He immediately picked up the glass and said, Cheers! The two of them drank one cup after another. Meng Hu, who had never drunk much, was already a little dizzy after just 3 or 2 cups of wine. Meng Bai was still clear-headed at this time. He chatted with the other party for a while and asked for the specific reason before he understood. It turns out that in the past, arsenal production line needed a lot of people, but now there are various machine tools and bullet assembly lines. There is no need for so many people on the production line. Now the arsenal is streamlining its staff and reducing expenses. The reason for doing this is actually due to the difficulties faced by the arsenal. The main thing is that if you want to get those machine tools and equipment, you have to spend money. Even though machine tools and equipment have been nationalized and the state has introduced corresponding subsidy policies, the prices are still high. Some small arsenals don't have the money to buy a complete set of machine tools or equipment, let alone a bullet production line. In addition, the country is now rectifying and managing small arsenals and closing down some small arsenals that are not as strong as before. There is also the nationwide promotion of standard parts and the replacement of new infantry weapons. It is quite difficult to promote standard parts. After all, these things require them to use unified measuring instruments. If you want to process these standard parts, you have to use machine tools. If they don't have machine tools, they need to buy standard parts. Without standard parts, it would be completely impossible for them to produce weapons of the Type 81 family. It has been almost a month since Meng Bai handed over the drawings of the Type 81 rifle family. So far, less than 100 rifles have been produced, and most of them have been sent to various arsenals as samples. It can be seen from this that the national strengthening plan promoted by Meng Bai is not only technically difficult for the Dragon Kingdom at that time, but more importantly, it puts too much financial pressure on it. There is no money below, no money above, and the whole country is poor. If you want to make weapons, you have to wait for the money. After its founding, the entire Dragon Kingdom had an army of 5 million. The funds required to replace all the weapons in such a large army are absolutely astronomical. The various machine tools and equipment, various copper and iron raw materials, and chemical products needed to produce these weapons are also quite large. Without a complete and huge industrial chain, it would be impossible to produce these equipments. Therefore, in order to achieve these goals as quickly as possible, the country tries every possible way to make money. These pressures, from top to bottom, led to layoffs in the arsenal. Meng Hu himself is a kind-hearted young man. So when he encountered difficulties in the arsenal, the first thing he thought of was to resign. Of course, Meng Hu can also take the opportunity to realize his dream, become a soldier and serve his country. Looking at Meng Hu, who was already fast asleep on the table, Meng Bai drank the wine in the glass helplessly. Money, it's all money! Damn it! Why don't those hawks come to give me money? It's been almost half a month. It's just that the Eagle Sauce uses a single-line contact method. If the other party doesn't look for me, it's impossible for me to find them. Meng Bai was even worried that after Mr. A submitted the proposal, the top management did not approve it. Thinking of the headache, Meng Bai simply put the matter aside and helped Meng Hu back to the room. Then he went to the room, took out his computer and printer, and printed out a bunch of design drawings, preparing to find an opportunity to make money. After all, people cannot be suffocated to death by urine. It would be a waste if you keep all the money-making skills on yourself. It would be better to give them away to make some money and help the country solve the economic crisis. After sleeping until noon the next day, Meng Bai got up, washed, and then rode his bicycle to the steel plant in the county. This was his plan, to go there every 3 days, just to be able to contact Mr. A as soon as possible. It seemed that even God felt how difficult it was for Meng Bai. A black car was parked in front of the steel plant. The car door opened and a familiar figure got out. When Meng Bai saw Pete, he wanted to go up to him and give him a big hug. You bastard, you're finally here. Pete gave a fake smile and looked at Meng Bai. Long time no see, old classmate. Meng Bai also grinned. I thought you guys disappeared. It's really ruined my appetite. What? What happened? Meng Bai glanced around and said, Let's talk in your car. This is not the place to talk. Seeing Meng Bai's reaction, Pete was slightly stunned, then opened the car door and got in. The car drove to the suburbs. Meng Bai leaned back in his chair and smoked a cigarette and said, I got what you wanted. Did you get what I wanted? When these words came out, Pete was stunned, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you sure? Of course, the information has basically been confirmed. We're just waiting for you. When he heard this, Pete suddenly laughed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you something. We applied to the higher-ups and told them about your situation, but they didn't agree to give you that much. As soon as Pete said this, Meng Bai sneered in his heart. As expected, these bastards won't release the eagle until they see the rabbit, and they even want to get it for free. But how could I let them get the information so easily? If this is the case, their intelligence will appear particularly cheap and they will not be able to see their own value. So he smiled calmly and turned to look at Pete. No, I was just joking with you. Are you really not going to give it to me? If that's the case, then forget it. After hearing what Meng Bai said, a cold light flashed in Pete's eyes, and then he took out a pistol from his coat pocket. You don't really think I dare not touch you? Let me tell you, your life is in my hands now. I can kill you at any time. Meng Bai also smiled and lifted up his clothes. If you have the guts, just shoot. The worst that can happen is that we both die together. Looking at the various explosives tied inside Meng Bai's clothes, Pete's eyelids twitched wildly. You! Haha, what do you mean by you? Do you really think I'm stupid? You want me to work for you for free? No way. I won't even see 50 million, and you won't get any intelligence at all. After the two men confronted each other for a few minutes, Pete suddenly put down his gun. I'm kidding. I've already applied for it. 50 million US dollars. Then I've changed my mind. I only want gold, 50 million US dollars worth of gold. You guys should think of a way to get it. In the face of Peter's shocked eyes, Meng Bai continued, I will only give you 3 days. After the deadline, I will sell the information to other people. I believe those arms dealers will definitely offer a higher price than me. Don't eat the sour radish. Pete cursed, but Meng Bai ignored him, pushed the door, got out of the car and left. From this moment on, Meng Bai can already control them. Chapter 62 44 Tons of Gold. On a ferry at Shanghai port. Pete, wearing a linen suit, sat anxiously in the cabin, looking at the time from time to time. Damn it, why does old A always arrive on time? He really delays things. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong smell of cigar drifted into the cabin. Today, Mr. A was wearing a long black windbreaker, carrying a suitcase and sitting opposite Pete with a pair of sunglasses on his face. Talking about people behind their backs is not a good habit. Thank God, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming. What's wrong? Is there something important? Mr. A was talking while smoking a cigar. His huge sunglasses covered half of his face, so his expression could not be seen clearly. Yes, that kid is too cunning. Our plan won't work. If the soft approach doesn't work, then let's try the hard approach. No, that guy has a military background. If we touch him, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. Then let's waste some time on him. Anyway, the war hasn't started yet, so we have plenty of time. But he is different. That guy said, give us 3 more days. After 3 days, he will sell the information to the arms dealer. When Mr. A heard this, he was stunned. Damn it, how does this guy know so much? I really doubt if he has worked in the FBI. Then he took another puff of his cigar, glanced at the time and said, Then let's prepare for the transaction. The higher-ups are also very anxious. There's nothing we can do. This guy changed his mind and doesn't want cash, but gold. Gold? That's right. According to the gold price of the day, I looked at the recent gold price and it has risen quite sharply. The sooner you trade, the more money you can save. Damn it, I hate doing business with businessmen the most. After that, Mr. A took out a pen and paper and started writing. He also said to Pete, We must keep a close eye on this person and develop him well. We can't let him go to waste. Of course. When will the gold be ready? After a long while, Mr. A looked up. Fuck, 44 tons of gold, when do you think I can get it? All right. 2 days later. Meng Bai ate something as usual and then went straight to the chemical plant. Just when he arrived today, a black sedan stopped in front of the factory. Seeing Pete's face that looked like a frostbitten eggplant, Meng Bai couldn't help but smile. My old classmate is here so early! Peter stared at Meng Bai with a gloomy face. Don't play tricks. If we find out that the information you got is false, I guarantee that you will die miserably. Don't worry, I'm a businessman, not a robber. I follow the rules when doing business. Okay, get in the car. I'm going to clock in at the company later. Meng Bai said this and walked into the factory. When he came back, there was a big bulge around his waist. After getting in the car, Pete gripped the steering wheel tightly, as if he wanted to strangle it. The car sped all the way to a dock in Pengcheng. There were ships coming and going at the dock. It was quite chaotic. Meng Bai followed Pete all the way to a cabin. The cabin was dark, and there were several dragon people's faces, each of them holding a gun in their hands. It was obvious that they were an armed team. There are even various heavy machine guns and rocket launchers inside the ship. Looking at the firepower configuration, it is more than enough to fight a battle here. At this time, a familiar face appeared in the shadow. It was Mr. A. The other person still had a cigar in his mouth and a smile on his face. Mr. Meng, we meet again. Meng Bai shook hands with the other party with a forced smile. Can you please let me see my gold? Of course. After saying that, the other party lifted the canvas in front of him, and in an instant, the dim cabin seemed to be illuminated by gold. The gold bars stamped with steel were neatly laid out together, forming a pile high. When Meng Bai saw so many gold bars, he couldn't help swallowing. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen so many gold bars. He reached out and picked up a gold bar. Although it was small, it weighed 10 kilograms and was very heavy. Then he put the gold in his mouth and bit it hard, and a clear tooth mark appeared on the gold bar. Meng Bai showed a satisfied smile and made an estimate, knowing that this was definitely not all the gold. That's not enough 44 tons, is it? Mr. A did not hide anything and said, There are 5 tons of gold here, and the remaining 39 tons are somewhere else. After I get the information, I will tell you where the remaining 40 tons of gold are. Haha, okay, then I'll tell you. I split the longitude and latitude into 2 parts. I'll give you one first, and the rest will be given to you after I get all the gold. As he spoke, Meng Bai handed a note to Mr. A. The other person's eyelids twitched. Sure enough, this guy was very difficult to deal with, just as Pete said. However, knowing the longitude does not prevent them from verifying the news. Mr. A immediately handed the note to a man wearing glasses behind him. After taking the note, the man immediately spread out the map and found the longitude. After some analysis, the other party nodded. It is indeed possible that there are military bases along this line, but if we want to investigate, there are hundreds of them, which is too difficult. Mr. A sighed. He had originally thought of saving some money, but it seemed that he couldn't do so. Meng Bai had already guessed that they would do this, so he found it very difficult to analyze military base among the many military bases. Okay, you're smart. It seems we can't save this money. In that case, let's go to the next place. Mr. A waved his hand, and the boat swayed and headed towards the distance. Finally, the ship docked on the shore of a deserted island. Mr. A left the cabin, stood on the deck and stretched his body. As you get older, your back won't be as strong anymore. We're here. This is your treasure spot. Looking at this deserted island, Meng Bai immediately understood what these people wanted to do. There is an isolated island in the middle of the river, with no village in front and no shop behind. If you want to find a boat, you will probably have to leave here first. Leaving here means that the gold here may be taken away by others. Move all the gold down! As soon as he thought of this, Mr. A ordered his men to start unloading the gold. Then he looked at Meng Bai. All the gold is here. Take your time to count it. If you have any questions, you can come to me. But now you should tell us the location of the remaining gold. Meng Bai smiled and took out a key from his pocket. No problem. I opened a safe deposit box at HSBC Bank in Shanghai. The latitude is inside. You can go get it. Mr. A was stunned. Looking at the safe key and a business card handed over by the other party, he suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you either. I've checked and moved all this gold, and you've probably gotten the news too. Let's each find a solution. Okay, Meng, you really are a profiteer. Thank you for the compliment. Mr. A no longer knows how to describe what's in his heart. Is this guy in front of me really a young man in his 20s? But he could only stare at Meng Bai and warn him. If you dare to cheat, don't blame me for being rude. Meng Bai also took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said, I'm warning you the same way. If you dare to cheat in the middle of the process, I'm sorry, but I will call the bank and have the money destroyed. So, you'd better not play any tricks. Chapter 63 Transporting Gold. Mr. A really left with the boat. Of course, he still didn't give up and decided to compete with Jiang Lin in time. Pete, take your men to block both sides of the river and don't let any boats pass. Once Meng leaves, notify me immediately. As long as I get the gold, you will take your men away immediately. Peter was stunned and looked at Mr. A. If you do this, you will anger Meng. Angry? No, he can only blame himself for not acting quickly enough. Besides, who knows if the information he stored in the safe is real? Mr. A patted Peter on the shoulder and said, Also, as spies, we have to consider a way out for ourselves, right? Peter shrugged noncommittally. Well, we do have to leave ourselves a way out, but what if the money is exposed? Haha, don't worry, the dead won't spread rumors. Besides, we are all in the same boat, so naturally we can't announce it to the public. What do you think? At this moment, Pete felt a strong threat. He knew that if he shook his head, he would probably be hit by a bullet. However, he also very much agreed with Mr. A's plan. After traveling across the ocean and staying in Dragon Country for such a long time, living in fear every day, he really had to think about himself. Don't worry, boss. I'm very tight-lipped, you know. Well, that's good. Go and do your work. Remember to keep an eye on that guy and don't let him find the ship and take the gold away. No problem. Leave this to me. Meng Bai looked at the piles of gold, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the first time I have seen so much gold in my life. You have to know that this is 50 million US dollars worth of gold, and it was 50 million in 1949. The purchasing power of this gold is almost equivalent to hundreds of billions in later generations. You have to know that in the early days of the founding of the country, Longwood did not even have the ability to conduct a national statistical census. It wasn't until 3 years later that the first investigation took place. At that time, the per capita disposable income of the whole nation was only 49.7 yuan, and the national GDP barely reached 67.9 billion. At this time, the exchange rate between the dragon currency and the US dollar was 2.6:1. That is, $1 is equivalent to 2.6 yuan. These 50 million US dollars are equivalent to 130 million yuan. Although the money is not small, it is still a drop in the bucket for Meng Bai's plan. After all, his plan is not just to improve Dragon Country's basic industries, but to develop them towards the standards of more than 70 years later. But he also knew that these American spies would definitely not let him take the money away so easily. This amount of money is also a considerable sum for a tough battle. It can even be used to build a military base. He looked towards the shore on both sides. He knew there must be someone staring at him in the bushes. So he found a secluded place, took out his telescope, and observed as well. Sure enough, there were shadowy figures among the bushes, each of them holding a telescope and staring at this place. There were more than 30 people in total. If you want to trap me here, it's absolutely impossible. I've been cheating just for this day. That's right. Before coming here, Meng Bai went back to the factory specifically, saying that he was there to clock in, but in fact he was clearing out everything in the storage space. Especially since this time it was a gold transaction, Meng Bai also specially took a gold detector to be able to quickly check the authenticity and purity of the gold. Meng Bai also knew that it was absolutely impossible for these people to attack him at this time. The time they take action may be when they get the contents of the safe. So now my time is very tight and I have to speed up. Meng Bai held a gold detector in his hand and tested every piece of gold. Those that passed the test were directly thrown into the storage space. The purity of gold in the upper layer is quite high, but when it reaches the lower layer, the purity of gold starts to drop sharply. Damn it! I knew they wouldn't be so happy! But at least it's gold. 2 hours passed and Meng Bai had just finished testing less than 2 tons of gold. Looking at the gold that was still piled up into a small mountain, Meng Bai knew that he still had a lot of work to do. After another 2 hours, Meng Bai had adapted to the testing procedures and his speed increased dramatically. 10 tons of gold were finally processed. Then he took a picture of the place with his camera, waved in the direction of both banks, put away his camera, dived into the water, and swam towards the shore. The agents hiding in the bushes were extremely nervous because Meng Bai was walking towards them. Damn it, what on earth is this guy trying to do? Just when everyone was at a loss, Meng Bai came up. I've just taken a photo. If the gold inside is moved, I will cancel the transaction immediately. You won't move, right? Everyone then understood why Meng Bai came here. Don't worry, we are only responsible for protecting the gold. Well, that's good. I'm already hungry, go get something to eat. I'll leave this to you. After saying that, Meng Bai turned around and left, looking extremely relaxed, and it was completely invisible that he was carrying any gold. Seeing Meng Bai like this, the agents couldn't help but gather together and whisper. What's going on? This guy really doesn't intend to take any gold with him. Haha, he probably wants to find a ship, but what he certainly doesn't know is that no ship can come in, and in the end, the gold will still belong to us. If I were him, I would definitely take 2 pieces of gold back first, but he didn't take any. There's another person who will follow him to see what he's going to do. If he dares to go find the army, we'll take the gold away immediately. Meng Bai didn't know what these agents were talking to him. He just ran to the nearest town, found a telephone booth, and dialed a number. Brother Hu, I am currently in Shawan Town, 30 kilometers east of Pingcheng. Bring your men over here immediately. After hanging up the phone, Meng Bai found a noodle restaurant in town and had a feast. At this time, the autumn wind was blowing outside, and the agent who was hiding outside the noodle shop and monitoring Meng Bai was sniffing from the cold. You bastard, you're having a good time. I'm freezing to death. But you don't have anything with you. What on earth do you want to do? He couldn't figure it out. He just felt hungry and wanted to find something to eat. But there is only this one noodle shop nearby. If he goes to eat somewhere else, Meng Bai will lose him. He could only hide behind the wall, holding his stomach and waiting quietly. An hour later, a green military liberation truck stopped in front of the noodle shop. Meng Bai walked out and got into the car. The agent looked at the speeding military vehicle and was stunned in the autumn wind. Meng Bai was sitting in the back of the car and couldn't help laughing when he saw the agent following behind him. What a fool! Then he stuffed the gold bars one by one into the wooden box used to store ammunition. After getting off the car, he asked several people in the factory to carry the wooden boxes one by one into the factory safe. After Meng Hu moved the last box, he felt his hands go numb. Xiao Bai, what is this thing you are carrying? It's so heavy. Haha, baby. Now is not the time to ask this. Hurry up and drive me back. Okay. I got it. At this time, the agents on both sides of the deserted island became a little nervous after learning that Meng Bai was lost. What should I do? This guy escaped. He definitely can't just throw away such a huge pile of gold. Wait a little longer. At this moment, a beam of flashlight came from a distance, and Meng Bai was seen humming a song, holding a chicken leg in his hand, walking towards this side. Brothers are still waiting. Seeing Meng Bai coming back, the agents were stunned. What have you been doing? Meng Bai shook the chicken leg in his hand. I'm hungry. Let's go back and get something to eat. Don't you want to go? Everyone was dumbfounded and asked, pointing in the direction of the island. Gold, what are you going to do? What do you care about me? Chapter 64. There are mines on the island, dangerous. Amid the shocked gazes of all the agents, Meng Bai finished eating the chicken leg, then took out a life buoy from his backpack and blew it up. The agents were all surprised when they saw his actions. Is this man crazy? He didn't go looking for a boat, but got a life buoy. He didn't want to transport all the gold away like this, did he? I guess this fool must have thought that our people would take a car first, then go to Shanghai to get the things and then come back, right? Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Doesn't he know there is such a thing as a private jet? Is he still living in the Qing dynasty? I can't understand why this guy is so smart and could do such a stupid thing. I also think it's a bit strange. How about going with me to take a look? Wait a minute, let's see what he's going to do next, then we'll go check on the gold. At this time, Meng Bai had already blown the lifebuoy into a round shape, put it around his waist, patted it, and nodded with great satisfaction. He just held the lifebuoy and ran towards the water. Then, using the buoy's buoyancy, he paddled clumsily on the water with his hands until he reached the isolated island in the middle of the river. After getting on the island, Meng Bai went to the place where the gold was hidden again without saying a word and started moving the gold out of the space. After the first random inspection of the gold, Meng Bai confirmed that the quality of the gold was basically up to standard. So this time he directly moved 10 tons of gold into his storage space. As for why choose clumsy gold instead of bank transfer? The main reason is that the amount of $50 million is too large. And it's very easy to tamper with. Once the eagle sauce goes back on its word and terminates the deal, I will get nothing. Although gold is heavy to carry, it is real money. Even if they regret it, they will have to pay a certain price. It was already late at night, and the agents could no longer see what Meng Bai was doing on the island. So they shone the flashlight on Meng Bai, only to find that he seemed to be burying something, and there were sections of electric wires and other things spread around. When faced with this situation, everyone stared at each other in amazement. What the hell is this guy doing? Who knows the sneaky ones, and doesn't take the gold? I can't figure out what this guy is doing. Should we stop him? Seeing that everyone seemed eager to try, Pete waved his hand slightly. Don't alert the enemy. The higher-ups want us to just keep an eye on him and not take any action against him. We can't take any action against him before we get any clues. This is a clue worth 50 million US dollars in gold, and there must be no mistakes. In short, they have to protect the gold. After about half an hour, Meng Bai finally got up, leaned on his lightboy again, and paddled towards the river bank. Seeing Meng Bai coming, all the agents instantly became alert. Pete took the flashlight and shone it up and down on Meng Bai. There was nothing else except the backpack behind him. Maybe there are some gold hidden in that backpack. But what Pete couldn't understand was that this guy was obviously very smart, so why did he use such a clumsy method? He could obviously have asked someone to come and transport the gold over in batches, but he had to go through such a thankless task and move it all by himself. Thinking of this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. So he immediately spoke to the people around him. Go get a motorcycle right now. We must not lose him again this time. Yes. At this time, Meng Bai stood on the shore, took off his clothes, wrung out the water inside, then put them back on, and then waved in the direction of the bushes. You're not going to the island to take my gold anytime soon? But no one in the bushes answered him. Meng Bai smiled, took out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, lit them up and said, Just a friendly reminder, I have placed a lot of bombs on the island. If you get killed on the island, it has nothing to do with me. After hearing what he said, the agents all found it funny. This guy has never fought a war, how can he lay mines? What a joke! If he knew how to lay mines, I would eat one. It's hilarious that he's playing tricks on us. He doesn't think we will really believe his lies and not dare to go to the island, does he? Even Pete thought Meng Bai's behavior was too childish. It's like lying to a 3-year-old. What a boring guy! Don't pay any attention to him. As soon as he goes away, we will go to the island immediately. Yes. In the bushes, several agents were already eager to try. With so much gold, they also wanted to know how Meng Bai took it away. That small bag can hold 4 pieces at most, but 4 pieces weigh 40 kilograms or 80 pounds, which is equivalent to the weight of an adult woman. Meng Bai looked like he was carrying an empty bag. It was probably impossible for him to carry 4 gold bars easily. Perhaps there was only one. But all this is not important. Compared with the 44 tons of gold, 1 or 2 bars are no longer important. After Meng Bai had walked away, Pete immediately brought a few agents to the river, dived into the water, and swam directly to the center of the river. The weather in late autumn was already quite cold. After being exposed to the wind all night, the few people felt their bodies shaking violently as soon as they entered the water. It was hard for them to imagine how Meng Bai managed to swim over so easily. After being in the water for a few seconds, the body gradually adjusted. The few people led by Pete quickly swam to the island. When they arrived on the island, Pete shone a flashlight around and indeed found quite a few small pits. He was a little worried about this situation, so he immediately spoke to the people around him. Go over and see what's going on. Be careful. An agent next to him didn't care at all. After stretching his body, he strode towards the hiding place of the gold. I had only taken a few steps when I felt something under my feet. Click. This feeling is so similar. His brain had just reacted, but his feet had already been lifted up by inertia. It can't be. There was a loud bang. A burst of intense flame shot straight up into the sky. The mud, rotten branches, stones on the island and the agent who was blown to pieces turned into a bloody rain. Several other agents who were affected by the explosion were also thrown to the ground, wailing while covering their injured bodies. Pete was completely stunned. Looking at the huge deep pit on the ground, my eyelids were twitching. It turns out that what that guy said was true. He really buried a mine here. Pete looked back in the direction where Meng Bai left, full of anger. Don't eat the sour radish! At this moment, Meng Bai was also startled by the explosion behind him. He turned his head and looked at the place where the flames were rising into the sky, and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. I told them not to go. The mines were already buried, but why didn't they believe it? It's really unlucky. But to be honest, the explosive equivalent of these 2 kilograms of TNT is also quite powerful. Chapter 65. The gold disappeared right under our noses. Along the river mouth east of Pengcheng, Pete watched Meng Bai walking around casually after he got on the island, not worrying about the minefields around him at all. He really couldn't figure out how Meng Bai managed to control these thunders. Just now in their attempt to survey how much gold was left on the island, they had already lost 3 people. Even if they followed the path Meng Bai had just walked along, they would still be bombed, so now no one dared to act rashly. Pete had a vague feeling that they could only watch Meng Bai transfer all the gold away. But he still couldn't figure out what Meng Bai did by going back and forth empty-handed several times. The sky was turning pale, and it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. In another hour and a half, HSBC will open. They stayed here for a whole night and felt extremely tired. But the gold is too important. If Meng Bai cheats, they must keep an eye on the gold. The players around me were all yawning, shrinking their bodies. Pengcheng is in the northern region and is not as warm as the south. The weather in November is extremely cold. Plus there was frost last night. Pete sneezed and rubbed his nose, and 2 streams of clear snot flowed down. He nudged the person next to him with his elbow. "Damn it, don't sleep, wake up quickly and go see why Meng Bai hasn't come back yet. It's been 2 hours. The people around him reluctantly got up, stretched their bodies, and immediately ran away. A moment later, the sound of a motorcycle was heard. The people in the car got off. "Mr. Pete! Damn it, why did you come back alone?" After Meng Bai returned to the factory, he never came out again." "What? You never came back after you left? Are you sure you didn't sneak away through another door?" "No, we left a few people guarding there, and they really haven't come back." Pete rubbed his nose, walked around a few more times, and looked towards the center of the river. "Damn it! We have to find a way to confirm that the gold is still there." When these words were spoken, the people around them couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. "We will guard this whole night. There is no way Meng Bai can take the things away." "Yes, that little bag of his can only carry 20 kilograms of gold at most. That's just how much. It must still be on the island. That guy must be trying to find someone else to move the gold away." Pete waved his hand. "Then we must find a way to lock up the gold in advance. Otherwise, if he brings people here, we won't have a chance." Everyone immediately understood what Pete meant, but they were still a little nervous when they saw several large holes blown out on the island. But they still understand the principle that wealth and honor can only be achieved through risk. So, everyone discussed it, and immediately came up with a solution. "Go to the nearest village and get some stone mills, and use them to explore the way." Everyone took action immediately. In less than an hour, everyone brought the millstone to the island and used it to explore the way. However, this time it was surprisingly smooth, and there was not even a single explosion where the stone had rolled over. "That's strange, why didn't it explode this time? Let's go and see if our gold is still there." Several people carefully came to the place where the gold was hidden and used long sticks to lift the rainproof cloth covering it. The next second, everyone was stunned. "Nima! Where's the gold?" HSBC bank counter in Shanghai. A man in black clothes and sunglasses tapped the table gently. A female clerk behind the counter looked up and smiled politely. "Sir, do you want to deposit or withdraw money?" The man simply took out a key and handed it to the other person. The female clerk took a look at the key and immediately stood up and nodded. "Please follow me." The man nodded and went to the security office. After a full body check to make sure he was not carrying any dangerous items, he was allowed to pass. Walking all the way towards the basement of HSBC Bank and arriving at the private storage room, the man found the cabinet with the key, opened it, and found an envelope inside. Without saying a word, he opened the envelope, took out the letter and saw a string of numbers. Then he repacked the letter and left the bank. After getting in the car, the person in the back seat immediately took out the envelope and began to compare the longitude and latitude on the map. After confirming the location, several people picked up a thick geographical atlas, and after searching for a while, they locked on an area. Then someone immediately went to the nearest coffee shop, found a private phone, dialed a number, and reported the string of numbers to the other party. At this moment, a reconnaissance plane immediately took off from the Eagle Sauce military base on an island somewhere in the Pacific. After flying for several hours, the plane immediately saw a covered military base. The investigator carefully compared the photo with the place he saw. Although the military facilities are different, The aircraft runways and some reinforced military bunkers all correspond 1-to-1. He immediately picked up the intercom. The location and address recorded in the photo match exactly. At this time, several agents in the military base immediately waved their hands excitedly. Yes. Notify Mr. A immediately and tell him that the situation is true and we can take action now. A meeting point for American spies in Shanghai disguised as a photo studio. Mr. A was so excited when he got the news that he immediately picked up the phone and contacted the contact person in Pengcheng. Let Pete act now, the clue is correct. However, at this moment, an agent wearing a photographer's vest ran in with a panicked look on his face. Oh no! Something happened! When Mr. A heard this, he looked outside nervously, but found that there was no one there, so he made a puzzled gesture. The photographer pointed to the phone and said, I just received news that all the gold has been transferred. Buzz. Mr. A suddenly felt a buzzing in his ears. What? You, say it again. All the gold has been transferred. Pete just called to say so himself. Fuck! How is this possible? Mr. A hung up the phone, rushed to another room, picked up the phone and roared. Pete, you idiot, how the hell do you judge people? You can't even do such a small thing. Is your brain full of shit? On the other end of the line, Pete's voice was filled with frustration. We kept an eye on him and the island, and he never used a boat or a car, but damn, we really don't know how he did it. After hanging up the phone, Mr. A smashed everything in the room in a rage. This is $50 million US. I only changed this one clue, what a huge loss. If he had not seen the gold worth $50 million US, he might not have been so furious. But the gold was right in front of him. At the same time, Meng Bai felt the warmth in the quilt and a smile appeared on his lips. I'm rich now. Ha ha. At this time, a secretary in a small jacket knocked on the door. Boss, your phone. Who's calling? You said it was your old classmate. Oh, I see. With a smile on his face, Meng Bai put on his clothes, went to the office and picked up the phone. Peter, old classmate, how are you? Don't eat the sour radish. Meng, I just want to know how you did it. Haha, this is a secret, I can't tell you yet. Well, you've ruined me so badly that I'm afraid I'll have to work in the intelligence agency for the rest of my life. You owe me. No, I don't owe you anything, but as old classmates, I can give you a 20% discount on the next piece of information. Chapter 66. The country is in trouble. I will donate 100 million points. Yanjing, inside the meeting room of the Ministry of Finance. The room was full of smoke and everyone was smoking, but no one said a word. The ashtray in front of Shui Liang, who was sitting behind his desk, was already full. He took the last puff of his cigarette and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Everyone, this temporary meeting is over. As I said just now, if you have any questions, we can raise them now. After these words were spoken, everyone raised their heads and looked at Shui Liang. A middle-aged man sitting on the far right side. Everyone knows that Yunnan province is a poor province. It was also the last province to settle down. There are still many bandits and vagrants in the province that have not been cleared out. We can't even solve our internal affairs, let alone donate money. We really can't afford it. As soon as he finished speaking, the others began to speak. It's the same in Shanghai province. We are so poor that we can't even repair the roads, let alone donate money. We still hope that the country will donate money to us. Hunan province can't come up with any money, and it's still suffering from the disaster. I came here thinking they wanted to donate to me, but it turns out they want me to donate. How can I donate? Everyone expressed their opinions, but everyone was talking about the lack of money. Shui Liang had already prepared himself mentally, but he still couldn't hold it together. No, it's fine if other provinces cry poor, but why is your province of Lu crying poor? Don't you have a lot of industrial bases here? Minister Shui, please stop flattering us, okay? We have many industrial bases in Shandong province, but do you know how many tasks we have been assigned? We don't have any spare money at all. When Shui Liang heard this, he suddenly became anxious. Impossible. Isn't it your responsibility to take the lead in improving the country's basic industrial facilities? All the funds are allocated to you. Can't you solve some of the problems yourself? At this time, the representative from Shanghai Stock Exchange interrupted. Old Shui, I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Although Shandong province is rich, it costs a lot of money just to export. I know this clearly. How can we have the spare money to subsidize this whole? We in Shanghai are probably under the most pressure in the country. We are willing to take the lion's share of donations, but we can only give out 100 million at most. We really don't have more than that. At this time, when representatives from several other wealthier provinces saw that Shanghai had taken the initiative to donate money, they no longer hid their money and began to collect it. But compared with the Shanghai Stock Exchange, their amounts are totally insignificant. Most donations are in the millions, and some are even in the hundreds of thousands. In the end, they only managed to collect 150 million after a lot of effort. Shui Liang was a little dumbfounded. What should I do? The requirement is at least 300 million. This is too far away. Can't you think of another way for me? Everyone shook their heads, and their expressions clearly showed that they had lost all their points. At this time, the representative of the Shanghai Stock Exchange put forward an idea. Old Shui, don't try to fleece us leaders. The real rich are the wealthy businessmen. It's better to let them find ways to donate money. After these words were spoken, the other representatives nodded. That's right. How much money can the provincial governments spend? They have to tighten their belts and squeeze out the money. If we really want to find that, we have to look for the big money makers. There are many immigrants overseas. Now that Dragon Country has officially been established, we can ask people overseas to help us. We should be able to come up with a lot. The higher-ups have already said that it's not possible to seek foreign investment, so the only thing we can do is for each province to work hard and fight against the local tyrants. To be honest, in some remote areas, the mechanical reform does not need to be so fast. It can be delayed temporarily, which can save money. Everyone expressed their opinions and put forward many insightful ideas. After the meeting, Shui Liang immediately made some preparations. At the same time, donations are collected through media newspapers and various military publicity channels. On the one hand, we are looking for various large companies and offering them various preferential policies to get them to donate money. In short, all donations should be made through channels that allow us to do so, in order to complete this major national industrial reform arranged by our superiors. This time, the higher-level leaders have issued a stern statement, stating that a thorough transformation of the country's industry must be carried out. As the Ministry of Finance controls the economy of Dragon Country, one can naturally imagine the pressure it is under. All Shui Liang can do now is to try his best to collect the money. For a time, there were vigorous activities of donating money for the country all over the country. Inside Jinggui Chemical Plant, Meng Bai was sitting in the office, looking at the headlines of the latest newspaper, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect it to finally start. I worked so hard to protect this money. Meng Bai's original plan was to donate it directly. But what he was most concerned about was how to transport so much gold and whether it could be donated to its real use. However, it turned out that the decision made by the top leaders of the country was made so quickly, and a nationwide industrial reform was carried out directly and in a swift and decisive manner. Using various new machine tool equipment technologies to replace the original manual workshops can be said to be a bold and correct move, which shows the country's determination for industrial reform. As the initiator of this major industrial reform, Meng Bai naturally did not want to fall behind. Just when he was about to find a channel to donate the money, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. When the phone was connected, Zhou Yu's voice was heard. Xiao Bai, Uncle said he's treating us to a meal. Do you have anything to do at noon? Meng Bai glanced at the time and said, It's already 10 o'clock. Is there something going on that you want to invite me to dinner? I don't know either. Just want me to call you along. If you don't have anything to do, I'll have someone drive you over later. No need, our factory now has its own car. I'll just ask my brother to take me there later. When did you get the car? Why didn't you tell me? Zhou Yu's voice on the phone sounded a little excited. Obviously, she was very interested in Meng Bai's car matching, but she was also angry that the other party did not tell her at the first time. Meng Bai looked out the window helplessly at the truck that was painted green all over and said, A truck is not a car. I can't drive it on a date with you. Who's dating you? Nonsense. On the phone, Joya spat shyly. Since there is a car, let brother who come along. Okay. I'll pack up and come over. Do you want me to pick you up? No need, our newspaper office is very close to the compound, I can just walk back today. Okay, then we'll see you in the compound later. Half an hour later. Pengcheng Military Region Compound, home of Chief of Staff Chen Zhong. Looking at the table full of vegetarian dishes, Meng Bai couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhong. My goodness, a Chief of Staff invites us to such a plain meal, it seems something big is going to happen today. However, Chen Zhong did not emphasize it as a big deal, he just mentioned the donation during the meal. Then he put down his chopsticks and looked at Meng Bai. Does your factory have to donate as well? Meng Bai smiled. Of course, when the country is in trouble, we business owners cannot stand idly by. I must donate a few 100 million as well. Chapter 67 I want to donate 44 tons of gold. After getting Meng Bai's answer, Chen Zhong's expression suddenly became happy. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. As he spoke, he stood up and took out 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet behind him. Because of what you just said, I'm going to be generous today and treat you to some manhwaecap. Seeing his action, his wife Li Yulin couldn't help but kick him under the table. You are so old, and you are still playing tricks like this. Besides, Xiao Meng is one of our family members. If Xiao Meng had said that he was in trouble, would you not have given him the wine? Chen Zhong grinned and couldn't help but sigh. The key is that this guy was the one who proposed this national reform. The country has made up its mind to make it happen even if it has to tighten its belt. How can he, the instigator, not donate? Then, Chen Zhong picked up a vegetable and looked at it. I guess I'll have to tighten my belt again in the next 2 years. If I treat you in the future, please be prepared for any poor hospitality. Suddenly everyone at the table burst into laughter. At this time, Joya suddenly stood up and ran to the clothes rack not far away, took out her wallet, and then took out a pile of change from it. Here, this is my salary for this month, hand it all over. After seeing this, Chen Zhong couldn't help laughing again. Okay, my niece is very conscious. I'll keep it for you and donate it together later. At this time, Joya touched Meng Bai and said, Boss Meng, how much do you plan to donate? Meng Bai looked at Joya's serious expression and raised the corner of his mouth. Since you call me boss, I must donate more. At least my name should be included in the National Commendation Book. Hearing this, Li Yulin, who was sitting at the table, couldn't help but look at Meng Bai. Xiao Meng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your Uncle Chen means that you should do things within your ability. Don't sacrifice yourself for fame. Chen Zhong also nodded quickly and took a sip of wine. That's right, it was all a joke just now. No matter how much you donate, it's a thoughtful gesture. I understand the situation of your factory. The price of raw materials has skyrocketed, but you still supply them at the previous price. It's not a loss, and I'm thankful for that. Faced with everyone's comfort, Meng Bai just smiled indifferently. Don't worry, as a boss, I know what's going on. Haha, that's fine. At this time, Joya suddenly raised her head and asked, By the way, how much do you have to donate to be included in the National Commendation Book? Chen Zhong thought for a moment, put down his wine glass and started to guess. To have your name on the National Commendation list, the salary must be over 1 million at least. After these words were spoken, Meng Hu, who had been busy eating, was stunned. Millions! Oh my God! How much does this cost? He is now working as a helper in a factory and only earns 50 yuan a month. If he wants to save up 1 million, how long will it take him to save that much? However, Meng Bai nodded slightly. That's it. When Joya heard his words, she couldn't help but pinch him. Don't do anything stupid, you should know how important your chemical plant is to the whole country. Don't worry, I'm here to make money, and I won't put any thought into the chemical plant. After a family dinner that couldn't be any more vegetarian, Meng Bai returned to the factory and directly picked up the phone to dial Yanjing's donation number. Telephones at that time were not as simple as they are in later generations. If you want to get through to the Ministry of Finance office, you need to go through layers of approval. Just one phone call took me half an hour to wait. The call was finally connected, and a voice with a dialect accent came from the other end. Hello, this is the donation center of the Ministry of Finance. I am Lu Su, the director here. What is your name? Hello, Director Lu, I'm Xiao Ran, and I run a chemical factory. I'd like to ask, if I want to donate money to you, what procedures are required? Oh, if it's a small donation, just fill out the remittance form and indicate your personal information on the form. We will have someone send a letter of condolence when the time comes. What if it's a large amount? Well, for large amounts, we usually transfer money through a bank, and the process is similar. I mean hundreds of millions. After this sentence was said, there was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Meng Bai faintly heard the other party's curses and the sound of footsteps leaving. Then, the operator said to the operator, "Your name is Meng Bai, right? We have recorded your information here. If you dare to make trouble during this period, you will be in trouble." After the call was hung up, Meng Bai was stunned. No, I really donated 100 million. Why did it cause trouble? He was a little confused and hadn't even asked some of the questions clearly. After all, what he donated was gold worth 115 million. Such a large amount of gold might all be sent to the bank and then transported to Yanjing through the bank channels. But the other party didn't give him any chance at all, hung up the phone directly, and even made him pay the price for making trouble. Thinking of this, Meng Bai sighed helplessly and glanced at the time. It seems I have to ask Uncle Chen. So he picked up the phone and dialed Qin Zhong's office. The call was quickly connected and Qin Zhong's voice was heard. "Xiao Meng, what's the matter with you calling me?" "Oh, it's like this. I originally wanted to donate in the name of the factory, but now I'm having some problems." "Oh? What's the problem?" "It's just that they don't provide me with a channel to donate." "What? Did you call the wrong number? How could they not provide you with a way to donate? Usually, money is transferred through a bank transfer." I'm a little special here." "Special?" Qin Zhong, who was sitting in the office at the moment, was a little dazed with his pipe in his mouth. Then he asked on the phone, "How special is it?" "Because what I want to donate is gold." "Gold, I see. This is indeed a bit special, but the bank also has a gold exchange service, so just go there directly." "But my amount is a bit large, they probably can't accept it." "Big? How big?" "It's nothing more than a gold bar. 44 tons of gold." With a click, Qin Zhong dropped the pipe in his mouth to the ground. He scratched his ears with his fingers and asked into the phone, "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." "I want to donate 44 tons of gold, worth 115 million. I don't think the bank can transport so much gold, so Uncle Chen, can you see if you can send troops to escort it?" Meng Bai was still talking on the phone, but there were only a few words in Qin Zhong's mind. 40 tons of gold. Not 40 kilograms? Chapter 68. Meng Bai is not a criminal. Qin Zhong's mind was blank at this moment. What does 44 tons of gold mean? He converted it, and found that it was indeed worth 115 million as Meng Bai said. To be honest, he had only seen such a large amount of money during the president's reign. Unexpectedly, Meng Bai called me today to tell me the news. 44 tons of gold. Even though gold is denser than anything else, 44 tons of it would still be like a hill. Then he asked solemnly into the phone, "Meng Bai, this matter is not a joke. If you really joke about it, I'm afraid you will be shot. I can't even protect you." "Uncle Chen, how could I joke with you about this matter? What I said is true. There are indeed 44 tons of gold." Hearing the affirmation in Meng Bai's words, Qin Zhong frowned slightly. He glanced at the sky outside. Although it was already evening, he no longer cared about that. "Where is the gold? I have to see it with my own eyes before I can help you." "It's at the chemical plant." "What? A chemical plant? With your chemical plant's limited defense capabilities, you put the gold there? Are you crazy? What if it gets lost?" Although he was not sure whether Meng Bai's words were true, Qin Zhong became anxious when he heard the other party say that the gold was placed in the chemical plant. You should know that this time the country has invested a total of 300 million yuan in industrial reform. Dozens of provinces across the country could not come up with the 300 million yuan, but Meng Bai came up with more than one-third of it at once. It's just outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Now hearing this guy say that putting gold in his chemical plant is a joke. If this is really lost, it would be the biggest loss for Dragon Country. Don't worry, Uncle Chen won't lose it and no one will know about it. I don't know what to say to you. Why are you so careless? After Qinzhong finished speaking, he sighed and said, All right, I won't waste my time talking to you. I'll take people there right away. You stay by the gold and don't go anywhere. Do you understand? Okay, Uncle Qin, I'll wait for you at the chemical plant. After hanging up the phone, Qinzhong immediately took out his cotton jacket from the table and shouted outside. Xiaodong, quickly notify the guards to follow me. After hearing this, Xiaodong, a guard who was on duty outside, immediately came to the guard company's lounge. In less than 2 minutes, all the more than 200 guards had gathered. Qinzhong took his things and waved at the people. Hurry up and get on the truck and follow me to Mingzhuang. Guard Xiaodong was slightly stunned. Chief of Staff, what are you doing going to Mingzhuang so late at night? What nonsense! This is confidential. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise, you will be punished by the warlords. Do you hear me? Seeing Qinzhong's anxious yet serious look, the guard immediately saluted, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. A classified operation? Are they going to catch spies again? But if they were going to catch spies, why did they call in the guard company? And they told everyone. Guard Xiaodong immediately realized the importance of the situation, and immediately got into the car with Qinzhong and drove towards Mingzhuang. It was late at night and there were almost no people on the road, let alone any cars. The road was rugged and the people in the car were shaking all over, but Qinzhong still asked to speed up. Xiaodong held the steering wheel with his feet almost on the gas tank, but the speed still felt slow to Mr. Qin. Finally, when the car stopped at the chemical plant on the east side of Mingzhuang, Qinzhong got out of the car and spoke to everyone. Everyone, listen up. Fence off the chemical plant. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Xiaodong was slightly stunned, and looked towards the chemical plant in the distance where the lights were still on, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What's going on? They're surrounding the chemical plant in the middle of the night. Could it be that great scientist Meng has done something wrong? He had some doubts in his mind, but his nerves immediately tensed up. He loaded the bullet, turned off the safety, and then entered the chemical plant with Qinzhong in a vigilant posture. The security guards at the chemical plant were so frightened by the scene outside that they raised their hands above their heads and watched Qinzhong and his companions enter the chemical plant. At this time, a technician in charge of production came out. When he saw this scene, he was so scared that he staggered and quickly raised his hands. Chief, I have changed my ways and will not do bad things anymore. However, Qinzhong took a look and then asked, Where's your boss? The other party's eyes rolled around, and just when he was about to ask them why they came to see the boss, he saw a black muzzle of a gun pointing at him. Don't lie, tell me. The boss is in his office. Without saying a word, Qinzhong turned and walked towards the factory director's office. When Meng Bai heard the noise outside, he immediately put down the documents in his hand and was about to get up, but the office door opened directly. He was just about to say hello when Xiaodong, the guard beside Qinzhong, pulled out a gun and pointed it at him. Put your hands up! Meng Bai was stunned and turned to look at Qinzhong. Uncle Chen, what's the situation? Qinzhong sighed and said to the guard Xiaodong, Put down your guns. We are not here to catch criminals. We are here to protect some stuff. Xiaodong was slightly stunned. They're not catching bad guys. I thought Meng Bai. Don't worry, this kid is very conscious. Go guard outside and don't let anyone in. Yes. Chief of Staff. When Xiaodong went out and closed the door, Qinzhong and Meng Bai were the only ones left in the room. Qinzhong stared into Meng Bai's eyes and asked in a very stern tone. I'll ask you one last time, is it true or false? If it's really not true, I'll take my people back and no one will know what happened today. After hearing these words, Meng Bai couldn't help but feel grateful. He didn't expect that although Qinzhong didn't believe what he said, he actually cared about him. At the first moment, he did not tell anyone about the gold, but came there in person. Even guards were sent outside the door to verify the authenticity of the gold. so he nodded vigorously. Of course it's really in there. Chen Zhong took a deep breath and did not go over immediately. Instead, he spoke to Meng Bai. Give me some time to calm down. I'm afraid I'll rush over after seeing all that gold. Be prepared now. Looking at Chen Zhong taking deep breaths, Meng Bai said that he understood it very well. When I saw the 44 tons of gold, I was stunned for several seconds. When Chen Zhong was mentally prepared, the two entered the single room. Meng Bai picked up the key and inserted it into the keyhole, followed by a series of mechanical lock friction sounds. Before building the factory, Meng Bai had already planned a safe room for himself. In order to ensure the safety of the safe room, he specially prepared a new type of cement for its construction. The half-meter-thick wall of the safe room can easily block not only ordinary bullets, but even artillery shells. You can drill the surface with an electric drill for more than 10 minutes without causing too much damage to the wall. When the 20-centimeter thick door of the safe room was opened, the light in the room suddenly shone inside. In an instant, the whole room was flashing with golden light. The pile of gold, which was as big as a small mountain, stunned Chen Zhong instantly. Oh my God! You really have it! Chapter 69 Hot Potato. Chen Zhong couldn't believe his eyes. He moved his feet, walked inside and picked up a heavy gold bar, his palms trembling slightly. The unique heavy feeling of gold made him immediately realize that this thing might be real. He couldn't help but pick up the gold and take a bite. A shallow tooth mark was instantly left on the surface of the gold bar. Oh my God! So much gold! The corners of Chen Zhong's mouth trembled slightly at this moment. To be honest, he had never seen so much money in his life combined. I have been to some places to suppress bandits, and have seen a lot of gold, silver and jewelry, but compared with this, it is nothing. He then moved some more gold, checked them randomly, and finally confirmed that they were all real gold. He turned his head and looked at Meng Bai, who had a calm expression. Why aren't you excited at all? To be honest, I'm tired of seeing this. I just think it's a hot potato, and I want to donate it as soon as possible. Meng Bai's words absolutely came from the bottom of his heart. If it was just a few million or tens of millions, it might not be too much pressure for him, and it would be no problem for him to become a wealthy businessman and improve his life. But here is 100 million. What kind of concept is this? You have to know that the GDP of the entire dragon country will only be 67.9 billion in 3 years. That is Longhua 3 years later, the gross domestic product of the entire Longhua. Now he felt like he was parading around the city with a priceless treasure. Now he just wants to donate this batch of gold as soon as possible. After hearing Meng Bai's answer, Chen Zhong patted Meng Bai's shoulder hard. The country will thank you. The people of Dragon Country will remember you forever. After saying this, Chen Zhong put down the gold in his hand and suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at Meng Bai. Where did you get this gold? Such a large amount of gold is definitely not something that ordinary people can get. Could it be that you are? Suddenly, Chen Zhong took a breath of cold air. As far as he knew, the only person who could come up with such a large amount of gold was a tomb robber. That's right, ancient people always liked to put some burial objects in their tombs after they died. This is especially true for people of prominent status, and to have such a large amount of gold, it is probably only the king of a country, and that is a big country, that can do it. Thinking of this, Chen Zhong stared at Meng Bai, with a flash of shock in his eyes. You didn't rob the tomb of Qin Shi Huang? When Meng Bai heard his question, he was also stunned. Ah? Uncle Chen, how is that possible? Qin Shi Huang's tomb is full of mercury, there is no gold. When he heard this, Chen Zhong was even more shocked. No. You don't really know the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, do you? Seeing his shocked expression, Meng Bai suddenly remembered something. If I remember correctly, Qin Shi Huang's tomb had not been discovered during this period. And what he just said directly proved that he had been to Qin Shi Huang's tomb and knew that there was no gold in it, only mercury. He just felt a headache and waved his hands quickly. Uncle Chen, how could I possibly know the location of Qin Shi Huang's tomb? I just heard about it from others. Where did you get this gold? It was sent by Eagle Sauce. What? Qin Zhong had been shocked countless times in the 10 minutes since he entered the room. When he heard Meng Bai say that all the gold was given by the eagle sauce, he was even more surprised. No, you're confusing me now. Was this gold sent by eagle sauce? How is that possible? Eagle sauce is treating us like an enemy now. How could it be possible that it would send us gold? That's a long story. Looking at Meng Bai's expression, Qin Zhong knew that the next words would probably be another shocking secret. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it shakily, and took a long puff. Let me ask you first, have you ever done anything to let down your country? No, I swear I did all this for the country. Okay, if you say so, then tell me the whole story. Meng Bai nodded. He knew that the deal between him and Eagle Sauce could never be concealed and would eventually be discovered. Instead of doing it secretly, it is better to tell this matter to someone you trust first. Qin Zhong is one of them. Especially when he came in and said the first sentence to him, Meng Bai knew that he definitely didn't misjudge him. Meng Bai told the whole story except for the transportation of gold. At this time, Qin Zhong had finished smoking both cigarettes. There were many doubts that made him rack his brains but couldn't figure them out. First of all, how did this guy get the Russian military secrets? How does he know that his classmate is an American spy? Although there are many doubts, this is the fact. Meng Bai used the secrets of the Russian bear to exchange for 44 tons of gold from the British. He planned to use these 44 tons of gold to help the country upgrade its basic industries. Okay, I believe you. Qin Zhong did not ask any more questions. First of all, he was not a policeman, and the ability to analyze cases was not his strong point. Secondly, he believed in Meng Bai because there were 44 tons of gold here, and nothing could better prove Meng Bai's loyalty than this. In addition, Meng Bai had previously helped to manufacture the bullet production line, improve the gunpowder, and design advanced standard weapons such as the sniper gun and the Type 81 rifle family. No matter from which perspective, he felt that it was impossible for him to be a spy for the United States. So he patted Meng Bai on the shoulder. This matter is of great importance. If I secretly mobilize troops to transport the gold to Yanjing, I am afraid that even Yanjing will be taken away, so I have to inform Commander Duan of the military region. Well, Uncle Chen, I will follow your instructions. Okay. From now on, my guard company will guard here. I will call Commander Duan right now and arrange the transportation of the gold as soon as possible. As he spoke, he picked up the phone on the table and called directly to where Duan Guixiang was staying in Jinling. Jinling Military Region Guest House. Duan Guixiang had just finished a meeting and returned to his residence to get some hot water to soak his feet. At this time, the orderly Xiao Song knocked on the door and said to the room, Commander, Chief of Staff Qin Zhong called you. Duan Guixiang looked at the hot water in the basin and said helplessly, Tell him to wait for a while. But Chief of Staff Qin Zhong said there was something urgent. He said, Even if I have to squat in the toilet, I have to call you out. Huh? So anxious? Duan Guixiang knew Qin Zhong's character. He was the type who would leave small matters to his subordinates and handle big matters himself, and would only come to him when there were things he really couldn't solve. However, I have never seen a situation like the one now where someone has to go out to answer the phone even when they are squatting in the toilet. Feeling helpless, he took the footcloth, wiped it twice roughly, and walked into the office in his shoes. Old Chen, I'm going to sleep soon. What's the matter? It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. Can you come back right away? What's the big deal? What's going on? Stop hesitating and tell me now. I have an important meeting tomorrow and can't go back. Can you turn it down? The Commander-in-Chief of the Jinling Military Subdistrict is waiting for me to report the situation. Do you think I can go back? Well, since I can't come back, then I'll tell you. Qin Zhong cleared his throat on the phone and continued in a serious tone. Meng Bai donated 44 tons of gold. Can you arrange a military train to escort this batch of gold to Yanjing? When Duan Guixiang heard this, his body shuddered, and he held the phone away to look at it as if he had been electrocuted. Are you Lao Qin? I'm Qin Zhong. Don't worry, every word I say is true. Make a decision quickly. This batch of gold must be delivered to Yanjing as soon as possible. Duan Guixiang knew that Qin Zhong would not lie to him, but what he couldn't understand was how Meng Bai could possibly possess 44 tons of gold. But now is obviously not the time to think about this matter. He feels that reporting the situation to his leader is no longer that important. So he immediately spoke into the phone. Wait a minute. I'm going to call the commander-in-chief of the military sub-district right now and rush back tonight. You have to keep an eye on the gold for me. If you lose a piece, I will never forgive you. After hanging up the phone, Duan Guoxiang could only feel his heart pounding. He counted on his fingers for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how much the 44 tons of gold were worth. He only knew that these 44 tons of gold would be as high as a hill if piled up. As he spoke, he grabbed the phone and cranked the dial. Get Commander Hu to me. Commander Hu, it's me, Xiao Duan. I may not be able to give you a report tomorrow. I have to go back right away. Why are you going back? This is a long story, I'll report to you later. Chapter 70. Come with us. That night, Chen Zhong stayed in the office and smoked all night. To be honest, he had never been so nervous even when he was fighting on the front lines. But I didn't expect that I would be so nervous about money that I couldn't sleep all night today. In the room, Meng Bai was lying on the table, and he fell asleep at some point. Looking at Meng Bai sleeping soundly, Chen Zhong was speechless. How can he sleep, you bastard? With so much gold, how can he sleep? Although he was very sleepy, he couldn't sleep as he was guarding a room full of gold. Although the country has been established, some bandit and rebel forces are still rampant in the country. The bandit rebel forces in Pengcheng have been completely eliminated, but he is still a little worried. It would be troublesome if the Eagle Sauce people changed their minds and sent people to rob it. The sky was turning pale. Chen Zhong stretched and glanced out the window. A green military pickup truck drove directly into the yard. When Chen Zhong saw Duan Guoxiang's anxious look, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and waved outside. Old Duan here. Duan Guoxiang walked in quickly, said something to the guard beside him, and then went into the room alone. Looking at Meng Bai, who had just woken up, Duan Guoxiang was speechless. How can he sleep with so much gold? Chen Zhong was also helpless. I also want to know how he fell asleep. Where is the gold? Inside. As he said that, Chen Zhong took out the key and went next door to open the door of the safe room. Meng Bai then stood up, yawned, rubbed his aching arm, and went to the next room. When Duan Guoxiang saw the entire safe room filled with gold, he slapped himself in the face. Oh my God! Is this true? Yes, it's true. Duan Guoxiang picked up the gold and put it in his mouth and took a bite. It hurt a lot, but a mark was left on the gold. At this moment, Duan Guoxiang was as happy as a child. He changed another gold brick and bit it again. There were still marks. He tried more than 10 gold bricks in a row until his teeth were sore that they could no longer hold. He finally stopped. Ha! Ha! I'm rich now. Then Duan Guoxiang came to his senses, pulled Meng Bai into his arms, and patted him on the back. Do you know that you have made a great contribution to the country? I'm sure you will be awarded the National First Class Merit. He moved the gold around like crazy, picked out a few pieces of gold and bit them with his teeth. Is this all gold? Yes, I have checked them all, but the gold on the right is not very pure, only about 70%. Haha, that's okay, 70% is pretty high. Duan Guoxiang rubbed his hands and felt that the fatigue from traveling all night disappeared instantly. After staring at the gold for several minutes, he turned his head and glanced at Chen Zhong. Where did this gold come from? Chen Zhong looked at Meng Bai again, and then told him the whole story. Duan Guoxiang was stunned after hearing this, and looked at Meng Bai in disbelief. Are you saying that you fooled Yingjiang? Yes. Yes. The next second, Duan Guoxiang burst into laughter and laughed so hard that tears came down. It feels good, it really feels good. I feel very happy when I can make these old eagles lose face. As he spoke, he patted Meng Bai on the shoulder. Don't worry, we can all prove your loyalty. But the most urgent thing is that we still have to find a way to send this batch of gold to Yanjing. Leaving it here is really a hot potato. Chen Zhong also nodded repeatedly. We should send him away quickly. I haven't slept all night. He's old and his body can't take it anymore. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, but we can't give this gold away so blatantly. We must find a reason. And this matter cannot be disclosed to the outside world. Duan Guixiang is right. Although the country has been founded, the domestic situation is still not optimistic. The president of Frog Island is always clamoring to fight back. The Eagle Sauce is also eyeing the Dragon Country covetously. As for the Russians, although they are Dragon Country's ally on the surface, they are always trying to turn Dragon Country into their vassal state. There are all kinds of spies everywhere in the country now. If the news gets out accidentally, they will probably be in huge trouble. Therefore, they had to transport the gold carefully, otherwise, with such a large sum of money, the surrounding bandits would definitely try every means to steal the gold. Should we just let the guards be in charge of the escort? Chen Zhong made a suggestion, but Duan Guixiang shook his head and stared at the 44 tons of gold. One guard company is too few, add 2 more companies, and bring all the heavy machine guns, mortars and Type 99 rifles in the division. Speaking of this, Guixiang couldn't help but sigh again. It would be nice if we could have a company of the Type 81 riflemen. With this money, we'll have it soon. Yes. I can't wait to see this day. Then, Duan Guixiang glanced at Meng Bai and asked, Are you really planning to donate all this gold? Yes, I have a chemical plant and I am not short of money. Okay, don't I know your situation? Chemical factories are losing money in business. They only take orders from the military. How can they make money? Take some now, or I'll call someone in later. Chen Zhong also nodded repeatedly. That's right. If you donate so much at once, your factory will be left with no funds. You should leave some for yourself. Seeing that the two of them were insisting on taking some for themselves, Meng Bai smiled and moved 2 pieces of gold. Then take this much. Watching Meng Bai pick up 2 pieces so painstakingly, Chen Zhong took out a few more pieces and put them aside. Take a little more. You are a businessman. This chemical plant needs money for everything. It's better to be prepared. Duan Guixiang also nodded, took out 2 more pieces and placed them in front of Meng Bai. That's right, we are all contributing to the country. Keep some for research and development. We are looking forward to your new technology in the future. Meng Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only accept the gold bars generously. Duan Guixiang then made a few more phone calls and directly arranged for military vehicles to transport the gold to the special train. They were escorted directly to Yanjing by 2 companies of troops. Fortunately, there were no risks along the way. Since the amount of funds this time is huge, it will be received personally by the National Treasury. As soon as the train stopped, Meng Bai saw a team of hundreds of people blocking the entire station. The soldiers, armed with various weapons, kept a close eye on the surroundings and did not let anyone get close. Just as everyone was counting the amount of gold, a middle-aged man of medium build and wearing glasses led a few people and walked quickly towards this side. When he arrived, the middle-aged man excitedly shook Duan Guixiang's hand. Thank you, Commander Duan, you have worked hard along the way. Duan Guixiang laughed. Why should I work so hard? If you want to thank someone, you should thank this young comrade. As he said this, he pulled Meng Bai over to him and introduced him. Let me introduce you to you. This is our Dragon Country's Minister of Finance, Comrade Shui Liang. Old Shui, this is our young comrade Meng Bai who donated the money. He was the one who researched the bullet production line and machine tool equipment. He was also responsible for the improvement of gunpowder and the development of standard rifles. After saying this, Shui Liang couldn't help but look at Meng Bai. After looking him up and down for several times, he stepped forward and held his hand. You are such a talented person. Dragon Country is lucky to have you. On behalf of everyone in the Ministry of Finance, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Meng Bai grinned. It's all as I should. Shui Liang nodded and then looked at the time. It's still early. This batch of gold will be counted after it is transported to the treasury. How about this? I will host you tonight and thank Comrade Xiao Meng for his generosity. Duan Guixiang laughed. Okay, it's worth coming here today just to get a hair out of you, a stingy person. After these words were spoken, everyone around couldn't help laughing, and Shui Liang felt even more helpless. You think I want to be a stingy person, I also want to be generous, but unfortunately we have to save money for the country. At this time, Director Liu, who was following Shui Liang, said jokingly, I remember someone called me yesterday and said he wanted to donate 100 million yuan. I was so angry at the time, but today my wish came true. It's amazing. Hearing this, Meng Bai couldn't help but cough. Director Liu, is it possible that the person making the harassing phone calls was me? Director Liu was stunned after hearing this. He turned his head to look at Meng Bai and then smiled awkwardly. Oh my god, I didn't expect it to be you. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I almost missed such an important donation. Xinzhong at the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't talk about you. I wouldn't believe it until I saw the gold with my own eyes. Just as everyone was getting ready to get on the bus and leave, suddenly several men in Zhongshan suits came over. Hello, are you Meng Bai? Meng Bai was slightly stunned, then nodded. Then someone picked up the handcuffs and handcuffed him. Take him away! When Meng Bai saw the handcuffs on his hands, he was not surprised, but relieved. Director Liu was shocked. Before he could react, he saw Meng Bai being taken into the car. Chen Zhong and Duan Guixiang looked at each other and said, It seems we won't be able to have dinner. Chapter 71. Welcome to the Hidden Dragon Team. The dim room smelled of paint. An incandescent light was shining on Meng Bai's face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Name? Meng Bai. Age? 22. Place of origin? Pengcheng, Lu Province. Pengcheng had not yet been assigned to Jiangsu Province at this time. Are you getting married? No. Where were you on December 3rd? Shanghai. What were you doing? Meet up with someone. As soon as these words were spoken, several people in the room raised their heads and looked at Meng Bai. My goodness, the mouths of my former interrogation subjects are harder to pry open than the last. They thought that today's interrogation would also be an arduous battle, but they did not expect Meng Bai to answer directly. Who are you meeting with? Eagle Sauce Spy. Then you are in cahoots with them and betraying the interests of the country? Several people were stunned. They had seen people confess their crimes quickly, but never so quickly. This guy doesn't hide anything at all. Then the interrogator sitting in front of him slammed the table and said angrily, Then do you know that what you are doing is illegal and you will be shot? At this moment, Meng Bai covered the light in front of his eyes with his hand and said, Sir, let me add one more thing. What I said was that we were selling out the interests of the Russian bears, not our dragon country. This shouldn't be illegal, right? After hearing this, everyone was stunned. No, what did you just say? Selling out the interests of the bear? Yes, I sold the information of their military base to the Eagle Sauce Spy. The interrogator was a little confused. The traitors and spies he had met before always sold out their own interests, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually sell out the interests of the Russians today. Then he slammed the table and questioned. The Russian bear is now our dragon country's ally. Selling out the interests of the ally is also illegal. Then if I say that I donated the information I sold to Longwei in exchange for profits, then is that not illegal? The interrogator and the people around him looked at each other with a look of deep bitterness and hatred. It seems this is more difficult to interrogate than imagined. At this moment, Meng Bai spoke again. In the second drawer on the right side of my office, there is a tape recording all the conversations about our transaction. I have absolutely not betrayed my country. As soon as these words were spoken, the interrogator immediately nodded to the person next to him. Just make a direct call. At this moment, a member of the Dragon Country's security department in Pengcheng received a call and rushed to Meng Bai's chemical plant as soon as he learned the news. Sure enough, he found the tape in the drawer of his office. The contents of the tape were carefully identified several times and confirmed to be correct. Meng Bai's crimes were finally cleared. He was taken to another office where incandescent lights were on. There was a sound of a door opening outside, and then Duan Guixiang, Chen Zhong, and a tall middle-aged man walked in. Seeing Meng Bai acting as if nothing had happened, Duan Guixiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Did it scare you? Meng Bai shook his head. Everything was as he expected, except that the incandescent light on his head gave him a headache. That's good. Everything has been made clear. Director Yen still has something to discuss with you. Lao Qin and I will be waiting for you outside. Okay, Uncle Duan. After the two left, Yensu looked Meng Bai up and down with an extremely satisfied look. Hello, my name is Yensu, and I'm the director of the Dragon Country Security Department. Meng Bai shook hands with the other party. Hello, Director Yen. Well, I've already investigated how you got the gold, but there's a problem I need to explain to you. Okay, Director Yen, you go ahead. You have already gained trust from the Eagle Sauce spies. It would be disadvantageous for you to terminate your cooperation with them now. Meng Bai naturally understood that Yensu kept him here for this reason, so he just spoke directly. Director Yen, I have the same idea. Now that I have gained the trust of the Eagle Sauce, I think we can continue to trade with them. Hearing this, Yensu immediately smiled happily. This is a question that is not easy to ask. First of all, Meng Bai's identity is not simple. He has won many special medals of honor from the Dragon Country and possesses many technologies. Secondly, he ran a chemical plant and was the main purchaser for the Longwa military. It would be unreasonable for him to take risks again with his identity, and it is unlikely that anyone would agree to do so. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party took the initiative to ask for it before he even opened his mouth. It was simply amazing. Yensu laughed. Oh, I just didn't know how to tell you, and you told me. But are you sure? This is very dangerous. Sure. As for the danger, I don't think the Eagles will do anything to me for the time being. After all, they spent a lot of money on me. Yes, that's right. The fact that you can consider this shows that you are very suitable to be our intelligence officer. As he spoke, Yensu took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Meng Bai. After our research, we have decided to let you officially become a member of our Dragon Country Security Bureau. We will always send people to protect your safety. If there is anything that needs to be done, please report to us in advance. We will provide all the support we can. Meng Bai took the document and took a look at it. The last unit signature on the document was Dragon Country Security Department, Hidden Dragon Group. Seeing the shock in Meng Bai's eyes, Yensu laughed. Our team was just established. We don't have many members at the moment, but they are definitely the best of the best. They are mainly responsible for the execution of some special tasks and counterintelligence work. Your joining us this time was also a decision made after careful consideration. There are some things I need to tell you. If you feel that it will affect your life, you can choose not to join. This is not forced. Yensu's words were very serious. He had already explained the pros and cons to Meng Bai and let him decide for himself whether to join or not. When Meng Bai heard about the Hidden Dragon Group, he immediately knew that this was definitely not an ordinary counterintelligence task force. Moreover, judging from the actions of Yensu and his men in catching him before, their level is quite high. Even the division commander of the Pengcheng military region had no way to deal with them. So Meng Bai nodded immediately. I agreed to join the Hidden Dragon team. Hearing this, Yensu immediately smiled and walked forward to hold Meng Bai's hand. Comrade Meng Bai, welcome to join our Hidden Dragon team. Chapter 72 The National Industrial Upgrade begins. When he left Yanjing, Meng Bai's identity was still a patriotic and ambitious young businessman. But secretly he had two other identities. The first was a member of the Hidden Dragon Group of the Dragon Country Security Department. The second was a lieutenant in the Pengcheng military region, responsible for the safekeeping of weapons information. The reason why Meng Bai was given a civilian identity in the military was actually to enable him to produce some confidential documents more convincingly when dealing with the Eagle Sauce in the future. In addition, in order to allow Meng Bai to continue to maintain contact with the Eagle Sauce spies, Meng Bai's name will not appear among the donors this time. Meng Bai didn't care about this. What he wanted was the prosperity of Dragon Kingdom, not a false name. If he really wanted fame, he could just donate all his skills and hang medals all over the wall. Sitting on the returning military train, Meng Bai kept thinking about what Yensu had said to him. The other party told him a lot. Originally, Meng Bai thought that what he did would not have a particularly big impact on the wheel hub. However, his appearance has already begun to have a huge impact. Especially the Russian bear, the ally of the Dragon Kingdom, has always wanted to control the entire Dragon Kingdom by military force. When seeing Longwa taking these measures, some opposition voices began to emerge among their top leaders. Because their idea is to control Longwa, But now Longwa is increasingly disobeying them and has even begun to independently develop its own industry and military industry. As a result, the profits they can make from Longwa will be much less, which is totally inconsistent with their interests. Longwa naturally understands this, but at this stage they can only rely on the Russian bear to develop. But the Russian bear doesn't want Longwa to have its own industry at all. In addition, the Eagle Sauce now also feels that the dragon country is developing its industry. They also extremely want to use the power of Longwa to contain the Russian bear, so they have no objection to Meng by providing various technologies to Longwa. The reason why they do not oppose Longwa's industrial upgrading is mainly due to their inherent arrogance. In their view, these poor people who had just established their country had absolutely no potential to develop industry. Even if the industries that do develop are probably just the most basic ones, they will have absolutely no impact on them, but may bring some pressure to the Russian bear. The current international situation is very delicate. Meng Bai doesn't know whether Longwa's major industrial reforms will lead to changes in next year's anti-eagle war. But the war against the eagle will definitely happen, there is no doubt about it. After all, the domestic situation in South Korea is still chaotic, and the two factions are constantly fighting each other. A war is brewing between them, and the eagle will certainly join in the battle and suppress the Dragon Kingdom through South Korea. The burden on Meng Bai's shoulders is still very heavy. He must upgrade Dragon Country's industry to the point where he can fight a crushing war against the Eagle Sauce before the war breaks out. The purpose is to reduce the number of soldiers sacrificed by Dragon Country in this war. Inside an embassy somewhere in Yanjing, Li Jing from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longwa sat on a stool with a grim face as he watched the Russian ambassador Anton bossing them around and demanding that they stop industrial upgrading, otherwise he would take action against them. I'll say it one last time. If your brother Long doesn't obey, don't blame us for being rude. Having said that, Anton walked behind Li Jing and patted him on the shoulder. Li, you are a smart man. You should be able to see the current situation. Longwa is extremely poor now. There is no money to develop industry. I advise you to honestly stop this plan and continue to develop your own agriculture. This is the top priority, do you understand? Li Jing stood up with a livid face and looked at Anton. Mr. Anton, I can't agree to your condition. This is our Dragon Country's development policy, and it will not change due to any external pressure. Seeing Li Jing like this, Anton sneered. As far as I know, you don't even have the money to upgrade your industry, so how can you implement this plan? Are you going to squeeze the little life-saving money out of the people's mouths? Of course not. As long as we can raise the money, we won't bother the Bear Country with any concern. Okay, I will report today's remarks to our leader truthfully. You will regret this decision today. Anton turned around and looked at Li Jing again, with a bit of mockery in his eyes. Why don't we make a bet? You won't be able to collect all this money before the new year. Do you believe it? Humph. Mr. Anton, don't worry about that. After saying that, Li Jing stood up and was about to leave. At this time, a Russian messenger walked in from outside with an anxious expression. Mr. Anton, something happened. Anton felt very uncomfortable with his subordinates acting so nervous in front of the dragon people. Alyosha has told you so many times that you must behave like a gentleman no matter what happens. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Anton's appearance made Li Jing feel very unhappy. There was no need for him to stay, so he left with his men. After watching Li Jing leave, Anton immediately asked Alyosha. Okay, what happened? Well, I received the latest news. Dragon Country has just passed a new bill and started upgrading the country's basic industries. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Anton's face, which had been full of pride just now, gradually disappeared. He squinted his eyes, scratched his ears, and looked at Alyosha. What did you just say? The Dragon Nation has just passed the latest bill and has begun upgrading the country's basic industries. Haha, do you know what you just said? Longwa hasn't even collected enough money, how can he upgrade? But they have already stated at the conference that they have raised enough money and will start the industrial upgrade on December 8th. How is this possible? Where do they get the money? According to the information we have investigated, some wealthy businessmen donated 100 million to Longwa. 100 million? Damn, which wealthy businessmen donated it? I can't find out, But what is certain is that these people are really rich. Outside the Russian embassy, Li Jing sat in the car, feeling very uncomfortable. Although they were on their own territory, the Russian Bear Country issued orders to them and even threatened them as a superior. They have already established their own country, yet they still have to endure such humiliation. For a moment, Li Jinggang wanted to beat up that arrogant face. Just as he got in the car and was about to leave, the driver suddenly spoke to Li Jing in the rearview mirror. "Brother Jing, there is something that may interest you." Li Jing looked up at the driver. "What is it?" "The latest news is that a group of wealthy businessmen donated more than 100 million to Longhua, and the high-level leadership meeting has stated that they will carry out a national industrial upgrade on December 8th. After hearing this, Li Jing was stunned. "What? Have you collected enough money?" "Yes. Enough money!" When Li Jing heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately opened the door and got out of the car, then came to the door of the embassy of the Bear Country. It just so happened that Anton was about to go out to verify the authenticity of the matter. When the two met again, Li Jing felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. "Mr. Anton, didn't you just bet that our dragon country couldn't raise enough money? Let me tell you something. On December 8th, Dragon Country will carry out a national industrial upgrade. You lose." Anton's face was also extremely ugly, but as the ambassador of the Bear Country, he still maintained a proud attitude. "What's there to brag about? Industrial upgrade? Ha, do you understand industry? Without the help of us, the Russians, you will accomplish nothing. In the end, you will have to kneel at our feet and beg us to help you." Chapter 73, Breeding Farm and Factory Area. Ever since his trip to Yanjing, Meng Bai felt that his life had become much smoother. Meng Hu successfully joined the army and was ready to go directly to the border area of Yunnan province for garrison after a month of training. The Yunnan province is one of the most dangerous places in the entire Dragon Country. There are towering mountains and dense forests there, and all kinds of bandits, the remnants of the president, and some foreign forces are hiding there, making the task of suppressing bandits extremely difficult. But even so, Meng Hu still insisted on his own idea. He believed that the more dangerous the place, the more he could train his abilities. Meng Bai supported his ideas with practical actions. Inside the foundry, Meng Bai looked at the neatly arranged rows of barrels, stocks, slides, magazines, and other parts of the various Type 81 guns in front of him, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "With these things, there shouldn't be a shortage of firepower at the front line." The factory manager Wu Xiangang, standing by, looked at these things with envy. "What a joke! With such strong firepower, it's really unreasonable to have insufficient firepower. If we had this much firepower during the war, the Japanese would have been driven out long ago." Meng Bai smiled and asked people to send all the equipment to the arsenal for detailed processing. A few days later, Meng Hu said goodbye to Meng Bai wearing a military uniform. Looking at the old man in front of him who had taken care of his predecessor for more than 10 years, Meng Bai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, be safe. When you come back, I'll host a welcoming party for you." "Well, Xiao Bai, I will definitely come back safely. You must protect yourself in the future too." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then, Meng Hu saluted Meng Bai and quickly caught up with the main force. This is the border defense force heading to the border of Yunnan province. A total of regiments were sent out, but they were newly formed recruits. This time, the reinforcement of the Yunnan Provincial Border Defense Force was to, on the one hand, defend the border and suppress bandits, and on the other hand, to test the effectiveness of the Type 81 rifle. Although it is a new recruit corps, those who are able to join the team are all capable talents selected from various troops. Thanks to Meng Hu, all members of the new recruit regiment were equipped with Type 81 rifles, and each squad was equipped with a squad machine gun. In addition, various artillery, anti-aircraft machine guns and other equipment are also fully equipped. The regiment even has a special forces company, which is filled with elite snipers, each armed with a Barrett. Even Zhao Lin from the Jinling military subdistrict would rather give up his position as battalion commander and come here to serve as an ordinary soldier. It can be said that the configuration of this new recruit regiment is not even as good as the most elite troops in the country. It was also because of Meng Bai that Meng Hu had the opportunity to join the new recruits group. At this moment, I heard the sound of a camera shutter clicking. Meng Bai was slightly stunned and found that Zhou, wearing a black cotton coat, was holding a camera to capture some shots. Zhou, why are you here? The interview in Jinling is over. Zhou put down the camera and looked at Meng Bai mischievously. Yes, I came back early. Why don't you, a big landlord, welcome me? How can I not welcome you? If you don't go back tonight, I'll slaughter a sheep for you in the factory. How about we have a barbecue tonight? Is this true? Have you become rich? Haha! I'm rich! Meng Bai didn't expect that the confidentiality work was done so well that even Zhou didn't know about his donation. How did you get rich? Seeing Zhou surprised expression, Meng Bai leaned over and said, It's a state secret. TSK. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. It's a state secret. After saying that, Zhou put on a happy expression again. I donated all my salary last time, and I almost vomited from eating in the cafeteria. It's a good opportunity for you to improve the food for me. Okay, no problem. After seeing off the new recruits, Meng Bai took Zhou back to the chemical plant. After his transformation, the chemical plant was no longer just a production workshop, laboratory, and office building as before. In order to provide employees with better food, accommodation, and living conditions, Meng Bai built 2 dormitory buildings, an activity area, a canteen, and supporting breeding areas on the other side of the village. When Zhou followed Meng Bai to the breeding area, she was immediately stunned by the scene inside. No, your factory is engaged in chemical industry or animal husbandry. How come you have so many pigs, chickens, and ducks? I saw that the breeding area was so large that it was endless. It was divided into various breeding areas, where many pigs were raised. Next door, there is a free-range chicken farm with countless different breeds of chickens. In the pen next to it, there are pigs raised. The surrounding area is very clean. There are special people feeding them various feeds, and there are also various large-scale ventilation equipment. This is a new plan that Meng Bai implemented after the factory was built. Modern breeding. He used the technology he mastered to produce a variety of feed for poultry and livestock, and then injected the various gene-optimized injections he brought into the selected poultry and livestock. After several generations of breeding, these improved household livestock can reach a certain scale and be promoted nationwide. By then, every household will be able to eat meat. However, the scale of current breeding is actually not very large. Although it seems a lot, because there are many types of families and clans, if you spread it out, there are actually not many of each type. The main reason is that Meng Bai does not carry much genetic medicine, and it takes a long time to breed offspring of family livestock with improved genes. Therefore, Meng Bai set the starting point of improvement in his own factory. Starting from the factory farm, it expanded step by step to the entire village, then developed to the county, city, province, and finally the whole country. The main animals raised in the farm are chickens, ducks, and pigs. The main reason is that chickens and ducks have a higher egg production rate, while pigs have a higher litter rate, so expansion is relatively easy. In particular, the 2 improved poultry and livestock breeds, chicken and pig, became the main source of meat on the tables of the dragon people in later generations. Large-scale breeding can easily meet the population's demand for meat. Another point that Meng Bai also took into consideration was the issue of feed, which is why he did not promote the breeding technology on a large scale. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, domestic grain production was relatively low, and the people themselves did not have enough food to eat, let alone sell it outside. Therefore, small-scale breeding is the best way. In this way, the source of feed will not put too much pressure on the farm. He planned to wait until the winter was over and then distribute the cultivated seeds to various regions during the spring planting season, and have the army supervise the planting. In the autumn, when a certain amount of crop has been harvested, the planting area will be expanded again until it is promoted nationwide. After a few years, the grain output is estimated to increase and the people will have surplus food. Then I can promote the breeding technology myself. This is the first step of the plan, and it is also the first step that must be taken among many plans. After all, food is the most important thing for people. We cannot go hungry again in future wars. Although the smell in the farm was very strong, Zhou didn't care at all and kept taking pictures with her camera. Oh my god, I've never seen pigs, cattle, and sheep raised like this. Will there be any problems if they are all gathered together like this? Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Genetically modified pigs, chickens, and ducks have a very high ability to resist risks. Just be careful at all times. Genes? What are they? The foundation is good. Well, you've been saying some incomprehensible words lately. Since you have so much food here, I won't be polite. Having said that, Joya stood directly in the farm and started ordering food. Chapter 74 Meng Bai's Grand Wish. The farm not only has chickens, ducks, and pigs, Meng Bai also raises some geese, cows, and sheep. So the main reason for raising these together is to improve my own food and buy them as well. While eating the roasted lamb leg, Joya also heard some of Meng Bai's plans from his mouth. I was very shocked that he wanted to improve the breeding environment across the country. Oh my God, I never thought you would have such a big wish, but can it really come true? When hearing this, Meng Bai was also a little helpless. Just then, Chef Lao Yang came into the room with a steaming bowl of mutton offal soup. After hearing Joya's words, he couldn't help but glance at his boss. His gaze was immediately caught by Joya, so Joya turned her head and looked at the chef Lao Yang. Uncle Yang, do you think your boss's wish can come true? Old Yang grinned and nodded naively. However, the hint of disdain in his expression betrayed him. Meng Bai was somewhat helpless. He took a bite of mutton and said to Lao Yang, "Just tell the truth. There's no need to hide it. You know my temper and personality." When old Yang heard this, he immediately looked at Meng Bai. "Boss, you asked me to say this. Explain." "Okay, then I'll be honest. The boss's wish cannot be fulfilled." Joya was stunned when she heard this. Why does it look like it's doing well? How can it not be possible? Old Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. The boss has never farmed before, let alone raised pigs. You want someone who has never farmed before, raised pigs or chickens, to engage in breeding. Isn't this ridiculous? Seeing Lao Yang like this, Meng Bai raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Look down on me? I'm not the only one who's saying this. This isn't contempt, it's disbelief. After all, our ancestors have been farming and raising chickens and pigs for generations. How can we raise chickens this way? Old Yang became more and more excited as he spoke, and then he drew a square on the table with his finger. How can thousands of chickens move around freely in such a large area? They have to scratch for food and go out to bask in the sun. And we have to feed the chickens with powder every day. The chickens don't eat bugs, so how can they be full if they only eat those things? And the pigs are also kept in one place. They no longer eat pig grass but wheat bran. How much wheat bran can they eat? As the older generation said, the one with the most money is not the boss. You're investing all your money here. It's really a bad move. After saying that, Lao Yang felt that he had said too much and quickly shut up. He stood aside and lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake and added in a low voice. My boss told me to say this. You can't fire me, right? Joya felt a little dumbfounded after hearing this. She turned her head to look at Meng Bai, but found that he still had a calm expression. Do you all think so? Old Yang nodded. In fact, when the boss built this farm, everyone thought he must be crazy, but since he spent the money, we can't say anything. Then Lao Yang looked up at Meng Bai and said, Boss, please don't do this anymore. With such a large-scale breeding, if something goes wrong, like a plague or something, there will be nothing left. After saying that, he quickly widened his eyes, slapped his mouth, and bowed to the ceiling several times. Pa, what am I saying with this stinky mouth? Don't blame God, don't blame God. And Meng Bai suddenly burst into laughter. Okay, I get it, but since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet together? When Lao Yang heard this, he quickly covered his pockets and said, Boss, I'm timid and I don't dare to gamble. Haha, here's how. You go back and tell everyone in the factory that by this day next year, if the scale of our farm doesn't increase fivefold, I'll give everyone in our factory a pig and a sheep. Meng Bai's words were full of heroic spirit, and old Yang, who was standing beside him, was stunned after hearing them. He stared at Meng Bai blankly, thinking to himself, oh no, the boss must be drunk and acting crazy. Joya, who was sitting next to him, also secretly stepped on Meng Bai under the table. Are you crazy? Do you know what it means to increase the size of the farm fivefold? Chickens, ducks, and geese are fine, but pigs, cattle, and sheep are impossible. Don't step on me, I'm not crazy, I'm making this clear today. Meng Bai put down his chopsticks and said to Lao Yang, Now go to the blackboard in front of the farm and write what I just said. No one is allowed to erase it. We'll see the truth in a year. Seeing Meng Bai's serious look, Lao Yang and Zhou Ye couldn't help but feel helpless. If Meng Bai loses this, it will be a huge loss. Meng Bai couldn't help but smile when he saw their reaction. They probably didn't know how powerful the power of breeding was now. Ordinary pigs can breed 2 to 3 times a year, but through advanced technologies such as genetic modification and embryo transplantation, the breeding cycle can be shortened again, and even 5 litters a year can be achieved. It is impossible for Meng Bai to have such high skills, but he can definitely easily guarantee 3 births a year. Each litter can produce 10 to 20 piglets. Based on this scale, a sow can give birth to 60 piglets in a year. There are a total of 30 adult sows in my farm, which means 1,800 piglets a year. With this scale of breeding alone, in a few years, the scale of my pig farm will be able to meet the needs of the entire county. The scale of chicken expansion is even more enormous, especially the laying hens raised by ourselves. The daily egg production alone is quite astonishing. Now everyone in the workplace can get 3 eggs a day. This kind of food is considered a luxury even for workers across the country. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, most families across the country were mainly engaged in agriculture, farming, and raising livestock. Almost every household raises chickens, especially old hens, which are extremely precious to a family. The old hen can lay several eggs every day, and these eggs are the source of income for the family. As for leaving it for family members to eat, that really is something that can only be eaten by one who happens to be in trouble, or if one particularly loves a child. Generally, it is impossible for teenagers and adults to eat eggs and they simply cannot afford them. Therefore, Meng Bai was destined to succeed in this bet, and the reason why he asked Lao Yang to write this sentence was to let everyone understand that scientific breeding methods are more important. Seeing how serious his boss was, Lao Yang finally nodded and announced the matter, which instantly caused an uproar in the audience. It's bad, our boss has gone crazy, he's going to gamble away the factory. What a pity! Where can we find such a good job? Even if we win, I'm afraid the boss won't have the money to compensate us. People who have never raised animals before just don't understand. If they were really that easy to raise, would the people of Long Country still be hungry? Well, he failed this time, and he will realize his mistakes in the future. This is going to end only after a setback. Then let's wait until this time next year. In the next few days, the factory was filled with discussions about how Meng Bai had failed. He also witnessed how resistant people of this era were to new farming methods. It seems I have to get some money again, just in case. If no one uses my planting method next spring, I'm afraid I'll have to buy some land and plant it myself. Thinking of this, Meng Bai silently took out a photo. The photo shows a small part of a bomber drawing, with a few words written at the top of the drawing. 160. Picked up the phone and dialed a number. Peter, I have important information. Chapter 75, Figure 160. Learn more. In a cafe in Shanghai. Mr. A was holding a silver spoon in his hand, stirring the coffee in the cup, looking calm. Are you saying that you got information about the latest bomber of the Russian bear? Yes. Haha, if you're short of money, just tell me. Why bother spreading fake news like this? False news? You said I gave you false news? Meng Bai put down the coffee cup in his hand and stared at Mr. A opposite him. If you don't believe me, I'll just turn around and leave, just like I sold the news to other people. Wait a moment! Mr. A's calmness suddenly disappeared, and he was speechless. Sit down, I haven't finished talking yet, why are you in such a hurry? If you don't believe me, what's the point of staying here? Damn it, I mean, how could you possibly get information about the latest bomber from Russia? We can't get it, so how can you get it? Meng Bai glanced at Mr. A and said, Do you think that only you Americans have spies and we don't? What? Do you know what you are talking about? Your spies? Haha, that's a joke. Do you have any advanced eavesdropping technology? Do you have miniature cameras and miniature recorders? Mr. A had a smug expression on his face, which made Meng Bai want to mock him. Advanced? Should I show you the recorder I have in my pocket? Also, can your micro camera produce 4K high-definition images? How many gigabytes of storage capacity is it? However, in order to complete this order, he still held back. Okay, let's not discuss this now. How can I make you believe me? At least let me see some information. Material? I only gave you a photo. What if you don't believe it? A photograph? After hearing this, Mr. A was speechless. He straightened his clothes and looked at Meng Bai angrily. Damn it, I shouldn't have come all the way here to listen to your nonsense. You want to cheat me out of 50 million with just a photo? What are you thinking? Just as Mr. A was about to leave, Meng Bai said something while holding his coffee. It's a blueprint of a bomber. Mr. A paused and looked back at Meng Bai, his expression full of surprise, and then turned into a look of sarcasm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The spies we have planted there for more than a decade couldn't get any information about their bombers. It's impossible for your dragon nation. As Mr. A turned around and was about to leave, Meng Bai continued to speak. Supersonic bomber. Mr. A paused again and looked at Meng Bai with a shocked expression. Anything else? Swept-wing supersonic strategic bomber. I think I need to sit down and listen carefully. Seeing Mr. A sitting in front of him again, Meng Bai raised his lips and said, Are you not leaving this time? No. Mr. A was extremely shocked at this moment. Not to mention anything else, just the two terms, supersonic speed and swept wings, are information that ordinary people cannot access. He could understand supersonic speed, and perhaps people who had been exposed to the science section had heard of this term, but the new term swept wings seemed particularly lofty. As an opponent of the Russian Bear Country, although the living standards of the people in the United States are extremely high, they are no longer comparable to those of the Russian Bear Country. But in the field of science and technology, the Russian Bear has some advantages over them. This is mainly because the Russian Federation attaches great importance to the cultivation of science talents, and has a large number of scientific talents in the country. You have to know that all the scientific and technological talents in the United States were recruited from all over the world during World War I and World War II with high salaries and a comfortable life. However, the Russian Bear can compete with them just by its own development, which shows how strong the Russian Bear's technological power is. So when he heard the three words, swept wings, as an agent with a very sensitive nose, Mr. A immediately understood that the guy in front of him might have got the real information. Go on! Meng Bai shook his head. You'll know the charges later. Are you sure you don't want to spend the 50 million? When Mr. A heard the price of 50 million, he couldn't hold it in any longer. To be honest, the 50 million last time had already had some impact on their president. Fortunately, the information they got was indeed good value for money, but if we consider asking them to buy it again, I'm afraid no one would be willing to accept the price. Unexpectedly, Meng Bai threw out another trump card this time. A new type of bomber that is supersonic, has swept wings, and is even of long-range strategic class. With these several nouns added together, Mr. A has to take this thing seriously even if he doesn't take it seriously. It is definitely a powerful weapon. If the Russian Bear really possesses weapons of this level, once a war breaks out, this strategic bomber will fly to their presidential palace and drop a first-stage nuclear bomb. Damn, this kind of consequence is unacceptable to any American. The price of 50 million doesn't sound that expensive. It's just that the other party only had one photo, which really made him a little overwhelmed. Can you only get one photo? Brother, if I had more photos, do you think you could buy them for 50 million? Well, okay, can you show me the photo? I cut the photo into several pieces. I'll give you one as a sample. If you want to buy it, I'll give you the remaining copies. As soon as these words came out, Mr. A's mouth twitched violently. If he really could, he wanted to punch the bastard to death. He actually cut open such valuable information. If he damaged anything in it, it would be unforgivable. But since it had already been cut open, there was no point in saying anything more, so he suppressed his anger and nodded. Meng Bai handed the other party a fingernail-sized photo that he had prepared long ago. This photo was carefully selected by him. These include missiles under the wings, the joints of the variable sweep wings, and some drawing data. Mr. A carefully brought the photo forward, picked up the magnifying glass and looked at it carefully for 10 minutes. When he raised his head again, the expression on his face had turned into panic and astonishment. This thing is definitely of extremely high value, so the 50 million must be spent. This is a serious matter. I must ask my superiors for instructions. Of course, no problem. Take the photos with you and come back after we've discussed it. After that, Meng Bai stood up and looked at Mr. A and said, But I suggest you don't ask your agent to go to me. Once I find this photo, I will sell it directly to other people, okay? When Meng Bai discovered his thoughts, Mr. A showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He then waved his hand and said, Don't worry, we are honest people and will never do such a thing. Well, that's good. The two went their separate ways. After Mr. A got in the car, he immediately found his contact and sent the photo to the Pentagon's intelligence center as quickly as possible. Participating in this analysis are not only their intelligence personnel, but also the Air Force Department and the Ministry of National Security. After analysis by professionals, everyone finally confirmed the authenticity of the photo and the importance of its content. Give him the money and buy back the remaining photos. When did the damned woolly bear become so strong? They are engaged in a dangerous plan. Fuck, how could Mao Xiong and the others make such rapid progress? For a moment, the whole office was filled with cursing, but one could hear their panic from their tone. At this moment, Meng Bai had already reported his actions to Yen Su. Yen Su burst into laughter after hearing this. Good, good. Well done. Meng Bai then asked, By the way, have you been able to contact the spies on the Mao Bear side? Of course, but this agent is still in our investigation stage. Once we confirm his true identity, we will contact him. We will tell you then. No problem, then I'll wait for your good news. Well, there's one thing I want to ask. Hearing Yen Su's voice on the phone becoming a little serious, Meng Bai smiled and said, Director Yen asked, Is the thing in that photo real? Chapter 76 Dangerous Border. Dragon Kingdom Yanjing. Inside the office of Hidden Dragon Headquarters. Yen Su stared at the contents of the copied photo again and again, and always felt that this thing did not seem fake. He didn't understand where Meng Bai got such an important thing. Moreover, the original photos have been analyzed by professional technicians and there is no trace of fraud. What's more important is that some of the drawings in the photos also seem very real to them. Although Longwood does not have an air force yet, some technicians can still see clues from the drawings. For example, some parameters of the variable sweep wing of figure 160 and the streamlined shape of the fuselage in this drawing are completely beyond the reach of someone who doesn't understand technology. These things alone shocked all the technicians. If China can really get these technologies from the Bear Country, then China will have to build its own strategic bomber. The significance of a strategic bomber is definitely not as simple as an airplane. It means that Longwood already has its own air force. He still remembers the military parade at the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China vividly. The country did not have its own air force and relied on a few foreign-made training aircraft that had been used for several times to show off. From this we can see how much Longwood desires to have its own air force. So if Meng Bai really possesses these technologies, he will get them no matter what. At this time, Meng Bai's voice came from the phone. Fake. How could Meng Bai, who was at the Pengcheng chemical plant at the moment, not understand the meaning of Yen Su's words? It's a pity that Tu-160 is indeed a legend of a generation. In later generations, Longwood tried many ways to try to buy Tu-160, but the Russian bear refused to sell it. Until he traveled through time, the blueprint of figure 160 was still locked in Damao's safe. This photo of his is actually a fabricated picture on the internet, and is completely different from the real picture 160. Meng Bai had considered many things before choosing figure 160 as the way to make money this time. First of all, in this era when jet fighters had not yet appeared, the drawing of the wing position of Tu-160 was chosen just to mislead the Eagle sauce. He believed that the United States would definitely send more spies and pay more price to investigate this non-existent bomber. If they can't find it, it's either because their espionage capabilities are insufficient or because the Russian bear's confidentiality measures are too strict. As long as the Eagle sauce can waste more time, energy and money on the Russian bear, it will bring more opportunities to the Dragon Country. Secondly, variable sweep wing is extremely difficult to manufacture, and the Tu-160 is also the only existing long-range bomber in the world with variable sweep wings. Moreover, the Russians only produced a few of them at that time. The main reason was that the cost of this bomber was too expensive, and the technologies involved were countless. I just took a picture of a wing with missiles mounted on it and said it was useful, but in fact it was not very useful. First of all, this type of wing is extremely difficult to manufacture, and it is completely impossible for the United States to produce it with its current capabilities. Secondly, it is completely impossible for them to infer the appearance of the entire fuselage from the photos of the wings. On the phone, Yensu couldn't help but sigh, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. It would be great if it were true. Our dragon country needs an air force. Don't worry, Director Yen, Longwo will soon have its own air force. I hope so. After that, Yensu continued. By the way, I received the latest news that your brother's team will arrive at the border area tomorrow. Oh? So fast? Didn't they say the railway over there isn't even open? Yes, the fighting on the front line was too fierce, mainly because the mountainous areas were difficult to defend. The remnants of the warlords and some wealthy people used guerrilla warfare to harass us constantly. In addition, the Eagle Sauce secretly distributed the latest weapons to the rebels. The positions we had just captured were lost in 2 days. We had to march quickly. When he heard this, Meng Bai couldn't help but look a little solemn. Then I hope they can successfully devour these rebels this time and return safely. At the same time, in the border area of Yunnan province, there was a burst of gunfire accompanied by fierce artillery fire. After more than 10 minutes, the gunfire and artillery fire stopped. This kind of battle came quickly and went away even faster, leaving only a few corpses of rebels wearing the clothes of the old warlord era at the scene. Although the Dragon Army ultimately won the battle, everyone still felt very unhappy. Infiltration operations by small forces like this are carried out 2 or 3 times a day. Their border guards suffer casualties almost every day. But this is the border of the Dragon Kingdom, it is their territory, they would rather die in battle than give up a piece of land. However, the border area here is thousands of kilometers long, making it extremely difficult to defend. In addition, there are towering mountains and there are no roads in many places. It is almost impossible to completely wipe out this rebel group deep in the mountains. This rebel force was composed of the remnants of the Guangxi army from the old warlord period, including many remnants of the president's troops and the private armed forces of large landowners and tycoons. Although this group of rebels is a mixed bag, with the support of the Eagle Sauce, the weapons and ammunition supplies in their hands are much better than those of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. There are all kinds of mountain cannons, mortars, heavy assault rifles, and even a sniper team. Under such circumstances, the defensive pressure on border guards is extremely great. Almost every soldier did not have a good night's sleep. After years of resistance against Japanese aggression, the combat quality of these rebels has become relatively high, and they have even learned the guerrilla warfare tactics of the Dragon Army. Relying on these towering mountains and various primitive jungles, they cause great damage to the border guards. At this moment, the headquarters is located in the border area of the province of Electricity. Commander Chioqing, with a cigarette between his lips, drew a circle on the map with a pencil, his expression somewhat solemn. The location he marked at this time was exactly the location of the new reinforcements coming. The route of the new recruits' regiment that he drew with the pen suddenly stopped in a valley. No, something is wrong! He immediately picked up the telescope and looked at the map again and again, then drew a line and asked the chief of staff beside him. Is this route possible, old son? Chief of Staff Sun Hao glanced at the route map, thought for a moment, and nodded. Death Valley? This road is passable, but it's not a smooth one. It's hard to walk, so does that mean you can walk? That's right. This place requires crossing a primitive jungle, with a wild river in the middle, and also passing through a very high mountain range. As he spoke, Sun Hao turned his head and looked at Chioqing. I think the rebels will go to this place to encircle our reinforcements, right? Chioqing held the cigarette in his mouth and took a few puffs. The rebels are desperate now. If they knew we have reinforcements coming, I'm afraid they will occupy Death Valley at all costs. This? No way. The rebels are living a life of luxury. How could they do something like this? Humph, old son, You really don't understand Bai Zhongming. Finally, Chiu Qing put out his cigarette and said, Notify them and immediately send 2 companies to Death Valley to check for information. If they encounter our reinforcements, turn around and go in another direction. At the same time, the primitive jungle of Death Valley. Bai Zhongming, who was wearing a tattered rebel uniform, shouted at the panting team in front of him. Hurry up, everyone! If anyone dares to hold you back, I'll shoot. The rebel team had no choice but to speed up. Another half an hour passed. It was already dark and the mountain road became even more difficult to travel on. Fortunately, the road ahead finally became clear, and just at the foot of the mountain, they heard the sound of rushing water. Bai Zhongming was overjoyed and quickened his pace to walk forward a few steps. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he immediately saw the rushing river and the rugged rocks below. We're finally here. The Death Valley is right here. Then he shouted to everyone. Everyone stay here to rest, set up defenses, and don't let any reinforcements pass through here. Chapter 77 Gunshots in the Deadly Valley. The 4th Company of the Vanguard Battalion of the new recruits. Meng Hu continued to move forward with the team carrying a Type 81 squad light machine gun. As the Vanguard team, they must ensure the safety of the following large force. As we all know, the mortality rate of the forward company is quite high, but Meng Hu resolutely chose to join. He was not afraid of death, but was afraid that he would hold the company back, so he chose the most difficult position among all the positions in order to quickly hone himself and make himself grow. At least they are led by veterans who are experienced and good at mountain warfare. It was already late at night and the follow-up large force was already resting, but as the vanguard team, they still had to explore the way overnight. In the team, Zhao Lin is the sniper of the team. He occupied a favorable position in the first moment to cover everyone's advance. Fortunately, the moonlight is good tonight, and I can see hundreds of meters away through the sight. The mountain road is rugged and difficult to walk on, with moss everywhere, and you might fall if you are not careful. Zhao Lin was not worried about himself getting hurt, but was worried about the sniper rifle in his hand getting broken. At this moment, a pair of sneaky figures suddenly appeared in the sight, moving back and forth on the hill. Faced with this situation, Zhao Lin whistled without saying a word. When the whistle sounded, everyone in the forward team immediately bent down. The assistant shooter who followed Zhao Lin picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Brother Zhao, is there something wrong? At 1 o'clock, in the bushes, be careful of the lens reflection. The assistant shooter immediately picked up the telescope and looked towards the 1 o'clock direction. Sure enough, there were a few people moving back and forth among the trees. Judging from their actions, they were obviously setting up an ambush, but the moonlight was dark and I couldn't see their faces clearly. The assistant shooter immediately got into the state and began to capture the situation around him. As an excellent radiator, he is well aware of his role, which is not only to provide the sniper with the necessary parameters such as wind direction, humidity, and distance. More importantly, he must be able to assist the sniper in finding the enemy and locking the enemy's position, and provide the sniper with the enemy's position as soon as possible. Soon he saw that the hills on both sides in front of him were filled with people. This is the Death Valley after all. The enemy has deployed heavy firepower here, numbering at least 200. As he spoke, he observed the enemy's firepower configuration. It was dark and he couldn't see clearly, but he could tell that the enemy's firepower was definitely extremely powerful. M1 carbines, M3 submachine guns, and at least 2 Type 99 rifles. Damn, why did I see a 60mm mortar? Zhao Lin also saw the enemy's configuration, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. It seems that these rebels have the support of the Eagle Sauce. Damn it, these bad guys only know how to cause trouble for us. What should we do? Should we notify the main force in the rear? It's too late. They are almost here. Immediately notify the brothers below and prepare for the battle. Yes. Without saying anything, the deputy shooter placed all the bullets in his pocket in front of Zhao Lin. Protect yourself? Got it. Just tell the platoon leader that the mortars and heavy machine guns are all left to me, and no one else is allowed to snatch them from me. Clear, the shooter said before grabbing his gun and running down the path. At this time, Meng Hu and other warriors were ready to fight. Platoon leader Su Pengtao unfolded the map, covered the flashlight with his hand, and looked inside with a serious expression. "You bastard, this Death Valley is going to take our lives!" Just at this moment, a rustling sound came from behind. Su Pengtao turned off the flashlight and looked back, and saw the sniper assistant gunner carrying a Type 81 rifle rushing over. "What's going on? Did you encounter rebels?" Reporting to the platoon leader, "There are at least 200 rebels in the Death Valley ahead. All of their weapons are American weapons, about 4 heavy machine guns and more than 2 60mm mortars." As soon as these words came out, Su Pengtao frowned immediately. Damn, the equipment is so good! Although he said that the enemy's equipment was good, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. "If we don't use such good equipment, it would be unfair to our full set of Type 81 guns." Then he turned his head and glanced at the people around him. "Are you afraid? Don't be afraid! Don't be afraid!" Everyone exclaimed in unison, and Su Pengtao showed a satisfied expression on his face, and then looked at Meng Hu. "Little tiger! Arrive! If a real fight breaks out later, you will be the one to suppress the firepower. You must suppress their firepower for me. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Platoon leader! Communicator! Arrive! Go and notify the main force and have them prepare for the battle." "Yes." "The rest of you listen up. Once the sniper points you to the direction, immediately shoot hard. Don't let any enemy escape. Do you understand?" "Yes." On the mountain path, a dozen soldiers wearing straw sandals were running back and forth on the rugged mountain road. They were communication soldiers from the Yunnan Border Command, and their mission was to bring news to the reinforcements to prevent them from being surrounded by the enemies in the Death Valley. They have lived in this mountainous area since childhood and are very familiar with the terrain here. However, even so, they still couldn't reach the Death Valley in the shortest time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. A few young soldiers found a water source, drank a few sips of water, and continued on their way. "We're almost at the Death Valley! Try harder!" At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared on the hill ahead. Several signal men immediately squatted down. "Someone! Are they the rebels? Come closer and take a look." So a few people dispersed to avoid being caught in one fell swoop, and moved carefully in the woods. When they got closer, they finally saw the situation on the top of the mountain clearly. Before, the hilltops on both sides of the Death Valley were full of people, and the rock walls on both sides of the Death Valley, which were dozens of meters high, were extremely smooth, with water accumulated all year round and no sunlight, resulting in moss everywhere on the rock walls. In the center of this deadly valley, there is a narrow corridor, no more than 5 meters wide, but more than 200 meters long. Countless battles have been fought here. Whoever can seize the advantageous position high up in the Death Valley will be unable to take it even if the enemy has thousands of troops. And countless people are buried on this narrow 200-meter road in this Death Valley. However, they were still a step slow. "Damn it! These rebels arrived early! What should we do? We can't get through." After staring at each other and thinking for a while, they finally decided to leave 2 people here to take charge and escort the rest of the people back to seek reinforcements from the main force. In short, they must do everything they can to protect their reinforcements. At the same time, on the top of the Death Valley hill, Bai Zhongming stared into the distance with a telescope in his hand, a smile on his face. "Here it comes!" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately pulled the bolt, turned on the safety, and prepared for battle. And just at this moment, suddenly, a whooshing sound was heard. With a clang, something fell in front of everyone. Bai Zhongming and his gang were all stunned for a moment. "What's going on?" "Collapse!" A loud explosion sounded. The sudden dazzling light had a great impact on the vision of the rebels who had already adapted to the darkness, and almost everyone was blinded in an instant. Then a deafening gunshot rang out. The gunner in the back who had locked onto everyone with a mortar had his head exploded instantly. The next second, a tide of bullets poured down. Chapter 78 Is the sacrifice so great? Da-da-da. The sound of bullets came from all directions. Bai Zhongming could only hear the screams around him. He tried to lie on the ground, and his body roared loudly. Beat them all hard!" As he said this, he picked up the gun in his hand and fired wildly into the distance. Although he didn't know where the enemy was, he couldn't see where the enemy was either. His eyes were blinded by the strong flash of light, and he couldn't see anything. The enemy's bullets were killing the people he brought with him with incredible accuracy. He didn't know how many enemies there were, and he always felt that there were enemies everywhere. After fighting for a while, he finally felt that his vision had recovered a little. Then he led a group of people to fight back. He took a telescope and looked for a place to observe, and then he discovered a shocking secret. That's not right. Why are there only a dozen people? Thinking of this, he squatted behind a rock, muttering to himself. That's not right. The news we received clearly showed that there was an entire reinforcement regiment with more than 2,000 people. How come there are only these few? However, despite his doubts, as he watched the people around him fall one by one, he felt fortunate that it was not the reinforced regiment that came. The firepower of these dozen people alone was comparable to that of a reinforced company. He had never heard of or seen such powerful firepower before, and they were beaten so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads. Thinking of this, he immediately cursed loudly towards the back. Damn it, where are the machine gunners? Suppress their firepower points for me. A rebel nearby heard it, and ran to the machine gunner, only to find that several people had fallen next to the machine gun. Every person who fell next to the machine gun had his head smashed to pieces. There were other people next to the machine gun, and they didn't dare to get close to it. When they saw the rebel coming, they shouted immediately. Don't go, you fool! There are snipers here! Erlangzi was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Bai Zhongming's angry curse. Erlangzi, you better pick up the machine gun for me, or I will kill you! Looking at Bai Zhongming's raised gun, Erlangzi didn't dare to hesitate even though he was cold, and immediately came to the machine gun. He grabbed the heavy machine gun and was about to aim when he immediately felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly he saw a flash of light in the distance. Just as he was about to dodge, a huge bullet pierced his head the next second. Then a gunshot rang out. The fool's head exploded right in front of Bai Zhongming's eyes. This scene frightened Bai Zhongming completely. What the hell is this thing? It's so powerful? Is this the power of a sniper rifle? He had seen how ordinary machine gun bullets hit people, and they could tear off a piece of the body. But this was the first time he had seen a head blown up by a bullet like this. Then he immediately yelled at the others to get the machine guns, but no one dared to touch it, as if it was the scythe of the god of death and whoever touched it would die. A bunch of stupid pigs! After saying that, he picked up the telescope and took a look, and found that in the distant jungle there were several figures moving quickly towards them. Oh no! They are trying to get close to fight! Stop them quickly! Gunner, where are our gunners? Everyone looked at the gunners in the distance. 4 mortars were lying crookedly on the ground, with several corpses lying around the mortars. Although it was dark, one could still see clearly that each of the corpses was headless. In an instant, Bai Zhongming felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. What the hell is this team? Why are they so strong? Isn't this a rookie group? He knew that there might be trouble next. He glanced at the stupid rebels around him and knew that these people were no match for them. Although these rebels were holding American-style guns, they were little more than firewood sticks. Their strength is no match for the brave regular army of the Dragon Kingdom. So now there is only one option, and that is to run away. As for whether to bring these people along? Please, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. How can the lives of these scumbags be compared with mine? So Bai Zhongming waved his hand, took the paper and a few trusted men, and immediately went into the jungle. Less than 5 minutes after he left, a group of well-equipped Dragon Country regular troops appeared on the cliff. Seeing the regular troops coming out of the jungle, the rebels actually launched a counterattack without any command. However, just as they picked up their guns, a tongue of fire burst out from the jungle in the distance. Meng, who relied on his strong body, holding the Type 81 light machine gun in his hand. Bullets poured out. Boom, boom, boom. The rebels who had just picked up their guns fell to the ground without saying a word, unable to lift their heads. Soon gunshots rang out from all directions, and any rebel who dared to raise his head would be instantly shot in the head. Finally, the rebels could no longer withstand such powerful firepower, and shouted loudly while holding up a white flag made of unknown cloth. "Stop fighting! We surrender! We surrender!" Then the rebels heard the gunfire stop and they carefully raised their hands. They came out from various shelters one by one, holding guns in both hands and looking terrified. At this time, there were less than 100 rebels left standing, and corpses were everywhere on the scene. When Su Pingtao saw these rebels, he immediately ordered them to disarm without saying a word, then tied their hands one by one and began to interrogate them. After some interrogation, it was learned that there were no rebels here and their leader had escaped. At this time, Zhao Lin came over carrying a Barrett sniper rifle. "Platoon leader, now is a good time to fight the rebels. As long as we find out their lair, we can wipe them out. I am willing to go and check out their lair." As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant shooter beside him quickly stepped forward and said, "I'll go too." Then other people also stood up and expressed their willingness to join in the siege of the rebels' lair. Meng Hu was no exception, holding up his light machine gun and said, "I'll go too." Faced with this situation, Su Pingtao just felt overwhelmed. To be honest, he also wanted to go. Having never experienced actual combat before, he had no idea how strong the Type 81 rifle family's true combat capability was. So what I said to my subordinates in that battle just now was that don't be stingy with bullets, just output as much as possible. As a result, everyone still habitually saved bullets, and even so, they still achieved an amazing record of 0 for 143. This battle boosted their confidence. You have to know that these rebels were armed with American weapons supported by Eagle General, which made them elite troops. However, this group of elite soldiers were beaten like a sieve in front of them. They had no ability to defend themselves and surrendered on the spot. However, there are still dozens of rebels in front of us, and some of them must be left here to guard. If they release all the personnel, once these rebels turn against them on the spot, they may not be able to stop them with their current manpower. What's more important is that no one knows where Bai Zhongming and his group escaped to. They only know a general direction, but no one knows exactly where they went. If they set an ambush in the middle, I'm afraid there would be no one left. At this moment, Zhao Lin suddenly picked up the gun and pulled the trigger towards the woods in the distance. There was a loud bang. A bullet left a trail of green fluorescence and pointed towards the woods in the distance. "Come out, don't hide anymore, I found you!" A roar from Zhao Lin came from the mountain. Then everyone pointed their guns at the location where the fluorescent light was pointing. Then two thin soldiers wearing the gray-white Old Dragon Kingdom military uniforms walked out of the jungle. When Su Pingtao saw their appearance, he was stunned. "Which part are you from?" "Report, we are the communications soldiers from the Yunnan Border Command, and we are here to pick you up." Su Pingtao immediately ordered his men to put down their guns and then led his men forward. "Oh, we finally got to see you! Hello, we are the new soldiers coming to reinforce us from the Shandong Provincial Military Region." After hearing Su Pingtao's words, the two communications soldiers felt a pang in their hearts. "New recruits? Are the casualties so heavy? Are you the only ones left?" As soon as these words were spoken, the people behind him burst into laughter. Su Pingtao couldn't help laughing. "We are the vanguard squad of the new recruits, the 3rd Company and the 4th Platoon." After hearing this, the two of them widened their eyes. "You wiped out all of them with just one platoon?"